Have you been scorned as useless in singing and dancing? Have you been mocked as a scandalous enchantress? Have you been ridiculed as someone who is worthless apart from her looks? Apologies, but no matter how much you disparage, a turnaround is always possible, especially when you have a top-tier male idol as your ally. Chapter 1. Body Swap. Secret Marriage? Sister, let us find mother. We have swapped bodies 7 times already. Jiang Dyer stepped onto the balcony, turning her back to the cacophony of the banquet, shutting out the noise behind the glass wall. Yet, she remained cautious, lowering her voice as she continued. Today was our first meeting, and you had the audacity to stand me up, Bo Yu? At this moment, she was still inhabiting Bo Yu's body, her voice resonating with his deep, melodious tone, yet her speech pattern infused with her own essence. The two merged, with her inflections slightly elongated, tinged with a hint of endearing petulance. Bo Yu subtly furrowed his brow regardless of the occasion. Hearing his voice accompanied by such a tone was something he found hard to acclimatize to. I have arrived. I was just delayed by one of your rumored boyfriends. He explained. His words, though spoken in Jiang Dyer's delicate voice, retained his signature coolness. It was akin to tea lightly dusted with winter's first snow. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Dyer recalled this often-used description of Bo Yu. Embarrassment washed over her as she remembered Bo Yu's earlier words. In contrast to the scandal-free Bo Yu, her own status as a celebrity plagued by rumors seemed laden with more complications. Ahem, who was it? Jiang Dyer inquired, as her list of rumored boyfriends could easily reach 100. It was Ning Wu, who was rumored to have broken up and reconciled with you 3 times last month. Oh, now aware of who it was, Jiang Dyer couldn't help but vent. This guy is truly annoying that I rejected his first confession face-to-face. Yet he persisted, confessing again a few days later. I turned him down once more, and then he attempted again. The most absurd part is that he never chooses the right location, resulting in constant media coverage, which in turn led to a flurry of gossip columnists and entertainment. Reporters falsely reporting that we are in a tumultuous relationship. The mere thought of this individual and the ensuing chaos ignited her ire. But as she turned, she caught sight of the groom, Li Xiuxing, smiling and raising his glass in her direction through the glass wall. Once his attention shifted away, Jiang Dyer recalled her unfinished thought, but the earlier frustration had dissipated, leaving her to conclude numbly. If it weren't for the fact that his family is particularly wealthy and he doesn't care about his popularity in the entertainment industry, I would seriously suspect he is intentionally trying to ride on my fame. Bo Yu, upon hearing this, found himself inexplicably amused. A fleeting smile graced his lips, brief yet tangible, as if it existed for merely a heartbeat. So does that mean it's false? With those 6 succinct words, Jiang Dyer felt her earlier indignation rekindle, and she retorted, of course it is false. Upon reflecting, she felt the need for further assurance, raising her voice to add, everything is false. I am currently single and have never been in a relationship. After emphasizing her point, she instinctively awaited Bo Yu's response on the other end of the call. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she couldn't help but inquire, is that it? Just a no? Is there anything else to say? Bo Yu, be honest, do you have a problem with me believing my scandals are true? I've never thought that. In fact, I hardly pay attention to such matters. However, I have always known one that is definitely false. Which one? Bo Yu, unhurried, recounted the sensational news that had once crashed the platform years ago. Bo Yu and Jiang Dyer's secret marriage. Jiang Dyer was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words to follow Bo Yu's statement. The atmosphere grew awkward. Why the sudden silence? After a week of acclimatizing to Jiang Dyer's loquacious and extroverted demeanor, Bo Yu noticed her prolonged silence and queried. Jiang Dyer bit her lip, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I admit, I was at fault that time. I truly did not mean to. I never expected to speak in my sleep. 3 years prior, as a member of the nation's leading girl group, Lunar Front, Jiang Dyer participated in their last variety show before disbandment. The real highlight of that episode erupted when Jiang Dyer, feeling unwell, dozed off on the couch and inadvertently uttered in her sleep, Bo Yu, darling. Those 4 simple words, captured with impeccable audio quality, resonated vividly in the ears of all watching the live broadcast. As a result, Jiang Dyer's fans erupted in excitement. Bo Yu's fans echoed the sentiment. Both within and outside the industry, the uproar was monumental. The public was abuzz, and within minutes, the trending search resulted in a server overload, leading to a crash, with programmers scrambling to repair the damage. She wore an expression that seemed to suggest a toothache, contemplating whether to explain further, yet feeling that the more she explained, the murkier the situation became. Fortunately, Bo Yu seemed to merely mention the topic in passing, responding with a casual before diverting to other matters. I have entered. Where are you now? I will come find you. I am on the east balcony of the banquet hall. All right. As the call concluded, Jiang Dyer found her emotions still tumultuous, rivaling the intensity she felt 6 days ago when she first swapped with Bo Yu. Habitually, she took a deep breath, striving to dismiss thoughts of the sensational secret marriage trending 3 years prior. Moments later, she heard footsteps approaching from behind, followed by her own voice. Turning around, she faced Bo Yu. To be honest, witnessing her own body inhabited by another soul felt remarkably peculiar. It rendered her momentarily speechless. Yet, Bo Yu spoke first. Let us analyze our current situation. 6 days ago, we swapped bodies for the first time, and thus far, we have not uncovered any cause. Today marks our 7th swap, each instance lasting 12 hours, from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. I end these nearly 7 days. While we have assumed each other's roles, no significant blunders have occurred. At this juncture, Bo Yu paused, glancing at Jiang Dyer, and amended. I almost misspoke. It is I who has not made any major errors, while you, on the first day of using my body, inadvertently sent me trending again during charity live stream by tenderly assuring a crying child, "Sister will take you to find your mother." The trending topic, Bo Yu says, "Sister will take you to find your mother." Chapter 2. I am not. I do not. I wept. I am utterly incompetent. Jiang Dyer once again found herself choking back her emotions. Were it not for her acute awareness that she was currently inhabiting the visage of Baoiwa, she would have instinctively raised her hand to cover her face. Oh, how mortifying. Baoiwa seemed to hear her unspoken thoughts, gently remarking, "It is my face that is at stake, not yours." Indeed, Jiang Dyer felt a slight alleviation of her embarrassment. Yet, she could not help but murmur in protest, but Baoiwa nodded in understanding. Certainly. You later stated in a backstage interview that you were merely reminded of a little girl named Ijia, whose appearance resembled that of the weeping child, prompting your momentary outburst. Upon finishing his statement, Baoiwa could not resist adding a touch of sarcasm. However, such a flimsy explanation, riddled with inconsistencies, would likely only incite a frenzy of speculation regarding the non-existent girl Ijia. Few would genuinely believe it, would they? Jiang Dyer stubbornly retorted, "There are still many who believe it. I suppose." Baoiwa pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable urge to smile, yet ultimately resigned himself to a gentle shake of his head. This incident, while inexplicably adding a whimsical anecdote to his repertoire, had not significantly impacted him. With this thought, Baoiwa decided to steer the conversation back to the intriguing details of their body swap. The reason we are able to meet face to face today is that 6 days ago, after much contemplation and at your persistent urging, I reluctantly agreed to step in for you, completing all the cameo roles in the film Cross-Border Romance while you were abroad. As the filming wrapped up, the director, co-stars, and crew were undoubtedly pleased, with various laudatory posts bringing renewed attention to the name Jiang Dyer. Meanwhile, you had been quite occupied over the past 6 days. Half of your time was spent attending events on my behalf, while the other half was devoted to indulging in culinary delights. Admittedly, this made it seem as though I was falling short compared to the diligent Bo Yu. Jiang Dyer couldn't help but softly defend herself. It was your agent who remarked on your slimness. With the next film set to commence in 3 months, it's permissible to indulge a bit more in delicious food, and I have been exercising after my meals. As a female artist, transitioning from early years as a girl group idol to a contemporary starlet, the demands of body management had been relentless. She couldn't recall the last time she truly savored a hearty meal. Suddenly thrust into the role of a male artist with no immediate filming or performances, her agent suggested it was acceptable to indulge, a temptation that proved irresistible. Bo Yu interjected, his tone inscrutable. Well, she conceded. Just as Jiang Dyer was about to speak again, a familiar ringtone pierced the air. Was her agent calling? She immediately glanced at Bo Yu. He retrieved his phone from his bag, glanced at her, and switched to speaker mode. The agent's emotionless, mechanical voice resonated. 2 matters. First, the company has arranged for you to participate in a culinary competition show. Second, you need to find ways to interact more with Bo Yu. I arranged for you to be the bridesmaid for Xiang Hanmo precisely because I knew Bo Yu would also be present. Your popularity has waned considerably, so seizing a moment of Bo Yu's prominence could still prove advantageous. Although it may not match the explosive attention of that hidden marriage scandal from 3 years ago, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Jiang Dyer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dyer was momentarily at a loss for how to express her feelings. She instinctively scrutinized Bo Yu's expression, yet failed to discern any clarity from her own visage. On the other end of the line, her manager, after a brief pause, resumed speaking in a tone that was eerily calm, yet somewhat lifeless. If there are no issues, I shall hang up. Jiang Dyer felt an abundance of issues, an overwhelming multitude of questions. However, trapped within Bo Yu's body, she found herself unable to voice them, merely watching helplessly as her manager concluded the call after half a minute. Only then did she lift her gaze to Bo Yu, who slowly began to speak. seizing a moment of popularity. Jiang dear. I did not. Bo Yu observed Jiang Deer's face contort into a somewhat awkward expression, which struck him as quite novel. He extended his phone toward her. Jiang Deer regarded him with confusion. Bo Yu remarked, I assumed you had a plethora of thoughts you wished to share with your manager. Your expressions during the call were extraordinarily vivid. Hearing Bo Yu emphasize the word extraordinarily 3 times made Jiang Deer feel even more embarrassed, prompting her to hastily take the phone. Indeed, she had a multitude of things to discuss with him. While she could not engage in a phone call, she could certainly communicate via WeChat. As Bo Yu heard the 3 very uttered, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Deer was mimicking him, though he lacked any concrete evidence. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement creeping in, despite the fact that he was not typically a person given to laughter. Instinctively, Bo Yu lifted his hand. But before he could touch the corner of his lips, he halted, reminded that this was not his face. He discreetly lowered his hand and turned his attention to Jiang Deer, who was engrossed in typing furiously on her phone. Perhaps it was simply that her current form was more predisposed to laughter, he mused. Unbeknownst to Bo Yu, Jiang Deer was oblivious to his contemplations, as she was fervently engaged in a debate with her agent. Jiang Deer, when did I ever agree to ride on Bo Yu's coattails? Agent, when we negotiated for you to be a bridesmaid for Xiang Hanmo, you seemed quite pleased then, did you not? Jiang Deer. That was because it offered a legitimate opportunity for her to meet Bo Yu face-to-face to discuss their body-swapping predicament. So, of course, she was elated. Moreover, wasn't it stated that she was invited to be a bridesmaid? At that moment, she had found it peculiar, considering her lack of familiarity with Xiang Hanmo. To discover that it was a transaction made for money? Good heavens, who knew that one could negotiate for a bridesmaid's position? Agent, besides, you rode the wave 3 years ago during the secret marriage scandal. That publicity was nothing short of spectacular. What made it acceptable then, yet not now? Jiang Deer. She felt as if she might explode in frustration. She typed rapidly, sending several messages in succession. Jiang Deer, how many times must I clarify this over the years? Why do you, as my agent, still not believe me? Jiang Deer, I truly mentioned it in passing during my sleep. It was not intentional. Jiang Deer, if there is even a hint of malice, may I be struck by lightning. After this vehement retort, Jiang Deer took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. Manager, I understand. It's a culinary abomination. Feared for its toxicity, a muddled mess, nearly inedible. Even a dog would refuse it. Jiang Deer gazed at the relentless barrage of 4-character idioms and phrases, feeling a lump of frustration lodged in her throat. Enough, she acknowledged her utter lack of culinary talent, yet the criticism felt excessively harsh. Chapter 3. As the best man. You have mistakenly approached the bridesmaids. Jiang Deer weakly continued typing. Stop. Please retract this maddening sorcery that pierces my heart. After sending her message, she followed it with a comically tragic meme of a person fatally wounded by a knife. Manager, this is an arrangement from the company. I've advocated for you. But to no avail. It's a dire mandate, and ultimately, it's the consequence of that oppressive contract you signed, leaving you with little autonomy. When Jiang Deer initially signed with Baby Company, she had just turned 18. Due to family circumstances, she had been forced to drop out of school in her first year of high school and had spent the past 2 years intermittently working various arduous jobs. At that time, mere survival was a challenge. When a seemingly promising job opportunity arose, offering better pay than her previous positions, she hardly scrutinized the contract, fearing that any delay would cause the opportunity to slip away. As she reminisced, a momentary haze clouded her expression. Soon after, another thought crossed her mind, and her demeanor darkened slightly. Jiang Deer, is this yet another mandate from President Xiao? I thought that matter had passed. The agent remarked. How could it possibly be over? If it weren't for Mrs. Zhao's assistance, you would have been directly sidelined by the company. The agent continued, though Mr. Xiao has not explicitly targeted you in recent years, your resources have dwindled, and your reputation has suffered. Your progress in the industry has stagnated, if not regressed. Do you truly believe this is without Mr. Zhao's influence? Jiang Deer's cheeks puffed in indignation as she retorted, he has his own issues. He takes advantage of me while intoxicated and expects me not to retaliate? The agent smiled in response. Well said, applause. If he were not your company's owner, I would certainly commend you. Jiang Deer resolutely sent a farewell emoji and was about to return her phone to Bo Yu when another message from her agent arrived. She casually glanced down, only to be taken aback. The agent wrote, however, This situation seems to involve someone else orchestrating against you. You ought to consider whether you have offended any influential individuals in the past 6 months, those with the power to enlist Mr. Xiao to act against you. Jiang Deer tightened her grip on her phone, a wave of anxiety washing over her, accompanied by confusion. She recognized that her agent possessed considerable insight, and such a statement must have stemmed from a perceived irregularity. Yet, after contemplating for a while, she found herself at a loss. She had not crossed anyone in recent months. The agent added, 5 months ago, without notifying me, the company suddenly spent a significant sum to craft a narrative, establishing your persona as a piano prodigy. However, at that time, she could not play a single piano piece, and even now, she can only manage a few simple melodies. Jiang Dyer recalled this incident, which had become her greatest nightmare of the year. Initially, she believed someone was deliberately attempting to undermine her through a method of false praise, hoping the company would help clarify the situation and manage the fallout. Unfortunately, the company did not intervene. It was only when she received a request from them to perform a particularly challenging piano piece at an upcoming gala that she and her agent realized the company was behind the turmoil, subtly instigating events to escalate the situation. Her agent remarked, "The piano affair and this culinary competition are both exceedingly unreasonable, yet they have transpired. Be cautious. There is someone in the shadows orchestrating your downfall, exuding an unnerving aura, as if they are weaving a sinister web around you, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare you, leaving you in a desperate struggle for survival." Upon reading this, Jiang Dyer was overcome with goosebumps. It felt as though a malevolent presence lurked behind her, akin to a venomous serpent watching her intently, poised to strike without warning. If this individual could manipulate even her company's CEO, Mr. Xiao, then it was clear they possessed a power that rendered her utterly defenseless. Her heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. She could not fathom who this person might be. This uncertainty only deepened her sense of dread and helplessness. Taking several deep breaths, she endeavored to regain her composure, and indeed, she succeeded. Just as Bo Yu sensed something amiss and was about to inquire about her well-being, she lifted her gaze, her expression returning to normal, and returned her phone to him. Bo Yu took the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. His lips moved as if he intended to speak further when suddenly, the glass door was knocked upon. He and Jiang Deer turned their heads in unison, only to see the door swing open, revealing a man in a suit who leaned in with a smile and remarked, "I thought I was mistaken. When did you two become so familiar?" With a mischievous glance towards Bo Yu, he continued, "What are you doing with her phone?" This man was none other than Li Xiuxing, the leader of the now-defunct boy band Flounder, and the groom of the wedding. Li Xiuxing took a few steps forward, instinctively patting Bo Yu on the shoulder, then addressed Jiang Deer, "It's time for the group photo. The bridesmaid and groomsmen need to be present. Let us go." With that, he turned and led the way. The trio traversed through the main hall of the wedding banquet and arrived at the outdoor lawn, in pursuit of an auspicious occasion. It was now a little past 4 in the afternoon, at the end of October, with splendid weather and brilliant sunshine. Jiang Deer, her mind preoccupied, felt somewhat disoriented. Upon looking up, she noticed the bridesmaid and groomsmen standing on either side of the bride and groom, prompting her to walk over. Once she positioned herself, she suddenly sensed all eyes around her converging upon her. Confused, she raised her gaze, only to find others looking at her with even greater bewilderment. It was then she heard her own voice, as Bo Yu, in a soft tone, gently reminded her, "You are on the wrong side. Jiang Deer. Jiang Deer. Help, I've made a monumental blunder. This is utterly ridiculous." Under the intense stimulation, Jiang Deer once again exhibited an extraordinary performance akin to that of a deity. She meticulously controlled her expressions and calmly stepped towards the groomsmen, while internally, she fervently hypnotized herself. "I shall not feel awkward. I shall not feel awkward. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness." With steady steps, Jiang Deer ventured into the group of groomsmen, only to be pulled by Li Xiuxing to stand in the position closest to him. Li Xiuxing let out a laugh, nudging Jiang Deer with his elbow, inquiring. Jiang Deer, maintaining a blank expression, numbly replied, "I apologize, I was momentarily lost in thought." Li Xiuxing continued to chuckle. "I thought you and Jiang Deer were quite familiar with each other, following her so closely that I was left in a daze." Chapter 4. It is my face that has been lost, not yours. Upon suddenly hearing her name, Jiang Deer instinctively looked up towards Bo Yu. Whether it was the distance or merely her illusion, She seemed to perceive Bo Yu suppressing a laugh. Jiang Deer thought, what is there to laugh about? Such an embarrassing matter. Suddenly recalling Bo Yu's earlier words, it is my face that has been lost, not yours. She found herself unable to suppress a smile. The bride, Xiang Hanmo, overhearing the conversation between Li Xiuxing and Bo Yu, turned her head to look. To her surprise, she witnessed Bo Yu smiling. Due to Li Xiuxing, she and Bo Yu often interacted, yet this was the first time she had seen him smile. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Hanmo found herself almost blinded by the brilliance of this smile. Bo Yu possessed an exceptionally striking visage, one so captivating that even in repose, it was impossible to divert one's gaze, akin to an exquisitely beautiful painting that beckons exploration. Yet, when he smiled, it was as if the artwork blossomed with genuine flowers, enticing one to touch the line between reality and illusion, willingly succumbing to the allure. Hanmo, why are you staring at Bo Yu? Xiang Hanmo momentarily floundered, attempting to mask her discomfort with a spontaneous remark. I just feel that Bo Yu seems a bit off today. Li Xiuxing, suspicious of nothing, chuckled. I sense it too. As he spoke, he glanced toward Jiang Deer and leaned in to whisper to Xiang Hanmo, perhaps the iron tree is about to bloom. Xiang Hanmo paused, first surveying Jiang Deer's appearance, and the more she looked, the more her expression soured. The photographer's voice rang out, instructing everyone to adjust their poses and expressions for the forthcoming photos. After the pictures were taken, the crowd dispersed, with most of the bridesmaids gathering around the bride, eager to take individual photos with her. Meanwhile, among the groomsmen, Jiang Deer was engaged in conversation with Li Xiuxing, who was jesting about his marriage. Lamenting that within the flounder team, Bo Yu was the sole companion present. Bo Yu, utilizing Jiang Deer's form, wished to avoid both the photo op with Xiang Hanmo and the conversation with Li Xiuxing, instead finding solace in admiring the floral arrangements of the wedding. However, this moment of tranquility was short-lived, as from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of one of Jiang Deer's rumored boyfriends, Ning Youwu. As Bo recalled Jiang Deer's words and the recent memory of being entangled by her at the entrance of the main hall, he noticed Ning Youwu scanning the surroundings, evidently searching for him, which caused him to frown. Xiang Hanmo had just finished taking pictures with the other bridesmaids and immediately turned her attention to finding Jiang Deer. Having heard various things from Li Xiuxing earlier, she now had much to discuss with Jiang Deer. However, despite her thorough search, she found no trace of her. Frowning, Xiang Hanmo then observed that Li Xiuxing had ceased conversing with Bo and was called away by another individual. With a shift in her thoughts, she approached Bo and, softening her voice, inquired, Xiaoyu, you seem to share a close bond with Jiang Deer? At that moment, Jiang Deer had finally managed to brush off Li Xiuxing and was about to fetch a drink when she was unexpectedly approached by Xiang Hanmo. Upon hearing Xiang Hanmo's question, Jiang Deer was momentarily taken aback. Did she and Bo share a close relationship? Well, perhaps not in the conventional sense. Their connection was indeed rather unique. Is there something on your mind? She responded. Xiang Hanmo smiled and replied, I merely noticed how close you both seemed, as I've never seen you so friendly with any other girl before, which piqued my curiosity. Pausing for a moment, she continued, however, you should remain somewhat cautious around Jiang Deer. You may not be aware, but her team reached out to me to request her presence as my bridesmaid. I didn't think much of it at the time, and considering she is a celebrity, I thought it would be quite nice to have her, so I agreed. Yet it has only just dawned upon me that some individuals, despite their appealing exterior, may harbor quite malicious intentions. She likely anticipated your arrival and deliberately sought to bask in your limelight. After delivering this poignant observation, Xiang Hanmo meticulously scrutinized Bo Yu's reaction, only to find his countenance unchanged, as if he were utterly indifferent to her words. Xiang Hanmo's expression shifted slightly as she continued to feign the persona of a caring older sister, deftly diverting the conversation with a few appropriately tender remarks before taking her leave. Once Xiang Hanmo departed, Jiang Deer found herself reflecting on her recent comments, increasingly troubled by their implications. Did Xiang Hanmo harbor a negative opinion of her, or was she merely overthinking the matter? Seeking a quieter corner, Jiang Deer sent a message to Bo Yu. What do you think of Xiang Hanmo? Bo Yu replied, why the sudden inquiry about Xiang Hanmo? As she contemplated how to respond, she instinctively bit her lip. Jiang Deer replied, just a casual question. Bo Yu responded, she is quite pleasant, gentle, generous, and caring, especially towards Li Gu. However, upon further reflection, she realized that had she not overheard Xiang Hanmo's veiled remarks aimed at her, She might have also perceived Xiang Hanmo as gentle and generous, for she certainly appeared to embody such qualities. As Jiang Deer gazed at the message she had typed, expressing her belief that Xiang Hanmo did not like her, she hesitated, uncertain whether to send it. At that moment, another message from Bo Yu arrived. It is a screenshot of a message sent to him by her manager. The manager stated, "The cooking competition variety show will shoot a promotional trailer tomorrow. It will be released when the guests are officially announced. I will pick you up at 8:30 in the morning." Chapter 5. The inaugural recording of the variety show Celebrity Culinary Contest is scheduled for 8:30 tomorrow morning. Well, once again, she must rely on the assistance of Bo Yu, who has taken residence in her body. Jiang Dyer deleted the message she had initially composed and instead sent a cute panda emoji, expressing her appreciation for her hard-working superior. After sending it, she inexplicably navigated to the browser's search bar. Moments later, Bo Yu glanced at the line of text he had unwittingly entered. What are some good emojis to use? He pressed his lips together, somewhat astonished by his own actions. His fingers hovered over the search bar, hesitating before he silently erased the text. Bo Yu exited the browser, returning to his usual expressionless demeanor. At 8:30 the following morning, Jiang Dyer's manager, Gu Wubua, rang the doorbell punctually. Already accustomed to Jiang Dyer's body, Bo Yu followed him into the car. Having previously assisted Jiang Dyer with her overseas filming, he had conversed briefly with Gu Wubua over the phone, and the most striking impression he had was of his mechanical, businesslike tone. This was his first time meeting him in person. Gu Wubua had a darker complexion, ordinary features, and a habitually stern expression. Tall and slender, he resembled a bamboo pole at first glance. Gu Wubua, who also served as the driver, handed Bo Yu a stack of papers before they set off. As Bo Yu took the paper, he discovered a brief introduction to the culinary competition show Celebrity Culinary Showdown. He studied it intently, and silence enveloped the car for the duration of the journey. After half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt. Bo Yu followed Gu Wubua out of the car and entered the studio, while the makeup and hairstyling was only halfway through. The other three permanent guests began to arrive in succession. They included the seasoned actor Li Yonga, who had not appeared in films for several years, the rising star Yu Zijuan, who surged to fame during the last wave of talent shows, and the actress Tan Sherwin, who belonged to the same agency as Jiang Deer. Bo Yu felt their gazes upon him and furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself. "Is there something on your mind?" Tan Sherwin covered her mouth in laughter, speaking in a coy tone. "I just secured the role of the second female lead in your upcoming film, and I have quite a few scenes opposite you. But upon seeing you just now, I couldn't help but recall the trending topic today, which made me a bit anxious." As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened the trending topics page, and handed it to Bo Yu. He glanced down and saw that he and Jiang Deer had once again appeared together in the trending topic Bo Wed Jiang Deer Best Man Bridesmaid. A popular Weibo post featured a group photo of the best man and bridesmaid, and the comments below were especially lively. "It's been 3 years. I thought Jiang Deer had settled down, but here she is again. I still vividly remember the secret marriage. Are these two for real or not? The secret marriage is fake, fake, fake. It has been clarified 1,000 times. If I were Bo Yu, I would be utterly exasperated with Jiang Deer. They are merely playing the roles of best man and bridesmaid. The distance between them is considerable. Just look at how disinterested Bo Yu seems." The voice of Tan Shuan echoed once more, tinged with a hint of distress. "Dear, I am aware that last time you rode the wave of Teacher Bo's popularity, basking in the limelight. However, to resort to dragging Teacher Bo into your own struggles now seems rather unseemly, does it not? I genuinely fear that when it comes time to film, Teacher Bo might take a disliking to me simply for being associated with you." Upon hearing Tan Shuan's words, Bo Yu shifted his gaze from the trending comments, tilted his head slightly, and spoke in a calm demeanor. "But you would not harbor any ill feelings towards you because of Jiang Deer." Tan Shuan was momentarily taken aback. But you continued to look at her, his tone slightly frosty. "He would only find fault with you for your own sake." Having finished his makeup and styling, Bo Yu stood up and departed, leaving Tan Shuan alone in her seat, her expression one of considerable displeasure. After a few minutes, unable to contain her frustration, she turned to her assistant and makeup artist, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "What does that little vase of a person mean? Is she insinuating something about me? It is she who shamelessly rides on the coattails of others, yet her tone is so aloof and condescending. Who does she think she is, to presume she can dictate terms to Bo Yu?" Unbeknownst to Bo Yu, Tan Shuan would be so incensed after his departure, he had merely spoken the truth. At that moment, he had just exchanged pleasantries with Li Yonga and Yu Zijuan. Yu Zijuan was the youngest among the 4 regular guests and also the most popular. boasting an exceptionally active fan base. Having just turned 20, he, like Jiang Deer, debuted through a talent show and was the most favored member of his group. However, although Jiang Dio's level of discussion and attention remains undiminished, her popularity has long since waned compared to her earlier days. And her fans are not as active as they were when she first debuted, particularly in the past 2 years, having been firmly labeled as a mere pretty face. She has completely entered the realm of controversial fame. Boyu, who is acquainted with Yu Zijuan and has had several interactions with him, knows that Yu Zijuan is an artist under his company, MyHigh Entertainment. As the undisputed #1 of MyHigh Entertainment, Boyu had initially contemplated not renewing his contract in favor of joining a more established film and television company or pursuing a solo career. Given that MyHigh Entertainment primarily focuses on cultivating idols and lacks substantial cinematic resources. At that time, MyHigh Entertainment relied heavily on Boyu as their financial backbone and was therefore reluctant to let him go, ultimately resorting to various means to retain him, even granting him shares in the company. Thus, Boyu now counts himself among the stakeholders of Yu Zijuan. Gazing at the youthful visage of Yu Zijuan before him, Boyu suddenly recalled a pertinent issue. He remembered that Yu Zijuan's culinary skills seemed rather lacking. At that moment, seated at the table of executives and shareholders, luck was not on his side, as he drew the short straw and was subjected to Yu Zijuan's cooking. After tasting a dish, he decisively rendered a rather unfavorable critique. This led him to ponder about Jiang Deer's culinary abilities, prompting him to step aside and send her a message inquiring. He holds a deep respect for Jiang Deer's privacy. Even when he frequently utilized her phone while inhabiting her body, he refrained from perusing her messages with others, deliberately avoiding her conversations. Boyu lowered the volume, brought the phone to his ear, and clicked to listen. Jiang Deer articulated with a tone of profound despair. My agent describes my culinary skills as dark cuisine, feared for its toxicity, a complete disaster, nearly inedible, not even fit for a dog. Boyu fell silent. Chapter 6. I believe you should consult a fortune teller. What are you laughing at? Boyu set down his phone and heard Gu Wubua's voice. Boyu paused in surprise. Had he laughed again? Gu Wubua approached Boyu and continued. I was just about to ask if Tin Sherwen was causing you trouble, but seeing your mood, it seems she must have, though you have not suffered any losses. Indeed, she appears to have gained little from you. Boyu merely responded with a nonchalant HM. Gu Wubua gazed at him in slight astonishment. Why are you so calm? I expected you to respond with the familiar 3 words. She is unwell. Boyu had long recognized the stark contrast between his demeanor and that of Jiang Deer. Unperturbed by Gu Wubua's incredulous gaze, he maintained his composure. Regardless of Gu Wubua's thoughts, the truth would remain elusive, and he would merely concoct a rationale to convince himself. Boyu casually remarked, I simply do not wish to let her affect my emotions. Upon hearing this, Gu Wubua found it reasonable, though still somewhat puzzled, yet chose not to dwell on it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After listening to Gu Wubua, Boyu furrowed his brow slightly. He had not previously considered Tin Sherwen significant, but Gu Wubua's words suggested that there might be more to the situation than he had anticipated. At that moment, a staff member hurried over. Teacher Jiang, please come and try the camera. We are about to shoot the solo segment of the promotional video. After a brief half hour, Boyu completed filming all of Jiang Deer's solo shots and stepped aside to watch Li Yonga take over. As he observed, a voice, delicate as a whisper, suddenly reached his ears. Excuse me, may I inquire about the relationship between you and Brother Boyu? Boyu turned to find Yu Zijuan had approached him from behind, his face adorned with curiosity. Boyu, Yu Zijuan, sensing the delicacy of the topic, instructed the surrounding staff to retreat to a distance, leaving only the 2 of them in the vicinity. I know the rumors of a secret marriage must be false. Brother Boyu doesn't seem like the type to engage in romance or matrimony. Boyu was perplexed as to how Yu Zijuan could draw such a conclusion merely from his appearance. He regarded Yu Zijuan with a scrutinizing gaze, which went unnoticed by the latter, who continued. However, Sister Deer, you don't seem like someone who would deliberately seek the spotlight. Once again, the words seemed like echoed. Boyu waited for him to elaborate. Yu Zijuan had already immersed himself in his own thoughts, but Brother Boyu's manager appears quite formidable. If you and Brother Boyu, the third seemed like was quite enough. Boyu finally interjected, interrupting Yu Zijuan's convoluted analysis with a nonchalant remark. I believe you may not be suited for the entertainment industry. Biao Yu, feeling indifferent, chose to turn away, brushing past him while casually remarking, I believe you ought to consult a fortune teller. Yu Zijuan was taken aback, his cherubic face forming a perfect circle with his mouth. He gazed quizzically at Biao Yu's retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion. Am I suited for such a thing? After finishing her meal, Biao Yu caught a glimpse of Yu Zijuan approaching once more. She pondered, is he particularly close with Jiang Deer? Oblivious to social cues, Yu Zijuan sidled up next to Biao Yu, disregarding her willingness, and began to share the gossip he had just overheard. Listening with an impassive expression, Biao Yu turned to Yu Zijuan and uttered a single word. Oh. Yu Zijuan paused, unable to comprehend Biao Yu's tranquility, and insisted, aren't you the least bit interested? This is the first time I've witnessed an artist behaving so pretentiously. That's merely due to your brief tenure and limited experiences, Biao Yu replied coolly. But I've encountered numerous artists. My colleague, Brother Biao Yu, has achieved considerable fame. Surely no one in the entertainment industry has garnered more recognition than him in recent years. Yet, I've never seen him act so pretentiously. Yu Zijuan earnestly defended his stance. After a moment's reflection, he added, by the way, you and Tan Sherwin are also from the same company, right? Is she like this in the office as well? I had just heard her mention you. Lamenting how today has been fraught with misfortunes, beginning with an encounter with you, followed by an unsatisfactory lunch. At this juncture, Yu Zijuan paused, casting a glance at Bo Yu, whose left eye seemed to inscribe the character for 8 while the right bore the symbol for divination. Hey, sister dear. Is your relationship with Tan Sherwin rather poor? Bo Yu replied. So many words, so many questions, and such a penchant for gossip. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Bo Yu inquired, are we quite familiar with each other? Yu Zijuan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No. Today is our first meeting. Bo Yu countered. You certainly possess a natural ease in social situations. True to his gossipy nature, Yu Zijuan immediately grasped Bo Yu's implication and turned to follow along. Sister dear, what did you mean when you suggested I should consult a fortune teller? I've been pondering it for quite some time and still don't understand. Bo Yu responded. You truly don't comprehend? Never mind. It's likely beyond your grasp. It was merely a casual remark. The production team invested considerable effort to soothe Tan Sherwin. The subsequent filming of the 4 guests together progressed relatively smoothly without any mishaps, yet it persisted until nearly 6 in the evening. After the shoot concluded, as Bo Yu followed Gu Wubwa out of the studio and into the car, he suddenly felt a familiar wave of dizziness. A glance revealed that the film playing was indeed his debut, characterized by a melancholic narrative. He then raised a hand to wipe away the tears streaming down his face. Bo Yu mused, could it be that Jiang Deer, through his very own body, could weep so profoundly while watching the film he starred in? Bien Yu, with an impassive expression, extended his hand to retrieve a damp tissue from the coffee table. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Deer. Chapter 7. In truth, Jiang Deer is quite wonderful. Jiang Deer. Panda super cute peeking JPG. Jiang Deer. Apologies. I was so engrossed in your film that I forgot to exchange our schedules. Jiang Deer. Cat looking pitiful JPG. Jiang Deer. I haven't had the chance to wipe the tears from your face. Perhaps you could do it yourself? Receiving 4 consecutive messages. Bien Yu could even envision the expression on Jiang Deer's face as she sent them. Currently wiping. Bien Yu, is this your first time watching this film? Could it be that the tragic ending moved her to tears? Jiang Deer, no, I've seen it many times. Bien Yu, then why are you crying so profoundly? Jiang Deer, I cry every time I watch it. Each experience is heart-wrenching. Jiang Deer, cat weeping. Cat feeling ashamed. JPG. Bien Yu, very well. Since it has always been this way, I suppose it is justified. The doorbell rang, and Bien Yu approached to see who it was. Upon opening the door, he discovered his manager, Chui Fulu, who was holding a food container. Clearly, it was dinner for him. As soon as Chui Fulu entered, he exclaimed, why didn't you inform me in advance that Jiang Deer was attending a wedding and acting as a bridesmaid? Even taking a group photo with you? I could have prepared accordingly. Today's trending topic wouldn't have surfaced, allowing her to ride another wave of popularity unnecessarily. It is not a significant matter, and she has not sought the spotlight. Chui Fulu placed the lunchbox on the table and turned to express his disapproval. Indeed, it is not a major issue, but can it truly be said that she has not sought attention? It is merely less excessive than when she once live-streamed calling you husband. Bo Yu found it difficult to elucidate the underlying reasons. Aware that due to the previous secret marriage incident, Chui Fulu held considerable discontent towards Jiang Deer and her entire team, thus he refrained from further comment. Observing Bo Yu's demeanor, Chui Fulu noted his reluctance to discuss the trending topic and decided against prolonging the conversation. Yet could not help but inquire one last question. Why do I feel that your attitude towards Jiang Dier seems different from before? Bo Yu sat down at the table, glanced at the dishes before him, and replied, Is it? Chui Fulu pondered for a moment, feeling both that it was and that it was not. Ultimately deciding to abandon that notion and instead asked, By the way, why did you specifically have me wait until after 6 o'clock to bring you dinner today? For the past few days, Chui Fulu had been delivering meals around 5:30, and previously, Bo Yu had shown no particular preference regarding meal times. However, given Bo Yu's status as a top celebrity with an overwhelming fan base, it was unsuitable for him to venture out for food most of the time. He lacked the inclination to cook for himself. Thus, Chui Fulu or his assistant had grown accustomed to making the trip during Bo Yu's downtime at home, arriving promptly at mealtime. Upon hearing Chui Fulu's remark, Bo Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not made such a request. It seemed Jiang Dier had orchestrated this. A faint smile, almost imperceptible, flickered at the corners of his mouth. Although Chui Fulu did not notice this subtle expression of joy, he sensed Bo Yu's sudden, uplifted spirit. He observed Bo Yu as he began his meal, his movements deliberate and imbued with an air of cultivated elegance, a testament to his upbringing. It was no wonder that someone of such refinement would make dining a particularly delightful spectacle. Chui Fulu mused. It was clear why so many fans were captivated by Bo Yu. Whenever he gazed upon that face, the world seemed to blossom with beauty. As Bo Yu reached the halfway mark of his meal, his phone vibrated twice. He paused, setting down his chopsticks, and picked up the device. Engrossed in it for an unusually long duration, to the point where Chui Fulu found it curious. Who could be sending messages that warranted such attention? Intrigued, Chui Fulu leaned in to sneak a glance, but Bo Yu deftly turned his hand, stashing the phone away, and resumed his meal. After they finished, Bo Yu accompanied Chui Fulu to the door. Just as Chui Fulu took a few steps away, Bo Yu called out to him, Chui Gu. Chui Fulu turned back to face Bo Yu, only to hear him speak earnestly, Actually, Jiang Dier is quite wonderful. Chui Fulu was taken aback by this unexpected remark, his eyes widening in surprise as he prepared to inquire further. However, Bo Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling farewell before closing the door. Chui Fulu. Chui Fulu. What does this mean? How can Jiang Dier be considered quite wonderful? Once the door was closed, Bo Yu paid no heed to Chui Fulu's bewilderment and ascended the stairs with his phone in hand. Settling into his study, he revisited the 2 messages Jiang Dier had sent him. The first was succinct, a single statement, I can't help it. Your performance was simply too remarkable. The second, however, was lengthy, resembling a reflective essay on her impressions. She eloquently expressed her feelings and understanding of the film, particularly emphasizing the character he portrayed. Her analysis of that character was sincere, as if she had truly delved into the depths of his psyche, empathizing with his experiences. As Bo Yu watched the film once more, his expression remained impassive, yet within him, emotion surged like a tumultuous tide. He debuted as a member of a boy band, excelling in both singing and dancing. However, while the stage was his initial passion, acting had become the sanctuary he chose, a pursuit of love and aspiration. He is an actor. His ambition for performance is profound, and he dedicates himself wholeheartedly. For every character, he invests significant effort to shape and penetrate their inner worlds. This journey is solely his own, although he may communicate with directors and screenwriters. The interpretation of a character varies for each individual, much like how there are as many Hamlets as there are readers. Yet, Jiang Dier's reflections, which she shared with him, resonated so closely with his own understanding of the film and its characters that they were nearly indistinguishable. Over the years, she has been the first and only person he has encountered in this regard. As Bo Yu's emotions fluctuated due to Jiang Dier's commentary, she too was holding her phone, feeling a chaotic swirl of thoughts. Was her reflection too poor? Had she known, she would have refrained from sharing her thoughts. What was she thinking? Can't you hear me calling you for dinner? Gu Wubo waved his hand in front of her. Gu Wubo cast another glance at her, refraining from further inquiry, and continued in his mechanical, businesslike tone. The highly rated period drama, A Sword Frosts the 14 Provinces, is currently conducting auditions. There is a role that suits you quite well. It is the second female lead. I have secured an audition slot for you. Prepare yourself over the next couple of days, and on the evening after tomorrow, see if you can seize this opportunity. Chapter 8. If life deceives you. Jiang Dier, having listened to him, still felt somewhat unenthusiastic. She listlessly inquired, is it yet another ornamental role? Gu Wubo replied bluntly. Given your current reputation as an actress, being offered any substantial role is already quite commendable, if not for your strikingly beautiful visage, which ranks among the best in the entertainment industry. You might not even be able to land such a superficial part. With a rare softening of his tone, Gu Wubo added, even if you were to secure a significant role, do you truly believe you could maintain it? President Xiao and those unseen adversaries are all watching you closely. Jiang Deer understood the validity of Gu Wubo's words. She straightened her posture and said to him, then please, enlighten me about this character. Having work is better than being idle. Earning money is preferable to struggling to survive without it. Cheer up, Jiang Deer. Have you forgotten Pushkin's if life deceives you? If life deceives you, do not be sorrowful, do not be impatient. In days of melancholy, one must remain calm. Trust that joyful days will come. Having rallied her spirits, Jiang Deer felt rejuvenated and ready to face the challenges ahead. The character is a beautiful little princess, spoiled and willful. I believe you could portray her authentically and perhaps even excel in shedding the ornamental label. Jiang Deer cast him a sidelong glance and huffed. Don't think I can't tell you're implying that I'm spoiled. To her surprise, Gu Wubo sincerely apologized this time. I misspoke. While you may be somewhat headstrong, you are by no means spoiled. Jiang Deer was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Gu Wubo admitting his fault so directly. After a few seconds, she huffed again. Some people can be headstrong in an endearing way. At that moment, she had already turned off the lights and lay in bed. But when her phone chimed with a message notification, her eyes flew open. She quickly grabbed her phone and opened it, only to be momentarily stunned. Bo Yu had sent her a document, the electronic script of the film she had watched today. As she opened the file and began reading, her gaze halted at one point. There were actually character annotations written by Bo Yu himself. A gift. Time flew by, and the day after tomorrow evening, Gu Wubo would come to pick up Jiang Deer for the audition. Upon entering the audition hall, she realized that a considerable number of people were already waiting. A brief scan revealed nearly 20 individuals, and it was evident that this was not the complete list of candidates for the role of the second female lead. Truly, it was a highly rated, big-budget television drama. Jiang Deer was 13th in line, and as she awaited her turn, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Flipping through the script repeatedly without finding solace, she pulled out her phone, hesitated briefly over the WeChat icon, and then clicked to enter. Her gaze caught sight of the account labeled Moon prominently displayed on the homepage. Her fingertips lingered momentarily before she clicked on it. Moon was the moniker she had assigned to herself when she first added Buyue on WeChat several years prior, on the very first day of their body swap. When she needed to use her phone, Buyue had noticed this distinctive label and inquired why she chose those two characters. Why not Moonlight? It left her momentarily speechless, grappling for a response. Fortunately, she managed to gloss over it by declaring that Moon sounded far more melodious than Moonlight. She never altered it, and naturally, Buyue would not change it either, even though he frequently had to use her phone while inhabiting her body. Jiang Deer traced a circle around the label Moon with her fingertip, her tongue lightly pressed against the roof of her mouth. In the next moment, she opened the chat box and began to type. Jiang Deer. I'm auditioning, feeling a bit nervous. Jiang Deer. A cat is interrupting me. JPG Buyue. What are you auditioning for? Jiang Deer. The TV drama A Sword Frosty Cold in 14 Provinces. Buyue. Are you auditioning for the second female lead? Jiang Deer paused, taken aback that he was aware of this. Had Gu Wubo mentioned it during his time in her body? Jiang Deer. How do you know? Buyue. Because the female lead is the mother of the male lead, and the third female lead is required to be alluring and seductive. Hence, considering all factors, you must be auditioning for the second female lead. Jiang Deer, you seem to know more than I do. I wasn't even aware of the female lead and third female lead's character settings. Buyue, because, barring any unforeseen circumstances, my next project should be that one. Jiang Deer was utterly astonished. All feelings of tension or any other emotion were cast aside into the ether. Jiang Deer exclaimed, this drama begins filming in January. But aren't you scheduled to join a movie at the end of the month? Bo Yu replied, the film has been postponed for 6 months due to certain reasons, and I need to take on a project to fill the gap. Jiang Deer was taken aback. She inhaled deeply, realizing that Bo Yu, true to his nature, was treating such a high-investment television series merely as a filler project. Good luck with the audition, Bo Yu added. Jiang Deer, holding her phone and reading Bo Yu's latest message, felt an exhilarating rush. Oh, how she wished to forget that her dance foundation was non-existent. her coordination lacking, and that she had once been a dancing failure with little progress since. Street dance? What on earth was Jiang Dio thinking amidst this chaotic turmoil? With both hands, she vigorously rubbed her face, dispelling these erratic thoughts, and then feigned nonchalance as she opened the chat window, selected a sticker, and sent it. Jiang Dio sent. Panda Dumpling nodding obediently JPG. An hour later, the staff emerged from the audition room. Miss Jiang Dio, number 13, it's your turn to audition. Here it was. Jiang Dio tucked her phone away and handed it to the waiting Gu Wubua before briskly entering the audition room. Just as she politely bowed and was about to introduce herself, she looked up and was instantly struck dumb. In the audition room, 4 individuals were present: director Ji Shiro, screenwriter Zhao Yi, the producer, and Bo Yu. Chapter 9. The statue comes to life. Jiang Dio blinked, and for a fleeting moment, she thought it might be a figment of her imagination. The television drama A Sword's Frosty Chill Across 14 States is adapted from a male-oriented fantasy novel, presenting a quintessential tale of a male protagonist's growth, with few female characters, and even fewer entangled in romantic plots with the lead. The protagonist cultivates the path of indifference, initially mistaking it for a cold-blooded approach, leading him to act ruthlessly and disregarding human emotions until he encounters the second female lead, Princess Mao Ling. As the most beautiful woman in the realm, the princess is proud and headstrong, falling for the male lead at first sight. However, he is initially indifferent to her and, as the story progresses, comes to believe she poses a threat to his path, ultimately fatally wounding her with a sword. To be frank, while this character still falls within the realm of the ornamental, she is undoubtedly more engaging and challenging than the various similar roles Jiang Dio has portrayed in recent years. Upon her entrance into the audition room, director Ji Shiro was instantly captivated. The reason was simple. Jiang Dio's beauty and demeanor resonated perfectly with the character of Princess Mao Ling, even with some discrepancies, as long as her acting was not subpar. Training her post-casting would be more manageable, often yielding pleasantly surprising results. Ji Shiro is a renowned emerging director in the country, having directed several hits in recent years. And at only 33, he is known for his bold choices in casting. After her performance, Ji Shiro observed the redness at the corners of her eyes and the tears on her face, saying nothing, but merely offering a gentle applause. Continuing, she took a pen and began to write on the paper beside her, not lifting her head as she said, "Very well, you may leave now. If you are selected, I will inform you later." Bo Yu was also gazing at her. This evening, he wore a black trench coat, his features as indifferent and aloof as ever, complemented by a seemingly innate air of coldness, resembling a deity devoid of desires, joys, or sorrows, fallen into a realm of ice and snow. Jiang Dio pondered for a moment, unable to recall the expression on Bo Yu's face during her performance, as she was entirely absorbed in her role, oblivious to the world outside the stage. Yet, even the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings could instigate a tempest. At this moment, that tempest erupted within her heart. The deity has awakened. The deity has come to life. Rarely did Gu Wubua's expression of stoicism reveal any sign of shock. What deity has come to life? Hadn't he just inquired about her feelings regarding this audition? Was there a deity present in this audition room? Gu Wubua found himself utterly perplexed as he and Jiang Dio exited the audition hall and approached the car. "I feel I performed quite well. An improvement compared to my previous acting," she replied, "though I am uncertain if I met Director G's expectations. I suppose I shall await further notice." Gu Wub was settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine as he remarked, "Director G is more stringent than the directors of your previous projects. Nevertheless, since you believe you've improved in your performance, regardless of the outcome, it is a positive sign. At least you are progressing." Jiang Dio responded with a soft mm. She lowered her gaze to the WeChat interface, staring blankly at her chat history with Bo Yu for a moment before she began to type. Jiang Dio, Panda Dumpling curiously peeking JPG, Jiang Dio. "These past few days, I have spent half of my time as your support. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that you are coming to assist with the auditions tonight." Meanwhile, Bo Yu was engaged in conversation with Ji Shiro. Ji Shiro paused his rapid writing on paper and inquired first, "Do you know Jiang Dio?" Bo Yu lifted his cup of tea and took a sip. "How did you discern that?" Ji Shiro's demeanor did not align with his name. He was far from refined, embodying the essence of a proud and unruly elder brother. Upon hearing Bo Yu's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. "I caught a glimpse when you nodded at her." Unfazed by Ji Shiro's tone and expression, Bo Yu placed his cup down and nonchalantly acknowledged him with a sound. Ji Shihua glared at him. The role hasn't been decided yet, and you are already nodding at her. Bo Yu cast a sidelong glance at Ji Shihua and replied lightly. If you keep glaring at me regarding this project, I might reconsider my involvement. As the contract has not yet been signed, Ji Shihua promptly backed down, donning an amiable smile. Did I just glare at you? Oh dear. My eyes have a tendency to widen involuntarily. Please do not misunderstand. It was merely a jest. He had managed to secure the highest ratings and a substantial investment by merely informing the platform and investors that he had engaged Bo Yu. It was at this moment that Bo Yu turned his gaze to the paper beside Ji Shihua, leisurely articulating. My nod was merely a gesture of encouragement for her. With no ulterior motive, she would not overthink it. Moreover, I had presumed you had nearly settled on her. If you were not entirely satisfied, you would not have inscribed so many words. Bo Yu deliberately paused before affirming. She has ignited your creative inspiration. Ji Shihua was taken aback, instinctively crossing his arms. How do you know me so well? Is this fellow too preoccupied with him? Could it be that this individual harbors feelings for him? This is perilous. Ji Shihua, you are in danger. After all, they had collaborated a few times prior. Having calmly articulated this thought, Bo Yu turned his gaze back to Ji Shihua, his brow furrowed deeply as he unabashedly expressed his disdain. Additionally, conceal those chaotic thoughts that are so overtly displayed on your face. Ji Shihua, he seemed to discern the phrase look in the mirror from Bo Yu's expression. Oh, how foolishly sentimental of me, my apologies. Alas, the beautiful dream has shattered, and the pain is unbearable. He pointed at the words on the paper beside him, stating earnestly, Jiang Deer is indeed quite remarkable, far superior to the previous dozen or so candidates, and she embodies the role well, exuding vitality and capturing the emotions perfectly. However, her acting remains somewhat inexperienced, and there are issues with her lines that require refinement. There are still several others to audition. I shall make the final decision after observing them. Upon hearing this, Bo Yu remained noncommittal. Ji Shihua glanced at him, unable to suppress his curiosity. You are clearly several years my junior, yet your presence is even more commanding than mine? Bo Yu retorted, must presence be directly proportional to age? Ji Shihua was once again rendered speechless by Bo Yu's words, and as he pondered how to counter, Bo Yu's phone rang. As Ji Shihua observed, it seemed that Bo Yu had suddenly relaxed considerably. He picked up his phone to check messages while casually leaning back against the chair. Chapter 10. The abundance of expressions from vase-like starlets after reading Jiang Deer's message. Bo Yu began to type. Bo Yu, I had no idea you were coming for an audition tonight. Jiang Deer. Oh right. Bo Yu. Clearly. Both you and my agent have synchronously contacted us in the evening, without any mention of this drama during the day. Did you hear what I said? Gu Wubua's voice suddenly came from the driver's seat. Jiang Deer, holding her phone, looked up in confusion. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Gu Wubua cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Deer through the rearview mirror and suddenly asked, You aren't secretly in a relationship, are you? You're either smiling at your phone or lost in thought while typing. There's definitely something amiss. Gu Wubua's question was astonishing, leaving Jiang Deer momentarily flabbergasted. By the time she composed herself and attempted to defend her innocence, her excitement led to a fit of coughing, making it difficult for her to articulate anything beyond a stammered no, which came out in a faltering tone. Gu Wubua. Jiang Deer. Gu Wubua. This reaction clearly indicates guilt. What further defense is there? Jiang Deer. I'm not. I didn't help. I can't explain this. Gu Wubua took a deep breath, unusually earnest as he cautioned. You may indulge in gossip now, but romance must remain off the table. Any romantic involvement must be reported. He launched into an extensive discourse on the pitfalls of female stars engaging in relationships during their career ascension, elaborating on how to navigate such matters should they arise. His words flowed ceaselessly, leaving Jiang Deer's mind in a whirl, akin to the frail state of a cat. Even after disembarking, Jiang Deer felt a lingering dizziness. It was indeed the first time she had heard Gu Wubua speak at such length. As he continued to expound upon his thoughts post-ride, she promptly straightened her posture and hastened into her residence. Before shutting the door, she poked her head out to gaze at the fervent Gu Wubua, earnestly declaring, I am single, single, single. With that, she resolutely closed the door, banishing the echo of his words from her mind, finally regaining her composure. After freshening up, Jiang Deer emerged from the bathroom clad in a loose-fitting robe and flung herself onto the bed. Her phone lay just beside her pillow. She reached for it and discovered a flurry of messages from Gu Wubwa during her bath. Could it be? Was he truly so relentless? She opened the messages and quickly scanned through them, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, they pertained to a culinary competition show. Wait, a culinary competition show. The breath she had just released caught in her throat once more. She nearly forgot about that terrifying and cruel variety show that made her shudder at the thought. The last message from her agent, Gu Wubwa, was, keep the requirements simple. Just clarify the basic food restrictions to ensure neither the guests nor the audience suffer from food poisoning. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to manage public relations. Jiang Dier's expression then transformed, as if by magic, into an exquisitely affected display of delicate charm. With gentle movements, Jiang Dier took a screenshot of Gu Wulan's message and sent it to Bo Yu. I apologize, Master Bo, for troubling you once more. Jiang Dier sent various playful images, a cat adorably tapping its leg, a panda sweetly massaging its shoulders, and a black cat officer saluting and bowing in deference. Bo Yu was in the shower, and by the time he saw Jiang Dier's messages, a quarter of an hour had passed. He stood casually, towel in hand, drying his damp hair, and raised an eyebrow after thoroughly reading her messages. With his lashes gently lowered, he nonchalantly tapped on his phone's keyboard. The notification sound immediately made her feel like a fish that had suddenly leapt from the water. Bo Yu texted, where did you acquire so many emojis? Jiang Dier was taken aback that Bo Yu's focus was on that detail. She paused for a few seconds, puzzled. Did he think her frequent use of emojis was inappropriate? Isn't it quite normal for young people to use so many emojis? Some are downloaded from apps, while others are saved from what I've seen elsewhere. Young people? Quite normal? Was he feeling old? Bo Yu pressed his lips together, exited WeChat, and opened the browser to search for the name Jiang Dier. The first result displayed was Jiang Dier's public information, age, 23. She was merely 3 years younger than him. I'm aware of the incident regarding the variety show Celebrity Culinary Contest and will handle it appropriately. Just after sending the message, his phone powered off due to low battery. Forgetting to charge it, Bo Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned to look for a charger. Jiang Dier tentatively typed a message and sent it. Are you looking for some emoticons? Feeling a bit troubled, she continued typing. Shall I send you some of my frequently used emoticons? Now, she was genuinely worried. Rolling over on her bed with her phone in hand, she could no longer resist and sent Bo Yu an emoticon. Curious Cat JPG. Once this emoticon was sent, it was as if a dam had burst, unleashing an uncontrollable flood. After waiting for several seconds, Jiang Dier suddenly sat up and began sending a flurry of adorable emoticons. Jiang Dier, confused cat JPG Jiang Dier, panda bun looking for someone JPG Jiang Dier, aggrieved cat JPG Jiang Dier, cat with tears JPG Jiang Dier, sighing panda bun JPG. After sending a series of these, Bo Yu did not respond. Jiang Dier felt disheartened. What was going on? Had she offended Bo Yu? That seemed implausible. She hadn't done anything wrong. Jiang Dier sighed deeply, and upon glancing at the time, she quickly threw off the covers and lay back down. Oh no. She had wasted precious time that was perfect for a beauty sleep. In this vast world, as a vase-like female artist, beauty reigns supreme and must not be neglected. Jiang Dier hurriedly sent a good-night emoji to Bo Yu, then turned off the lights and closed her eyes to sleep, all in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, after finally locating his charger and powering his phone back on, Bo Yu opened WeChat to find a plethora of emojis awaiting him, which left him in an unavoidable silence. Chapter 11. Panda Cub. I've enlightened, just when the phone ran out of battery. Bo Yu, having typed the above line, meticulously reviewed all the emojis sent by Jiang Dier, his gaze ultimately lingering on the good night emoji. He hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds, saved the emoji before sending it out again. Bo Yu, Panda Cub, feeling drowsy, says good night JPG after sending it. He furrowed his brows and simply typed the words good night once more. Considering the guest schedules and the requirements of the investors, the variety show Celebrity Culinary Contest will record a total of 10 episodes, divided into 5 themes. The first and second episodes share the same theme, with recording dates back-to-back. Specifically today and tomorrow. Bo Yu, utilizing Jiang Dier's body, walked forward while listening to the voice of Gu Wubwa beside him. As he stepped onto the corridor outside the shooting hall, he unexpectedly collided with Tan Sherwin, who was striding towards him with a fierce demeanor. Tan Sherwin was in a particularly foul mood today. Having recently secured the role of the second female lead in Bo Yu's new film, an achievement she had proudly flaunted before many in the industry. She was devastated to receive news that the film had been delayed for 6 months due to issues with the script approval and the investors. Is there any news in this world worse than this? Indeed, she had previously turned down other film offers for this project, and now that the film has been postponed, she might be left idling for the next 6 months. The more Tan Sherwin contemplated, the more infuriated and despondent she became. At this moment, upon seeing Zhang Deer appear before her, she perceived a hint of mockery and derision on her otherwise expressionless face, which sent her into a rage. Zhang Deer, you are deliberately here to witness my humiliation, aren't you? Tan Sherwin demanded, her face contorted with anger. Bo Yu, speechless, utterly baffled. He could not be bothered to engage, simply bypassing Tan Sherwin to enter the filming hall. However, Tan Sherwin was completely provoked by Bo Yu's indifferent demeanor. Zhang Deer actually ignored her. Was this not a deliberate act of disdain and insult? Instinctively, Tan Sherwin raised her hand to retaliate, but just as she did so, someone seized her wrist. Turning her head, she was surprised to find it was Yu Zijuan. With an innocent, cherubic face, Yu Zijuan smiled and inquired, Sister Sherwin, what are you about to do? He then turned to Zhang Deer, his smile becoming much more genuine. Believing his earlier actions to be quite dashing and likely to win the favor of the beautiful elder sister. Yet, Zhang Deer merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning away and entering the filming hall. Yu Zijuan's smile faltered, and he puzzledly asked his assistant beside him, was I not handsome just now? Why didn't Sister Deer react or smile at me? Goodness, Sister Deer is truly stunning. Among all the female artists I have seen, she is the most beautiful, without exception. I find myself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the appearance of this individual. Her eyes are captivating, her nose exquisite, her lips alluring. Every aspect of her is enchanting. A mere glance from her renders me utterly spellbound, and her poise is equally remarkable. Assistant, to be so infatuated with beauty to this extent is truly hopeless. It is time to abandon all hope. 3 minutes later, after Yu Zijuan had finished his exclamations, he finally stepped into the shooting hall under the watchful gaze of his assistant, who sighed in relief. Not long after his arrival, the acclaimed actor Li Yonga also made his entrance. The director, holding a cue card, initiated the proceedings, prompting the 4 guests to introduce themselves in alphabetical order by surname. The first to introduce himself was Bo Yu. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Deer, and I would rate my culinary skills as. Bo Yu paused momentarily before declaring, 2 stars. With 5 stars being the highest rating, 2 stars is decidedly below par, yet not entirely abysmal. However, beside him, Gu Wubu's expression shifted upon hearing this. Hadn't he previously acknowledged that he would rate himself with just 1 star? With such culinary skills, how could he possibly claim to possess 2 stars? Unbeknownst to Bo Yu, Gu Wubu was already silently critiquing him. Had he known, he would simply assert that he could not produce a dish deserving of merely 1 star. Bo Yu, who had flawlessly executed his first culinary endeavor, had never concocted anything unpalatable. His talent in the kitchen was nearly unparalleled, though his passion lay elsewhere. This was their first draw, and the dishes assigned bore a similar level of difficulty. Bo Yu drew sweet and sour cabbage. Do not worry, even if it does not turn out well. It is of no consequence. My culinary skills are rather average. However, my manager believes I am suited for a more down-to-earth approach, and I, too, wish to enhance my cooking abilities. Thus, I have come here, and together we shall strive for improvement. Bo Yu cast a glance at him and replied in a nonchalant tone, I am not concerned about failing. Rather, I am apprehensive about excelling too much. He cannot reveal exceptional culinary prowess. Bo Yu approached the refrigerator and retrieved a cabbage, frowning as he chopped. How could such a simple dish turn out poorly? It seems quite challenging. After preparing the cabbage, Yu Zijuan sauntered over. Wow, Sister Deer, your cabbage is beautifully sliced, unlike mine. Bo Yu then glanced at Yu Zijuan's cooking station, discovering that he was merely preparing stir-fried eggplant strips, yet he had cut the eggplant into uneven, oddly shaped pieces that bore no resemblance to strips whatsoever. Bo Yu. Yu Zijuan felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain his poor knife skills, he suddenly heard the person before him speak. Bo Yu, not bad at all. Yu Zijuan? Bo Yu, I've come to understand. It appears that in order to create an unappetizing dish, one must ruin it right from the very first step. I comprehend now. Yu Zijuan. Yu Zijuan was utterly perplexed. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he watched the beautiful sister, Zhang Deer, expressionlessly discard the impeccably cut cabbage pieces into the trash. Yu Zijuan? What happened? What could have triggered this? Stunned, Yu Zijuan turned his head and saw Bo Yu retrieving another cabbage from the refrigerator, preparing to chop once more. This time, the cuts were uneven and bizarre. Yu Zijuan glanced at the haphazardly sliced eggplant shreds he had produced, then at Jiang Deer, and back to the unsightly eggplant shreds, before once again observing Jiang Deer, who was diligently slicing the unwieldy cabbage. He felt as though he had rendered himself foolish yet again. What on earth was happening? Was he aiming to hastily qualify for the prestigious award for bewildering behaviors? After Bo Yu finished his task and raised his head, he noticed that Yu Zijuan had not yet departed, which left him somewhat puzzled. After a moment's contemplation, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Yu Zijuan fell silent, pondering. It might be hard for some to believe, but despite hearing a simple thank you, I cannot shake the feeling that I have been profoundly insinuated. Subsequently, Bo Yu remained attentive to Yu Zijuan's movements and soon realized that one could make a dish inedible by mixing salt and sugar together. Bo Yu thought to himself, I have learned something. Furthermore, he discovered that to render a dish even more unpalatable, one could serve it before it was fully cooked. Bo Yu mused again. Another lesson acquired. Throughout the process, Bo Yu stealthily observed Yu Zijuan, ultimately producing a plate of sweet and sour cabbage that was visually tragic. Bo Yu expressed his satisfaction, while Yu Zijuan, who had been scrutinized closely by Bo Yu throughout the cooking process, found himself at a loss for words. As an artist, he was particularly sensitive to the gaze of others. He had long since recognized Bo Yu's scrutiny and had undergone a transformation from feeling a prickling discomfort to a numbing indifference under the weight of that gaze. At this moment, as he held his own equally unappetizing stir-fried eggplant, he turned to behold the unmasked satisfaction on the beautiful sister Jiang Deer's face. His tender and fragile heart was once again struck by an overwhelming wave of emotion. Yu Zijuan. Yu Zijuan. Yu Zijuan. But really, what is there to be so pleased about? Beautiful sister, with such exquisite looks and unparalleled grace, how could it be? The aesthetics-driven Yu Zijuan incessantly cried out within, though he himself was unsure of the fervor behind his outcry. The production team signaled for all the guests to place their prepared dishes on the grand table, where the audience would soon sample them and provide a collective star rating. This rating would influence the order in which they could select their kitchen helpers for the next day's teaching session. As Bo Yu arranged his dish on the table, he overheard the mocking laughter of Tan Shiwen from across the way. Oh dear, your dish is truly. Perhaps mindful of the cameras, Tan Shiwen refrained from completing her sentence, yet her implication was unmistakable. As Yu Zijuan placed his dish on the grand table and heard Tan Shiwen's words, he promptly retorted, Sister Shiwen, your dish looks even less appetizing than that lunch you threw a tantrum over last time. Immediately, Tan Shiwen's amusement faded. Why does Yu Zijuan always target her? She cast a glance at Jiang Deer, standing beside Yu Zijuan, feeling both vexed and indignant. It must be that Jiang Deer deliberately spoke ill of her in front of Yu Zijuan. The staff hesitated for a moment before continuing. Just now, the camera following Jiang Deer captured her. The staff relayed to the director the peculiar behavior of Jiang Deer while cooking. He then inquired, Are you suggesting that she is deliberately pretending to be inept in the kitchen? The staff replied, I am not entirely certain. It is simply too strange. She clearly possesses commendable knife skills, yet insists on chopping the cabbage into an unrecognizable mess. Subsequently, she mimics Yu Zijuan, ultimately producing a dish that appears unappetizing. I cannot fathom it. Logically, showcasing impressive culinary skills in our variety show would lead to greater popularity once aired. Why would she choose this path? The director, being astute, stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, The sweet and sour cabbage prepared by Bo Yu received 1.5 stars, which surprisingly is not the lowest among the 4. The lowest was Yu Zijuan's. For compared to undercooked cabbage, undercooked eggplant poses a higher risk of food poisoning. Yu Zijuan. Bo Yu. Upon hearing this outcome, Yu Zijuan wore a woeful expression, visibly distressed. Bo Yu, regarding his 1.5 star rated salt and vinegar cabbage, felt no sorrow, though he did have an urge to sigh. For him, a gifted chef who had never faced culinary failure, this day had unfolded in a manner so dramatic that it bordered on absurdity. At 6 in the evening, the familiar sensation of body swapping returned promptly. He was asked about the day's variety show recording. Biao Yu succinctly conveyed the situation, leaving Jiang Deer momentarily speechless before bursting into laughter. Oh my goodness, the thought of Biao Yu intentionally cutting the cabbage in an unappealing manner deliberately mistaking salt for sugar. And presenting the dish before it was properly cooked is simply too hilarious. She couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Deer remarked, "You've truly gone above and beyond, my dear friend, to accommodate my culinary skills." Biaoyu responded, "As long as you understand." At that moment, Biaoyu remained oblivious to any underlying issues, believing that she was genuinely expressing her gratitude for his efforts, even hinting at a sense of remorse for her own ineptitude in the kitchen. He recalled the dish prepared by Yu Zijuan earlier that day, realizing that Jiang Deer wasn't alone in her culinary struggles. There were others equally terrified of their own abilities. Just as Biaoyu was about to text Jiang Deer about Yu Zijuan, her next message arrived. "Nevertheless, I must apologize. This is simply too amusing. Ha." Biaoyu was taken aback. Jiang Deer continued, wiping away tears of laughter while furiously tapping on her screen. "Help. I laughed so hard that garbage within 100 miles began to sort itself. The police cordoned off a 20-mile radius around me. And elementary school students within 10 miles mistook the dawn for morning, eagerly shouldering their backpacks for school. I laughed until the earth trembled and mountains collapsed. And then the stone ladders connected." Biaoyu responded, "You're laughing too hard. Take care of your voice." No sooner had he sent the message than his agent, Chui Fu, called. Upon answering, Chui Fu's voice resonated. "There's a commercial shoot scheduled for tomorrow, don't forget." He provided the filming location and mentioned he would arrive to pick him up beforehand. As Boyu descended, he found the shooting location somewhat familiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized it was adjacent to the hall where he was scheduled to record a variety show that very day. Quite a coincidence indeed. Chapter 13. The plan falls through. Boyu informed Jiang Deer about the advertisement shoot scheduled for the following day. Jiang Deer assured him, "Rest assured, I will complete the task splendidly." The memory of the trending topic, "Boyu says sister will take you to find mother," flashed through his mind, causing him a slight unease. Simultaneously, Jiang Deer received a WeChat message from her manager, Gu Wubua. The message read, "I have other commitments tomorrow and cannot accompany you to the variety show recording. Since Assistant Xiao Qing's leave has not yet concluded, shall I arrange for a temporary assistant?" After pondering for a moment, Jiang Deer captured a screenshot of the message and sent it to Boyu. After all, it was still the esteemed Bo who would be replacing her for the recording. "I can manage alone. No need for an assistant," she replied. It was merely for a day, and a temporary assistant could easily cause complications. The following morning, Gu Wubua arrived early to escort Jiang Deer to the recording site, offering a few reminders before departing. Meanwhile, Chui Fu ushered Bo Yu into the car. Noticing Bo Yu's exuberant spirit, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "You're heading to work and are this cheerful?" Of course, Jiang Deer was delighted. She finally had a job to do. This opportunity made her feel as though she could redeem herself for the past transgression of living off Bo Yu's body. Now, as she inhabited Bo Yu's persona, Jiang Deer was determined to uphold his public image diligently. Anticipating Bo Yu's possible reactions, she cast a casual glance at Chui Fu and inquired, "Is there?" Chui Fu indeed showed no suspicion, merely shrugging and smiling before shifting the conversation to other matters. The filming of A Sword of Frost Chill's 14 provinces is set to commence in January. It wouldn't be ideal for you to remain out of the spotlight for these 2 months. Perhaps I could help you find a suitable variety show. Being a guest star for an episode could be quite delightful. In the second episode of Celebrity Culinary Showdown, 4 assistants were invited to assist, one of whom was a renowned chef in the country. Upon seeing him, the gourmet actor Li Yongga's eyes sparkled with excitement. As anticipated, during the recording yesterday, Li Yongga effortlessly secured the top rating, and today, when it came time to choose assistants, he was the first to select this esteemed chef, grinning broadly as he took him under his wing. Subsequently, Tan Sherwin opted for a well-known online food blogger. Among the remaining 2 assistants was a familiar face, Li Xiuxing. Bo Yu's gaze lingered on Li Xiuxing for a moment before shifting to the side, where Yu Zijuan stood. It seemed that Li Xiuxing's presence as an assistant had been arranged in agreement with Yu Zijuan, both belonging to the same agency. They were known for their sociable natures and shared a good rapport. Thus, when it was Bo Yu's turn to make his selection, he chose the other assistant, leaving Li Xiuxing for Yu Zijuan. The production team likely noticed the trending topic of the delivery guy couldn't wait and cooked fried rice himself, which prompted them to invite this delivery person. Now that everyone has chosen their assistants for the day, let us discover what dish we shall be preparing. The director, holding a microphone, announced the name of the dish, sweet and sour steak. Tan Shuwen had no desire to visit the bustling market. The mere thought of such a place evoked images of filth and disorder, unbefitting of her status as a celebrity. She cast a glance toward the seemingly assured duo of Leonga and the chef, her frustration nearly spilling over. As a senior figure, how could they be so lacking in grace as to withhold the chef's talents from the juniors? Tan Shuan's dissatisfaction extended to her attitude toward the food blogger she had selected, leaving her in a rather dismal mood. Yu Zijuan looked at Li Xiuxing with anticipation, saying, "Brotherly, I know your culinary skills are commendable. You must assist me this time." Indeed, Li Xiuxing was capable in the kitchen, though his skills were merely average. He smiled at Yu Zijuan and replied, "As I mentioned last night, you ought to have invited Bo Yu instead. His culinary prowess is truly exceptional. I had the fortune to sample his cooking once, and it remains vivid in my memory. If you manage to secure him, perhaps you could contend for today's champion position." Yu Zijuan had long heard tales of Bo Yu's remarkable culinary abilities within the company. While they conversed, they were oblivious to Jiang Di, who passed by and cast them a peculiar glance. Bo Yu, expressionless, was preoccupied with more pressing concerns, gazing at the beef on his plate with a frown, pondering how one could possibly prepare a steak poorly. Would it turn out as lackluster as yesterday's? An idea began to form in his mind, yet this time the task was not as straightforward. While he was preparing the seasonings, he intentionally mistook salt for sugar, only to be alerted by a nearby delivery person. The delivery person, filled with enthusiasm, swiftly extended his hand to stop him. "Ah, you are mistaken. This is the sugar." Bo Yu reluctantly accepted the jar of sugar that the delivery person handed over, responding with a polite, "Thank you." This plan had failed. Resolute, Bo Yu set aside the condiments and prepared to slice the beef into uneven, oddly shaped chunks. However, after only a few cuts, the delivery person interjected eagerly, "You can't cut the meat like that. Let me handle it. My knife skills are quite good." Bo Yu could only set down the knife and step aside, politely reiterating, "Thank you." Once again, this scheme had proven futile. Bo Yu resolved to intentionally undercook the meat when frying it into steaks later. Yet, this plan too met with failure, as an unexpected incident arose just as he was about to fry the meat after heating the oil to the appropriate temperature. There exists a protocol during the recording of such variety shows, mandating that phones be set aside to avoid disrupting the filming. The delivery person's mother, unable to reach him, came in search of him, only to be stopped at the entrance. Chapter 14, A Transformative Experience. Suddenly, commotion erupted from that direction, drawing the attention of most present, including Bo Yu and the delivery person. Upon seeing his mother, the delivery person's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, what's wrong?" His mother, upon seeing her son, burst into tears. "Xiao Mu is missing." The delivery person was instantly alarmed, too anxious to articulate further, and dashed outside. A few bewildered staff members stepped forward to intervene. The delivery man, with reddened eyes brimming with tears, implored desperately, "My son, Xiaomu, is a child with cerebral palsy. He has gone missing, and I must find him." The surrounding personnel were taken aback. Fin Yu casually tossed the meat into the pot and strode over. The director by the surveillance camera also rose, accompanied by others. Just as both sides were at a standstill, a voice rang out, "Have the police been called?" The delivery man's mother hurriedly turned towards the source of the voice and beheld an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Her long, slightly curled hair cascaded down, exuding an enchanting allure, while her bright, watery eyes sparkled with an extraordinary clarity. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were strikingly lovely. Had she been seen on another occasion, one might have eagerly remarked to an old friend that she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, in this moment, she promptly responded, "Yes, yes. The police have been called. Yet, if they did not allow the delivery man to leave, it would be rather inhumane." The director, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned to the vocal Jiang Deer and asked, "If he leaves, your team will be one person short. How do you intend to continue filming?" The delivery man's gaze shifted to Jiang Deer, his anxious eyes reflecting a plea for help. In the next moment, Jiang Deer resolutely replied, "Since it has come to this." And after a brief consideration, the director acquiesced. The delivery man expressed his gratitude, repeatedly thanking Jiang Deer, "Thank you. Thank you." As Bo Yu listened to the chorus of gratitude, an inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. The director, unable to contain himself, remarked to a close colleague, "This Jiang Deer is entirely different from what I had anticipated. Initially, Jiang Deer was not among the 4 guests originally selected for this variety show. She had been an unexpected addition. Consequently, the director harbored a rather unfavorable impression of her. His prior research yielded predominantly negative reviews, labeling her as a mere ornamental figure, a temperamental celebrity with subpar academic credentials and professional capabilities. This fostered a lingering anxiety that Jiang Deer might prove to be a source of trouble, perhaps exhibiting petulance. However, contrary to his expectations, she appeared somewhat aloof yet exhibited remarkable politeness, never once throwing a tantrum or causing any disturbances. Over the course of these few days, not only the director but also many staff members experienced a significant shift in their perceptions of Jiang Deer. Those misleading online assessments had indeed inflicted considerable harm. Unbeknownst to Bo Yu, his unconscious actions over the past few days had unwittingly garnered a fair amount of goodwill towards Jiang Deer. At that moment, he was fixated on the meat in the pot, his expression somewhat stiff. The meat had not been properly fried, but had instead become charred. Bo Yu found himself at a loss as to whether to feel fortunate about his impending success in creating yet another inedible dish. He promptly added garlic and chili, releasing a fragrant aroma, followed by scallions, sweet and sour sauce, and brought it to a gentle simmer. He then diluted it with wet cornstarch, thickened it, and subsequently tossed in the meat and scallions, shaping them into meatballs. Finally, he drizzled sesame oil and peanut oil before giving it a thorough stir. Knowing that this dish would undoubtedly lack flavor, he refrained from deliberately sabotaging himself and smoothly executed a series of subsequent actions. However, to his astonishment, by the end of this recording, it was Yu Zijuan who finished in last place. Bo Yu thought to himself, with Li Xiuxing's constant assistance, how could Yu Zijuan still end up at the bottom? Unable to resist, he cast a glance towards Yu Zijuan, only to find him utterly dejected. Beside him, Li Xiuxing was attempting to console him. When God closes a door, he opens a window for you. Clearly, your culinary window has been firmly nailed shut. Yu Zijuan pitifully inquired, then what door has he opened for me? I've never cooked this poorly for myself before. Li Xiuxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Bo Yu gazed at the incomprehensibly dark concoction on Yu Zijuan's workstation, pondering. Perhaps the door he opened allows you to survive after tasting your own cooking. Bo Yu thought cruelly. After the recording of this variety show concluded, it was still early, merely 4:45 in the afternoon. He exited the hall alone and stepped onto the corridor, when suddenly, an object leapt into his embrace. Bo Yu halted in his tracks and looked down to discover a purebred Persian cat. He had always held a fondness for small animals, yet had never owned one throughout his life. Due to his mother's allergy to cat fur during his childhood, they were unable to keep pets at home. Later, as he became a trainee, it was naturally impossible to have one during training, and after debuting, he was too consumed by his career to care for a small animal. Yet the Persian cat cradled in my arms is undeniably adorable. Its pristine and beautiful eyes seem to purify my very soul. Particularly, this feline strikes a familiar chord, reminiscent of the cat that Li Xiuxing has cherished for many years. Just as I pondered this, a feminine voice called out, "Ming Ming, where have you run off to?" Indeed, it was Li Xiuxing's cat. I turned to see Xiang Hanmo searching for her pet not far away. Taking a few steps closer, I extended the cat towards her, but she did not immediately accept it. Instead, she furrowed her brow and stared intently at me. Chapter 15, Allergic? Has the exchange of patterns changed? Xiang Hanmo was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Jiang Deer while searching for Li Xiuxing. It felt as though a ghost from the past had returned. Perhaps Jiang Deer intended to use her connection with Li Xiuxing to get closer to me. This thought darkened Xiang Hanmo's expression. She crossed her arms defiantly, preparing to speak, when suddenly a cat's paw lashed out, scratching her hand and drawing blood. With a startled cry, she felt both pain and anger, raising her hand to swat the cat to the ground. After knocking the cat down, her first instinct was to glare at Jiang Deer. "Jiang Deer, what are you doing?" Although the cat typically kept its distance from her, it never scratched her, so something must have transpired instigated by Jiang Deer. I was taken aback by Xiang Hanmo's reaction, my brow furrowing as I opened my mouth to respond. Just then, hearing the commotion, Li Xiuxing and his companions hurried over. Not far behind Li Xiuxing was myself, having just finished a commercial shoot. "What is going on here?" The kitten mewed plaintively around Li Xiuxing, who first picked it up before turning his attention to the visibly troubled Xiang Jiamei, expressing his concern. At that moment, words became lodged in her throat. Xiang Hanmo managed to force a smile, adopting a gentle and gracious demeanor once more. "It's nothing, just that Jiang deer accidentally scratched my hand with the cat." As soon as these words left her lips, all eyes turned to Jiang deer. However, Jiang deer wore a cold expression, turning to fix her gaze on Xiang Hanmo. Her voice laced with chill as she spoke. "Are you certain?" Xiang Hanmo, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Just as she was about to respond, a figure abruptly intervened. It was Bo Yu, who stepped between her and Jiang deer, seizing Jiang deer's hand. To Xiang Hanmo's astonishment, she noticed that Jiang deer's previously fair hand was now adorned with numerous red spots. This revelation intensified her sense of unease. Yet, at that moment, Bo Yu and Jiang deer seemed oblivious to her presence. A sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, rendering her surroundings indistinguishable. As a ringing filled her ears and her body lost all sense of balance, Jiang deer instinctively lurched forward, collapsing into the arms of another. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself enveloped in darkness. Momentarily dazed, she soon recognized the black suit. No, it was Bo Yu's suit she was now facing. She glanced up, her gaze colliding with Bo Yu's downward glance, akin to stars sinking into the night sky. Jiang deer experienced a brief moment of enchantment before promptly straightening herself, stepping back a little to create distance between them. However, Bo Yu's hand remained firmly gripping her wrist due to her previous actions involving his body. All onlookers were utterly astonished by this scene. They were completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired between Jiang deer and Bo Yu. From their perspective, it appeared as though Bo Yu had suddenly traversed the crowd to grasp Jiang deer's hand, subsequently causing her to tumble into his embrace. This, in truth, the two individuals at the center of the incident were even more astonished than the spectators. It was certainly not yet 6 in the afternoon. The rules governing their body swap had altered. Jiang deer blinked, feeling as if her mind were in disarray. The tingling sensation on her hand prompted her to instinctively reach out with her other hand to scratch it, but as soon as she extended her arm, Bo Yu proactively restrained it, saying, "Don't scratch." Bo Yu furrowed his brow tightly, gazing at the pitiable state of Jiang deer's hand and forearm, his breath momentarily halting. Jiang deer's skin was exquisite, fair and delicate, resembling flawless jade. Yet at this moment, her hand and forearm were covered in a multitude of red spots. An alarming sight indeed. It could easily evoke a sense of dread in those afflicted with trypophobia. Bo Yu instantly recognized these as signs of an allergic reaction. What could have triggered such an allergy? Perhaps sensing the confusion reflected in Bo Yu's expression, Jiang deer softly elucidated, "I am allergic to animal fur." The crowd then turned their collective gaze towards Xiang Hanmo, Li Tsuxing, and the purebred Persian cat. Li Tsuxing, cradling the cat, silently stepped back a pace. Xiang Hanmo's expression darkened to the point where it seemed one could extract ink from it. Jiang deer's voice was originally delicate and sweet, but at this moment, due to an allergy, there was a noticeable change in its timbre, though she appeared oblivious to this fact. However, Bo Yu furrowed his brow slightly as he listened to her voice, then his gaze shifted back to her hands, and his frown deepened. Her hands and forearms were now more severely swollen and red. Having witnessed his mother's allergic reactions to cat fur, Bo Yu was capable of assessing the seriousness of the situation, and he spoke directly. "We need to go to the hospital." Upon hearing the word hospital, Jiang deer instinctively raised her gaze to Bo Yu. Yet, he had already turned his attention to her manager, Cui Falu. Cui Falu was still grappling with the situation. And despite feeling that taking a female artist to the hospital was potentially disastrous, he bit the bullet and said, "I'll arrange it." Cui Falu acted swiftly. Within 3 minutes, Jiang deer was seated in Bo Yu's car. She gazed out the window, and after she had entered, Bo Yu was intercepted by Cui Falu outside, engaged in conversation. Inside the car, the driver, Xiao Bin, stole a glance at Jiang deer through the rearview mirror, curiosity piqued. He recognized her, having voted for her when she debuted. In Xiao Bin's recollection, this was the first occasion a female artist had been in Bo Yu's car. Bo Yu was always meticulous about maintaining a respectful distance from his female peers, unlike some male artists whose private lives were tumultuous, which many believed contributed to his enduring status at the pinnacle of fame. After all, aside from issues of character, the easiest ways to lose fans are through a decline in appearance or by entering into romantic relationships. Besides the fact that Bo Yu became slightly more muscular last year due to filming, he has excelled in those 3 aspects at all other times. In this profession, one often encounters peculiar situations, and sometimes it is necessary to feign ignorance, deafness, and muteness. Outside the vehicle, Chui Fulu was perplexed as he inquired, Bo Yu, when did you establish contact with Jiang Deer? He then recalled their last conversation about Jiang Deer, during which Bo Yu had spoken highly of her. Surely, there was something between them at that time, if not even earlier. Yet, this esteemed agent remained completely in the dark, utterly unaware. Oh heavens! Is there any justice in this world? Bo Yu did not respond to Chui Fulu's question, as it was beyond explanation, and he could not afford to delay due to his allergy. He turned and walked towards the car, only to hear Chui Fulu urgently exclaiming from behind. She has an agent assistant. Must you personally deliver her? Her agent is busy today and cannot come. The assistant is still on vacation. Chui Fulu. You know this so well. Oh heavens, this is indeed unfair, he understood. Chui Fulu endeavored to maintain a smile. Chapter 16. An indescribable stirring in the next moment. Chui Fulu's expression fell once more. To hell with maintaining a smile. He once again blocked Bo Yu's path. His face contorted in anguish as he asked, Tell me, you must be drunk. Your head is spinning. No. Chui Fulu persisted. Then tell me, are you ill? Has your mind gone awry? But you continued his stride without pause. No. Chui Fulu had become disenchanted with life. No way. Are you two in a relationship? As Bo Yu grasped the handle of the car and pulled the door ajar, he was suddenly taken aback by the question, his body momentarily stiffening. He instinctively lifted his gaze, and through the narrow opening of the door, he locked eyes with the beautiful Jiang Deer inside the vehicle. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bo Yu closed the door once more, suppressing a vague and ineffable emotion. He turned to Chui Fulu and sighed resignedly. Where did you arrive at that conclusion? Afterward, he added, Of course, we are not involved. Chui Fulu let out a sharp breath of relief. That's good. That's good. You nearly frightened me to death. I knew you couldn't possibly be in love. Bo Yu lowered his gaze, adjusting his cuffs, when suddenly he recalled something Yu Zijuan had previously said, and uttered softly, almost to himself, Is it truly impossible for me to fall in love? It was unclear whether he was asking himself or someone else. Chui Fulu did not quite catch it, and merely responded with a sound of confusion. However, Bo Yu had already reopened the door and entered the car. Reluctantly, Chui Fulu took his place in the passenger seat. As the car started, midway through the journey, the driver grimaced and cautioned, Bro Chui, someone is following us. In the back seat, Jiang Deer had already drifted into a light slumber. Bo Yu also kept his eyes partially closed, occasionally glancing to check on her condition. Just as the driver finished speaking, it was Chui Fulu who first reacted. He cast a glance at the rearview mirror outside the car, his expression darkening as he muttered, Damn it, whether it's paparazzi or stalkers, these individuals remember our license plate numbers with greater clarity than they do their own. As the sole enduring sensation in the industry, Bo Yu naturally drew the attention of both photographers and media reporters, while the ever-present stalker fans frequently intruded upon his life. Bo Yu's team possessed several vehicles, rotating their use, yet each one was indelibly etched in the memories of these individuals. Chui Fulu, meanwhile, retrieved his phone to contact the rest of the management team, requesting their assistance in either diverting or intercepting these pesky followers. If it became known that Bo Yu was heading to the hospital, the following day's entertainment news could spin wildly out of control. After making the call, Chui Fulu recalled Jiang Deer and turned to Bo Yu from the passenger seat. Expressing his concern, I wonder if they've already set their sights on us in the parking lot. If they capture Jiang Deer getting into Bo Yu's car, it could lead to serious complications. Rest assured, the parking lot is not under surveillance. Chui Fulu reassured himself, aware of his artist's acute sensitivity to prying eyes. If there were any covert photographers, he would certainly be aware of it. With this assurance, his heart began to settle. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback as he watched Bo Yu remove his suit jacket and drape it over Jiang Deer. Chui Fulu. Chui Fulu. The sense of calm he had just regained shattered as he exclaimed, Bo Yu, what are you doing? Bo Yu silenced him with a gesture, replying simply, covering her with my coat. The plain tone and succinct words seemed to question the clarity of Chui Fulu's vision. A lump caught in Chui Fulu's throat. Who does not know you are covering her with a coat? Do I lack sight? I am inquiring why you are removing your own clothing. Emphasizing once again, your own clothing, to cover Jiang Deer. Bai Yu evidently still did not grasp Chui Fulu's point. Noticing the strange expression on Chui Fulu's face, he retorted, What's wrong? Chui Fulu took a deep breath, extending a trembling finger toward the black suit. At this juncture, Bai Yu began to comprehend. He elucidated, when someone is asleep, they are prone to catching a chill, and there are no other suitable garments in the car. Chui Fu replied. Well, that seems to be the case. Fine. What a ridiculous notion. When did you ever care about whether someone might catch a chill while asleep? Chui Fu gazed at Bai Yu, then turned his attention to the vehicle following behind. He stated earnestly, when we pass by the shopping mall, I will get off and purchase some clothing. She cannot enter the hospital wearing your coat. Naturally, her own clothes are also unsuitable. Although the likelihood of being photographed at the hospital was minimal by that time, they should have already lost those trailing behind them. Nevertheless, it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Bai Yu nodded in agreement with Chui Fu's perspective. He then reached out once more to properly cover her, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the allergic symptoms on her hands with utmost seriousness. Chui Fu felt a pang in his heart. A twinge of jealousy mingled with sarcasm as he remarked, with such concern. One might mistakenly think her allergy was caused by you. Little did he know, his casual comment inadvertently exposed the truth. Bo Yu paused momentarily, casting a glance at Chui Fu before responding. In matters of her allergy, she is indeed an innocent victim. Chui Fu mused. How did you come to know that? Earlier. Without a word from Jiang Dier, he had already deduced that her manager was unavailable and her assistant was on leave. They had exited the advertising shoot together. Yet now he was aware that the allergy was a mere misfortune. The thought of Xiang Hanmo crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, speaking of Xiang Hanmo. The mention of her name darkened Bo Yu's expression. She is merely slandering, he asserted. What do you think? I am certain of it. Chui Fu was taken aback by Bo Yu's reaction. He recalled that when Li Xiuxing announced his intention to marry Xiang Hanmo, Bo Yu had earnestly prepared 2 wedding gifts, which hardly suggested he held a low opinion of her. He intended to ask further, but noticed that Bo Yu had already closed his eyes, seemingly disinterested in continuing the discussion, so he let the matter rest. Meanwhile, the rest of the team arrived, and after some maneuvering, they managed to shake off the car that had been tailing them. As they passed a shopping mall, the vehicle came to a halt, and Chui Fu quickly disembarked to purchase some clothing with dexterous ease. The car finally came to a halt in the VIP parking lot of Kwangtown Hospital. This establishment has become a dedicated sanctuary for Bo Yu over the past few years in the capital, boasting commendable facilities. Moreover, due to his contractual agreement with the hospital, concerns regarding confidentiality are significantly alleviated. Jiang Dier, wake up. Chapter 17. The itch in the palm and the nth heartbeat. Jiang Dier slowly opened her eyes. Her lashes were long and thick. Her large, lustrous eyes glimmered with moisture. At this moment, perhaps due to her physical discomfort, the corners of her eyes bore a hint of crimson, combined with the innocent expression of one just roused from slumber, resembling a naive fawn, evoking a sense of tenderness in others. Bo Yu felt a slight stir in his heart. He had donned a hat and a mask, the brim casting a shadow that obscured his gaze, rendering his emotions invisible to the world, even to himself. Regaining his composure, Bo Yu turned to retrieve a new mask, extending it towards Jiang Dier. She stared at the mask but did not reach out to take it, appearing like a dazed porcelain doll. Bo Yu assumed she was simply lacking energy and vitality, so he leaned in slightly, preparing to assist her in wearing the mask. For any other girl, he would not have acted in such a manner. However, given that Jiang Dier had suffered an allergic reaction, for which he bore a share of the blame, he felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Unable to alleviate her suffering, he resolved to care for her as best as he could. Jiang Dier felt somewhat dazed, a common adverse reaction to allergies that slowed her cognitive processes. Moreover, having just awakened from slumber, she initially perceived Bo Yu, masked and leaning towards her, as part of a dream. It was only when he leaned in further that she finally grasped the meaning behind his offering of the mask. At this moment, the distance between her and Bo Yu had diminished significantly, so much so that she could almost discern each of his eyelashes and feel the warmth of his breath. His exquisitely refined features were magnified within her gaze, delivering an unprecedented impact. It was a visage of extraordinary beauty, captivating the hearts of many, herself included. Yet, she had never imagined that one day she would find herself this close to such a face. Her heart trembled slightly, unable to discern whether this fluttering was induced by an allergy or yet another bout of infatuation for the person before her. Jiang Dier lowered her gaze and, in a moment of fluster, hastily snatched the mask from Bo Yu's hand. Thank you. Her actions were so abrupt that her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the palm of his hand. Bo Yu, observing the sensation in his palm, felt an inexplicable itch arise. A breeze wafted through the car window, tousling the few strands of hair that his hat had failed to cover. He curled his fingers slightly, yet straightened his posture, maintaining a demeanor of calm and composure as always. Meanwhile, Jiang Deer, noticing the black suit draped over her shoulders, removed the jacket and offered it to Bo Yu. Thank you. He accepted it, but did not wear it. Instead, he set it aside, having already donned a coat hastily purchased by Cui Fulu. Once Jiang Deer had secured her mask, Bo Yu handed her another coat of a different style that Cui Fulu had bought, then exited the car. According to the contract, Bo Yu had access to a dedicated medical team at Quangjin Hospital, allowing him to bypass the registration process, as long as there were no urgent matters. He would receive priority treatment. Cui Fulu had made prior arrangements, and upon entering the hospital, a staff member approached them, inquiring briefly about their situation before leading Jiang Deer away. When Jiang Deer was receiving treatment, Xiang Hanmo and Li Xiuxing had already arrived at Quangjin Hospital. Xiang Hanmo is quite renowned in the internet celebrity circle and has signed a live streaming agreement with a short video platform, which had previously informed her of a comprehensive channel recommendation scheduled for that evening. Thus, even for the purpose of taking her cat for a vaccination, she was reluctant to cancel the pre-arranged live broadcast. The live stream commenced while Xiang Hanmo was still in her vehicle, where she softly addressed the camera, sharing her unfortunate predicament. Today has been particularly dreadful. I encountered a female artist who deliberately took my cat away and allowed my cat to scratch me, which now compels me to rush to the hospital for a rabies vaccine. Which female artist? Oh my, how wicked of this artist. So tragic, sending hugs to the beautiful Hanmo. Let me see which cat has been so unruly. Xiang Hanmo then turned the camera towards her cat, attempting to reach out and pet it to demonstrate her affection. However, the cat evaded her hand and, with a fierce hiss, bared its teeth, seemingly ready to attack her. Xiang Hanmo's hand froze, and her face, out of the camera's view, revealed an expression of utter dismay. At that moment, the comments section began to fill with skeptical remarks. Why is it reacting so oddly? The cat seems to harbor no affection for the host at all. Xiang Hanmo, upon reading the comments, forced a smile and maintained a gentle tone. Oh dear, my cat is likely frightened by that female celebrity. This explanation seemed quite reasonable, and most viewers watching the live stream quickly accepted it, though a few still felt something was amiss. After entering the hospital, Xiang Hanmo continued her live broadcast while asking Li Xiuxing to help with the registration, standing in the corridor as she waited. Quangjin Hospital was vast. Standing on the second floor, she could see an entire corridor on the third floor. Bo Yu? Xiang Hanmo instinctively called out, unable to believe her eyes. But who else could be standing in that corridor but Bo Yu? She would never mistake him. Xiang Hanmo immediately intended to ascend the stairs, but as she turned, she remembered she was live streaming and abruptly halted her steps. However, due to her earlier exclamation, the comments began to flood in. Did Hanmo just call out for the Bo Yu I know? It must be him. There are hardly any others with the same name. Hanmo's husband is Li Xiuxing, Bo Yu's teammate. It's perfectly normal for them to know each other. Hanmo mentioned during her pre-marriage live stream that she had invited Bo Yu to be her best man. Didn't that make headlines later? But why is Bo Yu in the hospital? Is Bo Yu feeling unwell? My friend Bo Yuefin and I were watching a live stream, and concern began to creep in. Half an hour later, in the hospital room, Jiang Deer was receiving an 4 drip when Bo Yu answered a call from his mother, Qin Wei. I just saw the trending topic. It says you're in the hospital. Are you all right? But how did the news of his hospitalization leak out, and why was it trending? Bo Yu stepped outside the room and closed the door behind him, reassuring his mother, I'm fine. I came to the hospital to accompany. He hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject of Jiang Deer. Hearing her son say he was fine, Qin Wei sighed in relief, but upon noticing his abrupt pause, she couldn't help but inquire, accompany whom? Only then did Bo Yu continue, his tone betraying no emotion. A friend. He added, she had an allergic reaction, just like you, to animal fur. Chapter 18. Xiang Hanmo. After finishing the call with his mother, Bo Yu turned around to see his manager, Cui Fulu, and driver, Qiu Bin, approaching with dinner. Cui Fulu wore a grim expression and directly confronted Bo Yu. Your hospitalization has become a trending topic. Already aware of this, Bo Yu simply asked, who leaked it? Cui Fulu, somewhat exasperated, replied, Xiang Hanmo was live streaming from the hospital and happened to see you. She let it slip. After saying this, he pulled out his phone to show Bo Yu the trending topic and the ensuing discussions. The comments section beneath the most popular Weibo post has become abuzz due to Bo Yu's appearance at the hospital. I am so worried about my brother Bo. I hope he is merely there for a routine checkup. What is the company doing? Where are the people from the studio? Why haven't they posted an update regarding the situation? It's that Xiang Hanmo again. Honestly, her attempts to gain attention are exceedingly blatant. Just before her wedding, she carelessly mentioned in a live stream that Bo Yu would be serving as the best man. She was just a minor internet celebrity, and her husband, Li Xiuxing, is also obscure. Who would pay any heed to her wedding? I just left Xiang Hanmo's live stream, and I am speechless. She even agreed to meet Bo Yu after a fan offered her a tip, claiming she would ask about his condition and request an autographed photo. Let us not forget, Jiang Deer is her bridesmaid. Their methods of seeking attention are strikingly similar. Bo Yu glanced briefly at the comments, frowning slightly, and said to Cui Fulu, "Have the studio release a brief statement regarding the situation." However, Cui Fulu hesitated, glancing towards the ward, contemplating Jiang Deer. How should this be phrased? Excluding Jiang Deer's information, the rest can be conveyed truthfully. Bo Yu then took the dinner from Cui Fulu and Qiu Bin, pushing open the door to the ward. Seeing that only she and Bo Yu had dinner, Jiang Deer inquired, "Aren't they eating? I asked them to dine at the restaurant." Bo Yu replied. Halfway through his dinner, Cui Fulu entered the room, signaling Bo Yu to share the studio's post on Weibo. The official account of Buyua's studio expressed heartfelt gratitude for the concern shown towards Buyua, assuring everyone that he is in good health. The visit to the hospital was solely to accompany a friend suffering from an allergy, and further details remain a matter of personal privacy. Thus, it is requested that excessive attention not be directed towards this matter. Once this announcement was made, a significant portion of the onlookers dispersed, leaving only a curious few pondering the identity of the allergic friend. After dinner, Jiang Deer found herself with only a small bottle of water to sustain her. Weiyue stood up and opened the door to the ward, only to find Li Xiuxing and Xiang Hanmo waiting outside. Upon seeing Weiyue, Li Xiuxing smiled and remarked, "Earlier, Hanmo mentioned that she saw you. I thought she might have mistaken you. Then I saw Qiubin exiting from here, so I guessed you were inside. What brings you to that?" As Li Xiuxing spoke, he leaned in to catch a glimpse of Jiang Deer sitting on the hospital bed, and the rest of his words caught in his throat. Clearly, he had not been online and was unaware of the current situation. Xiang Hanmo had not informed him either. Xiang Hanmo had seen the post from Buyua's studio, and it was precisely because of the mention of an allergic friend that she insisted on bringing Li Xiuxing up to the third floor. As they ascended, she fervently hoped that the person in question was not Jiang Deer. Alas, fate did not favor her. The moment Xiang Hanmo beheld Jiang Deer, her vision nearly darkened. It was indeed Weiyue who had personally brought Jiang Deer to the hospital. How could someone of his disposition show such concern for Jiang Deer? Li Xiuxing glanced at Jiang Deer, then at his wife, momentarily caught in an awkward silence. In the afternoon, when the two individuals began to quarrel, he stood by his wife's side, naturally feeling a strong sense of dissatisfaction towards Jiang Deer. However, due to Jiang Deer's subsequent allergic reaction, he could not help but sense a misunderstanding. Who would knowingly embrace a cat, fully aware of their allergy to cat fur, and then provoke others? Moreover, he was well acquainted with his cat's temperament. Having known Xiang Hanmo for such a long time, the cat had never shown any affection towards her, let alone heeding her commands. At that moment, seeing that Bo Yu was clearly siding with Jiang Deer, Li Xiuxing felt increasingly uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard his wife say, "Xiao Yu, I need to have a private talk with you." Li Xiuxing was momentarily taken aback, yet Bo Yu appeared completely unperturbed. He, too, had something to discuss with Xiang Hanmo. Although Li Xiuxing found it somewhat peculiar that his wife wanted to converse privately with his close friend, his inherently amiable nature prevented him from voicing any objections. He merely smiled as he watched the two walk away. Xiang Hanmo regarded Bo Yu and took the initiative to speak, though her words did not pertain to Jiang Deer. Instead, she indirectly stated, "I have a fan who hopes I can obtain a signed photo from you. I know you seldom give out signatures, but surely you would make an exception for me? Otherwise, I would be quite embarrassed." After listening, Bo Yu flatly replied with 2 words, "Not giving." Xiang Hanmo was momentarily taken aback, laughing as she remarked, "Then I shall graciously accept." Only halfway through her sentence did she realize that Bo Yu had said he would not give it, rather than agreeing. Her expression froze. In the past, for the sake of Li Xiuxing, Bo Yu had never denied her such trivial requests. Xiang Hanmo pinched her palm, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, yet she found it impossible. The gentle smile that had graced her face for years was now reluctantly retracted. "Did Jiang Di or say something about me to you?" You and Tsuxing both believe that I have misunderstood her, as she could not possibly know I am allergic to cats and still make me scratch it, right? But you remain silent, gazing deeply at her, his eyes imbued with a chilling detachment. If Chui Fu were present, he would have immediately discerned that Bo Yu was silently questioning how she intended to continue fabricating her tale. However, Xiang Hanmo was utterly oblivious to this implication. Noticing Bo Yu's silence, she assumed he was contemplating her words, thus adopting an increasingly aggrieved demeanor, and continued, "But, Xiaoya, why don't you consider this? Would I intentionally allow a cat to scratch my hand to frame her?" Upon hearing her feigned pitiful plea, Bo Yu's expression remained unchanged. When he finally spoke, his tone was measured yet markedly colder than usual. "Perhaps it was merely an accident, yet you deliberately cast aspersions upon Jiang Di, leading others to misunderstand her." Xiang Hanmo was taken aback, momentarily unable to meet Bo Yu's gaze. How could he know this so clearly? Had Jiang Di confided in him? Chapter 19. Stop pretending. Xiang Hanmo feigned composure, forcing a smile as she said, "Xiaoya, I am unaware of what Miss Jiang has conveyed to you, but surely you must trust me more than her, right?" As Biao Yu remained silent, Xiang Hanmo assumed he had softened. She continued, "Miss Jiang has repeatedly sought to ride on your coattails. The last time was at my wedding, where she aimed to trend alongside you. Today, knowing full well her allergy to cats, she still chose to seize my cat to provoke a scene. What do you think her intentions are? She is employing the same old tricks to get closer to you. By bringing her to the hospital, you're merely falling into her trap." The last few words were deliberately emphasized, her face portraying concern for his potential deception. Unfortunately, her words fell on deaf ears, only serving to backfire. Little did she know that mere hours ago, the true target of her schemes was not Jiang Di lying in the hospital, but rather Biao Yu himself. Knowing her allergy, yet intentionally provoking a situation with the cat, Biao Yu scoffed. Had he not been in Jiang Di's body at that moment, he might have found some merit in Xiang Hanmo's nonsensical assertions. His scrutinizing gaze swept over Xiang Hanmo's face, suddenly recalling Jiang Di's earlier inquiry about his impression of Xiang Hanmo, piecing together what had transpired, and his expression grew increasingly indifferent. When he finally spoke, his tone bore an unprecedented disdain. "Stop pretending, Xiang Hanmo." During their youth as trainees, Biao Yu had received considerable care from Li Tsuxing, treating him as an elder brother, often referring to Xiang Hanmo as sister-in-law. This was the first time he addressed her by her name. Xiang Hanmo stood there in shock, bewildered by the misstep that had prompted such a response from Biao Yu. However, Bo Yu was no longer inclined to engage in further verbal exchanges with her. After coldly uttering his words, he turned to leave. Xiang Hanmo was taken aback and hurried to catch up. "Xiao Yu, what do you mean by this?" Bo Yu sidestepped, evading her outstretched hand, his peripheral vision catching sight of Li Tsuxing glancing over from a distance, which only heightened his irritation. "Xiang Hanmo, are you truly oblivious to your actions? Why does Mingming avoid you and lash out? Have you not treated it poorly in the past? Do you genuinely not comprehend who was at fault in today's altercation with Jiang Di?" Xiang Hanmo's eyes widened slightly, the facade of her usual grace and gentility crumbling. How could Bo Yu possibly deduce that she had mistreated Mingming? Mingming had always kept her distance, and she had no affection for it. It was merely a creature after all, and she could treat it as she pleased. Was that truly her fault? And as for Jiang Di, before Xiang Hanmo could formulate a defense for herself, Bo Yu's voice resonated again. His brow furrowed. The face that had once captivated him now cloaked in an air of frost. Considering the hospital setting and Li Tsuxing nearby, Bo Yu spoke in a hushed tone, his words laced with unmasked disdain. "For the sake of Brother Li, I will refrain from saying more. Additionally, kindly maintain your distance from me. I have a phobia of filth and find it most repugnant." Xiang Hanmo felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her mind, leaving her legs trembling. Had it not been for her aspirations to enter the entertainment industry, she would not have approached Li Tsuxing. She initially believed that, albeit not particularly famous, Li Tsuxing could serve as a valuable stepping stone. However, to her dismay, she discovered that he lacked ambition, only desiring marriage and children, offering her little assistance on her path to stardom. After much contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced to Li Tsuxing's proposal. Was it out of love for him? No. It was because of Bo Yu. Who could remain indifferent upon encountering someone like Bo Yu, especially as he stood at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry? Yet now, everything had vanished. Her dream seemed unattainable. As she passed by Li Tsuxing, he paused momentarily. recalling the joy of his successful proposal and the sight of his beaming face on their wedding day. Bo Yu inhaled deeply, yet chose to remain silent. Li Tsuxing, perplexed, hurried to Xiang Hanmo's side. What has happened? Did you just have a quarrel with Bo Yu? As he inquired, his gaze fell upon her, only to realize she was in tears. He quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears, but she pushed his hand away, exclaiming, "Stay away from me." Li Tsuxing froze, rendered speechless before being forcefully shoved aside. "Hanmo, where are you going?" He had not anticipated that Xiang Hanmo would turn and flee, and without a second thought, he immediately pursued her. As she passed by, the nurse promptly reminded, "Hey, running and making noise in the hospital corridor is not allowed." Li Tsuxing quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. Jiang Deer possessed a keen sensitivity to the emotions of those around her. The moment Bo Yu entered, she discerned that he was in a rather foul mood. Without inquiring about the cause, she pondered briefly before clearing her throat and saying, "I have a friend who is a stock trader." Although Bo Yu was puzzled by her sudden mention of a stock trading friend, he turned to her out of courtesy. Encouraged by Bo Yu's gaze, Jiang Deer continued, "I asked him yesterday, with the stock market plummeting recently, how have you been sleeping?" Upon hearing his response, I was truly impressed. He remained calm, optimistic, unfazed even in the face of calamity, and could sleep as soundly as a baby. I immediately gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly a master, able to sleep through such turmoil." He fell silent, and after a while, he finally spoke. Jiang Deer animatedly recounted this, deliberately slowing her pace and imitating a deep voice, lamenting, "I often wake up like a baby in the middle of the night, crying for a while before falling back asleep." Bo Yu couldn't help but smile at her antics. Jiang Deer instantly seized upon the shift in his expression, feeling a surge of pride and joy. "You smiled. Don't you think this joke is particularly amusing? The first time I encountered this joke online, I found myself laughing to the extent that..." Bo Yu suddenly interjected, saying, "Laughing so hard that garbage automatically sorts itself within 100 miles. Laughing so much that the police cordon off an area 20 miles around me. Laughing to the point where elementary school students within a 10-mile radius mistake the rooster's crow for dawn and hurriedly don their backpacks for school, laughing until..." Jiang Deer exclaimed, "Stop. Wait. How do you remember this so vividly?" Jiang Deer recalled the WeChat message she had sent to Bo Yu earlier. Momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a bit embarrassed, she could practically dig a castle out with her toes. Help. Chapter 20. Slamming the table, Jiang Deer cleared her throat, striving to regain her composure, relaxing her toes that were still busy constructing a castle, and offered an awkward yet polite smile. In the next moment, however, her smile faltered once more, as she found herself amused by her own antics, laughing heartily with one hand covering her face. Her laughter was bright and carefree. To divert the conversation from the topic of her uncontrollable laughter, Jiang Deer lowered her hand. Her cheeks flushed, took a gentle breath, looked at Bo Yu, and continued, "Are you feeling a bit better now?" Anyone who witnessed her laughter would certainly find their spirits lifted. He unconsciously rubbed his thumb against his palm, feeling a warmth inside, as if the light in the girl's eyes before him had enveloped him. In truth, the joke itself was not particularly amusing. He laughed because of her passionate and vivid recounting, which was utterly delightful. As Bo Yu's gaze softened slightly, a faint yet genuine smile graced her lips. "Much better. Thank you." At this moment, Jiang Deer had experienced a significant alleviation of the discomfort brought on by her allergy, thanks to the medication. Her spirits lifted, she radiated vitality. However, in the past, when she shared her anecdotes, they were often dismissed as cold jokes that only served to dampen the atmosphere, much to her frustration. Fortunately, Bo Yu shared her sentiments. Unaware of Jiang Deer's thoughts, Bo Yu nodded slightly, observing her with a knowing look, and remarked, "It is indeed quite amusing." Covering her face with a thumbs-up gesture, she pondered what could possibly be concealed. Bo Yu shook his head, suppressing a chuckle. Jiang Deer, buoyed by his affirmation, felt a wave of joy wash over her. Bo Yu inquired, "Aren't you curious about what transpired while I was out?" Jiang Deer replied, "If you wish to share, you will certainly tell me. If not, my inquiries would be futile." Bo Yu glanced at the drip she was connected to, contemplated for a moment, and then recounted his earlier conversation with Xiang Hanmo. Upon hearing his account, Jiang Deer expressed surprise. "So she not only enjoys putting on airs but might also be cruel to cats? Today, when a cat jumped into your arms, your intention was merely to return it to her, yet she blames you for being scratched by the cat." "Ah, no, She blames me. Oh, that doesn't seem right either. She blames us. Upon hearing the phrase blame us, Bo Yu's gaze flickered, just as he was about to respond. Chui Fulu knocked on the door, bringing with him the allergy medication, accompanied by the voice of Gu Wubwa. As Bo Yu rose and opened the door to the hospital room, he understood that Gu Wubwa undoubtedly had matters to discuss privately with Jiang Dare, and thus he graciously vacated the space, stepping out of the ward. Upon entering, Gu Wubwa immediately locked the door behind him, striding purposefully to Jiang Dare's bedside. His brow furrowed in concern. What caused this sudden allergic reaction? It's a long story. It was an accident, but I'm fine now. Gu Wubwa sighed in relief, only to follow up with, and then? His gaze fixated on Jiang Dare, his expression conveying a stern ultimatum. Today, you must tell me the truth. No evasions allowed. Jiang Dare knitted her brow, visibly troubled, pondering how to articulate her explanation. It just so happened that he, being of a kind disposition, offered to bring me here. Gu Wubwa let out a derisive snicker. Oh, really? Keep spinning your tail. With arms crossed and a face that typically bore no expression now tinged with incredulity, he added, after we've benefited from his goodwill so many times, he isn't annoyed with you? And he even went out of his way to bring you to the hospital? Do you truly expect me to believe that? Jiang Dare hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. I told you, he is genuinely kind-hearted. He is always willing to lend a hand to those in need. It's just his nature, don't you understand? Gu Wubwa rolled his eyes, his face clearly displaying skepticism. Do you even recall my last admonition about avoiding romantic entanglements? It seems that advice went in one ear and out the other. At the mere recollection of his previous relentless warnings, Jiang Dare felt a prickling unease at the back of her neck. She was about to refute his claim when Gu Wubwa interrupted, don't be so quick to deny it. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when I received a call from Bo Yu's manager informing me of your hospitalization? How could his agent possess my phone number? Can't you call me yourself since you lack a mobile phone? You also claim that you have no other relationship with Bo Yu? Suddenly, Gu Wubwa regained his composure. He seated himself aside, gazing intently at Jiang Dare. And with a deep sigh, he earnestly inquired, pray tell, have you not yet truly established a romantic relationship with Bo Yu, but merely shared a night together? Jiang Dare. Jiang Dare. Jiang Dare was thankful she had not been drinking water, for otherwise, she would surely be choking on her bed right now. Help. Jiang Dare was so frustrated that she wished to rip the four from her arm and vigorously shake Gu Wubwa's brain. She needed to jolt out whatever nonsense had infiltrated his mind. What on earth was he thinking day in and day out? Seeing Jiang Dare's astonishment at his words, her eyes wide as saucers, Gu Wubwa momentarily fell silent. Could it be that his choice of words was too crude, startling this little ancestor? Yet beyond this, he could not fathom any other explanation for her interactions with Bo Yu. Just look at Bo Yu's agent. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the top-notch agent in the industry, personally fetching allergy medication. Such an attitude was glaringly evident. If it were merely an act of kindness, sending someone to the hospital would be the extent of it. Why the flurry of activity otherwise? Did he truly believe it was philanthropy? It was evident that he was merely tidying up the mess for his own artist. Gu Wubwa was convinced he could not be mistaken, and since you, Jiang Dare, claimed to be single and not in a relationship, what else could the answer be? The truth is singular. Ancient Wubwa cleared his throat, gazing at Jiang Dare, who appeared ready to leap from her bed to confront him. He opted for a more circumspect expression. Since you and Bo Yu have engaged in a physical relationship. Jiang Dare. She had grown numb. What was Ancient Wubwa saying? She could not hear him. Thank you. A physical relationship? To hell with a physical relationship. What on earth does that even mean? Does a body swap count as a physical relationship? Perhaps it indeed does. I could just slam the table. Chapter 21. Celebrity Culinary Showdown recording of the third episode a week later, as Jiang Dare's allergy was nearly resolved. The recording for the third episode of Celebrity Culinary Showdown commenced. The duration had been reduced by an hour. I will discuss this with the director. You are allergic to animal fur, and the market may contain areas involving animals, so be cautious. Do not wander about. Bo Yu listened to this admonition, reminiscent of instructions given to a 3-year-old, momentarily speechless. According to Jiang Dare and his experiences during the days spent within her body, since that day he visited the hospital, Ancient Wubwa had transformed from a stoic, machine-like agent into a doting, maternal figure. Whenever he, or she, spotted Jiang Dare with her phone within his line of sight, the next moment would be met with an unyielding barrage of questions. What are you doing? Is there something you cannot let me handle? Are you attempting to contact Boyu? And yet you claim there is nothing impure between you and Boyu. The individual involved, Boyu, pondered the enigmatic conversation that had transpired between Jiang Dier and the agent in the hospital room that day. The situation had evidently pushed her to the brink of madness. After Gu Wubo departed, Boyu remained rooted in place, lost in contemplation of the surrounding scenery. Early November brought with it a brisk wind, the temperatures having dipped slightly. Yet the sunlight remained pleasant. As preparations were underway for outdoor cooking that afternoon, a few quaint wooden cabins adorned with flowers were erected nearby. Just as Boyu contemplated the authenticity of the blossoms, a youthful boy with a cherubic face emerged from one of the cabins, Yu Zijuan. Whenever Boyu laid eyes on Yu Zijuan, he was struck by the peculiar impression of encountering the simple-minded son of a landlord. Just as he intended to divert his gaze, he noticed that this boy had spotted him as well. His eyes sparkled, and he hastened over. Boyu thought to himself that the boy required 3 additional descriptors: overly familiar, oblivious, and incessantly chatty. Yu Zijuan bounded up to the beautiful sister he had missed for an entire week, beaming with a radiant smile as he began to recount how he had recently honed his culinary skills, confidently asserting that the dishes he prepared today would surely be delectable. Inviting the beautiful sister to indulge, Boyu recalled the 2 previous instances where Yu Zijuan had finished last, producing dishes that were utterly dismal. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I can't afford to risk my palate," he mused silently, wishing to preserve his own life. Oblivious to the disdain Jiang Dier harbored for his culinary abilities, Yu Zijuan cheerfully offered, "If the beautiful sister needs assistance in the kitchen, do not hesitate to call upon me. I promise to perform admirably this time." Boyu's expression shifted slightly at this. Today, in the culinary realm, the dish proved to be a challenge. Method 1. Seeking assistance from the culinary savant, Yu Zijuan. After Yu Zijuan was summoned by the director, Gu Wubo approached to commend his own artist. Bai Yu, with a furrowed brow, cast a sidelong glance at Gu Wubo, who, with an expressionless visage, sincerely praised, "Impressive. Not only have you caught Bai Yu's attention, but you have also ensnared Yu Zijuan, leaving him utterly enchanted." Bai Yu responded with indifference, a single word escaping his lips: "Leave." He retrieved his phone, deliberately avoiding Gu Wubo's inquisitive gaze regarding which man he intended to message, and sent a text to Jiang Dier. "A word of advice. Promptly take your manager for a checkup. He has lost his sanity." Jiang Dier replied with confusion. After the director called away Yu Zijuan, he began to summon Jiang Dier. Bai Yu offered no further explanation, pocketed his phone, and, disregarding Gu Wubo, strode purposefully towards the director. Once the 4 permanent guests aligned before the camera, the director commenced a brief announcement regarding the day's variety show recording procedures. Both Yu Zijuan and Tan Shiwan, upon glancing at the intricate recipe, wore expressions of dismay. Yu Zijuan had initially believed today would be his chance for redemption, only to discover that he had overestimated the situation. Tan Shiwan, unable to contain herself, inquired directly of the director, "Are we truly expected to prepare such a complicated dish all by ourselves? And is this 200 yuan sufficient?" The director maintained a formulaic smile, responding, "I cannot say for certain. The prices of ingredients in the market fluctuate constantly. Should the funds prove inadequate, you will need to devise your own solutions." Upon hearing these words, Yu Zijuan turned to his beautiful sister, Jiang Dier, and softly remarked, "It's over." The vegetable market is undoubtedly fraught with pitfalls. Boyu, not engaging in the conversation, was reminded of Gu Wubo's previous nonsensical ramblings, prompting him to instinctively shift a step away, increasing the distance between himself and Yu Zijuan. This movement did not escape Yu Zijuan's notice, leaving him feeling profoundly wounded. His beautiful sister exuded an air of aloofness, which only served to heighten her allure. The 3 guests were assigned to enter the designated vegetable market through 3 distinct entrances. Yu Zijuan reluctantly watched his sister, Jiang Dier, depart. When he overheard the accompanying cameraman jest, "It seems that Zijuan is rather close to teacher Jiang. Who wouldn't he be fond of a beautiful sister? I have a penchant for attractive individuals. I admit I possess double standards. Those who are not pleasing to the eye, I tend to disregard." With that, he made his way toward his own entrance. Not far away, Tan Shiwan, having overheard Yu Zijuan's comments, reflected on his persistent indifference towards her. Even though she recognized that his words were not directed as an affront, she still felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood in frustration. Upon entering the market, Boyu discovered that the number of vegetable and meat stalls exceeded his expectations. The environment was relatively clean, Yet the prices of vegetables and meats were indeed somewhat outrageous. Although Bo Yu had never personally purchased groceries, the sight of pork ribs priced at 100 yuan per pound made it clear just how unreasonable that cost was. He glanced at the vendor selling pork ribs, and before he could utter a word to negotiate, the vendor cheerfully remarked, "Sing a complete song and receive a 30 yuan discount. Perform a full dance and enjoy a 30 yuan reduction. For each push-up you do, you will save 3 yuan. If you wish to showcase other skills, the discount will be determined accordingly. Please choose." Bo Yu. Quite clever indeed. Chapter 22. Push UPS and the self-cultivation of female artists. Sing a complete song? Perform a full dance? Bo Yu hesitated. If it were merely for him, these tasks would undoubtedly be simple. For despite having shifted his focus to film and television in recent years, singing and dancing remained the foundation of his career. That foundation would always be there. And he still had annual New Year's performances and other stages to grace. However, Zhang Deer's abilities in singing and dancing. Bo Yu's eyelashes fluttered as he recalled the first time he met Zhang Deer years ago. The instigator had been blacklisted due to some illegal activities. On the first day of recording that talent show, the first stage he witnessed featured Zhang Deer's group preparing. He could no longer recall the exact nature of his critique after watching, but it was surely not one of praise. Although he had had no contact with Zhang Deer over the years, his impression of her remained vivid and unforgettable. Just as a gifted chef might struggle to comprehend how someone like Yu Zijuan could be utterly deprived of culinary talent by fate. As a multifaceted idol, possessing both vocal and dance talents, and never faltering in pitch, he found it incomprehensible how Zhang Deer could be so lacking in these areas. It was only one day, by chance, that he stumbled upon her group variety show, which revealed that her struggles were not due to a lack of effort or an improper attitude, but rather stemmed from her impoverished background that had prevented her from receiving any training in singing or dancing. Contemplating this, a complex emotion surged within Bo Yu, one he could not quite decipher. In that fleeting moment, he found himself curious about Zhang Deer's past. Meanwhile, several staff members nearby could not help but gather to discuss. What would Zhang Deer choose? It seemed that every option would be a challenge for her. She might only be able to showcase other skills, or perhaps purchase a high-priced dish of ribs. Singing seems the simplest, one mused. But I once followed that talent show, and Zhang Deer's singing was quite poor. Though I must admit, I was one of those who voted for her purely based on her looks. Yet, it was undeniable that her skills were lacking. After all these years, surely she has improved? A friend suggested. She is said to be particularly diligent. Hard work will be rewarded. Yet, it seemed that fortune would not favor her labor, as her lack of musical pitch appeared to be innate, resembling a mild case of what some referred to as song loss syndrome. Song loss syndrome. Where did you hear that? I have my sources. But if she truly has this syndrome, even mildly, how could she have achieved a grade 10 in piano? Beethoven became deaf, yet still played the piano. Indeed. Shoo, everyone quiet down. She's about to choose. I chose push-ups. After a moment of contemplation, Bo Yu made his decision. Before coming here today, Zhang Deer had donned a white sweater and black trousers that were quite suitable for performing push-ups. The onlookers were evidently taken aback, astonished that this delicate young girl with slender arms and legs would opt for such a choice, leaving them momentarily speechless. Lowering the stakes, the vendor selling ribs exclaimed, quickly, "For every 10 push-ups a girl does, she can earn a discount of 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, Bo Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. How splendid. This task seemed tailor-made for him. Thus, he completed 10 push-ups in one breath, receiving a pound of ribs for free. He then proceeded to the next food stall, unwavering in his choice of push-ups again. At the subsequent stall, push-ups, free, and off he went. At yet another stall, push-ups, free, and off he went. At the next stall, still push-ups, still free, and off he went. Stop, stop, stop. She cannot continue doing push-ups. Is she made of iron? How can she perform more and with better form than I, the director? Coughing to steady his startled heart, the director picked up the intercom and declared, she must showcase a different talent this time. Before the food stall, upon learning that the director would not allow her to continue with push-ups, Bo Yu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering Zhang Deer's talents. Finally, he proposed, how about telling a cheesy joke? Stall owner. Spectators. Director in front of the monitor. Go ahead, let her speak. Bo Yu then recounted the shareholder joke he had heard from Zhang Deer last time. Yet he simply could not emulate Zhang Deer's vivid and heartfelt storytelling. His expression remained unchanged throughout, and his voice was devoid of warmth. Upon finishing, the stall owner remarked, the spectators expressed. Suddenly, the director clapped his hands and laughed heartily. This joke is splendid, truly hilarious. Let him have it for free. Everyone, are you certain, director? Is your sense of humor not somewhat divergent from that of the common folk? After acquiring all the ingredients at no cost, Boyu next needed to prepare the seasonings. This meant that even if one merely required 6 grams of monosodium glutamate, they would have to purchase an entire bag, as no vendor would sell just 6 grams. As Boyu walked on, Yu Zijuan unexpectedly appeared. Sister dear, are you heading to the seasoning section to buy some? Let us go together. We can share a pack of the same seasoning. I'm running low on money. Boyu found this suggestion quite agreeable, so he nodded and accompanied him, though he made sure to maintain a distance. Yu Zijuan, wearing a distressed expression, could not help but ask, Sister dear, do you find me rather distasteful? Not at all. Then why do you keep your distance? Is there something toxic around me? In a moment of unexpected inquiry, Boyu found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the profound wisdom of Gu Wubwa. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to conjure a vague justification. It could be perceived as a form of self-cultivation for female artists. Chapter 23. Carbon monoxide poisoning collaborating with Yu Zijuan. Boyu had procured the majority of the required seasonings, yet the remaining ingredients were not essential for both, necessitating individual purchases. Once again parting ways, Boyu set off to acquire his desired red chili peppers and Sichuan pepper powder, casually listening to the surrounding sounds. He paid little mind to them and retreated into his modest wooden cabin. His abode was in close proximity to Yu Zijuan's, and as a gust of wind swept through, it carried with it an indistinct, peculiar scent, faint yet elusive. Unfazed, Boyu turned his attention to the ingredients before him, contemplating how to prepare the dish of Buddha's hand spare ribs. To create a delectable meal, such an aspiration seemed unattainable. To produce something unpalatable, he found himself lacking in supplementary seasonings. Considering a mixture of salt and sugar, he discovered only salt at his disposal, a futile endeavor. Thus, he resolved to focus on honing his knife skills and the precise cooking times. The dish was named Buddha's hand spare ribs for a reason, the pivotal role of presentation in both the mid-stage shaping and the final plating. Initially, he meticulously disassembled the ribs, ensuring each bone segment measured 5 centimeters in length. However, Boyu decisively chopped the rib sections into uneven strips, ranging from 3 to 10 centimeters, disregarding the intended precision. Having completed the first step of this culinary misadventure with his rudimentary knife skills, he proceeded to the next stage. Meticulously dicing the extracted rib meat, lean and fatty pork, shrimp, water chestnuts, square fish, fresh scallions, and red chili peppers, mixing them together in preparation for the dish. The aroma had intensified significantly this time. Boyu's movements momentarily paused as he shook his head, continuing to pour the prepared ingredients onto the cutting board. Grabbing a knife, he intended to chop them into a fine paste. However, after merely a few strikes, he halted again. Swiftly, he removed his apron and dashed outside. He had just discerned the peculiar scent that had wafted into his senses. Excessive gas. Damn it, the gas odor could waft directly to him through the door, indicating it had been leaking for quite some time. Why was Yu Zijuan showing no signs of awareness? Had his sense of smell failed him? The cabin was equipped with surveillance cameras, so the photographer who had followed him at the market would not enter. Consequently, although someone in the distance spotted Boyu as he fled from the cabin, there was no time for a reaction. By the time this group gathered at Yu Zijuan's cabin, Boyu had already turned off the gas valve, opened the cabin's doors and windows, and half-dragged, half-supported the increasingly dazed Yu Zijuan to the entrance. The staff members stood perplexed. What on earth was happening? Was Yu Zijuan unwell? Boyu's gaze swept across the bewildered crew as he succinctly explained, gas poisoning. The staff members responded with a mix of confusion and shock. The brevity of his words carried immense weight. After a brief moment of astonishment, chaos ensued on site. At that point, Yu Zijuan's condition had improved slightly. Yet he still appeared lethargic, his consciousness unclear. The show's director and Yu Zijuan's manager exchanged a few words and ultimately decided to halt the recording, prioritizing Yu Zijuan's transport to the hospital. As Boyu watched Yu Zijuan being taken away, the director called him aside. Naturally, the director sought to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Yu Zijuan's gas poisoning. Yet Boyu was also quite unclear about the details, only recounting how he sensed something was amiss. The director promptly instructed the other staff to retrieve all surveillance footage from the small cabin where Yu Zijuan had been. Upon review, They discovered that as soon as Yu Zijuan arrived at the recording site, he entered his small cabin out of curiosity and, in a moment of carelessness, turned on the gas, seemingly intending to experiment with cooking a simple dish. However, he soon abandoned the endeavor, and before leaving the cabin, he remembered to extinguish the flame but neglected to turn off the gas. Bo Yu, upon seeing this, was rendered speechless. It truly was a miracle that this person had managed to survive thus far. The smell of the pickled vegetables had become increasingly unbearable. Bo Yu, director, what could possibly be so offensive that you would misjudge it? The reason Yu Zijuan left the cabin was to seek assistance from Li Yonga. From the footage, it appeared that his mental state at the time was somewhat compromised. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he likely believed he was merely affected by the pungent odor of the pickled vegetables. Subsequently, it was Bo Yu's decisive and swift actions that saved him. After viewing the footage, the director gazed thoughtfully at the young girl beside him, unable to restrain his admiration. Jiang dear, you have undoubtedly saved Yu Zijuan's life this time. If it weren't for your keen observation, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Gas poisoning is no trivial matter. If anything were to happen to Yu Zijuan, I dare not imagine it. The mere thought sends a shiver down my spine. At this moment, the surrounding staff cast their admiring glances towards the hero of the hour, Jiang dear. Upon learning of Yu Zijuan's gas poisoning, nearly everyone was struck with terror, and a lingering unease still gripped their hearts. Among them, the most composed was Bo Yu, who felt a slight relief that Yu Zijuan had not been foolish enough to ignite the stove before washing the vegetables. Had he done so, the dense gas would have surely led to an explosion. Please take a moment to rest in the lounge. I shall discuss the upcoming procedures of this variety show with the others, he suggested. Once the director departed the lounge, Li Yonga turned to Bo Yu, commending him for his quick response in saving Yu Zijuan. Nearby, Tan Sherwang, listening intently, felt increasingly irritated. The thought of her rival, Jiang dear, garnering attention by rescuing Yu Zijuan weighed heavily on her mind. In an attempt to drown out their conversation, she picked up her phone and scrolled through Weibo, only to be met with the trending topic, Bo Yu saved someone. Breaking. The glaring word breaking prompted Tan Sherwing to exclaim, Bo Yu has also saved someone today. The top trending topic left Bo Yu momentarily bewildered, wondering if he had somehow been unmasked. A few seconds later, he realized that no one had glimpsed his soul through Jiang dear's body. Rather, it was Jiang dear, using his own body, who had performed the rescue and made headlines. Upon encountering Jiang dear, Li Yonga noticed her significant reaction upon hearing the name Bo Yu. Initially taken aback, she soon broke into a smile, remarking, It seems you have quite an interest in Bo Yu as well. I have a niece, about your age, who is also an avid fan. Whenever she hears news of him, her responses are incredibly enthusiastic. She even asked me to obtain a signed photo of him. But acquiring a signature from Bo Yu is truly a formidable task. Bo Yu offered a polite smile, completed his conversation with Li Yonga, and then requested his phone from Gu Wubua, navigating to Weibo to check the trending topics. His name still dominated the top of the list, leaving him to ponder how long the explosive news would remain in the spotlight. The video commenced with a focus on a woman, her face obscured, cradling a small child in her arms as she stood on a rooftop, intermittently weeping. Various background voices could be heard discussing the unfolding situation, clarifying the sequence of events. Is that woman really about to jump? One voice questioned. Why would she jump, especially while holding a child? Her baby is only a few months old, and her husband has already cheated on her. That's quite terrifying. Have the police been called? Another voice responded. Yes, they have. When I arrived, the police cars were already here. At that moment, the screen trembled, and a group of police officers appeared in the frame. The woman's precarious position and heightened emotional state prompted her to scream at the slightest approach from the officers. The child in her arms began to wail as well. Consequently, the police opted to maintain their distance, standing nearby to verbally persuade her, attempting to soothe her distress. Uncertain how long the standoff had persisted, the woman, perhaps realizing her husband had yet to arrive, suddenly seemed to unravel, fervently calling out his name, berating him, and ultimately shouting that she would leap from the ledge, ensuring he would regret it for the rest of his life. In this tense atmosphere, a few individuals filming from the adjacent rooftop held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, clearly startled by the unfolding drama. At that moment, another man appeared on the rooftop in the video. He was clad in a black trench coat, his tall stature starkly contrasting with the chaotic scene surrounding the woman. The audio resumed, albeit at a considerably diminished volume. Who is this man? Is he her husband? No, That cannot be her husband. I have seen him. And he is neither this tall nor this slender, merely an ordinary middle-aged man. Wait, this man seems oddly familiar. Hurry, shift the camera and zoom in, logically. There should be no one else on that rooftop unless it's the woman's husband or family. Anyone else attempting to go there would surely be stopped. Now that you mention it, it feels rather eerie. As the camera focused on the man in the black trench coat, zooming in, a shriek erupted from the background audio. "Ah, you startled me. Why did you shout like that? I thought someone had jumped." "No, that man is Boyu." At this point, the video abruptly distorted and ceased. Boyu opened the comments section, and as expected, netizens had already begun to fervently discuss the incident, exclaiming, "I can't believe it. It really is Boyu. How could Boyu possibly be there? Did no one see the police rescuing people? What chaos could he possibly add at this moment?" Although I have a great admiration for Boyu, I must admit that he is indeed at fault this time. No, let us not be quick to condemn. If the police allowed him onto the rooftop, it clearly indicates that he was not there to exacerbate the situation, but rather to offer assistance. It is utterly inconceivable how Boyu could provide any help. Could it be that the woman attempting to jump was a relative of his? The phone must have been dropped by the end of the video. Indeed, it was dropped, but evidently, there was not much damage, as the video could not have been released otherwise. What happened next? I am asking what happened next. Why was I only shown half? I am nearly at my wit's end. I beseech for the subsequent footage. For those seeking direction, XX Police Online has the continuation, albeit it is captured by the police body camera. Thank you for the guidance. May you live a long and prosperous life. Thanks, kind soul. Oh my goodness. There is indeed more footage from the police. I must rush over. In the video, he called out the woman's name and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Boyu. I saw the plea for help posted by your friend on Weibo, stating that you are my fan. Perhaps the influence of an idol is truly profound." As the woman, who had been spiraling into a state of madness, gradually ceased her cries, and visibly, as Boyu reached this point, he could not help but exhale in relief, only then becoming aware of the perspiration in his palms, realizing how tense he had been while watching the video. The comments beneath this official video had already surged to an overwhelming number. Boyu is indeed remarkable. He has saved 2 lives. The entertainment industry should have more stars radiating such positive energy. Thumbs up. It is truly not worth it for a woman to threaten suicide for a man. And even less so when there are children involved. Just get a divorce. Look at you causing a scene, while your idol, whom you have never met, rushes to save you. But where is that worthless husband of yours? In the previous video captured by a bystander, some people criticized Boyu for causing trouble. Is this causing trouble? He is helping, for goodness sake. Boyu has always given me an impression of being aloof and unapproachable, showing little affection for his fans. This is the first time I have seen him display such tenderness. In reality, Boyu has always been gentle and caring towards his fans. He simply does not express it openly. Otherwise, how could he have amassed such a large following? However, I did not expect him to rush over after seeing the news online. Oh dear, I feel tears welling up again. Boyu is truly wonderful. I have not misjudged him, crying. Chapter 25. Accidental. Like after Boyu finished reading, he intended to exit Weibo to send a message to Jiang Deer, but a member of the production team arrived in the lounge to inform him that they were to continue recording the newly designed format for this episode of the variety show. The originally established rewards for the current champion and the penalties for the last place participant have been abolished. Furthermore, the dish that was previously drawn by lot need not be prepared. Instead, the 3 guests will collaborate to create the dish that Yu Zijuan intends to make. Boyu reluctantly tapped on the screen of his black phone, handing it to Gu Wubua, and rose to leave the lounge alongside Li Yonga and others. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all new procedures had been completed. Before concluding the recording, the director remarked that the scheduled filming for the 4th episode tomorrow might be postponed due to Yu Zijuan's health, urging everyone to coordinate their schedules with other commitments as best as possible. Upon hearing this, Tan Shirwan agreed with a nod. But once she turned away from the filming location, she rolled her eyes. Her manager, evidently sharing her dissatisfaction, remarked with irritation, "Do they really think an artist's schedule is so easily arranged?" Coincidentally, this statement was overheard by Gu Wubua, who, as Jiang Deer's manager, had never been on good terms with Tan Shiwan's manager. Ever since Jiang Deer offended President Xiao, her resources had dwindled, and Tan Shiwan's manager had frequently approached him with veiled comments. Now, it was Gu Wubua's turn to respond in kind. "Are you still struggling to arrange schedules?" I've heard that you've been trying every possible means to secure work lately, yet it seems you've been unsuccessful. With no jobs at all. What is there to schedule? With a deadpan expression, his sarcasm was intensified. Tan Shiwen's manager was nearly infuriated, exclaiming, "What are you so smug about? Does your Jiang dear have any other opportunities lately?" Gu Wubwa shook his phone and smiled slightly, saying, "I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. Just now, Yu Zijuan's agent called to inform us that, as a token of gratitude, Jiang Dyer will be recommending several excellent resources to us. Unlike your leisurely lives, it seems we will soon be quite busy." His expression, even when smiling, appeared rather rigid, yet the stiffness only intensified the undertone of mockery. Tan Shiwen's agent was nearly infuriated. For years, it had been he who had vexed Gu Wubwa. When had he ever been subjected to such derision from Gu Wubwa? As Tan Shiwen's agent prepared to unleash a tirade of expletives, a sudden realization struck him, and he broke into a grin. "I advise you, in Jiang Daya, not to revel in your triumph too soon. I estimate your fortunate days are numbered." Gu Wubwa's expression tightened as he recalled the elusive enemy he had been unable to uncover. He stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. "Do you know something?" Aware of his slip, Tan Shiwen's agent hurriedly pulled Tan Shiwen away. "I know nothing." Bo Yu, initially intrigued by the quarrel between the two agents, stood to the side. Chui Fulu held a significant position within the industry, often referred to as the Buddha with a smile, and other agents dared not confront him. However, he too sensed something amiss. What did the phrase "your fortunate days are numbered" imply? What secret did this individual possess that made Gu Wubwa so apprehensive? Gu Wubwa, frustrated and unable to catch up with Tan Shiwen and her entourage, took a few steps in place, when suddenly his phone rang. Distracted, he answered, "Hello, what is it?" After hearing something on the other end, Gu Wubwa's expression changed dramatically. He abruptly turned to his artist, astonished, and exclaimed, "Did you just accidentally like the video of Bo Yu saving someone? It's trending." Bo Yu took out his phone and checked Weibo. Indeed, he had inadvertently liked the post. Oblivious to it. It was likely when the director sent someone to summon them for continued recording. And as he turned off his phone screen to hand it to Gu Wubwa, he inadvertently tapped the like button. Staring at the like and the trending topic Jiang Dier likes Bo Yu's rescue video, he found himself momentarily speechless. Gu Wubwa ended the call and circled around his artist, stating, "I had already discussed with Yu Zijuan's agent. They are about to release a statement addressing Yu Zijuan's gas poisoning incident, in which they will express gratitude towards you. With some strategic maneuvering on our part, we could potentially improve your previously tarnished reputation by about 70 to 80%, if not more. However, with this accidental like, the online discourse has spiraled out of control, with everyone claiming you are once again riding on Bo Yu's coattails. While I did hope you would leverage Bo Yu's popularity, this was not the day for it. In this manner, even if Yu Zijuan were to issue a statement praising you, it would inevitably be overshadowed by various conspiracy theories suggesting that your act of saving him was merely a ploy for publicity." As Gu Wubwa spoke, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. His eyes glowed with newfound brilliance, and for the first time, a radiant expression broke through his usual stoic demeanor. "Quickly, contact Bo Yu now. After Yu Zijuan releases his statement, have him select an appropriate Weibo post to give a thumbs up to," he exclaimed. "This way, it will appear as if you both fortuitously saved someone today, leading to mutual admiration. I will arrange for a few individuals to help steer public opinion, and it will swiftly turn in your favor. Perhaps your reputation could even receive a fresh boost." The more Gu Wubwa elaborated, the more animated he became, urging his artist to take action without delay. Bo Yu found Gu Wubwa's solution rather astute, as it would significantly mitigate the repercussions of his accidental like on Jiang Dier's post. He retrieved his phone, poised to message Jiang Dier. However, just as he tapped on the WeChat icon, Gu Wubwa leaned in closer. Bo Yu swiftly rotated his phone downward, his movements so rapid that they seemed to blur. Gu Wubwa, having seen nothing, remarked, "Where did you acquire such dexterous fingers?" Bo Yu glanced up at Gu Wubwa, his expression calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable air of authority. Feeling the pressure, Gu Wubwa instinctively began to explain. "I merely wished to see how you would converse with Bo Yu. I was concerned you might struggle, so I intended to assist you." Without a word, Bo Yu took several steps forward and opened the car door, stating, "There's no need. I will manage the conversation myself. It's simply a matter of giving a thumbs up to oneself. There is nothing more straightforward than that." Gu Wubwa observed his artist entering the car, feeling as though he were being treated like a thief, unable to suppress a nonchalant shrug. He acknowledged that it was inappropriate to spy, yet, wasn't it said that they were not in a romantic relationship? Why, then, this evident trepidation at his gaze? Wait a moment. Could it be that they have already established a relationship? Gu Wubwa inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself. Stay composed, stay composed. Upon reflection, if, perchance, it were true that love had blossomed, perhaps it might not be to Jiang Du's detriment. In contrast, it was actually Bo Yu's manager, Chui Fulu, who ought to be more distressed. At that moment, Chui Fulu was indeed troubled. More accurately, he was filled with regret. Jiang Du sat on the sofa, feeling the weight of Chui Fulu's piercing gaze, as if her scalp were prickling with unease. Who could have anticipated that the usually jovial manager could suddenly assume a countenance so menacing, his aura far more intimidating than the typically stoic Gu Wubwa? She had thought that after spending so much time with Gu Wubwa, she would be immune to pressure from anyone adopting a serious demeanor. Yet it appeared she was still quite naive. If Gu Wubwa were to hear Jiang Du's internal musings, even from a great distance, he would surely rush over to retort in his machine-like voice. You may twist your words as you please to praise the unrivaled aura of the industry's top manager, but must you disparage me in the process? Yet, Gu Wubwa would remain forever unaware of Jiang Du's thoughts at this moment. In the next moment, Jiang Du found herself unable to continue her contemplative musings, for Chui Fulu finally spoke. Buyue, you truly terrified me today. I apologize. Upon hearing those two words, Chui Fulu suddenly chuckled, shaking his head with a deep sigh before continuing. If I were merely an internet acquaintance, I would undoubtedly be fervently applauding your actions today. To be honest, the instant I saw the trending topic, I thought to myself, well done. However, as your manager, I cannot afford to admire you without recognizing the potential crisis lurking behind this incident. Have you considered what might happen if you intervened, but failed to dissuade that woman? Chui Fulu inhaled deeply, the smile fading from his face as he spoke earnestly and gravely. In that case, all the vitriol and scorn from the internet could very well be directed at you. Jiang Du fell into silence. As an artist navigating the entertainment industry, she understood that even the noblest intentions could lead to dire consequences. If she failed to persuade the woman, all the accolades and praise she received online could swiftly transform into vehement criticism. Even if she did not cause any turmoil, she would be chastised for meddling. Even if she sought no attention, she would be accused of craving the spotlight. And even if she wished to avoid being filmed, the mere release of a blurry video captured by a passerby could lead to allegations of being insincere. Jiang Du was not afraid of such verbal assaults. She had endured her fair share of criticisms over the years. Yet, Buyue had maintained an impeccable reputation. Today, she acted impulsively. Upon seeing a plea for help on a secondary account, she thought that perhaps her current connection with Buyue could be of assistance, and hurried over. In matters of life and death, every second counts. She didn't even take the time to consult Buyue. Buyue was like a radiant moon, shining brightly and flawlessly in the sky, while she nearly summoned a cloud of darkness upon him. After Chui Fulu finished speaking, he noticed that the artist on the sofa remained silent and dejected. Assuming his words had disheartened him, he quickly approached and patted his shoulder, altering his tone. What I just said was merely a hypothesis regarding the worst-case scenario, but the current situation is quite favorable. Even if I weren't a fan, I would still consider myself your devoted supporter now. However, you must remember, in the future, never to act so recklessly again. Don't rush into situations where you feel you can help without informing me first. Can you blame me, your manager, for being startled when I only learned about it afterward? Jiang Du looked up, about to respond, when her phone vibrated beside her. She picked it up to check and found a message from Buyue. I sincerely apologize for accidentally liking your post on Weibo. I need you to select a post to like after Yu Zijuan's statement is released. Upon reading this, Jiang Du felt a wave of confusion. Just as she was about to open Weibo to investigate, the world around her spun violently. Glancing at the time, she realized it was indeed 5:30. What about you? Didn't you say you had a secondary account? In the past, I always used a secondary account on Weibo, which is why I had never encountered any issues. However, this time, I inadvertently liked a post using my primary account. And, rather ironically, it was a video of Bo Yu saving someone. Jiang Du, what? I momentarily forgot to switch to my secondary account. I suppose that is the case. Trending first. Bo Yu saves someone trending second. Yu Zijun gas poisoning trending third. Jiang Du likes Bo Yu saves someone video. Jiang Du inhaled deeply. What transpired in just one afternoon that she remained oblivious to? She first clicked on the trending topic Jiang Dyer likes Boywa save someone video to gather information, and then turned her attention to the entry for Yu Zijun gas poisoning. Regarding Yu Zijun, she had no prior knowledge, only that he was one of the regular guests on Celebrity Cooking Showdown. However, this program was recorded during the day, and Boyu had been covering for her, so she had not had any interaction with Yu Zijun. Could Boyu's mention of a statement from Yu Zijun pertain to the gas poisoning incident? Jiang Dyer pondered, clicking into the trending topic for Yu Zijun, only to discover a statement released just a minute prior. The statement was rather lengthy, beginning with gratitude for everyone's concern, followed by a brief explanation of the situation, indicating that he had suffered mild gas poisoning due to his own oversight, and was currently receiving treatment in the hospital, assuring fans not to worry excessively. It concluded with heartfelt thanks to Jiang Dyer for her timely intervention that led to his rescue. Jiang Dyer. Having read it, Jiang Dyer felt even more bewildered. The cat, perplexed, and the cat, startled. This afternoon, did she and Boyu save people using each other's bodies? Could this be a tacit understanding that they are destined to be good people together? Chapter 27. A reward. Gu Wubwa escorted Jiang Dyer to her residence, then turned back to retrieve a small basket of fresh fruits from the car, presenting it to her. You performed admirably today. You may indulge a bit more at dinner. Jiang Dyer accepted the fruits, her thoughts drifting back to the lunch she had consumed while in Boyu's body. I mustn't think about it. It only makes me crave more. The fruits are delightful and quite nutritious. Yet, I still long to eat. It seems that Chui Ful is preparing hot pot for Boyu this evening. Oh, how I yearn for hot pot as well. Unintentionally, Jiang Dyer voiced the latter thought aloud. Upon hearing this, Gu Wubo replied, devoid of compassion, forget about hot pot. A top-tier actress with ongoing work has no right to indulge in it. Jiang Dyer. With a heavy heart, she entered the open kitchen, washed the fruits meticulously, and then, with determination, selected the most beautiful apple, biting into it with a hint of resentment. Gu Wub was stood in the living room, engrossed in his phone. When Jiang Dyer finished her first small apple, he finally looked up, appearing rather pleased. Do not inquire how Jiang Dyer discerned his good mood from Gu Wubwa's expressionless face and stern voice. It is an intuition honed through years of experience. Boyu just liked to post about you on Weibo. How did you manage to persuade him so effortlessly? Gu Wubwa took a couple of steps forward, presenting his phone screen to Jiang Dyer. As she cast her gaze downward, she noticed the rising trend of the new hashtag Boyu likes Jiang Dyer. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. It was difficult to articulate, yet the mere thought of him actively seeking out and liking posts related to her felt like a feather delicately landing upon her heart. Hadn't she mentioned this during their last conversation at the hospital? He is truly a kind person. Gu Wubwa now firmly believed in the goodness of Boyu, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is genuinely a wonderful individual. This afternoon, I saw the video of him persuading that woman to come down from the rooftop, and it truly startled me. I never expected him to take such bold action. Jiang Dyer paused momentarily, turning her gaze to Gu Wubwa, and suddenly inquired, do you think his actions today were a bit impulsive? Without hesitation, Gu Wubwa replied, indeed, it was impulsive, not just a little, but quite reckless. Honestly, if you had been the one to do this, I would have found it somewhat more acceptable, because you are the kind of person who, when filled with passion, dares to do anything. Jiang Dyer. Congratulations, you inadvertently uncovered the truth of the matter. Yet, my previous impression of Boyu was one of coldness. Who would have thought he could be described as someone with a warm heart beneath a cool exterior? Initially, I believed it was some sort of variety show interaction, especially since a promotional teaser had been released a few days prior, announcing that these two would participate in Celebrity Culinary Showdown. To my surprise, upon clicking, I discovered it was a statement from Yu Zijun's studio, brimming with substantial information that left me momentarily speechless. Particularly striking was the concluding expression of gratitude towards Jiang Dyer. Oh my, I truly did not anticipate this. Today, not only is Boyu saving lives, but Jiang Dyer is also doing her part. This is wonderful. The entertainment industry should indeed feature more stars who are willing to lend a helping hand. I, for one, wholeheartedly appreciate it. Finally, I must assert that my decision to vote for Jiang Dyer, facilitating her debut, was undoubtedly correct. Jiang Dyer continued to advance step by step, regardless of the disparaging remarks and various setbacks you may encounter along the way. As long as you remain true to your original aspirations, you shall undoubtedly witness the blossoming of flowers. I am confident that my initial judgment was sound, you will flourish more and more. Flounder, like this 3 minutes ago, you are absolutely right. Bo Yu, a person with a stoic exterior yet a warm heart. After bidding farewell to Gu Wubua, Jiang Deer, having finished her evening routine, sat on her bed, gazing at the WeChat note she had assigned to Bo Yu, lost in thought for a while. Despite the early hour, she sensed the onset of drowsiness and placed her phone beside her pillow, surrendering to sleep. Half an hour later, Jiang Deer awoke abruptly from a distressing nightmare. After several deep breaths to regain her composure, she glanced at her phone. It was merely 21:30. Her finger instinctively traced the WeChat page that she had not yet exited, delicately circling the note labeled Moon. In the next moment, Jiang Deer rolled out of bed, casually draping a coat over herself, and stepped barefoot into her study. Though modest in size and collection, her study was adorned with an array of sketchbooks, arranged in a manner that exuded comfort and warmth. Jiang Deer made her way directly to the white crescent-shaped plush rug by the window. Despite her allergy to animal fur, she found no irritation from the synthetic fibers. She settled cross-legged upon the floor, retrieving her tablet and stylus, specifically purchased for her artistic endeavors, from a nearby shelf, placing them on the low table before her. After a brief contemplation, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of her art supplies, posting it to her social media with the caption, "Had a nightmare, planning to draw something," accompanied by the image of her drawing tools. Once the post was made, Jiang Deer set her phone aside, intending to pay it no further mind. However, just as she powered on her tablet and made her first stroke, her phone vibrated. Assuming someone had liked her post, she casually glanced at it, only to be taken aback. Indeed, someone had liked her post, and that someone was Bo Yu. Hastily, she grabbed her phone to open the notification, only to be met with a flurry of messages from Bo Yu. Bo Yu, don't overthink it. A mere 3 words. Lacking context, yet somehow, Jiang Deer understood his intent. He had discerned the cause of her nightmare, prompting him to offer reassurance. Bo Yu, you should only feel joy for having helped the police save a life, rather than worry about something that never truly happened. You have done remarkably well. Jiang Deer felt her eyes moisten at his gentle, soothing words. Jiang Deer, how did you know what I was thinking? Jiang Deer, you guessed correctly. Jiang Deer blinked, unable to suppress a smile as she typed. Wait a moment, I wish to reward this diviner. Chapter 28. He was as gentle as the moon tonight. On the other end of the phone, Bo Yu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night sky, illuminated by a bright moon. Upon receiving her message, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Bo Yu, perhaps I should anticipate this reward? No sooner had he sent the message than he received her reward. At first, he was taken aback, but soon a smile crept into the corners of his eyes and mouth. Jiang Deer, I'm throwing all the little red flowers at you as a reward. Bo Yu, I truly did not expect such a reward. Jiang Deer, ha, hiya hiya. Bo Yu rubbed his forehead. The moonlight cast a soft glow on his face, as if draping him in a delicate filter, accentuating his high nose and striking features, resembling a finely carved jade. Yet, this jade, in days gone by, would have radiated a chill. Tonight, however, it felt more like warm jade. After a simple yet joyful exchange with Bo Yu, Jiang Deer felt invigorated. She stretched lazily, sensing that all her negative emotions had silently dissipated amidst Bo Yu's words. Grabbing her specialized brush, she felt as though inspired by a divine presence. Her thoughts flowed effortlessly, leading to an outpouring of creativity. With her signature style, she completed a piece of art in a single breath. Glancing at the clock, she realized only an hour had passed. Gently massaging her somewhat sore wrist, Jiang Deer uploaded her artwork to her mobile device, subsequently logging into Weibo under her secondary account. Accompanied by a caption, she shared the image. Zalalo, you are as gentle as the moon tonight. This alternate account primarily focuses on her art and musings, boasting a modest following of 180,000 fans, a stark contrast to her main account, with most drawn to her artistic creations, displaying vibrant activity. I absolutely adore the style of your artwork. Letter Master. The moonlight dances upon the lake's surface like scattered silver, and a young maiden in a beautiful dress stands upon a small boat, reaching upwards. A hand extends from the moon, fingertips almost touching. It's breathtaking. The fans affectionately refer to her as Letter Master. Is Letter Master in a romantic pursuit with the moon god? This artwork feels like it hints at something deeper. Fingertips almost touching. Zalalo, not pursuing anyone. The gentle moonlight has merely graced me once more. It's been ages since Lettermaster last painted. The previous update was a month ago, and I am genuinely frustrated. Please share more frequently. If you don't, I shall. I beg you. Zalalo. Haha. I shall strive to update more often, but sometimes, inspiration eludes me, and I am at a loss for what to create. Am I the only one who noticed the caption? You are as gentle as the moon tonight. It's absolutely exquisite. Zalalo. The closer one gets to the moon, the more one appreciates its beauty in every aspect. I would like to refer to this painting as the finest work by Letter this year. Let us omit the word currently, for although there remains more than a month until the year's end, I believe it is highly unlikely that a better piece will emerge. My dear friends, take note. It is once again the moon. The narrative revolves around the moon, and the painting features the moon. Do you recall the image of secretly adoring the moon that I pinned on Weibo? It seems that Letter and the moon have made new progress. I wish Letter the best in reaching for the moon soon. She exited the comment section to glance at that pinned Weibo post. The image, dominated by the bright moon, was set against a dark palette elsewhere. It was a creation from before her debut, and how the years have flown by. In the past, I felt it was sufficient to be a little closer to the moon, yet recently, I have indeed entertained some rather improper thoughts. After typing the final character, her fingers hesitated momentarily in the air, but ultimately, she pressed send. Jiang Dier inhaled deeply and continued to peruse the next comment. Her gaze then lingered slightly. The commenter, known as Moonlight Stone, forever guarding Bo Yu, was not only her ardent fan, but also a devoted admirer of Bo Yu. The commenter wrote, what a coincidence to stumble upon your update right from the homepage. Today has truly been a heart-pounding day, yet fortunately, all matters have turned out well in the end. Having just arrived by my sister's side, I helped her lull her child to sleep, and together we were moved to tears by the poignant tale of Bo Yu. Now, as I wipe away the remnants of my sorrow, I find joy in your new post. Jiang Dier understands the heart-stirring significance of the person known as Moonstone, who has pledged eternal loyalty to Bo Yu. This afternoon, she had seen this individual's plea for help on Weibo, confirming the urgency and truth of the situation, which propelled her to drive out. Instinctively, Jiang Dier clicked on this person's profile. As a devoted fan of Bo Yu, the username prominently features the name Moonstone alongside Bo Yu's fan moniker, and the profile picture is a striking magazine cover of Bo Yu from 2 years prior, rendering it quite commendable. The latest original post was a lengthy expression of gratitude towards Bo Yu, published 2 hours ago, accompanied by the hashtag #BoYuSavesLives, which has garnered considerable attention on trending searches, with comments exceeding 5,000 and shares and likes in the tens of thousands. After diligently reading the heartfelt post, she proceeded to peruse the comments. Coming from trending searches, the blogger must counsel your sister to steer clear of scoundrels. Turns out the blogger is also a fan of Bo Yu. I think your sister truly owes you gratitude. Had Bo Yu not noticed your plea, who knows what might have befallen her? Sometimes emotions surge uncontrollably. I hope your sister finds peace and happiness. The above comment holds substantial wisdom. It's quite peculiar that Bo Yu could have seen this plea, considering his account wasn't even active at that time. Could it be that someone from his team alerted him? Chapter 29. Internet users as detectives. It is improbable that the team would directly inform Bo Yu of such dubious information. If they were to truly consider this matter, their initial step would undoubtedly be to seek verification. However, the blogger mentioned that apart from one artist, no one else had reached out to her, suggesting that the team did not see the blogger's plea for help. Thus, it must be Bo Yu himself. The only plausible explanation is that he possesses a secondary account. Moreover, it is likely that Bo Yu was already aware of the blogger, or at least the artist, which would eliminate the need for further confirmation, leading him to believe and rush to the scene to contribute his efforts. Jiang Dier was utterly astonished upon reading this. The analysis was astute, and it indeed provided them with some clarity regarding matters such as the secondary account and the artist. If these netizens were to discover the existence of soul transference, perhaps one day, everything could be thoroughly uncovered. It seems that the current internet users are all budding detectives. Isn't it? Jiang Dier couldn't help but exclaim. And then she glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock p.m. Jiang Dier gasped, realizing she had once again exceeded her beauty sleep quota. Shortly after Jiang Dier drifted into slumber, a trending topic surged on social media, captivating the curiosity and thirst for knowledge of countless onlookers. 40 minutes later, the already slumbering Bo Yu was abruptly awakened by a phone call from his manager. He answered the call without glancing at the caller ID. Still ensnared in the remnants of his dreams, his voice hoarse and low. Hello? Do you have a secondary account, and why haven't you informed me? What? You have once again surged into trending topics. The entry. I do not possess a secondary account. With a subtle motion, Biao Yu rubbed his temples, instinctively uttering those 4 words. You don't have a secondary account. Then how did you discover the appeal for help on Weibo and rush to the scene to dissuade your fans from jumping off? Your main account was inactive this afternoon. Biao Yu. The gesture of rubbing his temples faltered momentarily, and he became fully alert. Zhang Dier's secondary account. Biao Yu straightened his posture, leaned against the back of his bed, and logged into Weibo. Indeed, he found the login page featuring 2 accounts, one bearing his name and the other a jumbled string of letters, seemingly random. Oh, I almost forgot. I do have a secondary account. Chui Fulf. Are you teasing me on purpose? Biao Yu. No, I simply just woke up and was momentarily disoriented. Biao Yu turned on the bedroom light and continued at a measured pace. Not yet, but netizens have noticed your secondary account and are diligently investigating it. You should exercise caution to avoid exposure. After a brief pause, Chui Fulf added, by the way, there isn't anything on your secondary account that shouldn't be seen by your fans, is there? If there is, delete it promptly. Better safe than sorry. If it gets exposed, it will be too late. Biao Yu acknowledged with a soft I will handle it. As for whether there was anything on that account that should remain unseen, he truly did not know, for it was not his secondary account. As Bo Yu glanced at the time, he surmised that Zhang Dier had likely fallen asleep. He decided it would be better to discuss the importance of protecting her secondary account's privacy tomorrow. Seeing Bo Yu so composed, Chui Fulu inexplicably found himself less anxious about the account issue and shifted the conversation. There's another matter. I previously mentioned that I would support your passion for work by helping you secure a few flying variety shows to boost your exposure. I've been spreading the word about your availability for flying guest spots these past few days. Upon hearing this, Bo Yu couldn't help but softly inquire. Support my passion for work? Chui Fulu, oblivious to any underlying meaning, assumed he had merely forgotten the previous conversation. It was on the day you went for that advertisement shoot. You expressed such joy at the prospect of work, remember? Initially, I intended to grant you more time off. But then I thought, since you love your work, that's quite commendable. Realizing the context, Bo Yu recalled Zhang Dier, and an almost imperceptible smile graced his lips as he nodded slightly. Indeed, loving one's work is quite admirable. Chui Fulu, unaware of the subtext, continued. I just received a call from the variety show Celebrity Culinary Showdown, inviting you to be the flying guest for the 4th episode. They also expressed a desire for you to team up with Zhang Dier, if possible. Chui Fulu, slightly vexed, could no longer contain his feelings. He noted Bo Yu's evident affection for Zhang Dier, which he found puzzling. Thus he clearly articulated his disapproval before Bo Yu could respond. Regrettably, Bo Yu remained unaffected by Chui Ful's words, simply responding with a nonchalant can accept. Chui Ful was taken aback, his frustration mounting to the point of exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he questioned, how can you accept this? Bo Yu, unfazed, replied, why can't I? It's merely a guest appearance, and besides, my culinary skills are quite commendable. At this juncture, Chui Ful paused, recalling another crucial matter. Furrowing his brows, he interrogated, wait a moment. You suddenly liked Zhang Dier's post tonight. When I inquired, you claimed it was a slip of the finger, but in truth, it was no accident, was it? You intentionally liked it to come to her aid. Coming to this conclusion, Chui Ful felt as though his own artist was driving him to the brink of madness this evening. He paced back and forth, attempting to calm his thoughts, only to be reminded of past events, which aggravated his distress further. Bo Yu, the last time you said you weren't in a relationship with Zhang Dier, I believed you. But now it seems you may have deceived me. After hearing all of Chui Ful's remarks, Bo Yu responded with composure, Chapter 30. She is indeed someone of great significance. Secondly, this like was genuinely not an attempt to gain attention. In truth, she had never contemplated riding on my coattails. She is not that kind of person. Furthermore, I did intentionally give a like, yet when you inquired about it, I did not admit to a mere slip of the finger. I remarked, perhaps it was a slip. Perhaps not. Who can say? It was you who filtered out the latter part of my statement. Additionally, I have not deceived you. I am indeed not in a relationship. However, she has become a person of considerable significance to me. Bai Yu learned of the trending search for Bai Wei's alternate account only the following day, at which point she had already found herself inhabiting Bai Yu's body. Silently, she logged out of her personal online persona, hoping that the internet denizens would refrain from digging deeper. Logically speaking, even the most adept of netizens should not be able to uncover it, for it is not Bai Yu's account, but hers. After all, no one would associate Bai Yu's alternate account with a whimsical, often rambling art blogger brimming with youthful exuberance. As she consoled herself with these thoughts, an object suddenly appeared before her, a document handed over by Chui Fulv. Bai Yu paused, accepting the file and discovering it to be a contract. Lost in thought, she wondered, were they not supposed to participate in Celebrity Cooking Showdown as special guests? Chui Fulv took a seat opposite her, pointing at the contract. And only then did Bai Yu realize that Bai Yu was to be a special guest on her show, causing her grip on the contract to falter. Wait a moment. This variety show is recorded during the day, and the 4th episode's filming will depend on Yu Zijuan's physical condition. However, it is unlikely to take long. By then, it is highly probable that she will be using Bo Yu's body as a flying guest. It feels like a tongue twister within a nested doll, quite stimulating. Jiang Deer signed Bo Yu's name. Fortunately, during her idle hours over the past few years, she had meticulously practiced Bo Yu's signature numerous times. Although she could not achieve an exact replica of the original, her signing was already quite indistinguishable from the genuine article. After completing the signature, Chui Fulv added, "My agency has numerous matters requiring my attention today. Shortly, my assistant Xiao Guan will arrive to accompany you for the magazine shoot." In the beginning, My High Entertainment Company was apprehensive about Bo Yu's departure, not only granting him a share of the company, but also going to great lengths to bring in Chui Ruolu. The title of a top-notch agent is not without merit. Prior to collaborating with Bo Yu, he had successfully nurtured both an acclaimed actor and actress. However, the actress subsequently married into a wealthy family and withdrew from the industry, while the actor fell from grace due to misconduct, leading to their fallout. Since then, although Chui Ruolu remained active in the industry, he refrained from personally managing talents for many years, instead focusing on cultivating excellent agents until he crossed paths with Bo Yu. Now, Chui Fulv is not only Bo Yu's agent, but also the proprietor of an agency primarily dealing with actors, which indeed keeps him quite occupied. Jiang Deer nodded. All right, I understand. She had been informed by Chui Fulv a few days earlier that this magazine shoot was for TLOP's annual year-end cover feature. As a prominent first-tier magazine, TLOP annually selects 12 individuals from various spheres, business, entertainment, fashion, and sports, to grace its cover. Being featured as one of TLOP's annual figures is regarded as a hallmark of influence within the entertainment industry for that year. In Jiang Deer's recollection, since his meteoric rise to fame, Bo Yu has consistently been included among this elite group. Truly remarkable. Sitting in the car en route to the magazine shoot, Jiang Deer couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Bo Yu has graced the TLOP cover for several years, occasionally appearing on covers for other months, forging a familiarity with numerous personnel at the magazine. As Jiang Deer assumed Bo Yu's persona and entered the photography studio, she immediately felt the warmth of enthusiasm. Fortunately, Bo Yu's cool demeanor and reserved nature allowed her to embody him with ease, leaving her completely composed. Why is Ningyo here? Jiang Deer frowned slightly. Wait, is he also here to shoot for the annual figures cover? What qualifies him for that? In the entertainment realm, when considering stature, works, and fan base, he shouldn't have been selected at all. Not to mention, even if Ning Youwu has played into the public's fascination with the wealthy second-generation persona, he has never overshadowed her as a controversial yet popular figure. Could it be that he was chosen from another sphere? Perhaps the business sector? That seems unlikely. Jiang Deer continued her internal musings, only to notice that a girl was following Ning Youwu. This girl could only be described as modestly attractive, yet she exuded a certain grace. She was slender, seemingly frail. Jiang Deer was quietly observing when she suddenly heard someone call out, "Bo Yu?" She turned to see a gentleman clad in a tailored suit, exuding the aura of a corporate elite. He was tall, seemingly in his early 30s, and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, which lent him an air of cultured debauchery. The man approached her, speaking in a calm tone. "Jiang Deer?" Bo Zhan was oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Within the Bo family, his cousin Bo Yu had always been distant, and he himself was not one to discuss familial bonds readily. This encounter was merely coincidental, prompting him to say something. As Ning Youwu entered, he immediately noticed Bo Yu and Bo Zhan. A fleeting thought crossed his mind about recent indications of the Ning family discussing a potential alliance with the Bo family. He turned to the girl behind him, cautioning, "Xiao Ai, Bo Zhan, and Bo Yu are also here." However, before he could finish, He was abruptly interrupted by Ning AI's frosty retort. Who gave you permission to call me Xiao AI? You are merely a distant relative from the Ning family. While you shamelessly flaunt the Ning family's name online for your own benefit, do you really think you have the right to address me like that? I only brought you along today to prevent my mother from worrying and sending someone else to keep me company. Remember your place. You are just a little sidekick. Don't mistake our shared surname Ning and your age for a brotherly bond. After delivering her rebuke to Ning Youwu, Ning AI finally turned her attention to Bo Zhen and Bo Yu. Chapter 31. Collaborating with Yu Zijuan? She had little interaction with Bo Yu, but due to the business dealings between the Ning and Bo families, she had encountered Bo Zhen a few times at grand banquets and could muster the courtesy to greet him. Just as Ning AI was about to step forward, the editor-in-chief of TLOP magazine briskly approached her from behind, extending a hand. Miss Ning, greetings. My mother has pressing matters and is unable to attend, so she sent me in her stead. I hope the editor does not mind. Upon finishing her statement, she regarded the editor with an air of haughtiness, a demeanor cultivated from her privileged upbringing. The editor, perceptive as he was, speculated that either President Tang had lost interest in the magazine or that this young lady before him sought to feature in it, hence directly seizing this opportunity from President Tang. Nonetheless, he responded with a smile. How could I? We invited President Tang because of his long-standing commitment to philanthropy, which has seen remarkable investment this year. As President Tang's daughter, you two have contributed significantly to charitable endeavors. It would be a tremendous honor to have you grace our magazine. Ning AI, upon hearing this, nodded with an air of superiority, disinclined to engage further with him. The editor-in-chief, irked by her demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. While he was a prominent figure in the fashion industry, well acquainted with numerous influential magnates, this young woman, over 20 years his junior, lacking any accomplishments of her own, and merely flaunting her status as a wealthy heiress, exuded an arrogance that surpassed even those established titans. Despite his internal discontent, he maintained a facade of cordiality and turned his attention towards Bo Yu and Bo Zhen to exchange pleasantries. In contrast to Ning AI, Bo Zhen wielded genuine authority within the family's business ventures. The magazine's editor-in-chief cast a glance at Bo Yu, having heard that he was the most business-savvy among the younger generation of the Bo family, and that he had garnered the utmost respect from the late patriarch of the Bo family. Regrettably, he had plunged headlong into the entertainment industry, leaving behind a vast fortune. After completing the magazine shoot, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. As she pondered this, a call from Chui Fu interrupted her thoughts. Zhang Deer acquiesced, setting aside her contemplation of whom Ning AI resembled, and logged on a Bo Yu's Weibo account to share an official announcement. Flounder Bo Yu, what will the 4th episode feature? After posting, she refreshed the page, and the comments had surged past 10,000 in an instant. Zhang Deer inhaled deeply, marveling for the nth time. Truly remarkable. No wonder he's a top-tier celebrity. Bo Yu's alternate account had already slipped from the trending list, yet the new hot topic Bo Yu joined celebrity culinary competition was currently soaring high. Curious. Zhang Deer clicked to see, mostly finding fans and netizens expressing their anticipation, though there were also some dissenting voices. What about Bo Yu's culinary skills? With that face, he doesn't seem like someone who can cook. In this day and age, how can anyone judge someone's cooking abilities solely based on looks? Is it Bo Yu's fault for being too handsome and having a cool demeanor? A friend of mine in the industry claims Bo Yu's culinary skills are renowned, though few have had the fortune to taste them. As you mentioned, hardly anyone has tasted them. So how can they be renowned? Your friend must be fabricating stories. Are you really believing this? Do not mention Zhang Deer. Although my perception of her has softened somewhat since she saved Yu Zijuan, I am still apprehensive about her capitalizing on my brother Bo's popularity. Therefore, when Bo Yu and Zhang Deer exchanged compliments yesterday, it seemed not merely a mutual acknowledgement of their good deeds on the same day, but rather a prelude to the upcoming variety show. I am merely curious as to when the 1st episode of this show will air. Zalalo, this Friday at 8 in the evening. Zhang Deer, Zalalo, yes. Thank you for appreciating my artwork. After responding to this enthusiastic fan, Zhang Deer proceeded to click on the post that Bo Yu had shared today. She quickly liked 30 comments to boost Bo Yu's total likes before she diligently read through the remarks. Celebrity Culinary Competition Official. We will only know once you come to record. Looking forward. Upon reading this, Zhang Deer intended to send a WeChat message to Gu Wubwa inquiring about the recording schedule for the 4th episode, as she would undoubtedly need to be a guest. irrespective of any body-switching scenario. However, just as she entered the WeChat interface, a message from Gu Wubwa arrived ahead of hers. Gu Wubwa, Yu Zijuan has sent 3 resources as a token of gratitude for you, namely a magazine cover shoot at the beginning of next month, a beverage endorsement, and the most significant sole role in the drama Love When the Notes Resound. Zhang Dier let out a soft gasp. The fact that Yu Zijuan could offer such resources as thanks indicated that there were likely even better opportunities available. How remarkable are his resources? Oh, it seems that the resources available to her during the year she debuted with the group were superior to those of Yu Zijuan. However, after offending President Xiao, things took a turn for the worse. Zhang Dier inhaled deeply, realizing that had she known offending President Xiao would lead to an increasingly dire situation. She should have struck him with greater force that fateful night when she encountered the inebriated President Xiao. News from Gu Wubwa arrived once again, this time consisting of 3 consecutive messages. Gu Wubwa, the magazine cover shoot and beverage endorsement were originally intended for Yu Zijuan, but now we have secured half of it. In due time, you will be featured alongside him in the magazine cover shoot and endorsement advertisement. Gu Wubwa, both resources are quite favorable. It seems the magazine and brand have taken into account your assistance to Yu Zijuan, allowing the 2 of you to collaborate once more. This will surely yield better results in terms of promotion and other aspects. Gu Wubwa, I am actually contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to stir up some buzz around the pairing of you and Yu Zijuan. Zhang Dier. This, pairing with Yu Zijuan? No. Cat vigorously shaking head JPG. Chapter 32. The terrifying soul character setting Zhang Dier's mind was inundated with the absolute impossibility of such a notion. And she immediately typed, I believe that pairing with Yu Zijuan is not feasible. Firstly, whether he would even be willing to engage in such a pairing is a significant concern. We cannot risk offending him and jeopardizing our current amicable relationship. Lastly, and most importantly, I do not consent to this pairing. Gu Wubwa. After reading her message, Gu Wubwa promptly made a phone call. As soon as Zhang Dier connected the call, she heard Gu Wubwa's tone, devoid of any fluctuations, stating, I can't believe you typed so much to counter my arguments. Zhang Dier, trying to convey her discontent through the air, thought, this is unacceptable. Fine, I'll heed your words. This matter is rather trivial. What truly concerns me is the significant issue surrounding the character in the upcoming project, Love When the Notes Resound. Zhang Dier, perplexed, inquired, what issue? This character is indeed a remarkable one. I have no idea how Yu Zijuan managed to persuade the production team to assign it to you. But the problem lies in the fact that Gu Wubwa paused momentarily before continuing. The character is portrayed as a musical prodigy, an exceptional pianist, and a beautiful singer. Zhang Dier was taken aback, nearly bowing to the character's description. This is not a problem. It presents a monumental challenge for me. Am I capable of embodying such a role, given my utter lack of musical talent? With a profound sense of self-awareness, Zhang Dier responded, I must decline. I am unworthy of this character. On the other end of the line, Gu Wubwa coldly retorted with 3 words, you cannot decline. Zhang Dier was momentarily stunned. Why is it that I cannot decline? Frustrated, Gu Wubwa explained, the company has somehow learned about this and has already made a decision on your behalf. Zhang Dier sat up straight, exclaiming, is the company out of their minds? How can I possibly accept this role? It is not as if she is unaware of her lack of musical talent. Gu Wubwa, feeling weary, remarked, it is likely that the individual targeting you from behind is at it again. Do not forget, you are still burdened with the persona of having achieved a level 10 in piano, which is an endeavor that seeks to lead you down a precarious path fraught with potential pitfalls. Zhang Dier inhaled deeply several times, seized a nearby pillow, and fiercely assaulted it, finally exclaiming in exasperation, it infuriates me. That person truly has issues. Numerous detractors mocked Zhang Dier, frequently ridiculing her for her lack of academic qualifications, asserting that her failure to complete high school was due to her being a lowly delinquent expelled from school. Even after achieving stardom, they claim she still indulges in vulgarity in private. However, having been Zhang Dier's manager for many years, Gu Wubwa knows that even in moments of anger, her vocabulary is severely limited, with her most frequently uttered phrase being has issues. As for profanities, he has never heard her utter any. In contrast, there are several male stars in the industry who, while appearing to be gentle and courteous gentlemen, are in truth quite foul-mouthed in private. Unfortunately, through the veil of the internet, The distinction of one's character is often lost on netizens. Gu Wubua's thoughts wandered to this realization, and he could not help but sigh, echoing Jiang Dier's sentiment. Jiang Dier, upon hearing this, also sighed, her voice trailing off in a blend of annoyance and melancholy. What on earth is this person thinking? Despite possessing such formidable abilities, one chooses not to crush me outright, akin to squashing an ant. Instead, there exists a deliberate intent to subject me to a gradual torment, akin to the metaphor of boiling a frog in warm water, crafting a facade that is so fragile it could shatter at the slightest touch. Gu Wubua evidently harbors a deep disdain for the person orchestrating this, exclaiming, "You've stated that this individual is deranged. How can anyone comprehend the thoughts of someone with a disturbed mind?" "You speak the truth," Jiang Dier responded, finding great wisdom in his words, and thus she ceased her preoccupation with the intentions of the enigmatic figure behind the scenes. Yet, she pondered, how am I to embody this character? She clutched her pillow to her chest, resting her chin upon it, curling herself into a small ball on the bed, resembling a tiny cat. Alas, this faux feline is allergic to the genuine article. With a reading scheduled for the beginning of next month, we must endeavor to engage with the production team of Love when the notes resound during this week, seeking potential adjustments to the character's design. Gu Wubua spoke, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. This role bears minimal screen time, the entirety of which would scarcely amount to a single episode. Yet it is of paramount significance. As the soul of the narrative, she must guide the protagonist to embrace music, regarding it as both a dream and a belief. All character attributes have been meticulously predetermined to serve the script, rendering any alterations nearly impossible. Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time. After a moment's reflection, Gu Wubua turned to Jiang Dier and added, "However, on a brighter note, you have successfully secured the role of the second female lead in A Sword Cold as Frost across 14 prefectures. This indeed is delightful news." The initially dejected Jiang Dier instantly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling and her smile radiant. She would have the opportunity to collaborate with Boyu on a drama, and there would be numerous scenes together. How joyous! Boyu? Gu Wubua suddenly interjected. Only then did Jiang Dier realize she had inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts. Before she could respond, Gu Wubua on the other end of the line continued, "Is Boyu in this drama? Is he the male lead?" Jiang Dier quietly inquired. "You didn't know?" Gu Wubua retorted, "How would I know? This production has kept the identity of the male lead under wraps. I had inquired previously and only learned that it was a prominent figure. So, your unusual reaction when you exited the audition room was due to encountering Boyu? You didn't even mention it to me. Instead, speaking in riddles about the idol coming to life. Isn't that precisely what happened? Tell me more. Do you realize that today I sought out my ex-girlfriend just to discover who the male lead was?" "Wait, ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Dier instantly seized upon this crucial detail. If she were a cat, her ears would undoubtedly perk up, quivering with curiosity for the gossip. Gu Wubua, aware of his slip, refrained from answering her query. However, Jiang Dier was relentless, eagerly pressing on. "You actually have an ex-girlfriend? You didn't land the audition opportunity through her, did you? Oh, I am so eager to meet your ex-girlfriend. What kind of extraordinary woman could have possibly reclaimed you? Gu, I am genuinely curious." Gu Wubua inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, and retorted, "If you mention my ex-girlfriend one more time, do you believe I will immediately go online to praise your piano proficiency at level 10? Jiang Dier. "Oh, that's rather ruthless. I cannot afford to provoke you. I concede." Chapter 33. Jiang Dier. The first time I felt embarrassed for someone else, Jiang Dier hurriedly reassured. Calm down. Your emotional fluctuations are too intense. You're about to lose your carefully crafted persona. Gu Wubua, puzzled, asked, "What persona?" Jiang Dier replied matter-of-factly, "The persona of Gu Jing Wubo, of course. As your name suggests, that is the persona you were destined to embody." Gu Wubua. Gu Wubua was left speechless, as if 8 large characters were stamped on his forehead. Gu Jing Wubo, what nonsense is this? 2 days later, Yu Zijuan was discharged from the hospital. That afternoon, the regular guests and main staff of the show Celebrity Culinary Competition all gathered to welcome him. The filming crew arrived at the hospital, and as the cameras rolled, the director's voice resonated outside the frame, indicating that this surprise for Yu Zijuan was completely unannounced. After exchanging cheerful greetings with everyone, Yu Zijuan rushed to his most beloved and grateful savior, Sister Dier, and began to speak incessantly, in an exuberant expression of admiration for Sister Dier's ethereal beauty. There was also a heartfelt gratitude for her role in preserving his life. Amidst this, he could not resist a playful jab at the team, lamenting that he could have been discharged the previous night, had it not been for his agent's insistence on prolonging his stay in the hospital for yet another tedious day. Nearby, the photographer recorded this light-hearted exchange, sensing it could serve as captivating material for future editing. Meanwhile, within Jiang Deer's body, Bao was becoming increasingly exasperated by Yu Zijuan's incessant chatter. Upon his fifth glance at the time on his phone, Yu Zijuan finally inquired, "Sister Deer, why do you keep checking the time? Is there something urgent?" "I am waiting for 5:30, Bao replied, feeling a slight relief as he noted the time. Just a minute remained until the awaited hour. "What do you need 5:30 for? Didn't he, the director, just say we would have dinner together tonight?" The relentless repetition of Sister Deer from Yu Zijuan was beginning to wear on Bao's nerves. He raised his gaze to Yu Zijuan and coldly declared, "I am waiting for liberation." "Huh?" Yu Zijuan responded, bewildered. What does waiting for liberation mean? Just as he settled into his seat, the familiar sensation of their bodies swapping overtook him. With Yu Zijuan's incantation-like voice absent, Bao felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He looked up to find himself seated in the private screening room of the villa, where a large screen a few meters away showcased a film. It was his own film, a military drama that had premiered some time ago, filled with fervent and heroic themes. Bao instinctively touched his face, relieved that this time, he had not shed a tear. Suddenly, he noticed a pen and notebook resting to one side, and an image of Jiang Deer, seated there, engrossed in watching a film while taking notes, unfurled in his mind. Indeed, she dedicated herself earnestly to her performance, Bao mused. He had become so absorbed in the movie that he lost track of time. Fortunately, he did not cry this time. Just as Jiang Deer was reflecting on this, a male voice interrupted her thoughts. "Sister Deer, are you feeling unwell?" She turned her head and recognized Yu Zijuan, albeit this was her first encounter with the real person in her own body. Yu Zijuan's reaction clearly indicated he had witnessed her gesture of tapping her forehead. She smiled at him and replied, "I feel perfectly fine." Yu Zijuan, an unabashed admirer of beauty, was utterly captivated by Jiang Deer's smile, his mind seemingly ignited with little fireworks, and when he spoke again, he stammered, Dear sister, you smiled at me. You smiled at me for the first time, woohoo." Jiang Deer could only watch in astonishment as tears began to trickle from the corners of Yu Zijuan's eyes as he continued to speak. Jiang Deer, Jiang Deer, Jiang Deer, are you all right, my friend? Is your reaction perhaps a tad excessive? Are you genuinely moved to tears by my beauty? Surely you jest, or is there something awry with my eyesight? Yu Zijuan raised his hand to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye, offering Jiang Deer a smile radiant enough to illuminate a lifetime of happiness. Jiang Deer harbored genuine doubts that the recent gas poisoning had adversely affected Yu Zijuan's mental faculties. Just as she was about to express her concern, she noticed Yu Zijuan suddenly breaking into a foolish grin. Jiang Deer gasped, "Good heavens, has he truly lost his mind?" As panic set in and she contemplated dialing emergency services, she overheard Yu Zijuan, engrossed in his own world, murmuring softly, "Goodness, what celestial beauty is this? Is this not the very essence of a fairy's smile? Even the moon must shy away, and flowers would feel a sense of shame. Who else in the entertainment industry could possibly compare?" With each utterance, Jiang Deer's hand trembled more fiercely as she grasped her phone. "Help me. Where on earth did Yu Zijuan learn to shower such extravagant flattery?" Merely listening to him left her feeling utterly mortified. Upon hearing the question, "Who else?" she shuddered and promptly exited the call screen. Why call for help? This man is clearly beyond salvation. Perhaps I should look up the nearest mental health facility, she thought, emotionally detached. Then, upon hearing the words filming, Jiang Deer's eyes widened in alarm as she peered outside the car door. A person emerged, shouldering a camera, their expression one of indescribable awkwardness. Having evidently overheard every word of her and Yu Zijuan's previous exchange, and recorded it all too, Jiang Deer was overwhelmed with embarrassment, closing her eyes in resignation. Alas, let it perish. Her image is utterly shattered. Wait, it seems that it is not she who has ruined her image, but rather Yu Zijuan. Jiang Deer struggled to open her eyes slightly, casting a glance at Yu Zijuan, only to find herself at a loss for words once more. "Are you still lost in infatuation? I feel a deep sense of social embarrassment on your behalf." Chapter 34. The inaugural episode of Celebrity Culinary Showdown aired. 45 minutes later, in a private dining room for Hot Pot, Zhang Deer sat at the table, gazing at the bubbling broth before her, pondering for a while before deciding to stealthily dip a piece of meat into the spicy soup when Gu Wubua was not paying attention. Beside her, Yu Zijuan, after enduring half an hour of scolding from his manager, finally regained his senses. At this moment, while dining, he dared not glance at Zhang Deer even once, as his manager's gaze was unwavering. This was Zhang Deer's first encounter with someone so obsessed with looks. It was truly remarkable and awe-inspiring. In fact, after seeing the trending news about Yu Zijuan's gas poisoning last time, she had searched for his information online, discovering that a vast majority of his fans were mothers who both marveled at how adorable their silly son was while simultaneously worrying about his future due to his perceived foolishness. Looking back, it seems that these maternal fans had a rather accurate understanding of Yu Zijuan. Once the hot pot was finished, Zhang Deer put down her chopsticks, feeling quite pleased. Initially, she only intended to evade Gu Wubua's gaze long enough to sneak a piece of meat into the spicy broth. Yet she had managed to dip 3 pieces without being discovered. 3 pieces. Just as she was overwhelmed by the delight of the meal, Yu Zijuan leaned in closer. Zhang Deer observed his movements and immediately glanced at Yu Zijuan's agent, only to find that the agent had mysteriously departed from the private room. As she pondered this, Yu Zijuan spoke up, as if seeking praise. Sister Deer, what do you think of the 3 roles I've recommended to you? The character in Love When the Notes Resound was specifically chosen for you by my agent. The character's design is exceptional, and considering you have reached the advanced level of piano proficiency, I'm certain it will garner an abundance of acclaim when it airs. Zhang Deer replied, taking a breath. And couldn't he help but show him an awkward yet polite smile. Thank you. So it was you who specifically selected this role for me. It's quite good, or not? Yu Zijuan, you have some nerve. TT, don't leave after school. This fairy is ready to roll up her sleeves. Yu Zijuan, a devoted admirer of beauty, remained oblivious to the expressions of handsome men and beautiful women. Upon seeing Zhang Deer smile, he was momentarily entranced, his mind racing with thoughts of how lovely she looked. However, he was abruptly brought back to reality when his sister and agent re-entered the room and unceremoniously pinched his ear. With a pained cry, Yu Zijuan's gaze lingered on Zhang Deer's face. Zhang Deer remained silent, while his sister and agent sighed in exasperation at having such a top-tier beauty enthusiast for a brother. It was truly a challenge. At that moment, the director suggested something, and although Zhang Deer and the other guests were somewhat taken aback, they naturally did not dissent. The director inquired about everyone's availability, and upon learning that they had no other plans after their hot pot meal, he promptly made the decision. Let us gather this evening to watch the premiere of the variety show. Tang Shuwen, who was listening nearby, suddenly had a brilliant idea and suggested, why not host a live stream? As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a sly glance at Zhang Deer. Recalling Zhang Deer's lackluster culinary skills, Tang Shuwen felt increasingly confident in her proposal. Noticing the director's hesitation, she quickly enumerated the myriad benefits of live streaming, asserting that it would generate immediate buzz, facilitate interaction with online viewers, and that the live stream footage could later be edited into a premium version for release. Ultimately, the director was persuaded, recognizing the validity of her suggestion. Given that the necessary equipment was readily available, organizing a live stream was indeed feasible. With the director's agreement, Tang Shuwen sighed in relief and gleefully looked over at Zhang Deer, who was engrossed in conversation with Gu Wubua, completely oblivious to her. Yet, Tang Shuwen felt a surge of satisfaction. Zhang Deer, your expression during the live stream will surely be a sight to behold. After all, just a moment's thought reveals that many will undoubtedly mock your cooking skills in the comments, which would be quite embarrassing during the live broadcast. Tang Shuwen maliciously mused, unable to suppress a giggle. The location for the live stream was quickly decided, as it was already past 7 in the evening. They opted for convenience and reserved the top floor of a high-end hot pot restaurant. The proprietor of the upscale hot pot restaurant appeared to share a cordial relationship with the director, providing a clean and tidy loft that seemed to be routinely utilized for theatrical performances and film screenings, equipped with a white screen and a projector. The promotional staff were diligently working to elevate the hashtag #JangDeerLeong live reaction, striving to propel it onto the trending list expeditiously. The names of the guests were arranged in the same order as the official announcement, following the sequence of their initials. At precisely 7:55 in the evening, Zhang Deer and her companions settled onto the sofa with a platter of sunflower seeds, a bowl of candies, and 2 stacks of sliced fruits generously sponsored by the restaurant owner adorning the coffee table, evoking a warm, familial cinema atmosphere. As the clock struck 8, the inaugural episode of the variety show Celebrity Culinary Showdown commenced punctually. Within the loft, the projection was impeccable, the visuals sharp, and the live comments were configured to display only the top 2 lines. The live stream was soon inundated with numerous fans of the 4 regular guests, alongside a small contingent of enthusiastic onlookers. Chapter 35, Chong Chong. Yuzi Jun, Mom is here. 1-1. Uncle Yonga, when will you embark on a film shoot? Do not become ensnared by the delights of gastronomy. Chong Chong. Chong 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 Chong. Lee Yonga noticed a significant number of comments repeatedly featuring the character Chong, and could not help but voice his curiosity. What does the incessant mention of Chong signify? Yuzi Jun, equally perplexed, shook his head in uncertainty. This shouldn't be the case. How could there be a meme that even I, a proficient internet surfer, fail to comprehend? Is it perhaps an expression of some sentiment? Is it a call for me? Jiang Dier remarked. Yu Zijuan was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed. Why do they call you Chong? Other guests and staff members also turned their gaze towards her. Jiang Dier then began to elucidate. Xiang is essentially my nickname. When I was a child, I would help my grandmother gather firewood in the countryside, and inadvertently, I burned myself. I ended up with an oddly shaped scar on my ankle that resembles the character Chong. Sometimes, when I glance down at the scar, I find it astonishing how such a coincidence could occur. How could a mere burn result in a mark resembling a character? Although the memory of that burn has long since faded, this is indeed the truth as recounted by my parents and grandmother. Furthermore, during my early years in elementary school, my handwriting was rather unsightly. Since I had previously heard my grandmother mention that my surname bore some resemblance to the scar, I couldn't help but look down at my ankle whenever I wrote my name. Consequently, I often miswrote Zhang as Chong, leaving my first-grade Chinese teacher both amused and exasperated. The name Xiang first emerged during my elementary school years. As I grew older and came across the line from a poem, "Why must the Chong flute lament the willows?" I felt an indescribable connection, further reinforcing my affinity for the character Chong. It felt as though it had traversed time to find me. Thus, I grew increasingly fond of my nickname. On one occasion, when I unexpectedly joined a fan group, a fan inquired about my preferred nickname, and I replied with Jiang. From that moment onward, the name Jiang began to circulate among my fans. Jiang Dier did not intend to recount the entirety of her intertwined fates with the character Chong. She briefly mentioned that her childhood nickname stemmed from a burn, and then playfully remarked, "All right, everyone, let us focus on the variety show instead of me." Yu Zijuan, initially eager to inquire further about the burn, found himself at a loss. Coming from a well-off family in a bustling city, he had never encountered firewood in his life and could hardly fathom the notion of Jiang Dier sustaining a burn while helping her grandmother in the countryside. Observing her disinclination to elaborate, he suppressed his questions, wary that further probing might displease her, for it is generally understood that young ladies often prefer to conceal their scars. However, the viewers in the live stream were unabashedly curious and began to discuss among themselves, expressing sentiments such as, "Even celebrities had to gather firewood in the countryside during their childhood. It reminds me of my own youth, and how old was Jiang Dier at that time? I recall her mentioning in a previous interview that her grandmother passed away when she was 6, so she must have been at most 6 when she was gathering firewood?" Others chimed in, seeking clarification. Is it common for rural children to work at such a young age? One user, asserting their own experience, commented, "In my rural area, we certainly did not have children that small working. That seems a bit far-fetched." Yet, many agreed that Jiang Dier's account must hold some truth, as her childhood appeared exceedingly harsh. Her parents had divorced when she was just 1 year old, showing little interest in her well-being, leaving her to reside with her grandmother in a particularly remote valley until she started primary school. I have only just heard about the circumstances surrounding Jiang Dier. It seems this beautiful woman has endured quite a lot. However, when she spoke of her burns, her tone was remarkably light, showing no sign of self-pity, which was rather commendable. Is this not a form of self-pity? If she truly wished to avoid it, she would not have mentioned her burns at all. How can one be certain that she is not fabricating her story? By deliberately portraying herself as a victim, she seeks sympathy. After all, this girl, who dropped out of high school to mingle with society, possesses a rather cunning nature. It appears that some critics, whenever Jiang Dier is mentioned, seem inclined to interpret her actions with the utmost malice, as though she were irredeemably wicked. based solely on her act of saving Yu Zijuan. I believe her character is beyond reproach. To be honest, I was once a detractor of Jiang Deer. But after witnessing her heroic act on social media a few days ago, I have since become an admirer. As for me, I find myself rather naive. I cannot bring myself to criticize Jiang Deer, for her beauty is simply too captivating. Truly, we live in a world where appearances hold significant sway. While the live stream was fervently discussing Jiang Deer, the first episode of the variety show had already introduced the 4 regular guests. The comments during the show were relatively harmonious until the moment Jiang Deer rated her own culinary skills with a mere 2 stars. At which point some peculiar remarks emerged. Jiang Deer dared to give herself 2 stars for her cooking. I saw Tan Sherwin's speechless expression. Wait, how come I was unaware of this? Jiang Deer was intently observing her own image on the screen. The variety show, which utilized her persona, proved to be far more intriguing than she had anticipated, causing her to overlook the top 2 rows of comments discussing the situation. It was only when Yu Zijuan nudged her with his elbow that she turned to him, following his gaze upward to the comments section. At that moment, the barrage of messages continued to revolve around her and Tan Sherwin, even escalating to criticism directed at her. They insisted that she owed Tan Sherwin an apology, or else she would be deemed shameless, accused of deliberately sending Tan Sherwin to the hospital. Jiang Deer furrowed her brow, realizing the urgency of clarifying the matter. Otherwise, her detractors would interpret her silence as acquiescence. Furthermore, the situation was not as depicted in the comments. It was evident to her that the fabricated information had been intentionally leaked by Tan Sherwin's camp, likely to preempt any potential revelations from the staff on site that might hint at the truth. They sought to take the initiative, placing the blame squarely on her shoulders. With this realization, Jiang Deer turned her attention toward the focal point of the controversy, Tan Sherwin. So you ate my dish and then felt unwell, leading you to the hospital? She began. I remember your visit to the hospital was. Tan Sherwin's expression soured. She had not anticipated that the comments would veer into this territory. The truth of the matter could not be revealed, for it would spell disaster for her entire career. In that moment, she had no choice but to hastily interrupt Jiang Deer, forcing herself to display a semblance of a natural smile. Alas, the individual posting those comments must have consumed a misguided melon. Regardless of who it is, one should refrain from indulging in such falsehoods in the future. Tan Sherwin prefers to remain silent, yet Jiang Deer is determined not to let her off the hook. Over the years, Tan Sherwin has harbored jealousy towards Jiang Deer's initial success in debuting with the group, and has clandestinely disseminated a plethora of malicious rumors about her. She is not oblivious to this. Moreover, the unscrupulous agency has continuously shielded Tan Sherwin, neglecting to assist Jiang Deer in countering these slanderous campaigns. Naturally, Jiang Deer is seething with indignation. She has contemplated directly confronting Tan Sherwin on social media. Yet she is acutely aware that such a course of action would not bode well for her, as her public image pales in comparison to Tan Sherwin's. A single misstep could lead to Tan Sherwin turning the tables on her. Regrettably, she has visited the agency numerous times, only to find no one present. Yet a gentleman's vengeance is never too late. Is an opportunity not knocking at her door? It is not in her nature to let grievances go unaddressed. Consequently, all present witnessed Jiang Deer suddenly smile, resembling a cunning little fox. I acknowledge my culinary skills leave much to be desired. But your discomfort at that time was not solely due to my cooking, was it? Rather, it stemmed from your pregnancy and the accompanying nausea. Although Jiang Deer refrained from explicitly voicing the latter part, her insinuating remarks were sufficient to render Tan Sherwin's complexion ghostly pale. In a state of panic, Tan Sherwin glanced at her manager, utterly unprepared for the turn of events. What she had intended to be a moment of humiliation for Jiang Deer had backfired spectacularly. This is what it means to lift a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. Fortunately, Tan Sherwin's manager was quick to react, swiftly formulating a counter-strategy and signaling her discreetly. Tan Sherwin took a moment to decipher the words gastroenteritis uttered by her manager, and her heart immediately steadied. This explanation was indeed quite reasonable, yet her earlier panic had not gone unnoticed by the fans and netizens watching the live broadcast. I refuse to believe it's merely gastroenteritis. Tan Sherwin's face turned pale just moments ago. Unbelievable. I smell a major scandal brewing. So, is Jiang Deer truly an innocent victim of slander? Goodness, when I read about this from marketing accounts back in the day, I genuinely thought she had betrayed Tan Sherwin. I am beginning to question the authenticity of all those negative stories surrounding Jiang Deer. While the variety show continued to air and the livestream pressed on, the majority of netizens had shifted their focus to the true reason behind Tan Shuwen's sudden illness that led her to the hospital. The search term "Why did Tan Shuwen vomit?" surprisingly climbed the trending charts, albeit not to a great extent, yet it left Tan Shuwen's management team in a state of alarm. With a grim expression, her manager conferred with the team, realizing that suppressing the issue entirely was futile. Consequently, they opted to buy online support to replace it with the trending term Tan Shuwen gastroenteritis. Tan Shuwen's manager, feeling increasingly uneasy, couldn't help but glance towards Tan Shuwen and Jiang Deer, his expression darkening further. He had previously advised Tan Shuwen against using this incident to undermine Jiang Deer's reputation, fearing it might lead to disastrous consequences. The first episode of the variety show concluded successfully, yet the anticipated scene of netizens mercilessly mocking Jiang Deer's culinary skills did not materialize. Instead, the focus remained largely on Tan Shuwen, with only a few mild jabs directed at Jiang Deer's lackluster cooking abilities. Moreover, when Yu Zijuan secured the last position with what might have been a toxic eggplant, the expressions shared between him and Jiang Deer were quite amusing, prompting a flurry of laughter in the comments section. Even Tan Shuwen noted that someone in the chat had complimented the endearing look Jiang Deer cast towards Yu Zijuan. Tan Shuwen. She nearly choked on her own frustration. Why did the situation unfold so differently from her expectations? After a brief visit to the restroom, Jiang Deer encountered Tan Shuwen upon her return. It appeared that Tan Shuwen had just had a heated argument with her manager, her face flushed with anger, and her lips muttering curses. Jiang Deer overheard her, astonished to find that after venting her ire towards herself, Tan Shuwen had begun to berate the fan who had defended her in the comments. Jiang Deer. Seriously? She refrained from criticizing the fan who had spread false information, yet she turned on her own supporter? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Deer interjected. Hey, stop cursing. Tan Shuwen, startled by the soft and delicate voice, turned to see the source, only to find it was Jiang Deer, which further soured her expression. The fan's greatest fault was their inability to discern character, supporting someone like you. With a cheerful tone, Jiang Deer concluded her remark and exited the restroom without a glance at Tan Shuwen's face. As she rounded a corner in the corridor, she spotted Gu Wubua, who approached her and inquired, Did you bump into Tan Shuwen? Did she give you any trouble? Jiang Deer replied with a hint of confusion. What could she do to me? She can't possibly overpower me. Gu Wubua. Indeed. Apologies. He overlooked the fact that this seemingly delicate girl possesses considerable strength and excels at fighting. Gu Wubua promptly retracted his statement, inquiring, You didn't harm her, did you? Jiang Deer pondered for a moment and replied, Rest assured, I did not resort to violence. However, she must be quite agitated. Gu Wubua intended to probe further, but was interrupted by Jiang Deer's confident proclamation of 8 words, sarcastic and enigmatic, eternally divine. Gu Wubua. Gu Wubua. Upon returning to their residence, it was already past 10 in the evening. Jiang Deer hurried to freshen up. When she emerged from the bathroom, she casually picked up her phone and illuminated the screen, revealing a WeChat message. Yu Zijuan requests to add you as a friend. Jiang Deer recalled Yu Zijuan's expression today, laughing and crying simultaneously, which caused her to wear a rather peculiar look. How did he acquire her WeChat? Considering that the variety show Celebrity Culinary Competition still had several episodes to record, Jiang Deer extended her finger and accepted the request. Consequently, her screen was inundated with a flurry of messages. Sister Deer, you finally added me. Sister Deer, we've made the trending list again. Sister Deer, quickly check the trending link XXXXX. Sister Deer, that indescribable expression you wore while looking at me in the final episode of the first season has become a meme. Chapter 37 Bo Yu. Upon reading the incessant address of Sister Deer, Jiang Deer inexplicably felt a slight headache. She clicked on the trending search link, and the page swiftly transitioned to reveal a trending term, Jiang Deer's unspeakable expression pack. Jiang Deer gazed at this entry, unable to suppress a moment of silence. Why on earth did this even make the trending list? Surely, Gu Wubua would not have orchestrated such a trend for her, right? The production team, in their promotional endeavors, would not have chosen this particular angle, would they? Perplexed, Jiang Deer scrolled down, and, after perusing a multitude of comments from netizens, she grasped the situation. Oh, it was the whims of fate that birthed heroes, or rather, the circumstances that gave rise to expression packs. The image depicted Jiang Deer with a cold demeanor, her eyes brimming with disdain, exuding an air of exasperation. At the bottom, the blogger had cleverly inscribed the phrase unspeakable, as if encapsulating Jiang Deer's innermost sentiments. This image was indeed the inaugural piece of the Jiang Deer Unspeakable Expression Pack series. However, at that moment, it was far from qualifying for trending status. The post had only garnered engagement from the blogger's own followers, remaining within a confined circle. The turning point arrived half an hour later, when a news item that could easily qualify for the annual Baffling Behavior Award went viral. A woman disguised as a man viciously critiques a man disguised as a woman. This convoluted trending topic drew considerable attention from onlookers. Among those swift to react were fans of the Expression Pack blogger, who promptly shared the recently saved Jiang Deer Unspeakable Expression Pack. Perhaps the bystanders found the Expression Pack particularly fitting for the moment, as it quickly ascended to the top of the trending comments, receiving an abundance of likes. Half an hour later, the young woman disguised as a man took to social media to vent her frustrations. She recounted how she believed she had fallen head over heels for a beautiful girl online, prompting her to assume a masculine persona in hopes of capturing the girl's attention. To her dismay, she discovered that the enchanting beauty was, in fact, a man. Accompanying her post was a meme featuring a perplexed expression of Jiang Deer. What followed was a whirlwind of chaos. Initially, the trending topic held a modest position, but fans soon noticed the surging hashtag "The Heartbroken Girl in Disguise curses the Boy in Disguise," which rapidly ascended to the top of the trending list. The internet community began to play along, creating a plethora of new Jiang Deer memes and sharing them under the hashtag Jiang Deer makes sweet and sour cabbage. Marketing accounts quickly caught on to this trend, eager to boost their engagement metrics. As a result, they began to disseminate content related to the meme, unexpectedly propelling the hashtag Jiang Deer perplexed meme into the top 5 trending topics. Adding fuel to the fire were the detractors of Jiang Deer, who initially assumed the trending topic was a negative smear against her. Eager for a chance to ridicule, they clicked in anticipation, only to find themselves confronted by a light-hearted meme phenomenon. They were left bereft of material for mockery, inadvertently boosting the view counts and becoming increasingly frustrated. As Jiang Deer scrolled through the popular tweets beneath the trending topic, she found herself amused by the antics of the playful netizens and her own fans. Particularly, the knowledge that the expression in the meme belonged to Bo Yu only heightened her amusement. Unable to contain her delight, she promptly shared the trending link with Bo Yu, inquiring, "Bo, do you think this qualifies as my meme or yours?" Jiang Deer, Panda joyfully rolling JPG. Bo Yu was engrossed in reviewing the first 10 episodes of the script for A Sword Cold as Frost in 14 States. When his phone vibrated, his gaze remained fixed on the script. He reached for his phone with one hand, initially assuming it was an inconsequential message that he could glance at and dismiss. To his surprise, the message was from Jiang Deer. Bo Yu paused, closed the script, and opened WeChat. Upon discerning the content of Jiang Deer's message, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Bo Yu, Bo the Great? Jiang Deer, cute, indeed. Bo Yu, who rarely employed emoticons, was completely unfamiliar with the concept of a text emoji. Bo Yu, why the sudden cuteness? A simple 6-character response, devoid of any ulterior meaning, inexplicably made Jiang Deer blush. She was merely accustomed to sending various adorable emoticons. Yet being questioned so earnestly by Bo Yu made her feel as though she had just playfully pouted in front of him. Goodness! The mere thought of that image sent her heart racing like a wild deer. Jiang Deer placed a hand over her heart, attempting to slow its frantic beating. But her mind, seemingly rebellious, began to imagine Bo Yu's expression while typing those 6 words. The more she pondered, the faster her heart raced. Bo Yu would never suspect that Jiang Deer, akin to a starry-eyed fan, was experiencing a heart thumping like a drum due to a single phrase from her idol. His expression momentarily froze. Bo Yu, Bien Yu finally comprehended the meaning behind Jiang Deer's question regarding the expression pack. He scrutinized the image that featured Jiang Deer's face, yet bore his characteristic expression, and the more he gazed, the more he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Hiss! Who created this expression pack? Why are so many people sharing it? Soon after, he stumbled upon a comment from a netizen named Me Dao, who had humorously renamed themselves Did I Just Peel Ginger Today? Have you all noticed that this expression resembles Bien Yu's look of exasperation? Below, a chorus of individuals echoed in agreement, bursting into laughter. Haha, it truly does resemble him. I think so too. Attached a comparison image JPG, Jiang Deer definitely has a bit of BNU in her. Dog head emoji, with such resemblance. How many BNUs can Jiang Deer consume in one sitting? Dog head emoji, BNU. Chapter 38. A shift in the variety show. The following day, a light drizzle began to fall. Jiang Deer, now embodying BNU, disembarked from the vehicle. Her assistant was quick on the uptake, unfurling an umbrella in advance to shield her from even a single drop of rain. Chui Falu approached her and inquired, "Do you remember the process?" Jiang Deer had now mastered the portrayal of BNU to an extraordinary degree. She nodded slightly, offering a simple in response. Her demeanor and reaction were such that even if BNU himself were present, there would be no discernible difference. Jiang Deer couldn't help but think that if one day she were to take on a cross-dressing role, she would undoubtedly excel, perhaps dazzling all in attendance. With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Deer stepped into the shooting hall, only to be taken aback by the peculiar and unsettling atmosphere that enveloped the space. The director was engaged in a phone call, exhibiting signs of extreme agitation. Yu Zijuan appeared troubled, while Tan Sherwin wore a face filled with schadenfreude. Furrowing her brow slightly, Jiang Deer sought out Bo Yu, but he was nowhere to be found, nor was Gu Wubua. Turning her gaze towards Chui Falu, she noted his unease as well. Without hesitation, Chui Falu declared, "I shall inquire further." He then approached Li Yonga, one of the guests who seemed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. The actress Chui Falu had previously represented was a close friend of Li Yonga, and as her manager, he was reasonably acquainted with him. What could be the reason? Had the investors lost their senses? What could they possibly gain from this? All they would achieve is a futile loss of the funds already invested, perhaps even embroiling themselves in a contractual dispute that would leave both parties in ruin. The lack of explanation from the investors only deepened his confusion. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he mused, "Yet I suspect this predicament is most likely a result of Jiang Deer offending someone she ought not to have." Upon hearing Chui Falu's words, Jiang Deer recalled a prior conversation with Gu Wubua regarding an adversary lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, outside the shooting hall, Gu Wubua wore a grim expression, his lips moving incessantly. After venting his frustrations, he found himself parched, only to notice that his artist, Jiang Deer, maintained a placid demeanor, rendering it difficult for him to discern her emotional state. Gu Wubua thought to himself, shouldn't this girl be cursing at the misfortune? Why is she so quiet? Has she become foolishly childlike? Gu Wubua spoke cautiously, "Why are you silent? Are you all right?" In the previous conversation with Jiang Deer on WeChat, Bo Yu had not bothered to check, and it was only now that he discovered someone had been covertly undermining Jiang Deer. Fortunately, Gu Wubua thought. Upon hearing the word fortunately, he grew increasingly suspicious that the person before him had been rendered dumb with anger. He inquired more carefully, "Why are you so composed? If you're upset, you should express it. Bottling it up will only lead to illness." Just as Gu Wubua finished speaking, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He opened it to find his expression darkening further. Noticing his distress, Bo Yu asked, "What's wrong?" At that moment, Gu Wubua felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he replied, "The person behind this has struck again. The news of your withdrawal from the recording has already trending." Bo Yu furrowed his brow. Who has the audacity to withdraw Jiang Deer from the variety show? Gu Wubua handed over his phone. Bo Yu read through the trending topic and the popular Weibo posts underneath, and suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle. This smile startled Gu Wubua. "I'm on the verge of exploding with rage, and you find this amusing? How can you remain unfazed by such absurdity?" Bo Yu lifted his gaze to meet Gu Wubua's eyes. It was only then that Gu Wubua realized that the artist who had just smiled bore no trace of mirth. Instead, his eyes were veiled with an invisible layer of frost, cold and detached. Gu Wubua felt a fleeting chill, only to hear the voice of his artist. "I'm truly quite angry." These simple 6 words, delivered with a deliberate pace and a light, nonchalant tone, inexplicably evoked the calm that precedes a storm. Instinctively, Gu Wubua shivered. "So," Bo Yu returned the phone to him, her tone measured and composed. "Therefore, I will resolve it." With that, she lowered her head and retrieved her own phone from her pocket, sending a message to Jiang Deer. "Bo Yu, have you arrived?" "Jiang Deer, I'm already in the filming hall." "Jiang Deer, I'm so sorry, I've learned what happened. Today's recording might not proceed. It's all my fault for making you come here for nothing. Having a high-profile individual interrupted mid-work is truly." Jiang Deer, holding her phone, felt a surge of frustration towards the individual behind the scenes. Bo Yu, who said it can't be filmed. Zhang Deer's eyes widened slightly upon reading this message. Zhang Deer, huh? Bo Yu. That person dealing with you essentially means they are also dealing with a significant portion of my time. In my life, while it is acceptable for collaborating parties to realize midway that things are amiss and amicably part ways, it is absolutely intolerable to be dismissed after having worked well together. Bo Yu. Go speak to the director, you will cover the investment in my name. Chapter 39. Continue filming. You mean you can cover the investment? The program director looked at Bo Yu with astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. Beside them, Chui Fu was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events as his artist stepped towards the director. For a fleeting moment, his expression reflected astonishment. Zhang Dyer nodded, and in the director's delighted gaze, she proceeded to articulate matters pertaining to investment, employing the advice that Bo Yu had imparted to her via WeChat, ultimately reaching a preliminary agreement with the director. Having resolved the immediate predicament, the director's demeanor shifted from one of agitation and ire to one adorned with a broad smile. Just as he was about to grasp the intercom to resume organizing the various aspects of the on-site shoot, he remarked, "You must truly thank Bo Yu for this." After expressing their gratitude, the crowd dispersed. Gu Wubo was astonished that Bo Yu had stepped in to assist, feeling a sense of relief while simultaneously sensing an inexplicable discomfort. He pulled his artist aside and whispered, "When you said you would resolve it, did you mean by seeking Bo Yu's help?" Bo Yu merely nodded in affirmation. Gu Wubo couldn't help but exclaim, "Bo Yu is truly impressive. Don't deceive me. You two must have had something in the past, otherwise. Why would he be so kind to you? Honestly, I believe he is still harboring old feelings for you." Bo Yu replied, "What do you mean? Who was with whom? What old feelings?" Meanwhile, Chui Fu was also engaged in conversation with his presumed artist, saying, "How come you keep assisting Zhang Dyer in resolving her issues? You aren't secretly in love with her, are you?" Upon hearing the term secret crush, Zhang Dyer's expression subtly shifted. Before she could concoct a suitable response, Yu Zijuan approached. In the presence of his employer and a senior figure in the industry, Yu Zijuan maintained a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Approaching with respect, he performed a bow customary for juniors, feeling particularly anxious, and greeted, "Hello, Brother Bo." After exchanging pleasantries, he quickly made his way towards his sister, Dear. However, with a mere turn, his previously solemn expression transformed into a radiant smile. Unbeknownst to him, Bo Yu had indeed supplemented the investment, and upon witnessing the director's improved mood, filming arrangements were being re-established. With his sister Dear still present, he sensed that matters had likely been resolved. Although he could not fathom the specifics of the resolution, the mere fact that it was settled was sufficient to bring him joy. "Dear, I just confronted that individual who spread false rumors about you online. He has now deleted his post in disgrace." Bo Yu was taken aback by Yu Zijuan's sudden mention of this incident. Just as he was about to respond, Yu Zijuan's manager, who also happened to be his older sister, rushed in from outside, visibly exasperated. How could she have such a troublesome younger brother? Did he not realize that, as a newly debuted male idol, publicly confronting someone online was a cardinal sin? After finishing a phone call outside and learning of Yu Zijuan's mischief, she nearly felt faint. "I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but I urgently need to discuss something with Zijuan." With that, Yu Zijuan's manager promptly whisked him away to a secluded corner, and judging by her demeanor, had there not been so many onlookers, she might have resorted to a more direct form of reprimand. Gu Wubo was completely unaware that during this brief interval, Yu Zijuan had actually managed to silence the individual spreading false information online. Was this person truly so formidable? Hastily, Gu Wubo retrieved his phone and logged into Weibo, where he discovered that the hashtag Yu Zijuan confronts the informant had indeed surged to the trending topics and was positioned quite prominently. As he delved into the entries, he was struck by Yu Zijuan's remarkable ability to counterattack with retort after retort. The informant proclaimed, "The financial backer, blah blah blah." To which Yu Zijuan replied, "Oh, your thoughts are rather sordid. How frightening." The informant continued, "The relationship with the guest staff is poor, blah blah blah." Yu Zijuan quipped, "Wow, so I'm not a guest? My fragile heart is simply devastated." Gu Wubo found himself thoroughly entertained and handed his phone to the artist beside him, chuckling, "Yu Zijuan is quite righteous. You truly did not err in coming to his aid last time." Unbeknownst to Gu Wubo, who assumed Yu Zijuan was assisting out of gratitude for prior help, most onlookers shared a similar sentiment. Otherwise, given the current state of the entertainment industry, there would undoubtedly be numerous criticisms directed at Yu Zijuan for his antics. After all, the prevailing norm dictates that while artists may jest and banter with their fans, they must refrain from directly confronting ordinary individuals or critics, lest they be deemed lowly, accused of sensationalism, or labeled as impolite, exploiting their celebrity status to maliciously harass ordinary netizens. Especially, Yu Zijuan's actions were not merely for his own sake, but rather to defend other female stars. Fortunately, the incident where Jiang Dier came to his rescue is widely known, and now, as he stands up for her, coupled with MyHigh Entertainment's timely management of public sentiment, many onlookers perceive him as straightforward and chivalrous. Of course, unfavorable remarks still persist. Some even speculate that Yu Zijuan and Jiang Dier are romantically involved. Jiang Dier is truly formidable. She has even ensnared Yu Zijuan, not sparing her younger brother either. Do you really think the moniker scandalous enchantress is an exaggeration? She has repeatedly latched onto Bo Yu and skillfully enticed Ning Youwu, who would rather endure her 3 rejections than let her go. What else is beyond her reach? Is scandalous enchantress a term of mockery towards Jiang Dier? I always thought it was a compliment to her allure, as it sounds rather pleasant. You up there? Surely you don't believe that calling her a vase is a compliment? Just because she once aided Yu Zijuan, do not assume her character is commendable. Let me tell you, the reason the Informer deleted their post today was due to Jiang Dier's company's public relations efforts. The revelations were indeed true, and Yu Zijuan was deceived. Indeed, while Jiang Dier's company may suppress this incident for now, they cannot silence the voices of the masses. Mark my words, I have some insider information. This matter will not conclude here, and she is about to face a significant downfall. Upon reading this, Bo Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The director, holding a megaphone, announced, "Everyone, gather here. We are about to commence recording." Upon hearing this, Gu Wubuan nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. "Little ancestor, you have truly made my day." Even the subsequent public opinion has been taken into account. Upon hearing the term little ancestor, Bo Yu cast a fleeting glance at Gu Wubuan, choosing not to respond. Chapter 40. Is this the culinary genius? As a guest star in the 4th episode of Celebrity Culinary Competition, Jiang Dier, in Bo Yu's guise, made her entrance following the director's earnest introduction. According to the established protocol, the 4 resident guests approached her one by one to greet and welcome her. Subsequently, the director instructed a staff member to bring forth an opaque box onto the stage. Today, you will be divided into 2 teams, each preparing the same dish, with the ultimate victor determined by external judges and online votes. Inside the box, there are 2 white balls and 3 black balls. Bo Yu, you may draw first. Bo Jiang Dier, you stepped forward, reaching into the box and revealing the ball for the camera. "A white ball," the director exclaimed, adding, "Whoever draws a white ball will team up with Bo Yu, while the remaining 3 will form the other team." The rules for team division were clear and straightforward, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Tan Sherwin contemplated the rules of victory, setting aside the external judges for the moment. She surmised that the combined votes from the 4 resident guests would likely pale in comparison to Bo Yu's votes. If she were to team up with Bo Yu, even if they ultimately lost in the overall evaluation, it would not be a significant embarrassment. Furthermore, it would allow her to bask in the glow of Bo Yu's popularity, ensuring that this episode would generate considerably more buzz than the previous ones. With this in mind, Tan Sherwin gazed at the white ball, her eyes nearly sparkling with anticipation. She was determined to draw the white ball. Yu Zijuan gazed at the white ball, hesitating slightly. He was well aware of the culinary prowess of Bo Yu, who had garnered a multitude of fans, assuring that the online accolades would undoubtedly be in his favor. To him, the outcome of this round seemed all too apparent. Whoever partnered with Bo Yu would surely emerge victorious. However, as he glanced at his companion, Sister Dier, his inclination as a visual admirer urged him to team up with her instead. Alas, he wished fervently that Bo could draw a black ball instead. There were 3 black balls. Perhaps this would allow him to be guided by a master while also enjoying the company of a beautiful sister. The second to take the stage was Li Yonga, who drew a black ball. Next was Tan Sherwin, who hesitated for an extended moment, seemingly afraid to witness the outcome, eventually withdrawing her hand from the box with her eyes closed. A black ball. The director's voice echoed, prompting Tan Sherwin to hear the result she dreaded, causing her spirits to plummet. Disheartened, she stepped aside, watching as Jiang Dier approached the box to draw her ball. In stark contrast to Tan Sherwin's indecisive manner, Bo Yu was swift, As soon as his hand grazed the balls, he confidently extracted one without delay. A white ball, the director announced. Tan Sherwin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to reconcile with this outcome, and she couldn't resist a sharp retort. Director, surely there's no foul play in this draw? The director replied. While he had contemplated the idea of pairing Bo Yu with Jiang Dier for the sake of publicity, it was merely a thought. The results drawn today are entirely fair and just. You may inspect the box. Tan Sherwin pouted, choosing to remain silent. Her gaze inevitably drifted towards Jiang Dier, her heart brimming with a bittersweet ache. The selection of participants for the cooking challenge was organized by age, placing Yu Zijuan at the end. With only a black ball remaining in the box, he approached Li Yonga and Tan Sherwin. The results of the team assignments had been announced, and the director proclaimed the dish for the day: stir-fried celery, lily, strawberry, and cured meat. This dish promised an exquisite taste and vibrant colors, leaving everyone eager to witness the outcome of their culinary endeavor. Jiang Dier exclaimed, "What kind of dish is this? Vegetables combined with flowers, fruits, and meat?" The name sounds rather implausible. Yu Zijuan and Tan Sherwin shared her bewilderment, having never encountered such a dish in their lives. Among the attendees, only Bo Yu and Li Yonga maintained their composure. The staff distributed the recipes to both groups, and upon opening hers, Jiang Dier felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The recipe was undeniably ill-suited for someone like her, a culinary disaster waiting to happen. Covering her face in dismay, Bo Yu, reminiscent of previous episodes, pondered how to make this dish unpalatable. However, a sudden realization struck him. Since it was a team effort, if the dish turned out well, he could attribute the success to Jiang Dier, thereby avoiding any mishap. Should they manage to create a delightful dish, it would be far simpler than deliberately making it unappetizing. As he contemplated this, he was interrupted by the director's voice, prompting Bo Yu to make a swift decision as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Dier. This time, they had to win. Even in Jiang Dier's body, the task of recording an adorable and charming video seemed insurmountable. However, allowing Jiang Dier to utilize his body to act cute and be charming was something he could not accept. Bo Yu took the recipe and scrutinized it thoroughly before commencing with the preparations. Jiang Dier was taken aback by his sudden seriousness, but recalling the director's earlier remarks, she understood and couldn't help but avert her gaze from Bo Yu while smiling. Unbeknownst to Jiang Dier, her smile, although evading Bo Yu's attention, did not escape the watchful eyes of Tan Sherwin from the neighboring set. Tan Sherwin was infuriated. She was unaware of the body-swapping situation between Bo Yu and Jiang Dier, and to her, it appeared that Bo Yu was merely amused by Jiang Dier, who in the industry did not know that Bo Yu possessed a rather aloof disposition. Feeling a surge of jealousy, Tan Sherwin decided that once the current episode of the variety show was completed, she would contact some online influencers to launch another wave of negative publicity against Jiang Dier. Oblivious to Tan Sherwin's thoughts, Jiang Dier, having finished her smile, turned to Bo Yu and eagerly inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Bo Yu contemplated for a moment and replied, "Please break apart the lilies and wash them, then slice the strawberries. Can you manage these tasks?" Jiang Dier nodded. Although her culinary skills were quite lacking, she had no trouble helping out with washing vegetables and slicing strawberries. While Jiang Dier tended to the lilies and strawberries, Bo Yu handled the bacon and celery, simultaneously pouring water into the pot and waiting for it to boil. Once Jiang Dier completed her tasks with the lilies and strawberries, she found herself unable to assist further and merely stood by, admiring Bo Yu as he cooked. Bo Yu briefly blanched the lilies, celery, and bacon in boiling water, then added 2 tablespoons of oil to the frying pan, heating it until the oil reached the right temperature before placing the bacon into the pan for a quick sear. Retaining some oil, he added minced garlic and ginger slices, then tossed the main ingredients into the pan, followed by a sprinkle of salt, MSG, sugar, and a drizzle of cornstarch slurry to thicken the dish. This seamless choreography of culinary skills left Jiang Dier in awe, prompting her to inquire, "Have you made this dish before?" Bo Yu shook his head, glancing at the recipe nearby. "No, but I just read through the recipe once. That is sufficient." Jiang Dier recalled her past experiences of perusing recipes incessantly, only to produce subpar dishes, and fell into a contemplative silence. Is this the realm of culinary prodigies? Chapter 41. Fingers intertwined. Bo Yu was the first to complete his dish. As he poured the food onto a plate, preparing to take it to the communal dining table, he was halted by Jiang Dier. "Wait a moment, let me arrange the presentation." Jiang Dier spoke with enthusiasm. While her cooking skills might falter, her talent for plating was exceptional. Plating is indeed an art form, and with her keen aesthetic sense, she transformed the dish into a presentation worthy of a five-star restaurant. Just as she finished, Li Yonga and his companions also completed their dishes. Upon witnessing Jiang Dier's exquisite presentation, Tan Sherwin's expression darkened, and she couldn't help but mock. Instead of focusing on cooking, you're preoccupied with superficialities. What does it matter if the presentation is beautiful? Hearing her remark, Yu Zijuan turned to her and said softly, "That was arranged by Bo Ge. So you hold such strong opinions about Bo Ge? I must have a word with him." Having consistently ranked last, Li Yonga refrained from allowing Yu Zijuan to partake in the culinary endeavors, rendering Yu a mere bystander, meandering between the two teams. Thus, it became evident that the final presentation was arranged by Bo Yu. Upon witnessing this, one could not help but feel astonished. It was widely known that Brother Bo was a culinary virtuoso, so why was he relegated to merely washing lily bulbs, slicing strawberries, and arranging the dishes? A gentle reminder was offered, only to elicit a rather ineffable expression from Sister Dier. Tan Sherwin was taken aback, as she had never anticipated that the artistic floral arrangement was crafted by Bo Yu. This style seemed so incongruous with his typically aloof demeanor. Initially, upon observing the impressive coloration of the stir-fried dish, perfectly cooked without being raw or burnt, she recalled Jiang Dier's previous culinary misadventures and hastily concluded that the cooking was Bo Yu's handiwork, while the plating was Jiang Dier's contribution. To her astonishment, this assumption was proven incorrect. How could this be? Surely, it must be Yu Zijuan, that perpetual antagonist, attempting to deceive her by attributing the success to Bo Yu. Stealing her resolve, Tan Sherwin cast a glare at Yu Zijuan while evading the camera's gaze and gracefully positioned herself beside Li Yonga. As the judges enthusiastically cast their votes, an uproar erupted online. Bo Yu's stir-fried celery, lily bulb strawberries, and cured meat swiftly ascended the trending charts, with fans initially showering praises. However, it was not long before discerning observers noticed that the dishes featured in Bo Yu's video bore striking resemblance to those presented by Jiang Dier, distinctly setting them apart from the offerings of the other three contestants. Instantly, fans of Bo Yu, Jiang Dier, and curious onlookers alike were stirred into a frenzy. Jiang Dier's fans are acutely aware that they cannot compete with Bo Yu's supporters. Typically, their disputes with detractors end in a stalemate. When confronted with the fans of a top-tier celebrity, they find it more prudent to concede gracefully. Thus, a wave of them flocked to Jiang Dier's Weibo, leaving tearful comments such as, "Farewell, dear goose. Tonight, mother shall set sail, and the top-tier fans are truly formidable. I shall take my leave now. My darling, do your best." Others chimed in, "Chong Chong, so bravely. We shall follow again next time, and oh, Chong Chong, you are disappointing us. Let us not covet the popularity of top-tier stars in the future, shall we? Although every time you are associated with a top-tier celebrity, I feel a thrill akin to being a fan of a female superstar. I genuinely fear that one day, the top-tier team might directly confront you online." Amidst the banter, a comment surfaced questioning whether the previous remarks were from fans or detractors, which elicited laughter from those observing the spectacle. "I just saw the Bo Yu fans. Oh my, their style is so markedly different from Jiang Dier's supporters." The onlookers, reveling in the drama, contributed to the fervor, and soon the hashtag #BoYuJiangDier team was trending. Meanwhile, Bo Yu and Jiang Dier, engrossed in the recording of a variety show, remained oblivious to the online commotion. They turned their attention to the large screen, eagerly awaiting the judges' voting results. The director initiated a countdown, and Jiang Dier felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Observing her unease, Bo Yu calmly reassured her, "We will win." Those simple words instantly eased her tension. Ultimately, the results confirmed Bo Yu's prediction, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Bo Yu and Jiang Dier. Jiang Dier was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing the results. It was her first victory in the realm of culinary arts. Although the credit largely belonged to Bo Yu, it did not diminish her happiness. Instinctively, Jiang Dier turned towards Bo Yu, raising her hand in preparation for a celebratory high five. Bo Yu, taken aback by her immediate reaction, paused momentarily, then, observing her hesitation, couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand to meet hers in a high five. The warmth of their palms brought back memories of a previous sensation. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness enveloped them, entirely unforeseen. In an effort to steady themselves, Their high five transformed into an interlocking of fingers, a response born of instinctive understanding. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves locked in each other's gaze, hearts racing, and ears subtly flushed. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, the director monitoring the scene happened to glance in their direction, unexpectedly witnessing this sudden and intimate shift. Was this a scene from a romantic drama? To his surprise, the moment was rather picturesque, yet the context was entirely inappropriate. The director, astonished, looked around and noticed a staff member beside him was equally taken aback. Could it be that he was not mistaken? The staff member whispered, "Should we cut this scene?" The director, with an expression that suggested such a question was unnecessary, was also aware that two diligent agents had taken note of the moment. Choi Fu-lu, convinced it was merely an illusion, blinked repeatedly in disbelief, while Gu Wu-bo was so astonished that he nearly exclaimed in surprise, but ultimately restrained himself. Preserving his composed demeanor, she could not help but scrutinize the expression of Bo-yu. Chapter 42. Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Yet after gazing for quite some time, she discerned no emotion at all. However, Jiang Dier felt no disappointment. After all, it was Bo-yu, and it was perfectly normal for her to be unable to read his feelings. Tonight, she would not wash her hands. Unbeknownst to Bo-yu, Jiang Dier's thoughts were far from his mind. He merely sensed a warmth radiating from his palm, which did not allow him to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing the director announce the final score, declaring his side the victor, for his mind was entirely elsewhere. Indeed, the time for him and Jiang Dier to conclude their daily body swapping had once again arrived prematurely. It should be around 5 o'clock. What? Choi Fu-lu, bewildered, inquired. Nothing, Bo-yu replied, putting away his phone. He turned slightly, nearly colliding with Jiang Dier, who was descending behind him. Bo-yu felt the warmth in his palm intensifying once more. Choi Fu-lu waited until Jiang Dier and Gu Wu-bo had distanced themselves before he could no longer contain himself. He extended his hands, forming a gesture of interlocked fingers, and asked Bo-yu. Bo-yu, as always, was succinct in his response. Slippery hands. Choi Fu-lu, perplexed, exclaimed, "What on earth?" He felt utterly bemused. He had only heard of slippery hands when it came to liking posts. But never had he encountered the notion that one's hands could slip into an interlocking gesture. Could this truly be termed slippery hands? This was a slip that even Cupid could not resist shooting an arrow. Honestly, were you so dazzled by her smile that a simple high five transformed into an entwined grasp? Choi Fu-lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Wait a moment. It seemed that Bai-yu was the one who took the initiative in the applause. My goodness, Bai-yu, could it be that you are truly on the brink of falling in love? The phrase "you are done. You are about to fall in love" echoed in Choi Fu-lu's mind, reminiscent of a popular background sound in contemporary short videos. He reached up to touch his face and sighed. Bai-yu, indeed, Jiang Dier is quite beautiful. But I always thought you were not the type to be bewitched by mere beauty. Bai-yu took a few seconds to process Choi Fu-lu's words before recalling the particular smile he had mentioned. That is merely his smile, Bai-yu replied, lifting his gaze to Choi Fu-lu with a hint of exasperation. So, I love myself? He continued. It is simply that her body is more prone to smiling. Unfortunately, Choi Fu-lu was utterly bewildered by this explanation. He found it perplexing how what he had just said related to Jiang Dier's propensity to smile. Furthermore, how could Bai-yu possibly discern whether she smiled easily? Confounded, Choi Fu-lu turned to observe Bai-yu, who appeared lost in thought, staring at his palm. Choi Fu-lu exclaimed softly, shaking his head, and then proceeded to search online. Meanwhile, Jiang Dier was also staring contemplatively at her palm. Gu Wu-bo could not help but interject. Have flowers blossomed on your hand? Indeed, it seemed as though they had. Gu Wu-bo, unable to comprehend the comment, refrained from asking further and returned to the matter at hand. Tomorrow morning, love, when the notes sound begins filming. You must be present at the filming site. Remember to get to bed early tonight. I will pick you up at 7 tomorrow. Jiang Dier was taken aback for a moment. Is this production commencing so swiftly? She had only recently received the script. Gu Wu-bo also found it peculiar. The last time I inquired, I was told it would not start for at least another week. Yet I just received news that it has been moved up. However, it is not entirely unusual. Sometimes, the scheduling of a production can change for various reasons, though it is more common for delays than for advancements. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Dier, instead of rushing to freshen up, headed straight to her study. Inspiration for her artwork was surging. An hour later, Jiang Dier logged onto her secondary account, Zalalo. I wish to sleep in the palm of my idol's hand. The accompanying image depicted a young girl in a beautiful dress, lying peacefully in a large hand, eyes closed, lost in sweet slumber. Zhang Dier indeed possessed a remarkable talent for painting. She had never undergone formal training, yet her creations were visually stunning and vibrant, characterized by an adorable style, fluid lines, and exquisite color schemes that compelled viewers to exclaim their admiration. Just moments after posting her artwork, a flurry of comments ensued. The great artist has posted again. Lately, the updates have been frequent. Previously, it was only once every few months. Ah, this is too adorable. The beautiful girl resembles a fairy. That large hand emanates such a sense of security. Last time, the artist mentioned there wouldn't be better works this year, but I believe this one rivals the previous in brilliance. In any case, I am absolutely in awe of the great artist. Am I the only one who noticed the caption? Wishing to sleep in the palm of my idol's hand. Does that mean this large hand represents the hand of the great artist's idol? The great artist is actually a fan. Is he our nation's idol? What about the moon god? Although this image does not directly depict the moon, it is illuminated by moonlight. Given the radiance, the moon must be hidden behind that large hand. Therefore, it is quite likely that this grand idol is indeed the moon god, isn't it? After posting, she felt an immediate wave of embarrassment. Help! She had merely confessed to having an idol. She had said nothing more. Yet she felt as if she had publicly revealed her secret admiration for the moon. Zhang Dier set her phone aside and threw herself onto her bed, rolling several times in an attempt to regain her composure. But her cheeks remained flushed with an irresistible blush, akin to the effects of intoxication. Her exquisite features, coupled with her flawless complexion and clear eyes, naturally exuded an aura of purity and allure. At this moment, her demeanor added a touch of enchanting allure, making her even more captivating. Unbeknownst to Zhang Dier, she was indeed quite beguiling. She turned over, casually grabbed her phone, and entered the bathroom, intending to play a song while she bathed. However, upon entering the bathroom and glancing in the mirror, she was taken aback by her own beauty. Oh, behold her flawless skin, her sparkling, water-like eyes, her face blooming like peach blossoms, and her lips, as luscious and vibrant as roses. Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Just as Zhang Dier was about to dramatically declare her own name, she heard a voice emanating from her phone. It's you. Chapter 43. When did you make the call? The sound was extraordinarily unique, yet eerily familiar. In an instant, Zhang Dier recognized the source. She parted her lips, but perhaps due to overwhelming astonishment, she could not utter a sound. The stunning beauty reflected in the mirror appeared momentarily dazed. The original allure had dissipated, replaced entirely by an innocent charm. This sudden shift in demeanor, if captured on video and shared online, would undoubtedly elicit compliments from her fans for months. With a theme akin to My Little Chong Chong is indeed both salty and sweet, alluring and adorable. Regrettably, this unparalleled dual beauty could only be appreciated by the mirror, as even Zhang Dier, who had just been reveling in her own attractiveness, found herself too preoccupied to notice. After an indeterminate passage of time, she finally managed to articulate, Boyu? On the other end of the line, Boyu responded with a simple, Zhang Dier blinked and brought her phone before her eyes, noticing that the call had persisted for 5 minutes. This indicated that the conversation had commenced almost immediately after she had risen from her bed. But why was the call even connected? Had she inadvertently dialed? Or had Boyu called her, which she had unintentionally answered? She couldn't recall a single moment of it. Had her fingers slipped so accurately? And had she even activated the speakerphone? Zhang Dier felt inundated with questions, utterly perplexed. She tapped her forehead, resolved to clarify who had initiated the call. Yet, posing such a question might suggest a lack of mental acuity. Hesitating briefly, she then recalled the myriad of remarks she had just made to the mirror, likely overheard by Boyu, which sent waves of embarrassment coursing through her, even without inquiring about the origin of the call. It seems that her impression of being somewhat dim-witted could not be easily erased. Sighed wearily, addressing the caller. Did I happen to call you? The response was a simple yet it left perplexed. She recalled that when she had gotten out of bed, she had intended to use her phone to play music while bathing. Indeed, the music application was in close proximity to the calling app. Could it be that her finger had slipped? However, she distinctly remembered only wanting to play a song, not even opening her phone before stepping into the bathroom. Had she suddenly experienced a lapse in memory? Or was it something more sinister? The thought of the latter terrified, causing her complexion to drain of color. Help! She truly had an aversion to darkness and ghosts. Upon hearing an unexpected sound from the phone beside him, paused in his reading, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What on earth was happening? S. voice trembled. Although she felt somewhat steadied, her hand holding the phone continued to quiver. Are you all right? Inquired. Not very well. S. voice, already delicate and alluring, now quivered at the end, resonating in N's ears as if she were a frightened child seeking comfort. Instinctively, raised his hand to touch his ear, the contact fleeting, yet sending a tingling sensation from his fingertips to his heart. He pressed his lips together, closing the book before him. Had there been anyone else present, they would never have guessed the subtle turmoil brewing within him. What has transpired? You can share it with me. As Bo Yu spoke, his voice remained as steady and gentle as ever, neither hurried nor slow, subtly soothing. Jiang Dier inexplicably detected a hint of comfort in Bo Yu's tone, and she indeed felt reassured. Just as she was about to recount the bizarre events she had experienced, she found herself at a loss for how to begin. Primarily, she was uncertain whether her actions were merely a result of a slip of the hand, a fleeting moment of amnesia, or perhaps even a touch of the supernatural. Articulating these thoughts felt akin to indulging in fanciful musings. Taking a light breath, Jiang Dier attempted to bolster her own spirits in the face of her potential slip, her momentary lapse, or whatever it might be. Bo Yu, however, sensed an inexplicable impression that she was perhaps indulging in a playful demeanor, her tone shifting from a slight tremor to one that seemed to hint at something more. What is it? Bo Yu inquired, maintaining a calm expression and steady voice, though his hand unconsciously traced a line across the surface of the book. Meanwhile, Jiang Dier, oblivious to her own charm, had organized her thoughts and spoke sweetly about the tasks for the next day. Upon hearing her, Bo Yu nodded, affirming, understood. I will take care of it. Then, recalling the individual who lurked behind her troubles, he added, I will assist you in investigating the person who is plotting against you. Jiang Dier paused slightly at his words, but did not decline his help. After all, they were, to a certain extent, allies in their shared interests. All right, thank you, she replied. Bo Yu noticed that Jiang Dier seemed particularly fond of using interjections in her speech, which lent her words a somewhat charming quality. Strangely, he found it utterly endearing. As time slipped away, Bo Yu felt that there was no longer any pressing matter on Jiang Dier's end, prompting him to rise and prepare for his evening ablutions. Just as he was about to suggest that Jiang Dier end the call, 2 messages flashed on his phone. Qingwei, come tomorrow to help Mom choose a gift for your grandmother. Qingwei, I spoke with your agent, and he mentioned you are free tomorrow. Upon reading the messages, Bo Yu's expression subtly shifted. He intended to discuss this with Jiang Dier, as it was highly likely that she would accompany him to meet his mother the following day. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he heard Jiang Dier's voice on the line, tinged with embarrassment. I have something to ask of you. Bo Yu, without hesitation, replied, go on. Yet, on the other end of the line, silence ensued, as if her next words were caught in her throat. Jiang Dier indeed found it difficult to voice her request. She had initially planned to hang up and take a shower, considering she was already in the bathroom. Yet, the mere thought of bathing alone instilled a peculiar sense of dread within her, reminding her of the inexplicable call she had made moments earlier. I'm quite scared. I need to shower, but I can't do it alone. Could we maintain the call? This way, with my phone beside me, I would feel safer. Chapter 44. The call remains connected, he inquired. What? This question sent a flush of heat to Jiang Dier's cheeks. Previously, when discussing the commencement of love when the notes sound with Bo Yu, she believed she had managed to dismiss the bizarre incident of the call. Yet, evidently, this was merely a fleeting illusion. After discussing this topic and the adversary behind it, she realized that there was nothing more to say on the call and that it was inevitable to hang up. A wave of fear washed over her once again. She tried several times, but found herself unable to rein in her emotions, particularly at the thought that once the call ended, she would be utterly alone in this house in every conceivable sense. Her delicate face quickly contorted into a frown. Yet, she knew she could not forego taking a shower. Jiang Dier resolved to cast caution to the wind, braving her fears as she reiterated her previous words. I am terrified. I need to shower soon. But I cannot bear to be alone. Could we please remain on the line? If I keep my phone beside me, I would feel a sense of security. This time, her words were crystal clear, ensuring that every syllable reached Bo Yu's ears. Bo Yu indeed heard every word, but the collective meaning of those words left him in a state of uncertainty, oscillating between silence, doubt, and astonishment. Boyu, Boyu, Boyu. Having traversed these three emotions in his mind, he inhaled sharply and earnestly asked, Jiang dear, do you understand what you are saying? Jiang dear had already resolved to abandon her pride. While she cherished her extraordinary beauty, she was willing to forsake it all in the face of a potential supernatural encounter. Help me, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Tathagata Buddha, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. I am truly terrified of the dark and of ghosts. Would you please take me away to cultivate immortality and seek wisdom? In her fright, began to conjure a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, wishing she could beseech the heavens and implore the deities simultaneously. Overwhelmed by fear to the point of tears, she felt an inexplicable chill permeating the air around her. When she spoke again, her tone carried a barely perceptible quaver, as she recounted the bizarre incident she had just encountered too, her voice trembling and fragmented, yet still comprehensible. Upon hearing her, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To suggest a slip of the hand seemed somewhat absurd, while the notion of transient amnesia appeared even more peculiar. To entertain the idea that she might have truly encountered something supernatural was a thought he could not bring himself to voice, for it was undeniably the most outlandish of all. With a sigh, finally said, Then I shall not hang up. Since our souls have exchanged bodies, it would not be amiss to act as your guardian from afar, even if this circumstance is rather inappropriate. However, leaving her alone filled him with concern. Upon hearing's words, felt a significant alleviation of her fear. After a moment's reflection, she boldly pressed on. Then, shall we keep the line open while I sleep at night? Was amused by his cautious yet hopeful tone, nodding in agreement. Very well. He added, Do not be afraid. Call out to me whenever you need. Nodded vigorously, clutching her phone with a pitiful expression. After nodding, she placed her phone on the sink, took a deep breath for the umpteenth time, then clenched her fists, turned, held her head high, and strode into the shower. The scene resembled not a bath, but a battle. Jiang dear glanced down at the burn scar on her ankle, reminiscent of the character Chong, and inexplicably felt that it had faded somewhat. However, scars naturally diminish over time, and she had not paid much attention before. It must be an illusion. Shifting her gaze from her ankle, Jiang dear hastily completed her shower at an unprecedented speed, quickly donned her nightgown. Eager to leave the bathroom without a moment's delay, clutching her phone, she hurried to the bedside, lifted the covers, and cocooned herself into a shape reminiscent of a comforting chrysalis. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Nestled under the blanket, with only the upper half of her face exposed and her hair still damp, Jiang dear had no inclination to dry it. Instead, she turned to check her phone by the pillow. Good, it was still connected. Jiang dear exhaled in relief, unable to resist, asking, Buyua, are you still there? Yes. The large, glistening eyes peeking out from under the covers curved into a smile. Perhaps it was the warmth of the blanket, the brightness of the light, or simply the reassuring voice of someone she cherished. At that moment, Jiang dear felt a flicker of courage. She could distinctly sense the warmth on her cheeks rising, and without needing to glance in the mirror, she knew they must be flushed. Jiang dear closed her eyes, attempting to hypnotize herself. It's all right. When one is frightened, they can commit the most embarrassing acts. Surely, you are not the most shameful one. Yet, even if she weren't the most disgraceful, there was still shame involved. Calm down, Jiang dear. Perhaps you will forget by tomorrow? Help. Such matters are unlikely to be forgotten overnight, unless one were to suddenly become amnesiac. Just as she pondered this, she was startled by Boyu's laughter. Jiang dear opened her eyes, feeling perplexed. Boyu gently reminded her, I heard you. Jiang dear. Jiang dear? Jiang dear. Had her internal monologue slipped out loud? Help. Never mind seeking help. Jiang dear, you might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Jiang dear awkwardly shrank deeper into her blanket. Time passed, and she eventually regained her composure. After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist attempting to salvage the situation. Well, that wasn't really me just now. What kind of excuse was that? In such a circumstance, claiming it wasn't her was akin to hiding the truth while being fully aware of it. How absurd. Jiang dear, why must you accept my nonsensical ramblings with such seriousness? She felt her face burning, as if it could warm a thin pancake. Noticing her silence, Boyu ceased to tease her and simply stated, I need to take a shower. Having spoken, Boyu paused momentarily before earnestly inquiring, should I leave my phone in the bedroom, or take it with me? Jiang dear felt her cheeks flush, as if they could warm 2 slices of thin bread. Her voice, delicate as a whisper, replied, "Take it with you." Now, her embarrassment felt akin to 3 slices of thin bread. Chapter 45. The Tale of an Ordinary Person's Triumph Over Demons and Monsters. Bo, you seem to comprehend her discomfort. You may rise to dry your hair. The sound of water will not be so awkward then. Jiang Deer murmured her assent. Bo Yu added, "Moreover, sleeping with wet hair is detrimental to your health." Hearing the concern woven into Bo Yu's words, Jiang Deer instinctively smiled, her eyes curving gently, as she obediently replied, "All right." Suddenly, a WeChat message from Bo Yu appeared on her screen. Curiosity piqued, she exited the call interface and opened the message. Discovering a screenshot of their chat history. "Mother, do you think it's better to go shopping or shop online?" "Mother, it seems going out isn't feasible. Even if you dress meticulously, lingering in one place makes it easy to be recognized. Yet online shopping leaves me uneasy without seeing the goods." "Mother, actually, shopping out could work. You could spend money to clear the area." "Mother, or perhaps attend the auction tomorrow evening. However, it seems that there are no appropriate gifts for your grandmother at tomorrow night's auction. One must wait for the grand auction abroad at the end of the month." After reading this, Jiang Deer heard Bo Yu inquire, "Do you prefer shopping in stores or online?" Selecting a gift for grandmother before her birthday has long been a rare, unchanging moment shared between mother and son, a sentiment both have tacitly embraced over the years. The decision of whether to shop in person or online now rested upon Jiang Deer, as much of tomorrow would be devoted to her. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly asked, "What kind of gifts does your grandmother prefer?" In Jiang Deer's perspective, if grandmother favors luxury brands and values product quality, then shopping in stores would be ideal. Conversely, if she enjoys novel and intriguing items, online shopping would be more suitable. Yet, Bo Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Jiang Deer's question. His grandmother, Bo Yinghua, the matriarch of the Bo family, possessed a stern demeanor and had held dominion over the family for nearly 50 years, her authority only growing with age. Although many sought to curry favor with her, fear rendered them hesitant to openly inquire about her preferences. Since grandfather's passing a decade ago, grandmother had lived alone in the ancestral home, maintaining a distance from the rest of the Bo family. He could only catch glimpses of her during her birthday celebrations. It seemed she had perpetually worn an expressionless facade. "I am uncertain of grandmother's tastes." "Ah, in that case, let us agree to both options, offering multiple channels and choices." After all, Bo Yu had no work commitments tomorrow, allowing him ample time to accompany his mother. Following their discussion, the two fell into a comfortable silence once more. Outside, a fierce wind is howling. It is now November, and the gust from the north herald a drop in temperature. Time passes unnoticed until Jiang Deer softly calls, "Bo Yu?" "Here," he replies. She inquires, "Are you going to sleep?" Bo Yu glances at the clock and realizes that Jiang Deer has long surpassed her beauty sleep hour. Yet he does not feel tired. "I'll sleep later. Aren't you able to?" "A little." The way Jiang Deer utters those 2 words is light and soft, carrying an inexplicable air of vulnerability. Bo Yu slightly furrows his brow. "Are you still afraid?" Jiang Deer responds with a nasal hum and suddenly adds, "Could you tell me a story about a handsome, ordinary person defeating monsters?" She seeks such tales to dispel her fears. Bo Yu is momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that he would find himself in the role of a bedtime storyteller. He hesitates, for he is not adept at narrating tales. Yet, inexplicably, instead of declining, the words come forth. "Wait a moment, let me find a story." As he prepares to search for a tale of an ordinary person conquering malevolent creatures, he recalls Jiang Deer's earlier specification of handsome ordinary person. Instinctively, he remembers her admiring his looks upon answering the phone and her series of inquiries directed at the magic mirror, causing him to shake his head and chuckle softly. How endearing this is. In that moment, he completely forgets his previous firm belief that his ease and laughter concerning anything related to Jiang Deer stemmed from her own propensity for mirth. At this moment, he was not within the body of Jiang Deer. Regrettably, there was no Chui Fulu nearby to pose a question, prompting him to realize this sooner. Bo Yu searched for tales of attractive, ordinary individuals triumphing over malevolent entities, yielding a plethora of results, yet none aligned with his quest. Upon exiting the search, he was about to declare the absence of such stories, but the thought of uttering such harsh words to Jiang Deer at this moment felt excessively cruel. After some contemplation, he said, "I shall weave a tale for you." Jiang Deer was taken aback by Bo Yu's intention to craft a story just for her. and her anticipation soared. That sounds wonderful. Alas, Boyu was not particularly skilled at storytelling. He recalled a book he had recently perused, which happened to be the original novel of the television drama A Sword Frosty Cold Across 14 States, slated for filming in January. Long ago, there was a person named. Directly naming the male protagonist, Fu Yin, felt rather inappropriate, especially since he was soon to portray Fu Yin himself. It conjured an unsettling sense of altering his own narrative. While contemplating a suitable name, a bright and lively voice from the phone interrupted him with the words, "Call her Jiangdi." Boyu raised an eyebrow. "Very well, let us present the tale of the strikingly beautiful ordinary girl, Jiangdi, destined to vanquish the nefarious." Jiangdi was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of martial arts prowess or magical abilities, yet she possessed extraordinary beauty and remarkable strength. Jiangdi, nestled under her blanket, nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, she was beautiful and formidable. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "And then what happened?" Baiyu directly stated, "One day she encountered monsters, yet she felt no fear and effortlessly defeated them." Jiang Dyer responded with confusion. Is this story not overly simplistic? Moreover, how could Jiang Dai possibly be unafraid? Pouting slightly, she quietly protested. Baiyu curved the corners of his lips. His voice, amidst the howling winds of the night, bore a hint of rare tenderness, subdued from its usual lightness. In truth, she was frightened, but she feigned bravery. The monsters, perceiving her demeanor, believed her to be formidable and fled in terror. Chapter 46. Love is a hand that yearns to touch yet withdraws thus. Do not be afraid. Jiang Dyer grasped the underlying message Baiyu sought to convey through this tale. She found herself almost entranced by his gentleness. Yet, inexplicably, despite her heart brimming with joy, her eyes felt heavy with unshed tears. Baiyu, you are truly wonderful. Her voice was soft, the habitual elongation of her words concealing the musings of a young girl's heart. She wished to express, Baiyu, I truly, deeply adore you. Such a remarkable person. How could she not cherish him? Yet, the words eluded her. For years, they had lingered in her heart, poised on the tip of her tongue, but she lacked the courage to let them reach his ears. Seglin wrote in the heart of broken stories, but she felt that unrequited love was much the same. I truly adore this story. I'm off to sleep now, good night. Just cherish it, do not fear. Good night, Baiyu replied, his tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Jiang Deer rubbed her face against the quilt and suddenly recalled something important, reminding, we must not hang up the phone, and the mobile must not run out of battery. Boyu glanced at the phone charging nearby. Rest assured, it won't hang up, nor will it run out of power. Jiang Deer closed her eyes and reiterated, good night, Boyu. Good night, Jiang Deer. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, yet Jiang Deer slept far more soundly than she had anticipated. Boyu initially believed he would struggle to find slumber tonight, as he had high standards for his sleeping environment. However, with someone beside him, falling asleep was often a challenge. Yet, at this moment, listening to the soft and steady breaths emanating from the phone, he felt no aversion. Barely closing his eyes, he drifted into sleep. The two breaths intertwined through the phone, concealing an undeniable intimacy and affection. However, this night, the number of sleepless souls would inevitably exceed the usual count. At 1 a.m, numerous online groups suddenly buzzed to life. Simultaneously, nearly 100 marketing accounts posted simultaneously, all echoing the same theme. Heard there's a juicy scandal about to break involving a certain decorative actress faking her piano proficiency at level 10. At this hour, many internet users still surfing the web, upon encountering this tantalizing news, responded with great enthusiasm. Who is it? Who is it? This is as good as naming names. With decorative actress and piano level 10, I can only think of one person. Jiang Deer, you might as well just report my ID number. I've long suspected her piano level 10 was a fabricated persona. Surely no one truly believes she can play the piano? She is a complete musical failure. If she were capable of playing a single piano piece, I would stand on my head and call her father. When will the specific evidence be revealed? I am eagerly anticipating her downfall. It appears there are many who despise her. I was rather taken aback. After she rescued Yu Zijuan, the online sentiment was overwhelmingly praising her, leading me to believe that everyone had become her fan. In truth, I suspect that Yu Zijuan's poisoning was a result of her actions, a self-directed ploy to cleanse her image. Please refrain from engaging in conspiracy theories. I see no fault in the praise for Jiang Deer's rescue of Yu Zijuan. This comment was swiftly deleted. It is unclear who initiated the hashtags Jiangdeer Piano Level 10 Persona Fraud and Deceptive Jiangdeer Get Out of the Entertainment Industry. Under these topics, the readership and discussions are steadily increasing, yet they have not trended, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment to erupt. This phenomenon is not confined to Weibo. Similar signs are emerging on other forums, with malice lurking, ready to strike. At 6 in the morning, the wind did not relent, and the rain began anew. The downpour intensified, and within half an hour, it escalated from a light drizzle to a torrential rain. The heavy rain obstructed the vision of drivers on the road, and fearing the slippery conditions, they were compelled to slow their pace. Gu Wubo, while driving, furrowed his brow at the gloomy sky. The launch ceremony for Love When the Notes Resound was in the neighboring province, necessitating a trip to the airport for a flight. Fortunately, he had risen early, otherwise, given the fierce wind and rain, he might have missed his flight. However, with such weather, even arriving at the airport on time does not guarantee the flight's departure. As Gu Wubo pondered, a sense of unease washed over him. Suddenly, he caught sight of a vehicle hurtling towards him in the rearview mirror, sending a jolt of fear through his very being. He hastily swerved the steering wheel in an attempt to evade the impending collision. Yet, the approaching car was evidently aimed directly at him, moving with alarming speed and precision, leaving him with no chance of escape. With a thunderous crash, the immense force of the impact rendered Gu Wubo unconscious. In the wake of this unforeseen accident, the entire lane descended into chaos, as wind and rain mingled with the acrid scent of exhaust fumes and blood. At 7 o'clock, Boyu opened his eyes, having emerged from Jiang Dier's body, only to find himself impeccably dressed and groomed, standing at the door, evidently awaiting Gu Wubo's arrival. Observing the tempestuous weather outside, Boyu surmised that Gu Wubo might be delayed due to the storm, and thus, when 5 minutes passed without his arrival, he remained unaware of any irregularity. However, after 20 minutes elapsed, Boyu's brow furrowed. Given Gu Wubo's temperament, he would never be tardy for such an extended duration, even in inclement weather. Boyu retrieved his phone and attempted to call Gu Wubo, but there was no answer. After waiting a minute, he dialed once more, only to be met with silence again. A sense of foreboding crept over Boyu, darkening his expression. He opened WeChat, poised to send a message to Jiang Dier regarding the situation, but as he began to type, his hand froze. He was still unsure of what had transpired, and relaying this uncertainty to Jiang Dier would merely invite another person to share in his anxiety. Just as he hesitated, a call came through. It was the hospital. "I'm on my way," he said before abruptly hanging up. Without delay, Boyu rushed to the parking lot, took Jiang Dier's car, and sped towards the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Boyu opened the car door and stepped out, his expression fraught with anxiety as he strode forward. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he halted abruptly. Someone had been surreptitiously capturing his image. Boyu swiftly turned his head, causing the would-be photographer to flee in haste. Aware that pursuit would be futile, he chose not to chase after them, as his priority lay with Gu Wubo. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on into the hospital. Gu Wubo had already been taken into the emergency room, and his relatives were still far away, likely unable to arrive before nightfall. Boyu proceeded to assist Gu Wubo with a series of formalities, during which it became evident that the hospital staff recognized him. More precisely, they recognized Jiang Dier. Boyu lingered at the entrance of the emergency room for an extended period until a phone call from the film crew interrupted his thoughts. "Jiang Dier, have you arrived? The opening ceremony is about to commence." Chapter 47. Is Jiang Dier being pushed out of the entertainment industry? Despite being at the hospital and not having departed for the airport, Boyu remained silent for a moment before apologetically responding, "I'm sorry. An unexpected situation has arisen here, and I want to be able to make it." The voice on the other end, belonging to either the director or the producer of the Love in the Notes crew, an undoubtedly middle-aged man, sounded rather indignant, clearly unwilling to accept Boyu's excuse. "We had a prior agreement. No matter what transpires, you cannot simply decide not to show up," he exclaimed, irritation lacing his tone. "While the opening ceremony can proceed without you, what shall we do about the live interactive promotional event that was originally scheduled?" A live interactive promotional event. Boyu had never heard of such a matter. He frowned slightly, about to inquire further, when the person on the other end of the phone sighed deeply and said, "Regarding the live broadcast interaction, our guest list and the streaming schedule have already been announced, and the interaction process has been meticulously designed. If you do not come, It will be quite challenging for us to manage. How about this? You need not come in person. Participating remotely in the live broadcast is an option, is it not? Boyu turned his gaze towards the emergency room. I apologize, but I truly cannot spare the time. The tone of the caller grew colder. Jiang Dier, as an artist, one must possess a sense of professional ethics, do you not think? We have a contract. Some artists, upon hearing of a family member's passing, can still manage to step onto the stage with a smile, without claiming they cannot perform due to unforeseen circumstances. Would you not agree? At this point, the caller's tone softened unexpectedly. That is indeed true. Boyu recalled the individual he had seen surreptitiously filming in the hospital parking lot. Was it this person who leaked the information? Just as he was pondering, the middle-aged man on the line decisively stated, "Your agent has been in an accident. It makes no difference who remains at the hospital. I will send someone to assist. It is as the leak suggested, at the first affiliated hospital, correct? So, here is the plan. I will dispatch someone to keep watch over your agent, while you find a location to participate in the live broadcast remotely. The specific arrangements will be communicated by the person I send. I shall hang up now. Does that sound acceptable to you?" The girl remained silent. Meanwhile, the tall, slender young man standing beside her queried, "Wasn't your attitude a bit too harsh just now? Will Jiang Di heed your words? Do not jeopardize the plan." The middle-aged man had intentionally adopted that demeanor to showcase it to the young woman present. He was unaware of how Jiang Di had offended this young lady. But since she had indeed caused offense, he felt compelled to maintain a less than cordial attitude. Otherwise, he would surely incur her displeasure. Yet, despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, he could not voice them aloud. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "When dealing with an artist of Jiang Di's caliber, my demeanor is entirely appropriate. If I were overly accommodating, she might find it peculiar, considering from her perspective, she has indeed delayed our endeavors, placing us in the right. A lack of cordiality is therefore justified. Of course, I also fear she may hold a grudge against me for it." At that moment, the young woman finally spoke. "Rest assured, she lacks the capacity to harbor resentment towards you." The middle-aged man chuckled more heartily, and upon seeing the young woman rise to depart, he respectfully escorted her to the door. Once her figure was completely out of sight, he closed the door and, recalling Jiang Di, could not help but sigh. "Jiang Di, I assure you, it is not my intention to harm you. We share no enmity. But alas, you have offended someone formidable." Boyu waited at the hospital for another hour, yet Gu Wubua had still not emerged from the emergency room. While the crew from Love at the Sound of Notes had already arrived, Boyu scrutinized the three individuals before him. "You cannot possibly be crew members, can you? The production is underway in a neighboring province. It is improbable that you would arrive so swiftly." Three individuals chuckled. "We are friends of Brother Zhu." At noon, Boyu, accompanied by two of the trio, arrived at a quaintly styled restaurant, while the remaining members stayed behind at the hospital. The establishment, though modest in size, was exquisitely adorned, emphasizing a musical theme with an array of instruments scattered about. The most striking feature was the grand piano situated next to an artificial flowering tree at the center. The restaurant had been cleared for the occasion, and Boyu sat to the side, perusing an interactive script. Meanwhile, his two companions busily set up the live-streaming equipment. Online, the atmosphere was abuzz. Just half an hour prior, the hashtag Jiangdi, Piano Grade 10 fraud had surged to the top of trending topics, swiftly reaching the #1 spot, accompanied by an explosive exclamation. A compilation of Jiang Di's previous, dubious scandals had been circulated extensively. Typically, the monitoring of public sentiment is the responsibility of an artist management team. However, the adversaries had come prepared. With Jiang Di's assistant absent and the company neglecting its duties, coupled with Gu Wubua's hospitalization, the possibility of informed staff members was obliterated. At this moment, Jiang Di, in her original form, was oblivious to the online chaos, shopping online with Boyu's mother. Unbeknownst to them, Boyu, utilizing Jiang Di's body, was also out of touch with the digital realm, as he rarely ventured online. At 12:30, the live stream commenced. How dare Jiang Di participate in the launch live stream for the production Love when the notes sound? I am utterly astounded. Jiang Di has truly lost all sense of shame. If she had any dignity, she would not fabricate a false persona of a grade 10 pianist. The mere thought of it makes me nauseous. I have long harbored a disdain for Jiang Di. What does she possess beyond her visage? Today, I indulged in the gossip surrounding her cosmetic enhancements, and to my amusement, it turns out her beauty is but a fade. I feel utterly ashamed for having once been an admirer of hers. When she publicized her achievement of attaining a grade 10 in piano, I sensed something amiss. Later, during a gala, she performed a piano piece that I found quite pleasing. I foolishly thought I had misjudged her character. Alas, it was revealed that her performance was merely a ruse, a playback of a pre-recorded audio. I have encountered instances of lip-syncing, but never of mimed piano playing. Zhang Dier has truly broadened my horizons. Is it too much to ask for such a talentless individual, burdened with a plethora of scandals, to vacate the entertainment industry? Deceptive Zhang Dier, leave the entertainment world. Chapter 48. Apologies, but I cannot leave. On the second floor of a music restaurant, within a non-public one-way glass box, two women are seated. One appears to be in her early 20s, possessing delicate features, a slender figure, and an almost ethereal pallor. Elegantly clad in high fashion, with her chin habitually tilted upwards, exuding an unmistakable air of pride. Rather than referring to her as a woman, it is more fitting to describe her as a young lady. This is Ning Ai, the heiress of the Ning family, who once crossed paths with Zhang Dier while she was taking photos for a magazine on behalf of Boyu. Opposite her sits her mother, Tang Yao. As the matriarch of the Ning family, Tang Yao hails from a prestigious lineage and possesses considerable wealth. Tang Yao is now 46 years old, yet she appears to be in her early 30s, impeccably maintained, with a beauty that rivals that of stars in the entertainment industry, and her charm is particularly striking. At this moment, she is adorned in an exquisite, custom-made qipao, every movement exuding elegance, as she smiles gently at Ning Ai and remarks, "It seems this is merely a little rendezvous for us delicate beings." Tang Yao is known for her penchant for quoting classical literature in conversation. Having received an elite education in a prestigious family, she has always harbored a deep passion for literature and the arts, and before her marriage, she was a prominent figure among socialites. However, she holds little interest in business matters, delegating the management of her company to professional managers. Aside from the necessary attention devoted to her two children, her daily pursuits consist of spending money, reading, and enjoying scenic vistas, leading a life that is both leisurely and enviable. The phrase delicate beings is derived from Dream of the Red Chamber, referring to women, a reference Ning Ai understands well, prompting her to smile in response. However, as she smiles, she hears her mother, Tang Yao, say, "I assumed Xiao Ai would invite your father and your brother as well. Your brother has a foul temper, so it's understandable that you couldn't coax him, but is your father too preoccupied with work to join us?" At this juncture, Tang Yao hums softly, her tone affectionate when speaking of her husband, indicating a harmonious marital relationship that starkly contrasts with the usual alliances among affluent families. "Oh no, it's not that I didn't invite Dad. I simply wished to dine out with you, Mother." Ning Ai interjects, her curiosity piqued. "What is happening downstairs? Are they live streaming?" Upon hearing Ning Ai's words, Tang Yao, intrigued, follows her daughter's gaze. The music restaurant boasts a unique design, with the private room on the second floor situated centrally, devoid of doors and walls, entirely enclosed by one-way glass, allowing for a direct view of a portion of the bustling scene below. Ning Lai seemed to take an interest, rising to pull Tang Yao along, gesturing for her to join in observing the lively happenings downstairs. Tang Yao, however, was not particularly intrigued by such live broadcasts. In her recollection, her daughter was not one to revel in the commotion, and she inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Xiao Lai, what are you?" Ning Lai appeared oblivious to her mother's perplexity, expressing her surprise instead. "It seems there's a female celebrity downstairs. Her name is, I remember now. It's Zhang Dier." Tang Yao, with little enthusiasm for the entertainment industry, glanced over at her daughter's evident excitement and commented casually, "She is indeed quite pretty and seems well-behaved." Ning Lai's expression stiffened at this. She was aware that her mother was rather discerning, particularly fond of labeling agreeable individuals as well-behaved, a tendency her mother likely did not recognize in herself. Ning Lai was taken aback by how positively her mother perceived Zhang Dier from just a single glance. Regaining her composure, she deliberately remarked, "Well-behaved? That might be due to her makeup. I've heard that this Zhang Dier has quite a poor reputation in the entertainment industry, riddled with scandals." Tang Yao, unfazed by this revelation, maintained her expression and replied nonchalantly, "The entertainment industry is a murky place, filled with chaos and rife with rumors, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Just because someone is spoken ill of does not necessarily mean they are truly at fault. In the beginning, the young scion of the Bo family, Bo Yu, was determined to enter the entertainment industry, even at the cost of straining familial relationships. Without the Bo family's support, he faced considerable adversity upon his debut in the industry. However, I have taken the time to learn more about him, and I can affirm that he is quite an admirable individual. Tang Yao's interest in Bo Yu stems from her current preoccupation with her daughter's future, as she herself was already married at her daughter's age. By mentioning Bo Yu, she intentionally aims to pique her daughter Ning Ai's interest, believing that Bo Yu, with his esteemed lineage, handsome appearance, and commendable character, is an exemplary candidate for a son-in-law. Xiao Ai, do you remember I encouraged you to shoot that magazine with Bo Yu? What are your impressions of him? At that moment, Ning Ai was disinterested in discussing Bo Yu. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Deer below, the person she truly wished to converse with her mother about. Nonchalantly, she replied, "We hardly interacted during the magazine shoot. He seemed rather aloof, not very approachable. I wondered how I recognized a young starlet at first glance. It turns out I saw numerous reports about her online this morning, and the scandal is quite significant." As Ning Ai spoke, she pulled out her phone, logged onto Weibo, and opened the trending topic Jiang Deer Piano Level 10 Persona Fraud, showing it to her mother, Tang Yao, while expressing her disdain. "Mom, you have always taught me to be sincere. Yet look at Jiang Deer." After reading, Tang Yao couldn't help but frown. Her greatest disdain for human nature lies in hypocrisy, and her most abominable behavior is deceit. She particularly detests those who, despite lacking genuine capability, boast about their purported talents. Upon noticing her mother's frown, Ning Ai mirrored the expression and remarked, "That Jiang Deer is truly something. She claims to be a piano virtuoso with a grade 10 certification, yet she lacks any real skill. Even now, after being exposed, she remains unrepentant and continues to engage in live broadcasts. Does she intend to live stream her piano playing? How utterly shameless." As if to corroborate Ning Ai's words, Jiang Deer downstairs rose and made her way towards the piano. The live stream had just commenced, and after the male and female leads had introduced themselves, Bo Yu followed suit. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Deer, and I portray the role of the prodigious pianist. A Ling, in love when the notes ring." The self-introduction was scripted, and Bo Yu, having reviewed it, found no issues and recited it directly before the camera with a serious expression and a casual tone. The male lead, caught off guard by her composure, exhibited a momentary look of incredulity before chuckling. "We all know, Jiang Deer, that you are a grade 10 pianist, and it is indeed your proficiency in piano that secured you this role, I assent it." Bo Yu was entirely unaware of Jiang Deer's actual piano prowess. He had never paid attention to the promotional material circulated by online marketing accounts. Guwubwa had not mentioned anything about her grade 10 certification either. The filming and promotional live stream had come about so abruptly that Jiang Deer had not had the opportunity to clarify. At this moment, upon hearing the male lead mention that Jiang Deer has achieved a level 10 in piano, Bo Yu's initial reaction was one of surprise. During the talent show, Jiang Deer had left him with the impression of being musically inept, lacking proficiency in any instrument. It was astonishing to realize that years had passed, and she had remarkably advanced to level 10 in piano. The livestream's comments section was abuzz with activity. "My character is supposed to be a genius piano girl. This is hilarious. Jiang Deer, do you feel no shame saying that? If she has no shame, why would she feel embarrassed? I just want to ask, can Jiang Deer please exit the entertainment industry?" Bo Yu, unable to see the comments, was nonetheless adept at gauging emotions. Having transitioned from an idol to an accomplished actor with a repertoire of successful dramas and films. "Jiang Deer, go ahead and draw. Pick one, and I will assist you." The female lead chimed in as well. Bo Yu directed his gaze toward the box of slips and said, "Then I'll choose the one in the middle." He proceeded to play the piano according to the sheet music before him. "Ah, this slip is perfect for a Ling. Jiang Deer, you have a piano over there. Do play for us." Bo Yu hesitated to agree, his eyes fixed on the remaining slips, and remarked, "Perhaps I should wait until you all have drawn before I play. I am quite curious about the tasks of the other characters. Once you finish playing, we can draw. I am truly eager to hear you play, and I wish to wait not a moment longer." Just as Bo Yu was about to say more, a sheet of music was handed to him. At that moment, the comments section exploded with activity due to Bo Yu's earlier remark. Is Jiang Deer deliberately stalling for time? It is well known that hesitation is a manifestation of insecurity. Can Jiang Deer truly be devoid of such insecurity? After all, her persona as a piano prodigy, boasting a level 10 proficiency, is but a fabrication. Let us not forget to scour the internet for the trending topic. Zhang Di deceives the publican withdraws from the entertainment industry. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? I doubt she can even comprehend sheet music. Bo Yu held the sheet music, deep in thought. He then rose, approached the piano, placed the sheet music upon it, and took a seat. Beneath the faux flowering tree, the young girl sat before the piano, a vision of beauty akin to a painting. Remarkably, Zhang Di is indeed strikingly attractive. I initially intended to criticize Zhang Di yet upon opening the live stream, I was met with this scene. Oh, how breathtaking. What does it matter how beautiful one is if their character is lacking? On the second floor, Ning Lai opened the live stream and was immediately confronted with praises for Zhang Di's beauty, causing her expression to darken. However, upon reading the subsequent comments, her demeanor softened. She turned to her mother, carefully choosing her words before speaking. Mom, you were mistaken in your praise. Mistaken? Did you not say she was beautiful? It turns out she has undergone cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery? Indeed, many in the entertainment industry resort to such measures. Some transformations are so drastic they might as well be head swaps. Zhang Di is likely one of those. Her original appearance must have been quite unappealing. Tang Yao frowned, gazing down at the girl who had now seated herself at the piano, adjusting her posture while studying the sheet music. At this distance, she could clearly discern the features of the young girl, initially finding her quite endearing, evoking an indescribable sense of familiarity. However, upon hearing the mention of cosmetic surgery, that feeling of warmth dissipated. Ning Ai noticed the further change in Tang Yao's demeanor and remarked, "Look at her hesitation to play. It seems she truly cannot play the piano." Before she could finish her thought, the sound of piano music resonated, completely devoid of the anticipated discordant notes. Instead, it flowed beautifully and melodiously. Ning Ai's expression shifted dramatically. The audience watching the live stream shared her astonishment. Wait, wasn't it said that Zhang Di couldn't play the piano? I've been learning piano for quite some time, and I feel Zhang Di plays even better than my teacher. I recognize this piece, it's incredibly challenging. I had prepared some harsh words, but is this truly something someone who cannot play the piano could achieve? Who said Zhang Di's piano level was fabricated? It seems she has indeed been deceptive. She must be at a professional level. My face hurts. Just a moment ago, Zhang Di get out of the entertainment industry. Now, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Mom asks why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Chapter 50, If Only Mother Knew. The instant the piano piece concluded, it felt as though the entire world fell into silence. Bo Yu rose, turning to glance at the two individuals nearby who claimed to be friends of Zhuge. And indeed, he saw disappointment and disbelief etched on their faces. On the screen, the expressions of the male and female leads appeared increasingly rigid, while the demeanor of Bo Yu grew ever more composed, rendering the atmosphere inexplicably more awkward. "Dear, your piano playing is truly impressive," he remarked. Previously, she had been addressed as Zhang Di, but now it was simply Dear. It was now their turn to draw lots and showcase their character traits. Observing the scene before him, Bo Yu maintained a neutral expression, his tone casually inquiring. Surely the remaining two lots do not pertain to playing the piano according to the sheet music? The theme of this drama revolved around music, with the male and female leads, along with a Ling, the soul of the piece, all being well-versed in music and proficient with musical instruments. According to the script, the last two lots included singing and discerning melodies. Bo Yu sensed the ill intentions behind this live broadcast, yet he remained perplexed. If the aim was to embarrass Zhang Di, then the other two lots, too, would lead her to falter. Why, then, must it be the piano? Fans began to enthusiastically praise her, while onlookers pondered. I truly feel there are many oddities in this live broadcast. I initially thought Zhang Di had completely lost her shame, but upon reflection, it seems there are significant flaws. If she were incapable of playing the piano, how could she possibly participate in this live stream? It appears this broadcast was deliberately arranged to give Zhang Di an opportunity to clarify her stance. The production team is rather commendable. Allowing Zhang Di to use this live stream to clarify? I find that unlikely. Did you not notice how the expressions of the male and female leads shifted the moment the piano music began? I perceive this as an attempt to burden Zhang Di with even more scandal, yet unexpectedly, she has managed to turn the tables. Thus, it appears that Zhang Di is not simply backed by a wealthy patron, but rather has offended someone powerful, leading to her current predicament. Today, her situation is rather dire. with the phrase expelled from the entertainment industry still trending. I must apologize for my hasty condemnation of her. Prior online allegations seemed credible, and I had assumed them to be true. Today, I stumbled upon a plethora of her negative reports, which I initially believed. However, if her claim of attaining a grade 10 in piano is not fabricated, then the veracity of the other allegations is also highly questionable in my eyes. As a devoted admirer of pure beauty, I can only wonder whether Jiang Dier has undergone cosmetic surgery. No, she has not. She is a purely natural beauty, radiant since childhood. Ning Ao, upon reading these comments, was so infuriated that she turned her phone screen black. Upon raising her gaze, she found her mother, Tang Yao, scrutinizing her intently. Ning Ao felt a pang of unease, causing her hand to tremble uncontrollably while holding her phone. The restaurant staff delivered the remaining dishes. Yet Tang Yao did not touch her chopsticks, continuing to fixate on Ning Ao. You seem to harbor a strong dislike for that actress downstairs, she stated in her usual calm tone, with a measured cadence and an assertive inflection. Tang Yao was not ready to let the subject rest. She continued, this time adopting an inquisitive tone. Why? Ning Ao picked up her chopsticks, attempting to normalize her actions and tone. She placed a piece of food onto the small dish in front of her and replied, I naturally dislike an actress mired in controversy. Tang Yao shook her head and said, previously, you mentioned that her piano grade was fabricated, but the reality is evidently otherwise. Her piano skills are clearly quite impressive. You have let the opinions circulating online sway your feelings towards her, and I too, influenced by your words, have developed an unwarranted dislike for her. Such judgments are unfounded and incorrect. Ning Ai felt her composure slipping away. She raised her eyes toward her mother, expressing her dissatisfaction. You would dare to criticize me for her? Tang Yao was taken aback by her daughter's intense reaction. The education she imparted to Ning Ai placed great importance on the character of oneself and those around them. It is not a critique of you for her sake, but rather a call for self-reflection. I am reflecting on myself, and I hope you can do the same. Ning Ai rudely interrupted Tang Yao for the first time. Why should I reflect on myself because of her? Who does she think she is? She isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Tang Yao frowned, her tone growing serious. Ning Ai, how can you speak like that? After saying this, Ning Ai recognized her rudeness and pressed her lips together, contemplating an apology to ease her mother's mood. However, thoughts of Jiang Dier stirred her agitation, preventing her from conceding. In elite circles, individuals generally fall into two categories: those with erratic behaviors who take pleasure in wielding their power to bully others, and those with a solid family ethos who are content to serve as role models, adhering to propriety in both word and deed. Ning Ai was acutely aware that her mother belonged to the latter group. Most of the time, she saw no fault in her mother's demeanor, for such a mother was at the pinnacle of high society, always spoken of with admiration, allowing Ning Ai to reap considerable benefits from this reputation. Yet at times, she felt her mother placed excessive emphasis on character and behavior. Clearly, individuals of their stature, born in Rome, were inherently superior. Why must they lower themselves and treat others with equality? In that moment, Ning Ai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She yearned to flee, yet feared further inciting her mother's displeasure. Her father had already distanced himself from her. She could not bear to lose her mother's affection again. As she pondered her predicament, a gentle touch graced the top of her head. Tang Yao sighed as she gazed at her beloved daughter, whom she had cherished for many years. Xiao Ai, why are you in such a foul mood today? Mother merely wishes for you to become a better person. In our family, it is fair to say that we can have whatever we desire from birth. Yet the more we possess, the more susceptible we are to moral decay and the greater the risk of making grave mistakes. You are the treasure of my heart, and I only hope for your continued prosperity. My greatest fear is that a single misstep could lead you astray. What will you do when your father and I are no longer around, and you find yourself in dire straits? Parents, in their love for their children, plan for their future, hence my mother's increasing insistence on your proper conduct. For regardless of your intelligence, wealth, or power, only by maintaining integrity and uprightness can one truly navigate life's journey. Upon hearing these words, Ning Ai's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Yet, amidst her emotional turmoil, the image of Jiang Dier surfaced in her mind. If her mother were to discover, would she still regard her with such warmth? Dread washed over her once more, and she dared not dwell on the thought. Chapter 51. Her hatred for Jiang Dier. Half a year ago, Ning Ai had a dream. In her dreams, She struggled to recall many events, yet two vivid scenes remained etched in her memory. The first depicted her father, Ning He, casting a distant and indifferent gaze upon her, a paternity test clutched in his hand. The second scene revealed him, with a gentle demeanor, leading a girl of similar age into their home, addressing her as the heir, and declaring to her mother, Tang Yao, that this girl would henceforth be their true daughter. Awakening from this dream in a cold sweat, she incessantly reassured herself that it was but a fabrication of her mind. However, the vividness of the images, the sounds, and the emotions left her in a state of profound dread. Even during her travels abroad with friends, her mind was elsewhere, ultimately culminating in an unfortunate accident. Her father happened to be in the vicinity for a business conference. Upon hearing of her misfortune, he rushed to her side. Yet, the specifics of those days remained a blur to her. The only certainty was that on the day of her discharge, her father presented her with the same paternity test, the result confirming a lack of biological connection. The scenes from her dream had materialized. After her father departed, she remained motionless, grappling with disbelief. How could she not be Ning He's daughter? If she were not, whose child was she? Did that mean Tang Yao was not truly her mother? Upon returning home, under the pretense of grooming her mother's hair, she discreetly obtained a strand to conduct a paternity test for both herself and her mother. When the results emerged, darkness enveloped her vision, her legs buckled, and she collapsed. When she regained her senses, clarity washed over her. She recalled the second scene from her dream. Who was the girl named Dier? Regardless of her identity, she could not usurp her life or her love. From a young age, Ning Ai has been accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege, fully aware that should her status be stripped away, her existence would become intolerable. The task of locating someone turned out to be more effortless than she had anticipated. As a scion of a wealthy family, she had amassed a plethora of skills over the years, including painting. Although her artistic talent was mediocre, a decade of diligent study enabled her to recreate a reasonably accurate portrait from memory. With the name Dier in mind, she quickly pinpointed her target, Jiang Dier. On the night she discovered Jiang Dier's whereabouts, Ning Ai indulged in excessive drinking, later rising in the dead of night to scribble a series of plans on how to deal with Jiang Dier. She contemplated the possibility of erasing Jiang Dier from this world. It would not be particularly challenging for her. However, fear gripped her. Her father was undoubtedly searching for Jiang Dier as well, wielding far greater resources than she could ever muster. It was merely her advantage from dreams that had allowed her to find Jiang Dier before her father could. Yet, she knew that eventually, her father would uncover Jiang Dier's location. She never doubted this. If she were to send Jiang Dier to her grave, it would not be long before she met a similar fate. With this thought, she trembled as she tore the page from her notebook, succumbing to a fit of anguished tears and frantic curses. That night, Ning Ai was restless, sleep eluding her as she continued to write and tear pages, tormented not only by intoxication but also by the haunting nightmares of her past. By morning, her feelings towards Jiang Dier had transformed into an all-consuming hatred, or rather, a mix of both loathing and fear. Jiang Dier's status rendered her invulnerable. But why should Jiang Dier be so fortunate? Her father valued blood ties. And regardless of Jiang Di, the younger brother, with his irritable temperament, has always maintained a mediocre relationship with her, and he would undoubtedly not stand by her side when the time comes. The only one who can save her is her mother. The outcome remains uncertain. Their mother prioritizes character over kinship, and she must make her mother detest Jiang Dier. To cultivate disdain for someone, the initial impression holds paramount importance. For the past 6 months, she has meticulously plotted to bestow upon Jiang Dier the label of a person of despicable character. Confident that today would culminate in a decisive victory against Jiang Dier, she boldly invited her mother to this gathering. Yet, how could this happen? The situation has completely unraveled her plans. She had effectively severed all avenues for Jiang Dier's resurgence, and yet Jiang Dier has directly shattered her carefully woven trap, dismantling the intricate web she had toiled to construct. How could Jiang Dier perform such a challenging piano piece? Has she been feigning ignorance all along? Ning Lai's mind was in turmoil, tears streaming down her face. Part of her was moved by her mother Tang Yao's words, while another part was overwhelmed by an uncontainable panic, plunging her into despair. Her heart felt as though it were plummeting into an abyss of despair. She sensed that she could no longer thwart Jiang Dier. What should she do? Tang Yao noticed Ning Lai's emotional disturbance, observing her as if entranced. her complexion pale and her body trembling, which startled her. Tang Yao quickly reached out to touch Ning Lai's hand, only to be taken aback by its icy sensation. Xiao Lai, what is the matter? Can you hear me speaking? Through tear-filled eyes, Ning Ai gazed at the blurred outline of Tang Yao. Yet her thoughts were consumed by the visage of Jiang Deer. She threw herself into Tang Yao's embrace, speechless, only shedding silent tears. She could never relinquish her status as the Ning family's cherished daughter. To live as an ordinary person was a fate she would rather die than accept. There must still be a chance. She was certain there was still hope. Repeating Jiang Deer's name in her mind, she transitioned from panic to a gradual calm, ultimately left with a sinister resolve, wishing to shatter it into pieces. Yet, some individuals can feign sorrow even when harboring dark thoughts. Tang Yao, witnessing her daughter weeping inconsolably in her arms, felt a surge of helplessness mixed with heartache. Why had she suddenly broken down like this? Was she unwell and needed to go to the hospital? Or had she faced some injustice? Come, tell your mother. I will certainly stand up for you. Ning Ai, her voice choked with sobs, looked up at her. I had a terrible nightmare, where you abandoned me. You spoke ill of me today for someone else's sake. Is it possible that one day you might truly forsake me? Tang Yao, taken aback by her words, found herself in a perplexing blend of laughter and tears. How old are you? How can you still be so childish, frightened by a dream? How could I ever abandon you? You are my most beloved daughter. Upon hearing the term daughter, Ning Ai's body stiffened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and forced a smile. Then you must promise me. I will always be your only daughter. Of course, you are my only one. I have no intention of having more children. Promise me. Chapter 52. The transformation of trending topics after the promotional live broadcast of Love when the notes resound. The trending topic online shifted from Jiang Deer deceives the public and should exit the entertainment industry to Jiang Deer's piano skills are extraordinary. The former was a negative trend, while the latter is now accompanied by the word explosive. The detrimental impact of the initial trending topic on Jiang Deer was significant, and conversely, the current positive trend is equally impactful. Yet, amidst all this, Bo Yu, residing within Jiang Deer, remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Regardless of whether he is acting, participating in variety shows, or live streaming, Bo Yu has a habit of relinquishing his phone to his manager or assistant shortly before work commences. In the absence of both, to avoid any disruption, he mutes his phone 3 minutes in advance and stows it away. The numerous calls and messages arriving during this muted period indicate that something substantial must be afoot. Bo Yu first perused the missed call log, noting that Yu Zijuan had called 4 times, while an individual labeled as Yu Yin had called the most frequently, 7 times in total, and also the earliest. Additionally, there were 2 others who each made a single call. Upon reviewing this, Bo Yu realized that there were no missed calls from himself, suggesting that Jiang Deer remains unaware of the peculiarities on his end. Next, Bo Yu opened WeChat, where the individual with the highest number of messages was once again the person noted as Yu Yin, followed closely by Yu Zijuan. Bo Yu gazed at this name for a moment longer. Initially, he had assumed that Yu Yin was Jiang Deer's assistant, but typically, an assistant's contact would not be adorned with a heart symbol. As Bo Yuezheng pondered, 3 WeChat messages popped up, sent by Yu Zijuan. Yu Zijuan, let's turn the trending topic from black to red, thumbs up. Yu Zijuan, Sister Deer, I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed the online chatter about your piano skills. It turns out you were merely playing possum, staging a spectacular comeback. Yu Zijuan, that was exhilarating. Several of your detractors have vanished in shame. I was even planning to create a fake account to confront them on your behalf. Having learned from the previous slip of accidentally liking a post, he scrolled through Weibo with greater caution. Upon entering the trending list, he was greeted by the prominent hashtag Jiang Deer plays piano exceptionally. The comment section was abuzz with activity. Fans were defending and praising. Can those who insulted our Deer please come forward and apologize? Some of the foul language used is beyond comprehension, utterly disgusting. My Xiang is truly stunning. Her piano performance is ethereal. Forever in love with you. Some persistent critics were still grumbling. Jiang Deer could have used a recording to fake her performance at the previous gala. Perhaps she did the same this time? I thought today would mark Jiang Deer's withdrawal from the entertainment industry, yet it has turned out to be a day of redemption for her. I share the sentiment. But let's refrain from using the term redemption. The veracity of Jiang Deer's scandalous rumors remains uncertain, and using redemption implies she was exceptionally tarnished. It feels more appropriate to mark this as a rise in the annals of domestic entertainment. XX year, XX month, XX day, also known as Jeong Deer's Ascendance Day. The individual above is either a skeptic or a frivolous passerby, for the term superstar has become rather toxic. The discourse revolves around domestic entertainment stars, not international icons. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that Jeong Deer's days of immense popularity are yet to come. She possesses a certain fortune. Despite her impoverished background and being compelled to drop out of high school, she managed to debut as a star. Recently, I have been watching her dramas, and her acting is quite impressive. Just yesterday, I was mocking Jeong Deer, claiming she was inept at both singing and dancing, with nothing to offer aside from her looks. However, it appears that my assertions were misplaced. After viewing the video, I found myself rather taken with Jeong Deer. I still find myself pondering this question. Who was the initial source declaring that Jeong Deer's claim of having attained a grade 10 in piano was fraudulent? When I opened Weibo at 1 o'clock this morning, I was greeted with calls for Jeong Deer to exit the entertainment industry, as if she had deliberately constructed a false persona to deceive the public. It seems that overnight, a multitude of marketing accounts began circulating this narrative, and it felt as if everyone online was aware of Jeong Deer's supposed deception regarding her piano qualifications. It is quite unsettling upon further reflection. So, what is Jeong Deer's actual piano prowess? Boyu sent Jeong Deer a message. What is your piano skill level? At that moment, Jeong Deer had just finished shopping with Boyu's mother and was seated in a luxurious rooftop revolving restaurant, enjoying lunch. Her online shopping was scheduled for the afternoon. This was her first visit to such an establishment, where even a single dish could surpass an entire meal elsewhere. Moreover, access to such a venue seems to require more than mere wealth. One must either secure a reservation a month in advance or possess a limited edition VIP card to gain entry. She followed the mother of Boyu, who, being of the latter disposition, was graciously escorted by the attentive staff to a private VIP seat. Fortunately, as an actress, she had mastered the art of portraying Boyu, thus concealing any traces of her naivety, despite being a newcomer to such extravagant settings. When Boyu sent her a message, she was suggesting to his mother the idea of indulging in some online shopping for DIY crafts, which, while inexpensive, would carry the heartfelt sentiment of personal involvement. Perhaps the elder would appreciate it. Jeong Deer often sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that Boyu's mother exhibited a certain hesitance when interacting with her son, as though she longed for closeness yet feared overstepping and inciting his annoyance. During their morning outing to select gifts, a mere compliment about her excellent taste had visibly uplifted Boyu's mother's spirits. Jeong Deer, being attuned to the emotions of others, noticed her discomfort while waiting for their meal in the restaurant, as it seemed she rarely dined with her son and was uncertain of how to navigate the moment. Thus, she took the initiative to discuss the topic of their afternoon purchases. Boyu's mother, seizing the rare opportunity to engage in conversation with her son, appeared revitalized. Upon reading Boyu's message, Jeong Deer assumed he was merely inquiring out of casual interest due to the commencement of filming for love when the notes sound. Considering the character of Aling was that of a prodigious piano girl, Jeong Deer replied, I had intended to mention this to you last night, but I completely forgot. I can only play a few pieces. Chapter 53, The Most Beautiful Woman in the World. According to the magic mirror, Jeong Deer recounted the bizarre incident involving her deranged adversary, who intentionally forced her to achieve a grade 10 proficiency in piano. She concluded with a perplexed remark, I cannot fathom the motive behind this individual's actions. As Boyu absorbed the narrative, his brow furrowed deeply. Had he not exchanged bodies with Jeong Deer, she would undoubtedly have become infamous following today's events, likely driven out of her circle. Boyu stated, it was intended to ruin you. Jeong Deer, taken aback, inquired what? Check the trending topics on Weibo, Boyu advised. Momentarily stunned, Jeong Deer opened Weibo, her expression shifting dramatically with each revelation. Opposite her, Qin Wei observed her son's sudden warmth upon receiving a message, as though it were from someone intimately close. As a mother, she couldn't help but speculate. Should she inquire about the identity of the messenger? Yet, she hesitated, fearing that probing into her son's private matters might provoke his displeasure. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, she noticed her son's expression darkening, prompting her to ask, is something wrong? With a sigh of relief upon hearing Qin Wei's question, Jeong Deer raised her gaze and shook her head. There's a minor issue, but it's all been resolved. As she spoke, a twinge of apprehension crept into her heart. Had she not exchanged bodies with Boyu today, she would have faced utter disgrace. Everyone would have believed she had deliberately crafted a fade of achieving grade 10 piano proficiency to boast about herself, only to suffer a catastrophic downfall. Deserving of universal scorn, condemned to be vilified across the internet, forever trapped beneath the crushing weight of public disdain. Qin Wei's lips moved slightly, as if she wished to inquire further, yet ultimately refrained from asking anything at all. Faced with a son who had never been close to his family, she often found herself at a loss regarding how best to engage with him. Thus, she merely nodded. At that moment, all the dishes had been served, and although Qin Wei intended to place her son's favorite dishes in front of him, she quickly realized she had no knowledge of his culinary preferences, leaving her to awkwardly retract her hand. Jiang Deer, oblivious to Qin Wei's subtle expressions and movements, was entirely absorbed by the latest message from Boyu. Gu Wubua has been in a car accident. In her panic, she nearly sprang to her feet, but thankfully recalled her role as Boyu. The next message from him arrived, articulately detailing the accident involving Gu Wubua and the current situation, followed by an assurance that he would take good care of Gu Wubua. After reading the message, Jiang Deer took a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart. Thank you. Yet, even after sending those 2 words, she felt a lingering unease. Gu Wubua had been her manager for many years, always diligent and responsible, and she had long considered him a friend. In the entertainment industry, true friends were few, and she cherished each one dearly. Now that her friend was in trouble, she found herself unable to remain seated. However, as she glanced at Qin Wei, she hesitated, uncertain of how to express her feelings. It was Qin Wei who spoke first. Is something happening that requires your attention? It's all right. You may go and handle it. Jiang Deer felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'll accompany you for online shopping tomorrow. Qin Wei was somewhat taken aback. She had presumed that opportunities for online shopping with her son would no longer present themselves. A smile broke across her face as she nodded earnestly. All right. As Jiang Deer rose to leave, she was abruptly called back by Qin Wei. With a cautious yet hopeful tone, Qin Wei inquired, how about coming over for lunch tomorrow? Without much contemplation, Jiang Deer nodded in agreement. Sure. In the next moment, she noticed tears welling in the woman's eyes, seemingly touched by the invitation. After a moment of silence, Jiang Deer sensed that the relationship between Boyu and his mother diverged from the typical mother-son dynamic. Yet, her own bond with her mother was equally unconventional. Every family has its own set of challenges. Upon departing from the revolving restaurant and arriving at the hospital, Jiang Deer recalled the trending news regarding Gu Wubua, prompting her to unconsciously rub her temples. How could so many significant events transpire within a mere morning? It was overwhelmingly abrupt, almost surreal. However, that sense of unreality dissipated entirely upon seeing Boyu. She rushed towards him. How is Gu Wubua doing? Boyu, unfazed by her arrival, responded directly. The surgery was very successful. He is currently in the recovery room, and there is no risk to his life. However, he will need to remain in the hospital for at least another month. Jiang Deer nodded, a heavy weight lifting from her chest, allowing her to exhale in relief. It was only then that she became aware of her own hunger. She had not eaten lunch. Boyu also felt a pang of hunger. After concluding his live stream, he could have easily enjoyed a meal at the music restaurant, but at that moment, he had been unwilling to linger, opting instead to leave immediately. 5 minutes later, the two of them chose a small restaurant near the hospital. By this time, the peak dining hours had passed, yet the restaurant was still likely to be bustling with patrons. With this in mind, Jiang Deer subtly distanced herself from Boyu, allowing him to enter the restaurant first while she planned to follow 10 minutes later, thus avoiding the possibility of being photographed together. Boyu glanced back at her and suddenly inquired, do you always maintain such distance from the opposite sex within the industry? Jiang Deer paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, I don't have any close male friends in the industry, so there's no need to keep my distance. We simply aren't that close. Well, except for Gu Wubua, who is more like an older brother to me. After hearing this, Boyu hesitated before asking, then why are there so many rumors circulating? Jiang Deer answered earnestly, perhaps it's because of my overwhelming charm? Most of the time, she found that she didn't even need to be seen with others to spark a flurry of absurd rumors, which puzzled her. After saying this, she felt that her previous comment had been a touch too self-indulgent, so she couldn't help but glance at Boyu and ask, does saying I'm too charming make me seem overly narcissistic? Boyu smiled slightly and replied, not at all. It's merely a straightforward observation. Jiang Deer didn't immediately grasp his meaning, and it was only after Bo Yu had walked a distance ahead that she understood. She felt an urge to cover her face with her hands, but suddenly remembered it was Bo Yu's presence, so her hand, raised halfway, fell back down. Yet, her cheeks had already begun to flush. To maintain a respectful distance, Jiang Deer found it difficult to catch up with him. So she remained stationary and took out her phone to message Bo Yu. Jiang Deer, did you just acknowledge my charm? Bo Yu, indeed, after all, you are deemed by the magic mirror to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Just look at this flawless skin, these glistening, water-filled eyes, this face blooming like a peach blossom, and these lips as radiant and dripping as a rose. Jiang Deer, and you remember every word perfectly every time? Chapter 54. She is unlike any woman he has encountered. Jiang Deer felt her cheeks flush, not solely due to his words, but also because of the intimacy they conveyed. Perhaps Bo Yu himself was unaware, but her pursuit and attention over the years revealed a deeper understanding of him than anyone else could fathom. Bo Yu was, in fact, a rather aloof individual. As Jiang Deer read Bo Yu's WeChat message, she felt his words transform into an impulse to reach for the moon, a yearning that tightly entwined her heart like delicate threads. Time seemed to slip away as she stood there until she received another message from Bo Yu. Jiang Deer, Bo Yu, I will buy 2 portions, bringing you one that suits our current situation better. Jiang Deer's gaze lingered on the phrase our situation. Jiang Deer, all right. She pondered for a moment and had to concede that it was indeed more appropriate to have someone else purchase it, especially since she was currently using Bo Yu's identity, which made it more inconvenient due to the likelihood of being recognized. Bo Yu, what would you like to eat? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Jiang Deer, anything is fine. I have no restrictions. Bo Yu, then I shall purchase the same. Jiang Deer gazed at the 2 characters, and though she had not yet partaken in lunch, she had already tasted a hint of sweetness. Upon returning to the hospital, Gu Wubo remained in the resuscitation room. The flicker of sweetness in Jiang Deer's heart, ignited by Bo Yu, began to fade. The surroundings were eerily quiet as she stood in the corridor, her mind racing with contemplation. She pondered the enemies lurking in the shadows, the serendipity of Gu Wubo's recent accident, and the near demise of her career in the entertainment industry. Indeed, she was no fool. She discerned the intricate connections among these 3 matters. The opposing party, intoxicated and engaged in a dispute over the phone, had lost control of the steering wheel in a moment of anger, resulting in the collision. Lowering her head in thought, she gradually solidified her resolve. She was not one to relish confrontation. More often than not, she yearned for a peaceful existence, wishing for herself and her loved ones to thrive. However, she was far from a passive individual, pliable to the whims of others. Understanding that acquiescence did not equate to foolishness, she recognized the necessity of meticulous contemplation when facing formidable, unpredictable adversaries. What are you thinking about? Bo Yu inquired, his voice breaking through her reverie. Jiang Deer, unguarded in his presence, had yet to completely detach from her thoughts. Yet, simply because it was Bo Yu who asked, she candidly responded, I am considering how to unearth the deranged individual behind this, ensuring that they face misfortune. After speaking, she resumed her contemplations. Bo Yu had never witnessed Jiang Deer in such a state. In his memory, she was always vibrant and extroverted, akin to a little sun, devoid of worries, and at times, even a tad whimsical and theatrical. He always perceived her as a delicate little girl in need of care. However, at this moment, he realized that she might be far more mature and resilient than he had imagined. She recounted how she had been compelled to drop out of school due to her family's financial struggles, simultaneously tending to her ailing mother while working various jobs to support the household, cleaning, dishwashing, serving, playing companion, and even laboring in construction. As he pondered this, his expression softened imperceptibly. Yes, she appeared to be a fragile young maiden, but from an early age, she had been the cornerstone of her family. She was not a wilting flower. She was a sturdy tree, often mistaken for one that had never weathered storms simply because it had grown tall and robust. In truth, she had emerged from the very tempests that would have broken others. She was unlike any woman he had ever encountered, particularly in contrast to his mother, who resembled a parasitic vine. Yet, his rescued mother was not pleased. She even reproached him for offending his father, fearing the repercussions that might befall them at the hands of a sober parent. He urged his mother to divorce, but she resisted, lamenting her humble origins. She had married into the family due to a historical connection between her ancestors and the patriarch of the Bo family, and she could scarcely envision life outside her marriage. Yet, being of modest birth was merely relative to the Bo family's wealth. In the broader context, her family could be considered affluent within their city. Why could she not forge a path forward? He inquired, but his mother only wept. She often reacted this way. During his university years, she would express her anger towards him, reluctant to engage, and he found himself at a loss for how to communicate with her, leading to an ever-widening chasm in their relationship. In the quiet of the night, he would initially wonder if he was in the wrong, only to later realize that their perspectives were simply worlds apart. At this moment, Bo Yu gazed at Jiang Deer and suddenly pondered, what would his mother, if she possessed a character similar to Jiang Deer's, have done in such a scenario? Perhaps she would have effortlessly dealt with the scoundrel and the interloper without assistance. As Bo Yu contemplated this, he couldn't help but shake his head. No, she likely would have avoided becoming ensnared in such a quagmire from the very beginning. If Jiang Deer were in his position, how would she respond to such a situation? I have a friend. The familiar prelude prompted Jiang Deer to instinctively interject. This friend wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Bo Yu, caught off guard, thought to himself. Thankfully, he hadn't been drinking water. Otherwise, he would have surely choked. Realizing her question was rather inappropriate, Jiang Deer quickly dropped the subject and continued. And then, Bo Yu meticulously rearranged his thoughts, concealing any trace of being momentarily stumped by Jiang Deer's words. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Deer shook her head and replied, "There's nothing to be done." Bo Yu was taken aback. Nothing to be done? Jiang Deer nodded. Such matters can only be resolved when your friend's mother comes to her own understanding. Otherwise, resolution remains elusive, and one can merely offer counsel. Generally speaking, a mother would not allow such issues to deteriorate her relationship with her son. What you perceive as a poor relationship might simply be a matter of both parties being uncertain about how to approach one another. As soon as Jiang Deer finished speaking, a nurse approached to inform them that Gu Wubua had emerged from the recovery room, now fully conscious. Jiang Deer immediately rose and approached, followed closely by Bo Yu, who was lost in thought due to Jiang Deer's words. After watching Gu Wubua, Bo Yu produced his phone and handed it to Jiang Deer. She took the device and glanced at it. It was not her assistant but her dearest friend, a makeup artist who had been part of the team, though she had withdrawn from the industry for 2 years due to certain circumstances. After speaking, Jiang Deer expressed her confusion. My assistant hasn't contacted me at all. This holiday is quite excessive. Bo Yu furrowed his brow and stated bluntly, your assistant has issues. Jiang Deer recognized this point, her brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. I suspected as much. I will handle it. Bo Yu inquired, do you need my assistance? Jiang Deer smiled, no. It's just a minor matter. Where are you now? Still abroad? I just disembarked from the plane and have set foot on my homeland. Jiang Deer was momentarily taken aback. Listening to Yu Yan's earlier words, she felt a pang of emotion, and upon hearing the latter part, she was further startled. Just as Jiang Deer finished speaking, she heard the sound of a child crying from the other end of the call. Yu Yan tried to soothe the child, but to no avail, ultimately sighing and apologetically saying, Dear, would you be able to come to the airport to pick me and the baby up? Jiang Deer did not hesitate much. After inquiring about the airport's name, she promptly replied, just wait a moment, I will head over now. If all goes smoothly, I should arrive in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Deer reached the airport. Without much effort, Yu Yan was found. A few years older than Jiang Deer, Yu Yan possessed a dignified and graceful appearance, her smile radiating an indescribable warmth, and her voice was like a gentle breeze in spring. Long time no see, dear, she greeted. Clad in a loose trench coat, with a hat and mask obscuring her face, Jiang Deer was instantly recognized by Yu Yan. The warmth of Yu Yan's smile infected Jiang Deer, who managed to smile in return, but upon observing Yu Yan's condition, the joy faded away. Jiang Deer had initially thought Yu Yan was simply seated on a bench awaiting her arrival, only to discover she was in a wheelchair, a realization that furrowed her brow deeply. Yu Yan spoke with a light-hearted demeanor, yet Jiang Deer found it difficult to remain composed. Sensing Yu Yan's reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from further inquiries and approached to lift the child. Yu Yan glanced at her and said, this little one is shy. He cries whenever he finds himself in a new environment and dislikes being touched by others, but you are an exception. After all, I am his godmother. Though we have not met often, he surely remembers me. Jiang Deer replied, casting a worried glance at Yu Yan. It's all right, I can manage. You go ahead. And I will keep up. A few days later, the moonlight poured through the glass window like liquid silver. Gu Wubo sat on the hospital bed. Having just finished the dinner Jiang Dio had brought him, the light illuminated his face, revealing a hint of weariness. At that moment, he looked at Jiang Dio and repeated the words she had just spoken. Terminate the contract with the company? Jiang Dio nodded, holding a paper cup filled with hot water, lowering her head to take a sip. I had thought you would not be so astonished, for you have long been aware of my intention to terminate my contract with the company. From the very moment I contacted President Xiao, I had been contemplating this decision. However, dissolving a contract is not a matter to be taken lightly, as it necessitates careful consideration of numerous factors. At that time, I could scarcely afford the termination fee. Gu Wubo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Indeed, you have mentioned your desire to part ways with the company on numerous occasions. Yet I maintain that such a decision at this juncture would be exceedingly imprudent. Firstly, there is the matter of the contract itself. If you wish to sever ties with the company, it will undoubtedly require legal proceedings, which is not a swift endeavor. Even if you were to emerge victorious, the interim period would afford the company ample opportunity to undermine and suppress you. Lacking a strong support system, you would find it nearly impossible to stand your ground against the company. Jiang Dio had made her decision, resolute and unyielding. In response to Gu Wubo's words, she smiled and countered, Isn't the company already suppressing me at present? Gu Wubo replied with gravity, The extent differs. Currently, you are still able to secure some work. However, should you choose to terminate your contract, the company would indeed wage an all-out assault against you. Moreover, after paying that exorbitant termination fee, how much of your earnings from these past years would remain? At that point, you would be starting anew. And it is quite possible that your situation could become even more arduous than it is now. After Gu Wubo finished speaking, he observed Jiang Dio's demeanor and, seeing her unfazed, could not help but sigh, expressing his greatest concern. The most crucial issue is that there is a lunatic lurking behind you. Jiang Dio set her cup aside and replied earnestly, Precisely because of that lunatic behind me, I must terminate my contract with the company, regardless of the potential losses or hardships I may encounter. Gu Wubo noted her resolute expression, clearly indicating her determination. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased his attempts to dissuade her and simply said, When I recover, I will accompany you to annul the contract. I too wish to leave this wretched company. Jiang Dio smiled in agreement. Moreover, she had recently revisited the rules governing her body swap with Bo Yu and had formed some hypotheses. Initially, they would switch bodies from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., a duration of 12 hours, but this pattern was disrupted on the afternoon of the 12th day. Following that, on the afternoon of the 11th day, the duration was altered to 10 hours. Tomorrow marks the 10th day since the second alteration of their switching schedule. Chapter 56. How dare you frolic before me? The last live broadcast received a positive response. Yet this evening, they opted not to employ the same format. Although the weather was fair during the day, rain and wind swept in at night. With her limited attire, Jiang Dio shivered as the cold gusts and rain assailed her. Upon her arrival at the recording venue, all the other guests had already gathered. Yu Zijuan approached Jiang Dio as usual, extending his greetings and inquiring after her well-being with genuine warmth. Tan Sherwin's demeanor stood in stark contrast to Yu Zijuan's. Her face was clouded with displeasure, and she appeared utterly disinclined to engage with Jiang Dio. However, mindful of the cameras, she refrained from overt displays of animosity, resulting in her awkward demeanor. Throughout the recording, Jiang Dio remained oblivious to Tan Sherwin, focusing solely on her conversations with Yu Zijuan and Li Yongge. Once they exited the recording venue, Tan Sherwin intercepted Jiang Dio in the corridor. Tan Sherwin's agent discreetly withdrew, leaving the two women alone in the hallway. At this moment, Tan Sherwin felt liberated to express her ire, leaning in closer to Jiang Dio with a malevolent expression. The whole piano level 10 affair was orchestrated by you from the very beginning, wasn't it? The mere recollection of the incident ignited a fierce anger within her. That morning, when the news broke, she believed Jiang Dio was finished and had even recruited a legion of online trolls to disparage Jiang Dio while promoting herself. When Jiang Dio conducted a live broadcast that afternoon, Tan Sherwin had eagerly tuned in to witness her rival's downfall. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Jiang Dio not only remained in the entertainment industry, but transformed the negative trending topic into a positive one. This unexpected reversal led a portion of the audience, who had previously accepted the disparaging rumors about Jiang Di-er, to question their authenticity. Consequently, the significant investments of time and money Tin Sherwin had devoted over the years felt utterly squandered. How could she not be enraged? How could she not harbor resentment? Jiang Di-er, you are cunning and manipulative. You snatched my debut opportunity during the talent show, and now you are playing the victim to cleanse your image. Someone like you will inevitably. The remainder of Tin Sherwin's words faltered as a hand tightened around her throat. Tin Sherwin was both astonished and pained, her eyes widening as she attempted to pry Jiang Di's grip from her wrist. However, her feeble strength proved inadequate. Jiang Di, her expression impassive, forcefully shoved Tin Sherwin against the wall, producing a resounding thud. Tin Sherwin, do you have any idea how long I've yearned to strike you? How dare you frolic before me alone? This was the first time Tin Sherwin had witnessed Jiang Di in such a manner, and she was now trembling uncontrollably in fear. Jiang Di gazed at her, her enchanting eyes seemingly steeped in frost, as she slowly uttered cold words from her crimson lips. I have meticulously noted every obstacle you have placed in my path over these years. Leaning against the wall, Tin Sherwin felt her body weaken, causing her to slide down in a rather pitiable manner. She coughed violently, desperate to speak, yet her throat burned painfully, rendering her unable to utter even a single word, leaving her to glare resentfully at Jiang Di's retreating figure. That madwoman, Gu Wubua, have you dismissed your assistant? Xiao Qing, Jiang Di. Yes, she posed a problem. Gu Wubua, are you certain? Jiang Di. Initially, it was merely a suspicion, but after conversing with her over the past few days, she finally confessed today. However, she only received a substantial sum of money, knows very little, and has done even less. I cannot extract any information from her. Gu Wubua, but now you have no one at your side. This is rather inconvenient. Allow me to assist you in finding another assistant. Jiang Di. All right, I appreciate your help. Jiang Di rubbed her forehead. She had intended to discuss her assistant's matters when she met Gu Wubua this evening, but after mentioning the cancellation, she completely forgot. The past few days had been hectic, and in the midst of her busyness, her memory had faltered, leaving her susceptible to illness. She felt her forehead burning, as if she were developing a fever. Originally planning to head straight to her bedroom, she paused and instead searched for the medicine cabinet in the living room. She hastily took out a packet of cold medicine and brewed it. Following that, she took a quick shower before collapsing onto her bed. The rain outside intensified. Buzz. The persistent vibration of her phone echoed in the dimly lit bedroom. After a prolonged duration, a porcelain-white hand emerged from the covers, fumbling to locate the phone. Without bothering to check the caller ID, Jiang Di answered with a slightly hoarse voice. Hello? It was Gu Wubua's voice, laced with urgency. Don't sleep. Get up and check the trending news. Jiang Di immediately jolted awake, glancing at the clock. It had just passed midnight. There was an anxious tone in Gu Wubua's voice. Tin Sherwin has gone mad. She posted a lengthy message online, taking aim at you. She accused me of choking her? Gu Wubua's disbelief was palpable. You choked her. From Gu Wubua's reaction, it was evident that Tin Sherwin hadn't mentioned the choking incident in her lengthy post, which was precisely why Jiang Di had acted decisively that night. Hearing the shift in Gu Wubua's tone, she couldn't help but offer some reassurance. Try not to let your emotions swing too wildly. Remember, you're still a patient in the hospital. Gu Wubua inhaled deeply and remarked, Are you aware that I am still a patient? What prompted you to grasp Tin Sherwin's neck? It was not without reason. She provoked me, and I momentarily lost my composure. As Jiang Di spoke, she logged onto her secondary account, opening Weibo to meticulously read through the lengthy post authored by Tin Sherwin. In her extensive writing, Tin primarily insinuated three matters. First, that Jiang Di orchestrated the piano incident for publicity. Second, that Jiang Di not only relished in the limelight and indulged in ambiguous relationships with men, but also exhibited diva-like behavior. The first two accusations were devoid of any substantiation, seemingly intended solely to muddle public opinion, and Jiang Di dismissed them after a cursory glance. However, the third point was of particular significance. To bolster the credibility of this assertion, Tin included several screenshots of WeChat conversations, which purportedly depicted a dialogue between the director and a staff member discussing the intentional pairing of her and Bo Yu. The authenticity of these claims lent an air of legitimacy to the preceding allegations. In an instant, a gathering of onlookers descended upon the scene. Fans of Tin Sherwin, Jiang Di, and even Bo Yu prepared for battle. Public discourse erupted in a frenzy. It is noteworthy that only a few days had elapsed since the piano incident, and many individuals who had developed a fleeting fondness for Jiang Deer were now beset with doubts upon learning that the entire affair was allegedly orchestrated by her, inevitably recalling her previous controversies. Upon first encountering this lengthy article, I initially dismissed it. However, upon completion, I found it to be strikingly authentic. Could it be that the piano incident was staged? It seems implausible. I cannot fathom that Jiang Deer possesses such cunning. The claims made solely by Tan Sherwin appear far too dubious. Jiang Deer is known for seeking the limelight, exhibiting a penchant for theatrics, and engaging in scandalous affairs. Just a few days ago, her fans were fervently defending her, asserting that the negative press surrounding her was as baseless as the allegations regarding the piano incident. I had a heated exchange with her supporters, and numerous bystanders interceded on her behalf. But now, the truth is unfolding before us. Tan Sherwin, being an established figure in the industry, undoubtedly possesses more insight than I do. I find myself aligning with Tan Sherwin in this matter. Her decision to confront Jiang Deer directly suggests she has substantial evidence to support her claims. It seems improbable that she would speak falsely. Is what Tan Sherwin states unequivocally true? There were rumors in the past that she fell ill after consuming a meal prepared by Jiang Deer, leading to a significant backlash against Jiang Deer. Yet, recent live broadcasts revealed that her illness had no connection to Jiang Deer at all. Consequently, I now perceive Tan Sherwin as both insincere and pretentious. I must express my hope that Jiang Deer can spare Bo Yu from her antics. Upon learning that Jiang Deer was paired with Bo Yu, I sensed a troubling coincidence. It appears that Jiang Deer orchestrated this pairing to garner attention, thereby causing Bo Yu, the dashing gentleman, to suffer. Is Jiang Deer incapable of existing independently of men? She seems perpetually in pursuit of the spotlight. As for those who wish to defend Bo Yu while disparaging Jiang Deer, I implore you to do so independently, without dragging Bo Yu into the fray. Having watched the first 2 episodes of Celebrity Culinary Competition, I must assert that, regardless of other factors, Jiang Deer's culinary skills leave much to be desired. Did she actually win in the 4th round? Goodness, just thinking about it is absurd. Chapter 58. Why not listen to the recording? I have insider information that Jiang Deer was a last-minute addition to the reality show Celebrity Culinary Competition. She was not originally part of the lineup. I chuckled, as I had just begun to feel less disdain for Jiang Deer in recent days, only to be repulsed by her once again. Since her backers could insert her into the show, they could also manipulate the behind-the-scenes dynamics, pairing her with Bo Yu and ensuring her victory. Such disarray within the entertainment industry will inevitably lead to its downfall. As Jiang Deer casually browsed through the myriad of comments beneath the trending topics, she continued her conversation with Gu Wubwa. Gu Wubwa was somewhat speechless. Isn't your focus misplaced? Jiang Deer suddenly burst into laughter and responded to Gu Wubwa. Throughout the years, Jiang Deer often found herself analyzing human nature. Although such musings might not align with the persona of a mere decorative starlet, she had indeed been contemplating deeply. During her idle days, she cherished watching films, dramas, and reading. She detested stagnation and relished the prospect of self-improvement. In her view, humanity is intricate, and she herself epitomizes this complexity. She possesses a generous heart, allowing her to let go of many grievances. Although she initially felt hurt by the online vitriol directed at her, she eventually became impervious to it. Yet, she also bears a sensitive spirit, harboring grudges while earnestly contemplating ways to extricate herself from her predicaments and confront those who challenge her. In her early days, she was indeed oblivious and stumbled into numerous pitfalls, suffering considerable setbacks. However, throughout these years, she has undoubtedly transformed adversity into wisdom. Growth is an inherent trait of humanity, unless one is mentally unfit or irredeemably foolish. Upon hearing Jiang Deer's words, Gu Wubwa was momentarily taken aback. He had always perceived Jiang Deer as a seemingly harmless little kitten, yet even kittens can scratch when cornered. Hearing such sentiments directly from her made him realize that she had evidently prepared for this day long ago, which left him somewhat astonished. Are you implying that you possess leverage against her? He inquired. Not exactly leverage, merely some recordings. These recordings, in truth, cannot alter the negative ramifications brought upon me by her lengthy post. Nonetheless, if released, they would certainly keep her preoccupied for a while. The real test now lies in who can withstand the ensuing storm, her or I. As she spoke, Jiang Deer logged off from Weibo and accessed her main account to craft a statement. In the face of baseless accusations, simple clarifications are futile. They often give the impression of panic and urgency. Being overly cautious can lead to further mudslinging. This is a well-known tactic within the entertainment industry, and Jiang Deer was acutely aware of it. Thus, her Weibo post comprised a succinct yet impactful sentence. Jiang Deer. Before fabricating lengthy rumors, why not listen to these recordings? Tan Sherwing, Chapter 59, Jiang Deer's Culinary Skills? The moment Jiang Deer's post was released, the internet erupted once more. All the Night Owl spectators, still awake, revitalized their spirits and flocked to the comments section of Jiang Deer's Weibo. Is there a twist? Is there a twist? After listening to a snippet of the recording, one couldn't help but think that Tan Sherwing's private conversations were rather vulgar, starkly contrasting with her public persona. It was alarming. Observing the sudden chaos in the online discourse that had previously been manageable, Tan Sherwing sat on the sofa and slammed her phone down in frustration. Her manager, standing across from her, wore an even more distressed expression. Ignoring the condition of the phone, she expressed her anger. Tan Sherwing, what on earth are you doing? In the dead of night, without consulting me, you post such a lengthy article? Do you think you are dealing with Jiang Deer? Yes, you are indeed confronting her. But in doing so, you have also dug a pit for yourself. Infuriated, Tan Sherwing was unable to heed her manager's words. She had never anticipated that Jiang Deer would record their conversations, especially not those from long ago. This revealed Jiang Deer's cunning nature. Meanwhile, her manager gestured for an assistant to continue playing the recordings Jiang Deer had posted on Weibo, pacing anxiously before finally exclaiming, Tan Sherwing, after all these years, you had no inkling that Jiang Deer was recording you? Tan Sherwing retorted with a scoff. I am not as insidious as she is. Her manager, at a loss for words, replied, do you still believe you are innocent? Let me tell you, this is not innocence. It is foolishness. Listen to the recordings Jiang Deer made. Your language is foul, your tone appalling, and you even admitted to her that you are now involved with Mr. Xiao. Goodness. Her manager could no longer continue, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. Regardless of how exasperating it may be, he must address the predicament arising from Tan Sherwing's situation. He ran his fingers through his hair and inhaled deeply. Her recording offers no defense against your lengthy assertions. We can only cling to this point and remain steadfast in our standoff, waiting to see who can endure longer. What Tan Sherwing's agent did not articulate was that, irrespective of the outcome, their side had already sustained significant damage due to the recording's content. Tan Sherwing remained oblivious to this fact. She could not bear the multitude of online criticisms directed at her. At that moment, upon hearing her agent propose a solution, she waved her hand dismissively. You handle it. I'm tired. I have work in the morning. With that, she retreated to her bedroom, leaving her agent and assistant standing in stunned silence, exchanging knowing eye rolls. Weary, the agent sank onto the sofa and remarked to the assistant, whether or not there is genuine guilt, who cares? The entertainment industry's discourse operates on volume. The louder voice prevails, not the one that speaks the truth. The assistant picked up their phone and turned away to make arrangements. Unable to suppress another eye roll during the call. Before long, the narrative surrounding Jiang Deer and Tan Sherwing on the internet had shifted dramatically, having listened to the recording. I am truly astonished by Tan Sherwing. Goodness, how dare she post such passive-aggressive remarks about Jiang Deer? She is far more repugnant in private. Tan Sherwing's camp claims the recording was maliciously edited. Yet how can such a clear recording be subject to manipulation? Are we to believe that those profanities were not uttered by Tan Sherwing? I can only assert that if Jiang Deer is not a commendable individual, then neither is Tan Sherwing. Tan Sherwing, in the recording, threatens Jiang Deer and even exposes her illicit affair with their company's manager, Mr. Xiao, who is married. Tan Sherwing spews vulgarities, flaunts her status, engages in an affair, and resorts to unscrupulous tactics to undermine other female artists. Jiang Deer is repugnant. There is no need for justification. Tan Sherwing is even more despicable. There is no need for justification. Amidst this chaos, at 1:10 a.m., the variety show Celebrity Culinary Competition posted on social media. Tan Sherwing's online supporters quickly descended upon the official account. Hurling insults, they claim there is no collusion with Jiang Deer, yet it is evident that Jiang Deer lacks culinary skills. How could she possibly win in the 4th episode? This heartless show is merely conspiring with Jiang Deer to bully our Tan Tan. However, Tan Sherwing's supporters did not dominate the comments section for long. As soon the onlookers and Jiang Deer's fans arrived. Thus, Various factions expressed their opinions vehemently in the comments, compelling the official account to curate selected posts. Yet, the situation did not subside with the curation. In fact, during this process, the official account liked a particular tweet containing only one line, "Who claims Zhang Dier lacks culinary skills?" Upon seeing this, the crowd was intrigued. It seemed there was more to uncover. Although it was an earlier tweet and restricted to fans, netizens are adept at digging up information, and they swiftly located it. What does this statement from the staff imply? Could it be that Zhang Dier possesses commendable culinary skills? Come on, have you watched the first 2 episodes of Celebrity Culinary Showdown? How can one who cannot distinguish between salt and sugar and cannot even cook a cabbage properly be described as having decent culinary skills? If Zhang Dier possesses any culinary prowess, I shall live stream myself washing my hair while standing on my head. Chapter 60. So impressive. Yet so frustrating. Has there been any contact from Zhang Dier yet? The director of the ongoing variety show Celebrity Culinary Showdown, unable to resist the urge, inquired, only to follow his question with a great yawn. Not yet. Sister Dier's phone is unreachable, and her manager's phone goes unanswered. The director frowned. He was accustomed to playing a few rounds of games before sleep each morning, but after just one game, he was informed of the uproar online. If it were merely a trivial spat between 2 individuals on the internet, it would hardly concern him. However, the lengthy post by Tan Shiwen had tarnished his and the show's reputation, which he could not tolerate. If he could endure it, the sponsors and the platforms certainly could not. Thus, he promptly instructed someone to draft a clarification and post it online, but immediately, the battleground shifted to the comments section of the show's official Weibo account, escalating the situation further. Do these individuals, whether fans, hired commenters, or netizens, not require sleep? The director lit a cigarette, gazing down at the trending topic Celebrity Culinary Showdown official clarification, the center of public attention, and remarked, "Continue playing. Wait. Have these 2 actually gone to sleep after sending a recording? Are they so carefree? And if the director manages to get through, what will he even say? Simply ask how long they intend to conceal their culinary abilities." The director managed to connect with Gu Wubua's agent, but it appeared that he did not fully comprehend the message conveyed. The director was at a loss for words. How could Gu Wubua, as an agent, fail to understand such a clear explanation? Send me his number. I shall inquire myself. Meanwhile, Gu Wubua was still recuperating in the hospital. In a flurry, he contacted Zhang Dier upon learning that she had sent a recording. He busily worked to pacify the fans and enlisted the help of hired online supporters to counter the negative sentiments surrounding Tan Shiwen's. After finally wrapping up his tasks, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed into slumber. He was abruptly roused by the vibration of his phone, initially believing it to be Zhang Dier calling. As he answered, he inquired, "You don't mean to say that the unfolding situation can only be left to chance, do you? So, you decided to get some rest?" Just as he finished his question, a male voice echoed from the other end, startling him into full alertness. His first instinct was to think that there was another man present at Zhang Dier's side late at night. Upon realizing that the call was not from her, he breathed a significant sigh of relief. However, the words spoken on the other end were utterly perplexing. What was this about concealing culinary skills, and for how long? What culinary skills were they referring to? Gu Wubua felt utterly bewildered until he received a call from the variety show director. The director spoke earnestly, while Gu Wubua remained confused. "I do not care what reasons you and Zhang Dier have for hiding your evidently exceptional culinary abilities, but given the current circumstances, it is time to clarify matters, is it not?" Gu Wubua could only respond with utter bewilderment. "Director, I have a video here, specifically edited during the recording. Thankfully, I had someone cut it for me at that time. It will be easier for you to clarify now. Would you prefer that I send it directly from my end?" Gu Wubua. "Director, hey, why are you silent?" Gu Wubua, at a loss for words, opened his mouth soundlessly. Fortunately, he ultimately relied on his prowess as a manager and seized the moment. "Director, may I first take a look at the video?" Without giving it much thought, the director replied, "Sure, add me on WeChat, and I will send it to you. After you finish watching, make your decision quickly. I'm eager to play a couple of games before heading to bed." Gu Wubua. Checking the time, Gu Wubua noted it was nearly 1:30 a.m., and the director still intended to play 2 games before sleeping. Quite impressive. After adding him on WeChat, Gu Wubua found himself unable to ponder the director's impressive nature any longer, as his mind was overwhelmed by the astonishing revelation regarding the previous subject, Zhang Dier. How remarkable. Wait, When did she become so adept at cooking? Gu Wubo blinked, almost convinced that what he was witnessing was merely an illusion. The director's voice message arrived. Should this video be sent from your side or ours? After some contemplation, Gu Wubo ultimately decided it would be best for the variety show's official account to post it. He would simply retweet it from Jiang Dire's studio account. I truly appreciate your help, and I apologize for the trouble, director. At 1:35 a.m., the official account of the variety show Culinary Stars posted. Come and witness the true culinary skills of Jiang Dire. Despite possessing remarkable culinary skills, she deliberately chops the vegetables poorly. Although her cooking flows effortlessly, she intentionally observes Yu Zijuan, mimicking his inability to differentiate between salt and sugar, resulting in undercooked dishes. The audience, captivated by the unfolding drama, collectively responds with confusion. Late at night, Jiang Dire is still engaged in defending her idol, while her fans react with enthusiasm. Conversely, fans from rival factions, trolls, and detractors remain silent, reflecting the somber atmosphere of the evening. Wasn't there someone who claimed that if Jiang Dire showcased her culinary talent, they would perform a handstand while washing their hair? It is now your turn to take the stage. Given Jiang Dire's knife skills and fluid techniques, I am convinced she will triumph in the 4th episode through her culinary prowess. Breaking news. Teacher Li Yonga has liked this Weibo post. Is Teacher Li Yonga still awake at this hour? Could he be indulging in the gossip? News flash. Yu Zijuan has also liked this Weibo post. Let us not report on Yu Zijuan's likes. He was just online half an hour ago, arguing with those criticizing Jiang Dire. It seems Yu Zijuan and Jiang Dire share a close bond. Could they be romantically involved? I find it perplexing why Jiang Dire, who is clearly adept in the kitchen, feigns incompetence. I simply cannot comprehend this. Jiang Dire, please provide clarification. I must understand the details of this situation. Could it possibly be related to Yu Zijuan? What do you mean by that? Indeed, that makes sense. Consider this. If Jiang Dire had not slightly diminished her culinary skills, then Yu Zijuan would undoubtedly be the sole guest with utterly deplorable cooking abilities among them all. Given Yu Zijuan's temperament, he would likely be both furious and in tears. Wouldn't he? Ha. Oh, how touched I am. Jiang Dire has been so considerate towards her brother, Yu Zijuan. How enlightening. Who could remain unmoved by such a display? In the dead of night, Yu Zijuan, unable to sleep, felt a pang of emotion as he read this. Oh, how kind Jiang Dire is to him. Chapter 61. 2 Flowers Blooming. Each reflecting its own branch. Tin Shuan was abruptly roused from her slumber around 2 in the morning by her manager's relentless knocking on the door. After tossing and turning in bed several times, her patience worn thin, she abruptly sat up, hurling her pillows at the door. With a scowl etched on her face, she descended from her bed and flung open the door, her hair a disheveled mess, resembling a wild woman as she bellowed, "I was sleeping. Are you out of your mind?" Just because the internet has gone wild over Jiang Dire's recording does not give you the right to rouse me. Receiving a barrage of insults from her, her manager, unaccustomed to such behavior, seized the laptop from an assistant and thrust it before her eyes, saying, "Instead of yelling at me, perhaps you should direct your ire at yourself. Open your eyes and see. Jiang Dire can cook." The latter statement snapped Tin Shuan to attention. "What did you just say?" In a hurry, she grabbed the laptop, and to her astonishment, the trending topic had shifted to Jiang Dire culinary skills. Upon clicking, she found a myriad of comments, some praising Jiang Dire, while others condemned her for fabricating rumors in lengthy posts. After reading, Tan Sherwin couldn't help but shake her head. Impossible. How could Jiang Dire possibly excel in cooking? With that, she frantically walked into the living room, sank into the sofa, and turned to her manager. "Even if she can cook, everything else I've written in my lengthy article is true. How can you claim that I am fabricating the entire piece?" Her manager, at a loss for words, replied, "You are a public figure. You have eloquently penned a lengthy critique of other female artists, and the content of that article is evidently flawed. Do you truly expect the netizens to believe that your piece contains only this one issue? You are overly optimistic. Once they see your fabrications, they won't care how many others there are. Furthermore, can you genuinely ascertain that the other contents of your lengthy article are accurate?" Tan Sherwin, it seems that your recent success has clouded your judgment. Surely, you don't actually believe the derogatory press release about Jiang Dire that you once commissioned is the truth? Tan Sherwin recognized her impulsiveness, but upon hearing her manager's stern tone, her anger only intensified. She abruptly stood up, ready to storm towards her bedroom, slamming the door behind her in fury. However, She had barely taken 2 steps before her manager, with a dark expression, grasped her arm tightly. Tan Sherwin attempted to shake free, but couldn't. Furious, she exclaimed, "Don't you need to pay for online trolls? Don't you require preparation time in advance? Do you have any idea how impressive it is that I managed to achieve this with the amount you paid me? And you dare to blame me? If I am worthless, then what does that make you? Tan Sherwin, your vision is remarkably narrow. Day in and day out, you fail to enhance your own capabilities. Fixated solely on Zhang Deer. If only you possessed the intellect and skill to contend with her, it might be excusable. Alas, your foolishness is astounding, as you only succeed in shooting yourself in the foot." With that, Tan Sherwin's manager turned on her heel and strode away. The assistant, standing in the middle, glanced at the stationary Tan Sherwin and then at the retreating figure of the manager, unable to suppress a smirk before exiting. However, she did not pursue the manager. Instead, after descending the stairs, she walked in the opposite direction while retrieving her phone to send a message. "Miss Ning, Tan Sherwin's strategy has already failed." Zhang Deer only became aware of the dramatic upheaval online after awakening that morning. Initially, she merely intended to check the time on her phone, but upon reaching for it, she discovered that it had powered off due to a depleted battery. Momentarily taken aback, she sat up and recalled her discomfort from the previous night, having fallen asleep right after sending a voice message, neglecting to charge her phone. Zhang Deer touched her forehead, feeling a sharp pain in her throat, slight dizziness, and a hint of fever, uncertain if she had developed a cold. Evidently, after a night's rest, her condition had not improved significantly. Yet, she mustered the strength to throw off the covers, dress herself, locate the charger to power her phone, and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Having not yet swapped bodies with Bo Yu, it was logical to assume that it was still not quite 7 in the morning. After completing her routine, she powered on her charging phone and discovered it was only 6:50. A plethora of missed calls and messages awaited her. After reviewing the messages, Zhang Deer gleaned a sense of the online situation from the early hours. However, the rapid shift in circumstances overnight felt almost surreal. While Tan Sherwin may revel in her misfortunes, one must not underestimate her culinary prowess. What a grave misunderstanding. Moreover, the more I watch this video, the more amusing it becomes. It seems that Bo Yu has been rather adept at concealing his lack of culinary skills, both humorous and endearing. It brings a smile to Zhang Deer's face. Just as she intends to replay the video, the doorbell rings, accompanied by the sound of her phone ringing. Upon answering, she hears a voice on the other end. "Sister Deer, I am the newly appointed assistant of Manager Gu. You may call me Xiao Tang. I am currently outside, having brought you breakfast. Would you care for some?" Today's schedule entails visiting the set of Love When the Notes Sound, which marks your first scene in this production. Zhang Deer blinks in surprise, not anticipating Manager Gu's promptness in securing an assistant for her. Approaching the door, she peers through the peephole and observes a petite, unassuming girl with short hair standing outside. She promptly sends a message to Bo Yu, informing him of her new assistant and the day's itinerary. After stowing her phone away, she opens the door to welcome Xiao Tang inside. Upon meeting face to face, she notices a slight resemblance between Xiao Tang and Manager Gu, prompting her to inquire, "Are you related to Gu Wubua?" Xiao Tang, slightly embarrassed, responds, "My sister is the ex-girlfriend of Manager Gu." Taken aback by this revelation, Zhang Deer feels a flicker of curiosity igniting within her, only to quickly temper it. Even before stepping outside, she senses the familiar sensation of a body swap. When she opened her eyes once more, a completely different scene greeted her. Yet, this did not seem to be the residence of Bo Yu, who were the individuals seated beside her. Lost in thought, she then noticed a group of nurses approaching. Was this a hospital? It appeared not quite so. The leading nurse remarked, "The old lady Bo has emerged from the danger." Before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of voices erupted around her, all eagerly expressing their desire to see their mother, grandmother. Zhang Deer felt a headache coming on. The nurse frowned and said, Chapter 62, Bo Chaohui. An hour later, Zhang Deer found herself dining at a long table in the main hall of the Bo family's residence, surrounded by the entire Bo family. It turned out that the environment she had awakened to in Bo Yu's body was not a hospital, but rather the private medical wing of the old lady Bo. How luxurious must the life of a powerful family be? Zhang Deer mused inwardly while maintaining the decorum befitting a young noble at the dining table. Grateful for her past efforts to master the dining etiquette of an affluent heiress, she focused on her meal. Suddenly, she heard the voice of Bo Yu's mother, Qin Wei, beside her. What brings you here? In the Bo family, it was customary to refrain from speaking during meals, particularly in the private domain of the old lady Bo. At that moment, with so many gathered at the long table, the only sounds were those of chopsticks, spoons, forks, and knives, making Qin Wei's question all the more jarring. All heads turned to her, and they found Qin Wei's gaze fixed upon a strikingly beautiful and charismatic woman. The woman, unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd, smiled at Qin Wei and said, "Of course, it was Brother Chao Hui who brought me here." Zhang Dier paused momentarily, realizing that the Chao Hui in her words must refer to Bo Yu's father. Qin Wei's expression darkened, yet her timid nature prevented her from exhibiting much ire despite her discontent. Lu Xiling, unfazed by her demeanor, scanned the long table and noted that only one seat remained vacant, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Soon, Bo Chaohui would arrive, and that seat would undoubtedly be his. Where would she sit? Lu Xiling glanced at Qin Wei, formulating a plan in her mind. But it was not the right moment to act, so she gracefully took a seat in the vacant spot beside Qin Wei. Unable to contain herself, Qin Wei remarked, "You are not a member of the Bo family. This is not your place." Lu Xiling replied with a smile. "How can I not be a member of the Bo family? I am just like you. We may not share the Bo surname, but our sons both carry Bo blood. They are both children of Chaohui. In fact, my little Kong should call Bo Yue brother." Upon hearing Lu Xiling's excessively sweet tone, Qin Wei felt a surge of frustration, further inflamed by her words. Zhang Dier instantly grasped the nature of this woman's relationship with Bo Yu's father, a mistress entangled with a scoundrel. Disgusted, she looked at Lu Xiyu. Noting how this person spoke so recklessly in front of so many at the residence of the old lady Bo, revealing just how brazenly she must act in her daily life, bolstered by her connection to Bo Chaohui. Zhang Dier's gaze swept past Lu Si to the approaching Bo Jiahui. "Dad, your mistress is not only shameless, but her words are also repugnant. Surely, she did not learn this from you?" Her statement was nothing short of earth-shattering. The smile on Lu Si's face instantly froze. Qin Wei turned in shock, her lips moving as if to articulate something, yet perhaps overwhelmed by astonishment, she found herself momentarily speechless. Bo Jiahui furrowed his brow. He had only just awoken in Lu Si's bed that morning to learn of his mother, Bo Yinghua's sudden health crisis, which necessitated an urgent call for a doctor, prompting his hurried arrival. He had just taken a call outside, which delayed his entrance, and upon stepping in, he was met with his son's audacious remark, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. His temper flared, and he was on the verge of erupting in anger. Yet restrained by the presence of other members of the Bo family at the table, he could only suppress his ire and coldly admonish, "Bo Yu, your lack of discretion in speech is becoming increasingly intolerable." Zhang Dier did not even glance up, seemingly disinterested in him. She languidly sipped from a bowl of soup, the exquisite flavor of which was undeniable, before retorting, "It pales in comparison to your own lack of propriety in actions." The more composed her demeanor, the more incensed Bo Jiahui became, particularly as he surveyed the table and realized there was no longer a seat available for him, which only heightened his irritation. Lu Si sensed Bo Jiahui's escalating tension, wavering for several seconds between standing to offer her seat and remaining seated as originally intended. Ultimately, she chose not to rise. To stand would yield only two outcomes. Either she would stand aside like a servant, watching the others dine, or she would retreat in embarrassment outside. None of this was what she desired. Lu Si forced another smile, directing her gaze toward Qin Wei, her tone markedly improved. "Sister Qin, I see you are nearly finished. Why not allow Chaohui to sit with you?" Upon hearing that the old lady was in trouble, he rushed over without even having breakfast. Zhang Dier turned to Lu Si, astonished that after such a remark, Lu Si could still speak to Qin Wei in this manner. She realized her misjudgment. This was not merely shamelessness, but a brazen display of audacity. Qin Wei's temperament was exceedingly gentle, particularly in the presence of Bo Chaohui, where she was cautious and timid, and Lu Si's words almost compelled her to rise. Just as she prepared to stand, someone gently pressed down on her shoulder. "What are you doing?" Zhang Dier could no longer contain herself. She found it intolerable to endure such indignities, especially on behalf of Bo Yu's mother. Frowning slightly, she looked toward Bo Chaohui, who was about to take a seat after hearing Lu Si's remarks. For years, she had harbored feelings for Bo Yu, following all his interviews, be they written, audio, or video. Bo Yu rarely mentioned his family circumstances. Fans only knew that he came from a well-off background. She had recognized Bo Chaohui at a glance because Before her outing with Qin Wei, Bo Yu had worried she might overlook something important and had specifically shown her photographs of key figures in the Bo family, Bo Chaohui included. From that moment onward, Jiang Dier began to unravel certain intricacies of the esteemed Bo family. Presently, the family is led by the matriarch, old Madame Bo, whose lineage serves as the principal branch, distinctly superior in status compared to the collateral branches. Old Madame Bo's husband was a man who married into the family. She bore 2 sons, the elder, who is deceased and left behind an illegitimate child, Bo Zhen, whom Jiang had encountered during a magazine shoot, and the younger, Bo Xiaohui. When Bo Yu previously mentioned Bo Xiaohui, his voice was laced with undeniable disdain. At that time, she had been tempted to inquire further but refrained. Mindful that he was Bo Yu's biological father, an excessive questioning might come off as impertinent. Now, however, she comprehended the source of Bo Yu's aversion towards Bo Xiaohui. One could hardly maintain a pleasant demeanor with such a father. Both Bo Xiaohui and Qin Wei possessed personalities that starkly contrasted with Bo Yu's exceptional character, making her remarkable development in such an environment all the more rare. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. After uttering her provocative remark, Jiang Dier leisurely took a nearby napkin to wipe her hands. Then, under the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, turned to Bo Xiaohui and spoke. Chapter 63. Lucy, your grandmother encountered an incident at dawn, and you were within the city, yet you only arrived now, accompanied by your mistress. I wonder how your grandmother will react upon awakening to this news. As Jiang Dier finished her statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Even the clatter of cutlery ceased. If one were to inquire about the most formidable and intimidating figure within the Bo family, the answer would unequivocally be old Madame Bo, Bo Yinghua, despite her advanced age. Upon hearing Bo Yu's words, Bo Xiaohui's expression shifted several times, yet due to the topic involving Bo Yinghua, he ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Jiang Dier was aware of the formidable nature of the matriarch, but she was unprepared for the immense deterrent power that invoking her would wield. Lucy clenched her teeth inwardly. Her purpose in accompanying Bo Xiaohui was not to embarrass herself, yet she had not anticipated encountering Bo Yu here. Had she known better, she would have refrained from making a disparaging remark upon entering after hearing Qin Wei's words. As her mind whirled with thoughts, she noticed Bo Xiaohui still standing and quickly assumed a demeanor of victimhood, with tears welling in her eyes. She rose from her seat, silently grasped Bo Xiaohui's arm, urging him to take her place before she discreetly exited. This display, while evoking sympathy, also served to showcase her allure. Lucy withdrew, and Bo Xiaohui shot an angry glare at his wife and son. Qin Wei, caught in his gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort, unsure how to respond. Jiang Dier, on the other hand, exhibited no reaction. She had not even glanced at Bo Xiaohui, rendering his glare effectively meaningless. Everyone continued their breakfast in silence. And as the last to arrive, Bo Xiaohui found himself at a table where others had already finished. Jiang Dier, having completed her meal, surveyed the group and noted that, aside from Bo Xiaohui, everyone else had finished eating, though none dared to leave the table. These individuals were the collateral branches of the Bo family, with Bo Xiaohui holding the highest status amongst them, and they were reluctant to offend him. Jiang Dier, however, bore no such concerns, given Bo Yu's temperament. It was likely he had harbored a disdain for his father from the very moment he learned of Bo Xiaohui's infidelity. Jiang Dier rose abruptly, preparing to depart. After taking a few steps, she noticed Qin Wei still seated and couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Stepping back, she addressed Qin Wei, "Mother?" Qin Wei understood this as an invitation to accompany her, yet she glanced at Bo Xiaohui, feeling somewhat hesitant. Jiang Dier was unaware of the nature of Qin Wei's past interactions with Bo Xiaohui, but she instinctively sensed that it had not been a pleasant rapport. Unwilling to leave her here, she proposed, "Shall we check on grandmother?" Once again invoking the name of the matriarch, her influence proved effective. Qin Wei finally rose and exited alongside Jiang Dier. Bo Xiaohui turned, glaring at the departing figures with a fierce and somber gaze. Jiang Dier paid no heed to Bo Xiaohui's expression. As she stepped outside, she spotted Lu Siyu in the distance, engaged in light conversation with a servant. Lu Siyu, hearing their footsteps, instinctively looked over, expecting it to be Bo Xiaohui. For it was an unwritten rule in the Bo family that meals would only conclude once the highest-ranking individual had finished eating. With the absence of the matriarch, Bo Xiaohui naturally held that position. How could they finish so quickly? I haven't even eaten yet. Lu Siyu's words faltered mid-sentence as she realized the ones emerging were Bo Yu and Qin Wei, not Bo Jiahui. Recalling Bo Yu's previous remarks, her body stiffened momentarily. Though she still dared to provoke Qin Wei, she felt a tinge of trepidation towards Bo Yu. Paying little mind to Lu Siyu's comments, Zhang Dier led Qin Wei directly to the infirmary. It is quite a coincidence that as they entered the medical building, they encountered the butler accompanied by a group of individuals heading towards the elevator, seemingly en route to visit the elderly matriarch. To their surprise, Zhang Dier and Qin Wei arrived at that very moment. The butler paused momentarily before adhering to protocol, addressing them with deference. "Second madam, young master Yu. How is grandmother faring?" Clearly taken aback by the inquiry, the butler hesitated before responding. "The old lady is not in the best of spirits. I am bringing in fresh flowers recently delivered by helicopter for her to see." Is this truly the manner in which the heads of elite families seek to uplift their moods? Zhang Dier possessed a profound appreciation for flowers, having starred in her inaugural television drama as a character enamored with flora, not in the sense of being captivated by beauty, but rather genuinely infatuated with blossoms. The script of that production was woefully inadequate, and the overall production was handled with a degree of carelessness, aimed solely at generating profits with minimal investment. Few acknowledged the effort she expended to portray her role convincingly. Instead, they lambasted the drama's shortcomings and subsequently criticized her as a mere decorative figure. The reasons behind the drama's failures and the quality of her performance went largely unnoticed, save for her devoted fans. Meanwhile, it was all too easy for netizens to join the chorus of detractors, mocking her alongside the trolls and paid commenters. Once the butler and his entourage departed, Qin Wei turned to Zhang Dier, inquiring, "What are you pondering, Xiao Yu?" Zhang Dier candidly shared her thoughts. "It seems grandmother has a fondness for flowers. Perhaps we could consider presenting her with an additional floral gift for her birthday?" Qin Wei paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement. Indeed. However, sending ordinary flowers would be rather unremarkable. Thus, Qin Wei contemplated the necessity of expending a considerable sum to seek out exquisite and rare blooms. At that moment, the elevator doors swung open once more, and the butler returned. "Madam Second, young master, the old lady mentioned that you arrived in the early hours and have not slept. She would like you to rest in the main house and join her for lunch at noon." Qin Wei was taken aback by this unexpected honor. Zhang Dier, unaware that the elderly matriarch seldom concerned herself with the rest of her descendants' rest and would never extend an invitation to dine with them, realized that such treatment, if conveyed to Bo Hui, would astonish and evoke envy among all present. In her eyes, the old lady was simply Bo Yu's grandmother, and Bo Yu spoke of her with a tone of reverence, indicating a person with whom one could cultivate closeness. Furthermore, she had just invoked the old lady's name to diminish the influence of Bo Hui and Lu Si. Although she had yet to meet the matriarch in person, a sense of admiration and affinity had already unconsciously filled her heart. Thus, she smiled and nodded, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to grandmother for her concern. I eagerly anticipate dining with her at noon." Chapter 64. Then you may come and fan me back. The butler, clearly taken aback by the young master's casual demeanor, paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "I shall convey your words to the old lady." Zhang Dier, utterly fatigued, lay down and swiftly fell asleep. Qin Wei, although equally weary, felt a surge of excitement, her mind brimming with thoughts of sharing lunch with the elderly matriarch. Unable to resist, she rose to make a phone call, instructing someone to keep an eye out for precious and rare flowers, stating that if necessary, price should be disregarded for the purchase. Unbeknownst to Qin Wei, shortly after she concluded her phone call, Lu Siyu had already received the news. Lu Siyu set down her phone and glanced at the table, where Bo Jiahui, having finished his meal, was engaging in casual conversation with the various branches of the Bo family, adopting an air of authority. Noticing her gaze, Bo Jiahui slightly tilted his head and inquired, "What is the matter?" Lu Siyu proceeded to share the information she had acquired. Upon hearing it, Bo Jiahui appeared perplexed but refrained from immediate questioning. Instead, he stood up and walked out with Lu Siyu, distancing themselves from the family members before he asked, "You mean Qin Wei is seeking to procure rare flowers at a high price?" Lu Siyu nodded. "That is the information I received. It should be accurate." Bo Jiahui pondered for a moment, but could not fathom the reason behind Qin Wei's sudden interest in purchasing flowers. In his recollection, she was rather indifferent and lacked any particular hobbies. Lu Siyu discerned Bo Jiahui's confusion and, after a brief contemplation, offered an insight. I suspect it is related to the old lady's upcoming birthday celebration. Bo Jiahui turned his attention to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu had managed to remain by Bo Jiahui's side for so long, even bearing him a son, and now being brought along to this occasion, demonstrated not only her beauty and allure, but also her sharp intellect. She linked her arm with Bo Jiahui's and continued. She provided a deadline for the flower purchase, which coincidentally falls on the day before the old lady's birthday. Upon hearing Lu Xiu's words, Bo Jiahui recalled his mother's imminent birthday banquet, and his concern regarding his wife Qin Wei's unusual behavior grew ever more pronounced. Jiang Dier enjoyed a pleasant slumber, awakening to find the time nearing noon, with just over half an hour remaining until lunch. However, she had no intention of returning to sleep. Instead, she arose from her bed, having already surveyed the room prior to her rest. Now, she intended to descend and stroll through the garden. It was her first visit to the residence of a person in such high societal standing, and her curiosity beckoned her to explore further. As she pushed open the door, a casual glance down the hallway caught her attention. If she was not mistaken, it appeared that Qin Wei had just been ushered around the corner. Hastening her steps, she approached, and even before she could see the situation clearly, the sounds reached her ears. There were sharp claps and muffled cries of pain, accompanied by the repugnant voice of Bo Jiahui. I ask you a question, and you dare to stammer? Qin Wei, her hand pressed against half her face, was already in tears, trembling against the wall. Her voice was barely audible as she pleaded, "It's not that I don't wish to tell you. It's that you lack the patience to let me finish." Bo Jiahui was intentionally seeking a confrontation, his malevolent nature bordering on brutality. The humiliation he suffered during breakfast earlier that day stoked the flames of his anger. Although Bo Yu was his son, he was a grown man, and Bo Jiahui refrained from confronting him directly, fearing escalation. However, he felt no such reservations. Biao Chaohui cast a fierce gaze, eager to discern which fool dared to obstruct her, only to be met with a face that bore a striking resemblance to her own. "Biao Yu, when did you arrive?" Jiang Dier observed the immediate shift in Biao Chaohui's tone and demeanor, though still tinged with darkness and reproach. It lacked the ferocity and superiority she had displayed towards Qin Wei. What a cowardly bully, Jiang Dier thought with a cold sneer. As Biao Chaohui struggled to free her wrist from Jiang Dier's grasp, the latter tightened her hold, causing pain to flicker across Biao Chaohui's face. "Let go," Biao Chaohui exclaimed. Jiang Dier, refusing to relent, seized the opportunity to deftly immobilize Biao Chaohui's other arm, forcefully twisting her and pinning her against the wall. She silently thanked her childhood experiences of frequent brawls for her skill. Biao Chaohui found her hands restrained behind her, unexpectedly pressed against the wall. The impact causing her ex-praise Jiang Dier's movements momentarily stiffened. Upon witnessing Qin Wei being struck, her anger surged, causing her to completely forget that Bo Jiahui was Bo Yu's father, and that she was now entangled in this matter concerning Bo Yu. Jiang Dier chose not to respond to Bo Jiahui's words and instead turned to Qin Wei, asking, "Mother, how many times did he just hit you?" Qin Wei, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, found herself at a loss for words. Upon hearing her son's inquiry, she stood there in a daze, as if her entire worldview had shattered and was in the midst of reconstruction. Jiang Dier was unaware of how Bo Yu had previously interacted with Qin Wei and Bo Jiahui, but she surmised that had Bo Yu been present today, he too would have felt indignant, albeit perhaps not resorting to the same physical confrontation as she had, forcefully pinning Bo Jiahui against the wall, much like subduing a lifeless fish. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Dier inexplicably felt an urge to touch her nose to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, given the opportunity to relive the moment, she would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Jiang Dier held a profound respect for her elders. However, individuals like Bo Jiahui did not belong to the category deserving of such reverence, but rather, they should be relegated to the refuse bin. The last middle-aged man who had elicited such disdain in her was her own company's CEO, Xiao. Once more, Jiang Dier turned to Qin Wei and inquired, "Mother, did he just slap you?" Consequently, Jiang Dier articulated without any reservations. Chapter 65, Boinghua. Upon Jiang Dier's declaration, she perceived no particular significance. Yet Qin Wei and Bo Jiahui reacted with marked intensity. Qin Wei abruptly raised her head, her eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily halting her tears, as if she had been privy to an exceedingly shocking revelation. Indeed, such was the case. Bo Jiahui, after a moment of stunned silence, commenced a vehement struggle, punctuating his resistance with vociferous denunciations. Exasperated, Jiang Deer forcefully pressed his head against the wall. The force she employed was not substantial, perhaps insufficient to leave any visible contusions. Nevertheless, this action held a palpable sense of menace for Bo Jiahui, causing him to immediately cease his outcry. Startled by Jiang Deer's actions, Qin Wei hastily advanced, entreating in a hushed tone, "Xiao Yu, how could you? He is your father, release him." Jiang Deer frowned, having long discerned Qin Wei's disposition, yet now realizing her timidity surpassed her initial assessment. She recalled Bo Yu's anecdote from the hospital, prefaced with "I have a friend," gazing at Qin Wei. Jiang Deer now ascertained that Bo Yu's friend was none other than himself. An inexplicable sense of exasperation towards Qin Wei, coupled with empathy for Bo Yu, welled within her. She suddenly comprehended Bo Yu's aloof demeanor when discussing his family. If anyone were to encounter such parents, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of exhaustion. Perhaps Jiang Deer's gaze was not well concealed enough, as Qin Wei discerned a hint of disappointment within it, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Later, when Bo Yu ceased his attempts to persuade her, she exhaled a sigh of relief, yet felt a profound distance had grown between her and her son that seemed insurmountable. However, this month, despite her son saying nothing, she harbored a premonition that they were on the verge of rekindling their closeness. For she no longer perceived disappointment and estrangement in his eyes. What Qin Wei remained oblivious to was that the change in her son's demeanor was merely the result of a different soul inhabiting his body. This discomfort even compelled her to shatter her usual timidity and the habitual submission to Bo Jiahui. With a surge of emotion, Qin Wei exclaimed, "I will strike him. I will." Jiang Deer was taken aback by Qin Wei's sudden shift in attitude, as if provoked by some unseen force. She raised her hand to slap Bo Jiahui's face. Bo Jiahui, who had always regarded Qin Wei as someone he could easily demean, was utterly astonished that she would dare to raise her hand against him. He was a man deeply concerned with his pride, and could not bear the thought of being slapped by a woman. He bellowed, "Qin Wei, how dare you? I should never have married you. You are unworthy of me in every regard. If you dare to lay a hand on me today, I will ensure you are cast out of the Bo family. Once you leave, where else can you go? You will be destined to live a life of the lowest order." Listening to Mr. Bo's words, Jiang Deer found them increasingly grating, and she couldn't resist knocking his head against the wall once more, silencing him. However, Mr. Bo, now nearly devoid of reason, roared, "Bo Yu, do you still regard me as your father? I should never have brought you into this world." Before he could finish his invective, a slap landed on his face, delivered by Ms. Qin. Her hand trembled, and the force was slight, causing little pain. Yet, for Mr. Bo, this was more unbearable than a severe beating. His eyes reddened with fury as he turned to glare at Ms. Qin, gasping for breath in his rage. Though he was unable to speak, his gaze could have been lethal. Startled by his expression, Ms. Qin recoiled. Noticing her trembling hand, Jiang Deer seized Mr. Bo by the neck, pressing his head against the wall, effectively preventing him from turning to glare any further. "Mr. Bo," she declared, "since you felt my mother was so unworthy of you, why did you marry her? You are a pathetic excuse of a man resorting to violence against women. How dare you claim my mother is beneath you? Take a look at yourself. Who are you worthy of? Lucy? Ah, yes, a harlot for a dog. Though even that is an insult to dogs, for you are lower than any beast. Furthermore, demanding that my mother leave the Bo family immediately, as if you were the master of the house and not my grandmother. Exercise caution, for it is entirely possible that when I converse with my grandmother shortly, I might divulge your presumption of being the rightful heir to the Bo family. By the way, what do you mean by a life of the lower class? The Qing dynasty has long since fallen. Do you fancy yourself as some sort of prince? What constitutes lowly existence? It is wretches like you, reeking and detestable, who truly embody that term. Lastly, do you think I take pride in being your son? Let me assure you, I am utterly ashamed." At that moment, Jiang Deer heard footsteps approaching. It was either the commotion from their side that had attracted others, or the butler coming to summon her and Qin Wei for lunch. Jiang Deer did not release Bo Jiahui. She remained firmly grasping him, yet she had retreated 2 steps. Her gaze drifting around the corner in the direction of the approaching footsteps. Observing Bo Jiahui's demeanor, Qin Wei felt a mixture of concern and exhilaration. On one hand, she worried that her son's outbursts might offend Bo Jiahui and lead to future complications. Yet on the other, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Grandmother has sent the butler to escort my mother and me for lunch. Are you certain you wish to continue this altercation here? Bo Jiaowei's fist halted abruptly. If one were to inquire about the individual he feared most in his life, there would be but one answer. His mother, grandmother Bo Yinghua. As referred to by Bo Yu. I recommend the novel After Quick Transmigration, I Am Spoiled by the Top Male God, where you can explore the first world in Chapter 66, titled Illness 1. He appeared as if he had not heard any commotion from this side, his head slightly bowed. Speaking in a calm and unhurried tone, Second Madam, young Master Yu, lunchtime is approaching, please follow me. Bo Chaohui was taken aback to discover that his son was indeed speaking the truth, and among those dining with them was his own wife, Qin Wei. Since his father's demise, he had not shared a meal with his mother, so what merit did these two possess to earn her favor? As he was consumed by frustration, another thought struck him, and he glanced at Qin Wei. He had earlier struck her across the face with considerable force, resulting in a slight redness and swelling on her cheek. If she were to face their mother in such a state, she would undoubtedly discern what had transpired. No, she must not go. Bo Chaohui could not help but interject, Awei will have lunch with me. This was the first time he had affectionately called Qin Wei by her name. Had it been before, she might have genuinely been coaxed into compliance. However, after Qin Wei had slapped Bo Chaohui just moments ago, despite the slap being akin to a mere gentle tap, it shattered her long-held perception of him as an insurmountable mountain. To her now, while he remained a mountain, it was no longer so towering or treacherous. She glimpsed the possibility of transcending it. Yet, she was acutely aware that if she stayed, once her son and the steward departed, she would be met with a brutal beating. Qin Wei, rarely taking the initiative to speak, declared, but I have already made arrangements with my mother, so I will naturally dine with her. Her voice, though still timid, bore an unwavering resolve. Bo Chaohui gazed at Qin Wei in astonishment, a shock akin to that he felt when she had raised her hand to strike him. Qin Wei had never defied him in such matters before. She had always been excessively obedient, yielding to every whim, and thus, when the day came that she began to resist, the impact on Bo Chaohui was unprecedented. Not long after the three departed, Lu Xiyu arrived. Upon seeing the somewhat disheveled Bo Chaohui, she was taken aback. Brother Chaohui, what has happened to you? Bo Chaohui clenched his teeth. Bohai has gone mad, actually rebelling against me. Lu Xiyu, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before adopting a sympathetic expression, softly stating, the abrasions on your face require treatment. Let me assist you. Just moments ago, when I heard commotion below, I intended to come up with the others, but the butler prevented us from ascending the stairs. Lu Xiyu subtly criticized the butler, implying that Bo Chaohui could have received assistance from her and others. Yet the butler deliberately left him vulnerable. Recalling the disdainful look the butler cast her way when he had obstructed her earlier, Lu Xiyu felt a surge of annoyance. After all, he was merely a butler, a servant, yet he dared to treat her with such disdain. Over the past few years, as she accompanied Bo Chaohui to various events, she had grown increasingly convinced of her elevated status, perceiving herself as the future Mrs. Bo. However, this time, following Bo Jiaowei, she realized that she was still not accepted, even regarded with the disdain one would reserve for a mere insect. How could she endure such treatment? Unfortunately, her attempt to assert herself fell flat. Bo Jiaowei was unwilling to confront the housekeeper and did not wish for the embarrassing scene to be witnessed by the peripheral members of the Bo family. Thus, he frowned and remarked, the housekeeper is my mother's confidant. He possesses this authority, and you should not have ascended the stairs alongside others. His current mood was far from pleasant, and his tone towards Lu Xiyu was noticeably harsher than usual. Lu Xiyu's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and she quickly reassured him, I merely wished to come up alone, which is why I sent those people away after my arrival. Upon hearing this, Bo Jiaowei felt somewhat pacified, yet he could not comprehend why a mere mistress he had taken under his wing could command the peripheral members of the Bo family. Meanwhile, Jiang Di and Qin Wei followed the housekeeper to the medical building. Before they even encountered the old matriarch of the Bo family, Qin Wei was already feeling anxious. Should I apply some makeup to cover my face? Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if she were speaking to herself. However, the medical building was quiet, and both Jiang Di and the housekeeper heard her clearly. The housekeeper paused, but remained silent. After some contemplation, Jiang Di inquired, do you wish to conceal your face? Qin Wei hesitated and replied, it wouldn't be appropriate to meet mother like this. Perhaps I should cover up. With Qin Wei expressing her thoughts in such a manner, Jiang Di did not dissuade her. After Qin Wei went to the restroom, Jiang Di turned to the housekeeper and suddenly asked, "Do you think my mother should cover her face?" The butler, aged perhaps in his 60s or 70s, elicited a sense of respect from Jiang Di, who instinctively addressed him as you rather than the more casual thou. Taken aback by her unexpected inquiry, the butler paused momentarily before responding. "It matters not to the old lady who dines with her. However, she has recently recovered from an illness and requires peace and tranquility for her convalescence. It would be best not to trouble her unnecessarily." Upon hearing this, Jiang Di seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment and refrained from further questioning. She humbly acknowledged her inability to achieve such finesse with her makeup skills. Qin Wei, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired, "What do you think?" Jiang Di generously offered her praise. "Remarkable. Your skills rival those of seasoned makeup artists in the entertainment industry." This was the first time Qin Wei had received such commendation from her son, leaving her momentarily stunned before a gentle, genuine smile broke across her face. The butler escorted the two women into the sick room of the elderly Madame Bo and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind him. To be candid, Bo Yu's parents were strikingly handsome, embodying the epitome of beauty. Though Qin Wei possessed a timid disposition and often bore a look of melancholy, her beauty remained remarkable. Defying age with minimal wrinkles, she would undoubtedly be lauded in the entertainment realm as a timeless beauty. Even in middle age, Bo Chaohui, despite showing slight signs of weight gain, commanded attention with his profound features and an aristocratic aura that suggested a fine wine, aging gracefully. Bo Yu inherited the best attributes of both parents while discarding their shortcomings, standing out remarkably. At this moment, as Jiang Di gazed upon the individual before her, she realized that the person who resembled Bo Yu the most was neither Qin Wei nor Bo Chaohui, but rather the esteemed matriarch, Madame Bo Yinghua. Not only did she share a striking resemblance, but her demeanor was also remarkably similar. Chapter 67. Illness, 2. The elderly matriarch, with her hair silvered by age, bore the marks of her years and had recently fallen ill. However, she still exuded an impressive vitality. Her gaze was particularly piercing, and her presence radiated an undeniable authority, commanding respect without a trace of anger. When Madame Bo Yinghua's eyes swept across the room, Jiang Di felt an ephemeral sensation that her innermost thoughts were laid bare. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Who could truly perceive a soul's exchange? In contrast, Qin Wei lacked Jiang Di's poise and tranquility. She had always harbored a fear of this formidable matriarch. Though she was, in essence, her mother-in-law, during her years in the Bo household, she had only encountered the powerful matron during annual birthday celebrations, and they had exchanged scarcely a handful of words. Uneasy and ill at ease, Qin Wei dined with trepidation, her chopsticks timidly hovering over the dishes, fearful that her culinary offerings might displease Madame Bo Yinghua. Jiang Di, however, held no such reservations. To her, Madame Bo Yinghua epitomized the ideal woman, a truly remarkable grandmother. Moreover, the lunch was simply exquisite. The breakfast served in the main house had already been delightful, yet it paled in comparison to the culinary masterpieces presented at this meal. It was evident that the dishes were crafted by the matriarch's personal chef. Jiang Di was eager to savor each dish, and indeed, she did so, earning the attention of Madame Bo Yinghua on 2 separate occasions. Madame Bo is a patient, and Jiang Di is unaware of her specific ailment. She is also cognizant that inquiring would be futile, observing the elderly lady consuming only a thick soup of unknown origin from her own bowl, without partaking in any other dishes. Jiang Di instinctively reached out to support her arm. This was merely an ingrained habit of caring for frail elders, and she felt no particular sentiment regarding her action. However, Qin Wei, seated opposite, displayed a look of astonishment. Madame Bo harbors a penchant for cleanliness, disdaining close contact with others, even her immediate family. This marked the first occasion in many years that she had been assisted by someone outside the medical staff, her movement momentarily pausing. Yet, contrary to Qin Wei's expectations, she did not request her son to withdraw his hand. Instead, she allowed him to help her settle onto the hospital bed. Qin Wei set down her chopsticks and approached. Bo Yinghua cast a glance in her direction before redirecting his gaze to his little grandson before him. Madame Bo has 2 sons, one deceased and one living. 2 grandsons, one in business and the other in the entertainment industry, whom she seldom oversees. However, she had historically interacted more frequently with Bo Zhang. Given the vastness of the Bo family enterprise, of which he managed a portion and occasionally sought her counsel. As for the little grandson before her, she had little prior engagement with him, and her past impressions were of his cold detachment and reticence. In Madame Beau's view, these traits were not flaws. She was indifferent to them, and indeed, she placed little value on familial bonds. It was the power in her hands and the wealth of the conglomerate that truly commanded her attention. As an emotionally detached individual, the matron of the Beau family found herself for the first time scrutinizing her grandson, who had recently entered the entertainment industry. To her surprise, she discovered that he bore the closest resemblance to her among all her direct relatives. Chapter 68. Illness. 3. The matron recalled the surveillance footage the butler had shown her, capturing the breakfast scene in the main house, where her grandson had fiercely confronted his father, Beau Jiahui, in defense of his mother, Qin Wei. She averted her gaze and turned to Qin Wei, suddenly stating, "You should stay here for the next 3 days." Qin Wei looked at the matron in astonishment. Perplexed by the unexpected declaration, Jiang Dier shared her confusion. However, the matron offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for them to leave. Not long after their departure, the butler knocked on the door and entered upon receiving permission. He seemed to possess some insight into the matron's intentions, asking no questions as he handed her a tablet. The matron donned her glasses and began to watch the video from the beginning, her expression unreadable as she observed the entire sequence in which Beau Jiahui sought to provoke Qin Wei, only to be firmly restrained against the wall by Beau Yu. "Quite impressive," she remarked, her tone understated yet tinged with a hint of amusement, genuinely appearing to find it commendable. The butler, recalling the force with which young Master Yu had pressed the individual against the wall, refrained from offering his own commentary, simply stating, "Your intention to have the second madam stay here seems to be a precaution against Mr. Beau seeking her out to inflict harm. However, it appears that both the second madam and young Master Yu are entirely oblivious to your intentions. Would you like me to elucidate?" Madame Beau spoke softly. "There is no need. It is of no consequence if they do not understand." After uttering these words, she gradually closed her eyes. The steward, observing her demeanor, understood it was time for him to take his leave. However, just as he opened the door, he heard the old lady's voice behind him. Startled, he paused and turned to look back. Madame Beau remained reclined against the bed, her eyes still shut, rendering her true sentiments uncertain. She finally declared, "If word gets out, let it be said that I intend to draft a will, but I do not plan to bequeath any assets of the Beau Group to Beau Jiahui." At this moment, Jiang Dier was unaware of Madame Beau's remarks. He stood in the garden, admiring the flowers while listening to Qin Wei speak. Being left here by Madame Beau for 3 days made Qin Wei quite anxious. "Xiao Yu, what do you think the old lady means by this? Such a thing has never happened before, whether it be the direct line of the Beau family or the collateral branches. Aside from the evening of the old lady's birthday banquet, no one is permitted to stay overnight here at any other time." Jiang Dier, too, was puzzled. Yet her impression of Madame Beau was quite favorable, and she held no fear of her. Thus, she replied, "It should not be a bad thing." Jiang Dier then recalled the dish she had been required to prepare during the last culinary variety show. How about stir-fried celery, lily, and strawberries with bacon? Qin Wei was not particularly enthusiastic about food. In fact, her character lacked a fervent passion for any particular hobby. Even if she had tasted a dish before, it would not linger in her memory. At this moment, upon hearing the name of the dish, she displayed a look of surprise, her psychological reaction mirroring that of Jiang Dier when she first encountered this dish. Vegetables, flowers, fruits, and meat combined? The name of this dish sounded somewhat implausible. The butler took note and departed. When Jiang Dier left the Beau family residence, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Qin Wei had not wished for her son to leave so early. She was reluctant to dine alone in the main house. However, the weather was overcast, threatening heavy rain, and she feared that a later departure might pose safety concerns. Ultimately, she reluctantly escorted Jiang Dier through the courtyard. The choice of the term courtyard was deliberate, as the residence of the elderly matriarch of the Beau family was situated on a flat area halfway up a mountain, surrounded by a perimeter that formed an expansive courtyard. Yet, this did not imply that crossing through the courtyard gate meant leaving the matriarch's domain. For beyond the courtyard gate, the area extended down to the foot of the mountain, which was also enclosed, with a main road leading directly through. This constituted the second enclosure. Reaching the foot of the mountain did not signify departing from the matriarch's residence, as there was yet a third enclosure. The vehicle sped along for over half an hour before finally exiting the matriarch's estate. Jiang Deer could only think, how wealthy indeed. Was this the extent required for the residence of a top-tier aristocrat? Her gaze fell upon the rain-soaked landscape outside the car window. And as she admired the beauty of the rain, her expression suddenly shifted, and she exclaimed, "Stop the car." The driver hastily applied the brakes, asking, "What's wrong?" Jiang Deer inquired, "What are they doing over there?" The driver followed her gaze and noticed a group of individuals, some clad in raincoats while others sheltered beneath umbrellas, accompanied by filming equipment. One person stood out conspicuously, unprotected by either umbrella or raincoat, running through the rain. Were they filming a scene? Jiang Deer declared, "I shall go and take a look." The driver promptly opened the car door, stepped out, and unfurled an umbrella to shield her from the downpour. The reason Jiang Deer wished to alight was that she discerned the figure running in the rain bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. More precisely, it appeared to be her corporeal form alongside Bo Yu's ethereal essence. As they disembarked, the group over yonder became aware of their presence, and an individual donned with a work badge approached. "I apologize, but we are currently filming an outdoor scene for a television drama, and you cannot proceed here." Jiang Deer pondered for a moment, recalling that her work schedule indeed involved shooting for love when the notes resound, yet she distinctly remembered there being no rain scenes. As she contemplated this, the staff member before her hesitated, raising his voice slightly. "Bo Yu?" Having just exited the Bo residence and still being in public view, Jiang Deer had not donned a mask. Voices called out, "Jiang Deer, how did you faint?" Typically, when filming significant outdoor scenes, temporary barriers are erected. But the current location evidently did not require such measures, being somewhat remote and seldom frequented by passers-by. Thus, no barriers had been set. The individual with the work badge seemed unconcerned with stopping anyone and swiftly turned to rush back. Without a second thought, Jiang Deer hastened to follow him. Chapter 69. Illness 4. Jiang Deer dashed away with remarkable speed and suddenness, leaving the umbrella-wielding driver utterly unprepared. She plunged into the downpour, weaving through a throng of crew members. The cacophony around her was overwhelming. Upon catching sight of her own reflection, Jiang Deer felt a momentary pang of breathlessness. Others scrambled to assist, but instinctively, she stepped forward and lifted herself horizontally into their arms. A circle of astonished faces turned toward her, some recognizing the visage of Bo Yu, gasping in disbelief. Jiang Deer cast a quick glance at them. Where to now? As realization dawned, they collectively pointed towards a nearby RV. The rain blurred her vision, yet she discerned the way clearly, hurrying towards the vehicle while cradling the figure. Was that Bo Yu? Indeed it was. My idol. I could never mistake him. Thus, it was Bo Yu who had lifted Jiang Deer in a princess carry. How could Bo Yu be here? What was the nature of his relationship with Jiang Deer? As she gently placed him on the bed and attempted to withdraw her hand, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to falter and lose consciousness. Inside the RV, a solitary light flickered on, casting a soft glow that illuminated the movements on the bed, the ambience intimate yet ambiguous. In that moment, as he stirred, his lips brushed against the corner of her mouth. Bo Yu froze. After a prolonged pause, he looked down. Only in an instant, Bo Yu comprehended the unfolding situation. He took a deep breath, gently withdrew his hand, and propped himself against the edge of the bed to sit up straight. He had sensed something amiss when he entered Jiang Deer's body earlier that day. She appeared to exhibit symptoms of a cold. However, he deemed it not serious enough to warrant concern, so he continued to assist Jiang Deer with her work. During the afternoon's rain-soaked running scene, after completing a run, he noticed her condition had deteriorated. Yet, he believed he could endure, having previously acted even while seriously ill, and thus chose to remain silent. What he overlooked, however, was the stark difference in physical resilience between himself and Jiang Deer. The same ailment and equivalent physical exertion posed a trivial challenge for him, yet constituted a significant burden for her. While his spirit could withstand the strain, Jiang Deer's body could not. Therefore, Bo Yu rubbed his temples and reached out to touch Jiang Deer's forehead, only to find it exceedingly hot. In a sudden impulse, he turned and opened the car door, inquiring of the murmuring crowd outside, "How long does it take to reach the nearest hospital from here?" A short-haired girl squeezed through the throng, responding, "It takes an hour and a half. I am Xiao Tang, Deer's assistant and driver." Bo Yu gestured for her to take the driver's seat, disregarding the gazes of other crew members, and addressed the director. "I must take Jiang Deer to the hospital." The director was engulfed in chaos. He had not anticipated that Jiang Deer would suddenly faint, nor that Bo Yu would make an unexpected appearance. At this moment, upon hearing Bo Yu's words, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He wiped the rain from his face and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go along." Bo Yu declined, stating, "There's no need. The crew has many matters for you to attend to today." After closing the car door, Bo Yu calculated the time and instructed Xiao Tang, "Drive in that direction. It will be quicker and more convenient to reach my grandmother's medical building." Chapter 70. The moon again stirs. A low rumble of thunder rolled across the dim horizon, mingling with the sounds of voices, car horns, and footsteps. What was happening? Qin Wei, seated in the main hall of the residence, heard the commotion outside and approached the door, only to see the curtain of rain illuminated by the headlights of cars. A servant approached with an umbrella, exclaiming, "What?" Qin Wei was taken aback, standing abruptly and preparing to step outside. The servant hastily called out to her, "Second madam, you haven't changed your shoes." Qin Wei halted, glancing down at her house slippers, feeling a sense of hesitation. Her background was far beneath that of the Bo family, and Bo Xiaohui had always looked down on her for this reason. Consequently, she could not help but feel inferior and timid in the presence of the Bo family, remaining cautious and attentive to her appearance and behavior, especially around the old matriarch, fearful of displeasing her or being looked down upon for any misstep. However, at this moment, there was neither time nor inclination to change. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Wei waved her hand dismissively and declared, "Forget it, I won't change." The servant hurriedly stepped forward to shield her with an umbrella, and the other servants in the main house exchanged glances before following suit. The other members of the Bo family had long since departed. When Bo Xiaohui attempted to see his mother, the elderly matriarch, in the afternoon, he was outright refused. He later learned that his mother had instructed Qin Wei to stay in the main house for a few days, which infuriated him, leaving his face long as he got into the car. Consequently, the main house was left deserted, while the medical building became crowded with people. Although the servants were curious about the unfolding events, they remained mindful of the established rules and refrained from entering the medical building, opting instead to wait outside. Qin Wei strode in confidently and called out to the butler, who was about to ascend the stairs, inquiring about the situation. Unfortunately, the suddenness of the circumstances left the butler equally bewildered, and the two of them took the elevator to the third floor together. On the third floor, Bo Yu had just gently placed Jiang Deer onto the sofa in the hospital room, instructing his assistant, Xiao Tang, who had followed him, to dry her off and change her wet clothes. Xiao Tang dutifully complied. Bo Yu himself was also drenched, and not wanting to linger, he stepped outside. Just as he closed the door and turned around, he was met with two pairs of eyes. Bo Yu paused for a moment, quickly realizing that the butler and his mother had come to inquire about the situation. He was about to provide a brief explanation when his mother interrupted him. Seeing him soaked, Qin Wei urged, "Go take a hot shower first. We can talk afterward." It was the first time in over a decade that Bo Yu had witnessed such concern from his mother, momentarily leaving him dumbfounded before he nodded and departed. Boys typically shower swiftly, especially when there are pressing matters to attend to. In less than 10 minutes, Bo Yu had already located an empty room in the medical building, completed his shower, changed into dry clothes, and stepped out to briefly inform the steward and Qin Wei of the situation. While the steward and Qin Wei absorbed the information, Bo Yu turned towards the ward where Jiang Deer was situated. However, as he passed the elevator, he paused, contemplated for a moment, and then entered the elevator. Pressing a button, the elevator ascended directly to the exclusive ward of the venerable matriarch, Bo Enghua. Upon reaching the door, he knocked softly. "Grandmother, it is Bo Yu." As Bo Yu had just escorted Jiang Deer into the compound, the steward had already informed Bo Enghua. At that moment, her aged yet calm voice floated through the door. "Come in." 5 minutes later, Bo Yu emerged from within, opening the door to find the steward waiting patiently beside it. It seemed the steward had followed closely behind him in the elevator. The steward stepped aside, allowing Bo Yu to enter the elevator before he turned back to the ward. Upon noticing that the matriarch was looking towards him, seemingly awaiting his words, he felt compelled to speak. Although he suspected that Bo Yu had already conveyed some details to the matriarch, he reiterated what Bo Yu had previously shared with him and Qin Wei. Finally, he produced his phone, revealing several photographs of Jiang Deer that he had conveniently sourced online, presenting them to Bo Enghua. After perusing the photographs one by one, Bo Enghua's expression remained unchanged as she remarked, "This is the first time Bo Yu has brought someone to my side." He mentioned that Jiang Deer is his friend. He encountered her while she was filming a rain scene and fell ill on the way. Since the hospital was far, He brought her directly here. What do you think? The butler tentatively inquired. What do you mean? Bo Yinghua replied, just a friend. He wouldn't go to such lengths for someone like that. However, if it were a girlfriend, he certainly wouldn't deny it. Pausing at this point, Bo Yinghua chose not to elaborate further and instead remarked, it seems that Bo Yu is somewhat different from how he was during the day. The butler, puzzled, asked, is he? Bo Yinghua reflected, his gaze towards me has shifted. During the day, there was a hint of admiration and warmth, albeit subtle, which I sensed. Yet, in the evening, there is a greater sense of respect and distance. The butler suggested, perhaps he is worried about his friend. Perhaps. Bo Yinghua agreed. Please arrange for medical personnel to check on that young lady. The butler complied but did not turn to leave. Bo Yinghua inquired, what is it? The butler responded, it seems you have a fondness for Jiang Deer? Hearing him refer to her as young lady was a first for Bo Yinghua. She had never addressed even the girls from the side branches of the Bo family in such a manner. Clearly understanding the butler's implication, Bo Yinghua felt that calling her young lady was indeed overly familiar. She herself was somewhat surprised, recalling the photograph she had just seen. Perhaps it was simply that the girl's appearance resonated with her aesthetics. As the tempest outside gradually subsided and the thunder ceased, Assistant Xiao Tang had already departed in the RV. Jiang Dyer lay upon the bed, cocooned in a light quilt, her eyes closed in slumber. A needle inserted into one of her hands. Bo Yu stood by the bedside, observing her for a considerable time. Yet his gaze hesitated to wander towards the corners of her lips. Nonetheless, he could not shake the sensation of having brushed against her lips merely moments before. Lost in contemplation, the sleeping beauty stirred, her lashes fluttering as she awakened. Water, Jiang Dyer murmured, prompting Bo Yu to swiftly turn and fetch a glass of water at just the right temperature. Noticing her prone position was inconvenient, he bent down, gently assisting her into a seated posture, his movements imbued with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Jiang Dyer lowered her head, sipping from the glass he offered. Adorably compliant, her previously parched lips, now moistened by the warm water, appeared vividly alluring, evoking in Bo Yu a sudden thought of roses. He averted his gaze, steadying his emotions, and placed the glass upon the bedside table. However, Jiang Dyer, still dazed and lightheaded, instinctively sought to slide back under the covers, yearning to continue her slumber. In her sudden descent, the unguarded Bo Yu found himself tumbling alongside her. A hand from behind halted Jiang Dyer's retreat, preventing her from slipping away entirely. She blinked. Biao Yueben is indeed capable of reflection. Yet, inexplicably, he refrains from doing so. Their noses collide, an overly intimate encounter. Too close for comfort. Nevertheless, Jiang Deer ultimately does not dare to close the distance. Her lips quiver, merely a centimeter separating her from Biao Yu's. A slight tilt of her chin would bridge the gap. Enchanted, she softly murmurs, moon, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the moon so near. Their breaths entwine, an atmosphere of ambiguity envelopes them. Biao Yu recalls the special WeChat note in Jiang Deer's phone, labeled moon. He becomes utterly paralyzed, or rather, not paralyzed, but numbed. A tingling sensation arises, even provoking an indescribable itch. He hears the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat, akin to a drum, uncertain whether it is a reminder or a welcoming. For a fleeting moment, he believes Jiang Deer is about to kiss him. However, as Biao Yu regains his composure, he realizes that Jiang Deer has unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Biao Yu gently tucks Jiang Deer further into her blanket, subtly withdrawing his hand that had been supporting her back, ensuring she lies comfortably. He then glances at her hand, still poised for the needle. Fortunately, there is no deviation. Biao Yu straightens up, observing Jiang Deer for a while, his thoughts in disarray, unable to find clarity. Before closing his eyes to rest, he remembers to set multiple alarms on his phone. 40 minutes later, the alarm sounds. Biao Yu opens his eyes and rises. He possesses neither the habit of lingering in bed nor the irritability upon waking. His self-discipline is formidable. The 40-minute interval was calculated, as he estimated that Jiang Deer's foredrip would nearly conclude by then. He made quite an accurate conjecture. Upon arriving at Jiang Deer's hospital room, he found that the bottle of water was nearly depleted. 3 minutes later, the door to the room swung open, and the nurse who came to change the water was taken aback to see Bo Yu present. Medical professionals, having performed this task numerous times, could precisely gauge the duration it would take for a bottle of water to be consumed at a given rate. The nurse hesitated to inquire further, swiftly replacing Jiang Deer's with a different-sized bottle than the previous one. Just as she was about to leave, the aloof young master of the Bo family, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, broke the silence and asked, "How long will this take to administer?" The nurse replied, "Approximately 32 minutes." When the nurse returned for the second water change, she was once again startled to find Bo Yu, this time lingering in her surprise for a few more seconds than before. Her astonishment and curiosity had only deepened. She occasionally browsed entertainment news online and was certainly familiar with Jiang Deer, having been on the front lines when the rumors of their secret marriage surfaced due to her long tenure at the Bo household. However, being a wise worker, she understood that some questions were better left unasked. When Bo Yu inquired about the duration for the third bottle, she provided the information and then added, "This is the last bottle." Bo Yu responded with a simple acknowledgement, and upon his third visit, he asked, "Is there anything I should be aware of?" The nurse, pondering, realized that despite her familiarity with the industry, there had been no gossip about the young master of the Bo family being in a relationship. Indeed, it is advisable to refrain from consuming spicy and cold foods in the coming days, to avoid catching a chill, and to refrain from excessive fatigue. Tomorrow, we shall assess whether further treatment is necessary. Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to contact our medical team. Following her parents' divorce, which left her uncared for, and the passing of her grandmother, Jiang Deer began living with her mother. However, her mother was preoccupied with various matters and a work schedule that turned night into day, resulting in a routine that was entirely incompatible with Jiang Deer's. Consequently, her mother rarely paid attention to her health. Thus, whenever Jiang Deer fell ill, she found herself tending to her own needs. Typically, she would take some medication and sleep it off. If her condition did not improve in a couple of days, she would then venture to the clinic on her own, reflecting on the solitary days of her past when she felt unwell. Jiang Deer observed the earnestness with which Bo Yu listened to the nurse's instructions. A part of her found it overly dramatic, while another part felt a pang of sadness. Bo Yu was truly wonderful. This time, she was not alone in her illness. After the nurse departed, Bo Yu turned to Jiang Deer, noticing her eyes were closed, with long, gently curled lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly poised to take flight. "Are you awake?" Bo Yu inquired, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Deer opened her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, appearing as if she had just wept, or perhaps had not wept at all. Bo Yu immediately felt a surge of concern. "What's wrong? Are you still unwell?" Naturally, Jiang Deer could not divulge her earlier thoughts. She simply shook her head and offered a fabricated excuse. "I'm hungry." Until she spoke, she had not realized her hunger. But the moment the words left her lips, she acknowledged that she indeed had not eaten dinner yet. Bo Yu paused for a moment, then belatedly recognized his own hunger. He had not eaten dinner. However, at this hour, the cook would likely have already retired for the night, and ordering takeout from this remote location would take an excruciatingly long time. Thus, Bo Yu inquired, "What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you." Half an hour later, Jiang Deer and Bo Yu sat face to face in the dining area on the second floor of the medical building, enjoying their meal. Considering Jiang Deer's health, Bo Yu had made a nourishing shredded chicken congee suitable for patients. Since their last encounter, where she had savored his stir-fried celery, lily, and strawberry with cured meat, Jiang Deer had been thoroughly impressed by Bo Yu's culinary skills. Noticing her reaction, Bo Yu found it amusing and couldn't resist asking, "Is it really that delicious?" Without hesitation, Jiang Deer nodded enthusiastically and gave him a thumbs up. "Absolutely, incredibly delicious." Being praised for one's cooking inevitably brings joy. And though Bo Yu's lips remained still, a hint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Under the soft lighting of the restaurant, his eyes glimmered like a magnificent galaxy, enchanting and alluring. Jiang Deer exerted great self-control to avoid staring in awe. Instead, her fingers itched with the desire to capture his beauty in a drawing. Yet she had no access to her usual electronic drawing tablet. Bo Yu noticed her distraction and asked, "What's wrong?" Still preoccupied with her artistic thoughts, Jiang Deer blurted out, "If only I had an electronic drawing tablet." Realizing her slip, she intended to change the subject when Bo Yu interjected. "There is a communal art studio available, though it is not as well equipped as your grandmother's private studio. However, it contains a comprehensive array of painting supplies." Jiang Deer's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Bo Yu, reminiscent of a child catching sight of a sweet treat, her gaze brimming with longing. Bo Yu found it impossible to withstand such a look. "If you're not in a rush, I can take you tomorrow. You should rest well today." Jiang Deer obediently replied. All right. Seeing her in good spirits inexplicably lifted Bo Yu's mood as well. During their conversation, Jiang Deer expressed a desire to pay a visit to old Madame Bo, now that she had awakened and it was appropriate to greet the elder. However, old Madame Bo had retired early for the night, the lights extinguished. So they decided against the visit. Bo Yu paused at the door, informing Jiang Deer, "I have arranged for someone to bring you sleepwear and tomorrow's outfit shortly. I will be sleeping next door, so feel free to call if you need anything." Jiang Deer nodded in acknowledgement. After the exchange, neither of them moved. Their eyes locked through the door for several seconds. The atmosphere gradually transformed. Jiang Deer felt that if she remained silent any longer, she would surely blush, prompting her to smile. "Good night, Bo Yu." It dawned on Bo Yu that his delay in turning away was, in fact, a silent anticipation of her good night. This realization sent his thoughts spiraling. "Good night, Jiang Deer." Upon returning to his room, Bo Yu took a shower. As he emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe and drying his hair, the peculiar feelings within him lingered. Just as he began to ponder further, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was Cui Fu Lu. A hint of confusion washed over him. Why was Cui Fu Lu calling at this hour? He pressed the answer button and inquired, "What's the matter?" Cui Fu Lu's voice was tinged with urgency as he immediately inquired, "What?" The action of Bo Yu drying his hair momentarily paused. "A video of you carrying Jiang Deer in a princess embrace in the rain has gone viral online, and the entire internet is in an uproar." Bo Yu inevitably fell silent for a moment. After losing consciousness in Jiang Deer's embrace, he had no awareness of who had brought him to the RV. He had no idea it was Jiang Deer. So, was he carried by himself or by a girl? Upon finishing, Cui Fu Lu noticed the lack of response from the other end and couldn't help but ask. Bo Yu organized his thoughts and, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, recounted the situation, deliberately omitting some crucial details. After listening, Cui Fu Lu felt that something was amiss. Despite his myriad of questions, he recognized that this was not the appropriate time for inquiries. He was en route to the parking lot, eager to join the public relations team at the company to manage the situation. Such entertainment news required swift action. Otherwise, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue, leading to an unpleasant conclusion. Sighing at the thought of overtime, Cui Fu Lu remarked, "Shall I draft an announcement based on your account then?" "All right, thank you for your efforts." After hanging up, Bo Yu sat on the bed, opening Weibo to check the online situation. As soon as he clicked in, he saw the trending topic, Bo Yu princess embraced Jungder in the rain, accompanied by an explosive emoji. Bo Yu frowned. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang Deer also received a call from Gu Wubwa. As soon as the call connected, Gu Wubwa's usually calm tone rose a few notches. "Little ancestor, you have finally answered. This is already the 8th call I've made to you tonight." Jiang Deer then noticed the missed call notifications on her phone and felt somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "I was downstairs having dinner and didn't bring my phone, so I missed it." Gu Wubwa's tone softened, but perhaps due to his urgency, his words became a bit jumbled. "Dinner at this hour? How are you feeling now? I saw the video of you fainting. I called Xiaodang, and she said that Buyue took you away. I was worried sick trying to reach you. How did you faint? Why did Buyue carry you?" Jiang Deer, feeling somewhat dazed, seized upon the key information and asked, "Wait, what video? You don't know? I just finished my 4-drip. Went downstairs for dinner and didn't check my phone. Then you should hurry and take a look. I can't explain it all in a couple of sentences." In short, this incident has stirred up quite a commotion, though it's slightly less sensational than the trending topic about your covert marriage with Buyue. Jiang Deer didn't hang up. Instead, she exited to open Weibo. After swiftly scanning the trending content about herself, her eyes widened in shock, and her breath momentarily caught. Gu Wubwa waited for a while, and when he didn't receive her reaction, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you see it?" "I saw it." "Then may I ask, what are your thoughts as the person involved?" "Thank you for the invitation, a myriad of emotions." Chapter 73, Reaction. Deciding to withdraw from Weibo, she needed to consult with Bo Yu regarding the specifics of her statement. Jiang Dia knocked on Bo Yu's door with her phone in hand. Mi Dao, a graduate student at the Agricultural University of the Imperial Capital, had no other hobbies aside from keeping up with the entertainment industry, chasing after stars, and indulging in gossip. That evening, she lay in bed, habitually scrolling through Weibo before sleep. Before even glancing at the trending topics, she was startled by a notification from a friend that appeared on her homepage. Bo Yu's princess hug of Jiang Deer in the rain. Come and witness the spectacle, accompanied by a video. Mi Dao's eyes widened in shock at the provocative headline. and she instinctively exclaimed a phrase that, while not vulgar, conveyed her astonishment. After the initial surprise, she promptly clicked on the video to watch. What she saw left her even more astonished. It was indeed Boyu. It was truly Jiang Deer. It was a genuine princess hug. Oh my. The comments beneath this Weibo post were filled with equally excited onlookers. I read this entry 3 times, thinking I must be seeing things. Alas, I am uneducated. One exclamation carries the world. Is this for a film, or is it real? It must be real. These two have no collaborative project, right? Their private lives have been exposed too much. Haven't they? The last time I was shocked to the point of screaming by those two, I was scolded by my mother. It was during that hidden marriage trending topic a few years ago. Ever since Thin Yu and Jiang Deer exchanged likes on each other's Weibo posts regarding their acts of heroism, I sensed that there was something more between them. So, have they become a couple? I refuse to believe it. This video must be a fabrication. After watching for quite some time, no one has mentioned what happened to Jiang Deer. Did she faint? With so many people around, what were they doing? Who filmed this video? It lacks context. Jiang Deer Studio, where are you? Please come forward and clarify the situation. Initially, I thought their appearances in the news were merely Jiang Deer seeking attention, but today, I seem to have developed a fondness for them. Thin Yu was quite anxious about Jiang Deer, immediately scooping her up in front of others. As a mere bystander, I was taken aback by his handsomeness. I apologize, my focus seems to have strayed. Thin Yu possesses remarkable strength. Although it is common in dramas to see a Prince Charming carry a princess, it is truly rare to witness someone carry a girl like that for such a distance in real life. Moreover, Thin Yu appeared to lift her effortlessly. My goodness, how impressive. Thin Yu and Jiang Deer have been trending far too often lately. Are they collaborating for publicity? Nonsense. Does Thin Yu even need to resort to such tactics? Do you harbor any misconceptions about his inherent popularity and prowess? Boyu and Jiang Deer are merely preparing their fans for the truth. They have long been together in private. The rumors of their secret marriage were genuine, but the uproar from fans forced them to dispel the claims. Their gradual revelation is intended to help fans acclimate to the situation. Boyu is single and unmarried. Do you understand? Fans have arrived. Are you certain your brother is truly single and unmarried? Where's the evidence? One cannot rely solely on your brother's words. What do you mean by helping fans adapt? If Boyu were to enter a relationship, whether he would choose to make it public immediately is uncertain, but he certainly would no longer claim to be single. The notion that they have already wed is laughable. Where is your proof? Do not depend merely on spoken assertions. Your brother fears losing fans, hence the need to maintain a single persona. The truth of his status remains known only to him. Your essay joke. Boyu is afraid of losing fans. In the entertainment industry, having reached Boyu's level, maintaining a fictitious single persona is absurd. Since his debut, he has never relied on fans. So do not compare him to those with lesser skills. Fine. Even if Boyu has achieved success without fan support, can the ineffectual Jiang Deer survive without her fans? Perhaps Boyu's choice to conceal their relationship is to protect Jiang Deer. The thought alone is enough to evoke tears of sentimentality. Upon reflection, it appears the individuals above are fans of Tan Sherwing and Wei Xian. No wonder the likes of Jiang Deer and Boyu are here. It is a pity that Tan Sherwin has harmed herself through her actions, leading to her downfall. Initially, Wei had emerged alongside Boyu in the same production. Yet now Boyu has distanced himself significantly from him. No amount of envy towards Jiang Deer and Boyu will change that. Mi Dao liked this comment before exiting to the messaging page. Indeed, a group called Peeling Ginger Observation had erupted in a flurry of activity. Mi Dao had originally been an indifferent bystander, but ever since the day Boyu and Jiang Deer exhibited their tacit understanding while rescuing someone, she had transformed. At that time, her Weibo handle was still It's Mi Dao, and she had posted a tweet discussing Jiang Deer's heroic act, which Boyu had notably liked. This was her first interaction with a celebrity, and naturally, it brought her immense joy. Moreover, since Boyu had liked her tweet praising Jiang Deer, she found herself enamored and promptly fell into the shipper pit, even staying up late to change her Weibo name to It's Mi Dao. Did we really peel ginger today? Just look at that name. For those in the know, it is crystal clear, while for those who are not, it is utterly perplexing. Peeling Ginger is the whimsical ship name that this group of fans, who support the pairing of Boyu and Jiang Deer, has created. It may sound a bit casual, but they say that a quirky name helps keep the fandom alive. Mi Dao had always enjoyed watching Boyu perform in singing and dancing stages, as well as in films and dramas. She held him in high regard, believing him to be one of the rare, truly talented top-tier artists. As for Jiang Deer, she initially perceived her as the epitome of pure love, possessing both stunning beauty and a kind heart. However, in recent days, Jiang Deer had unexpectedly revealed her culinary prowess and piano skills, making me feel as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. As I ponder when my ship might share some sweet moments, I never anticipated such a delightful surprise before bed. Inside, I am screaming with excitement. Oh my! They complement each other so well. Yet, I am equally consumed with concern for Jiang Deer's health. Upon entering the ship group, I find that everyone shares my sentiments. At this moment, I yearn to know two things. First, the condition of Chong Chong. Second, whether the rumors about Jiang are indeed true. I second this. I concur. Oh my, hurry and check out the studio's latest announcement. I'm off to do just that. I'm relieved that Chang Chong is all right. However, both sides have denied the relationship, saying that they are merely good friends. When will my ship become a reality? Regardless, I shall find contentment in their friendship. Chapter 74. Under currents, the room was thick with the scent of alcohol, empty bottles rolling at my feet. Tan Sherwin's hair was a chaotic mess, her clothes stained with wine, and her eyes were bloodshot, perhaps from too much anger, with a pimple forming at the corner of her mouth. Anyone who beheld her in this moment would struggle to associate her with the term celebrity. Sitting on the floor, she cradled her phone in her hands, fixated on the online reactions, as if entranced, repeatedly murmuring, "Curse them, just curse Jiang Deer." As the negative online discourse subsided following Bo Yu and Jiang Deer's statement, Tan Sherwin's agitation only intensified. She called her agent, only to discover that she had been blocked. She attempted to reach Mr. Xiao, yet no one answered. When she contacted the public relations firm she frequently collaborated with, she was met with an inquiry regarding the payment for the previous batch of black market services provided to Jiang Deer. How could this happen? Tan Sherwin tossed her phone aside, her eyes ablaze with fury. Over the past few years, she had clearly outshone Jiang Deer. Yet in the span of a mere day and night, the one being vilified online and forced to withdraw from the entertainment industry had shifted from Jiang Deer to herself. Ultimately, she dialed her assistant's number. In a lavish villa, Tan Sherwin's assistant observed Ning Ai, who was seated on the sofa. Tan Sherwin is calling. Should I answer? Ning Ai furrowed her brows. To her, Tan Sherwin was nothing more than a fool incapable of accomplishing anything. Initially, she had intended to use Tan Sherwin to deal with Jiang Deer, but now Tan Sherwin had ensnared herself first. However, after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Go ahead. Let us see what she has to say." The assistant obediently connected the call and put it on speakerphone. Tan Sherwin's voice emanated from the device. A jumbled mess of emotions. One moment she lamented her current misfortunes, the next she cursed Jiang Deer. And then she voiced her anxieties about her future in the entertainment industry. Ning Ai's patience dwindled as she listened. Just as she was about to instruct her assistant to end the call when she heard a name, Bo Yu. How was it that Jiang Deer was so fortunate, actually managing to latch on to Bo Yu? With his assistance, her future in the entertainment industry would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Tan Sherwin continued her tirade, intermittently punctuating her speech with repugnant expletives. Nevertheless, Ning Ai had already signaled for her assistant to terminate the call. Leaning against the back of the sofa, she found her thoughts drifting back to Bo Yu. She and Bo Yu belonged to the same social circle and had known of him for quite some time. However, due to Bo Yu's infrequent attendance at social gatherings and his subsequent foray into the entertainment industry, they had little interaction, leaving her largely unfamiliar with his true character. Recently, there have been intentions for a commercial alliance between the two families. During her last magazine shoot, Tang Yao expressed her admiration for both Bo Yu and Bo Zhan, hoping that she could foster more connections with these contemporaries. Bo Zhan possesses a gentle demeanor, yet he is astute, while his appearance may not rival Bo Yu's. He currently oversees several subsidiaries of the Bo Group and is said to be highly regarded by the esteemed matriarch of the family. Bo Yu, on the other hand, is undeniably handsome, yet his cold disposition and choice to pursue a career in entertainment rather than business lead me to doubt his future prospects. After all, no matter how popular a celebrity may be, they cannot compare to the scions of wealthy families. As for me, if I am to marry into the Bo family, I must secure the best among my peers. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu laughed, remarking, "Goodness. My little AI seems to be enamored with Bo Yu's looks and Bo Zhan's business acumen." After sharing a laugh, she added with sincerity, "There's no rush regarding the marriage alliance. Take your time to contemplate. Ning Ai was well aware of the rumors surrounding Bo Yu and Jiang Deer over the years. When she first discovered information about Jiang Deer, she had made a point to research extensively about her. Ning Ai couldn't help but frown. The Bo family is vast and affluent. Even if Bo Yu is not selected as the heir by the matriarch, his shares and assets would remain substantial. If Bo Yu truly grows closer to Jiang Deer, it would undoubtedly be unfavorable news for her. Ning Ai felt a throbbing headache as she stumbled upon the trending topic Boiwa Princess carried Jiang in the rain, which only intensified her distress. The burdens of anxiety profoundly affected her sleep, causing her to awaken from nightmares in the dead of night. In her dreams, she envisioned Bo Yu developing an affection for Jiang Deer, taking her to a grand banquet, where they encountered Ning He, who boldly proclaimed that Jiang Deer was indeed the true heiress of the Ning family. Ning Ai felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Was this merely an ordinary dream, or did it bear resemblance to that ominous dream from the past? Was it a premonition? As her breathing gradually steadied, her gaze shifted from panic to a fierce determination. She could not remain passive. Jiang Deer. Ning Ai uttered these 3 syllables, her expression oscillating between tears and laughter, an utterly peculiar sight. Bo Xiaohui was oblivious to the entertainment news circulating online regarding Bo Yu and Jiang Deer. Yet he too was restless in bed, tossing and turning in agitation. Lu Ce, lying beside him, had attempted to feign sleep to avoid provoking his ire. But her efforts were in vain. Bo Xiaohui, seemingly unable to contain himself, abruptly sat up and switched on the light. The room, once shrouded in darkness, was suddenly flooded with blinding brightness, causing Lu Ce's eyelids to flutter instinctively, a fact not unnoticed by Bo Xiaohui. He did not perceive her act as one of pretense. Rather, he assumed she was merely awake and seized the opportunity to berate Bo Yu once more. Lu Ce, exasperated, had already endured Bo Xiaohui's tirade about Bo Yu's audacity to disrespect him 3 times that very night. Each time, the same words echoed repeatedly, accompanied by his mounting frustration. On the first occasion, she had endeavored to play the role of the gentle, understanding flower, only to be met with a swift kick from the enraged Bo Xiaohui, leaving her with a lingering ache in her abdomen. Biao Xiaohui's propensity for violence is known to Lu Ciyu. In the past, whenever Biao Xiaohui was in a foul mood, she would encourage him to seek out Qin Wei. Today, she had intended to do the same, but to her surprise, Qin Wei remained with the matriarch of the Biao family. As Lu Ciyu contemplated this, her phone suddenly rang. It was Biao Xiaohui. He momentarily ceased his tirade, impatiently answered the call, and after listening for a few seconds, his expression shifted. Chapter 75. Flowers and Qin's Jiang Deer slept soundly in the Biao residence, and upon awakening the following morning, she felt considerably revitalized. As she lay in bed, she pressed a button beside her, causing the curtains to part. The semicircular floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a picturesque morning vista. There was no clamor of vehicles, only the flora and fauna adorning the mountainside, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle buzzing of insects. The rain had given way to sunshine. Jiang Deer took a moment to admire the scene, glancing at the time. It was 6:30, an exceedingly rare early rise for her on a non-working day. She rose to freshen up, ensuring she appeared neat and tidy. Lacking cosmetics at hand, she opted for a natural look. Nevertheless, her exquisite features and flawless complexion rendered her unadorned beauty striking. After changing her attire, she opened her door. Just as she stepped out, she unexpectedly collided with Biao Yu, who had emerged from the adjacent room. Their eyes met, and Jiang Deer greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Good morning." Biao Yu was momentarily dazzled by her grin. "Good morning." This morning, the matriarch of the Biao family had risen early. When Biao Yu brought Jiang Deer to meet her, she was on the balcony, tending to her flowers. Upon hearing their approach, she set down her watering can and called out, "Come in." "Jiang Deer, this is my grandmother, the chairwoman of the Bo group." After the introductions, Bo Yu was about to escort Jiang Deer away, for the matriarch was not one to engage in idle chit-chat. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Deer inquired, "Grandma Bo, were you just watering the flowers?" She had noticed the varying moisture levels in the pots on the balcony. Jiang Deer possessed a melodious voice and a visage that was favored by the elders, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. She was always well received among the older generation. Initially, the matriarch was scrutinizing Jiang Deer. She perceived the young woman's ease and the subtle warmth that she unconsciously exuded. It was the first time she had been treated with such familiarity by a younger person, and she found it rather endearing. Boyu was momentarily taken aback. In the Bo family, the matriarch was stern and imposing, akin to an unassailable mountain. He had never envisioned witnessing such a scene, where Jiang Deer appeared more like a grandchild than he or Bojing did. It seemed that one of Jiang Deer's remarks had delighted the matriarch, for a smile broke upon her face, and her gaze towards the young woman softened. "Grandma," Boyu silently called out, suddenly realizing how much his grandmother had aged. For so many years, she had shouldered the responsibilities of the Bo family. Everyone saw her strength but overlooked the trials she had endured. In the presence of Jiang Deer, who regarded her with a youthful affection, she resembled an elder from an ordinary family. His previous impressions of her had been too rigid. "Let us have breakfast. You must come and visit Grandma Bo often." "Certainly." Grandma Bo? Jiang Deer left the hospital room with a smile, only to turn and see Boyu seemingly deep in thought. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "What are you pondering?" "I was contemplating how to express my gratitude to you." "Huh?" Jiang Deer responded, her brow furrowing in confusion. She blinked, her innocence reminiscent of a fawn in the woods. Boyu gazed at her, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I am not adept at navigating familial relationships, but today I learned much from you, hence my desire to thank you." Though Jiang Deer remained somewhat perplexed, she was already entranced by the smile adorning Boyu's face. It was a rare sight to behold, and strikingly beautiful. "What?" Boyu asked. "Your smile is truly, exceptionally, remarkably beautiful," she exclaimed, emphasizing her admiration with 3 repetitions of super. Boyu had long since noticed this characteristic of Jiang Deer, her penchant for repeating super, very, and really in her conversations lent her an infectious vitality, in stark contrast to his own demeanor. Breakfast was arranged in the main house. Upon arriving, they encountered Qin Wei, who was descending the stairs. Upon seeing Boyu and Jiang Deer, she paused momentarily, her gaze first resting on Boyu before shifting to Jiang Deer. The girl was undeniably stunning. Her face, brows, eyes, nose, ears, and lips were all exquisitely formed, radiating a vibrancy that was anything but wooden. The words lively and vibrant sprang to her mind, though she found it somewhat peculiar to use them to describe someone. Yet, the sight of this Jiang Deer evoked images of flourishing landscapes. For reasons unknown, Qin Wei felt a flicker of fondness towards her, a sentiment that astonished even herself. The breakfast was rather peculiar. Qin Wei and Boyu exchanged no words, while Jiang Deer emerged as the lively spirit of the gathering. Qin Wei was taken aback by Jiang Deer's remarkable conversational skills, as a few well-chosen phrases alleviated her discomfort of dining alongside her son. Perceptive to the underlying tension between Qin Wei and Boyu, Jiang Deer had previously surmised that their relationship was not particularly strong, and now she endeavored to ease the awkwardness between them. As the meal concluded, she remained uncertain of the outcome, having expended considerable mental energy in the process. Shaking her head, her gaze was drawn to a piano in the distance. Boyu followed her line of sight and inquired, "Do you wish to play?" Jiang Deer nodded enthusiastically, then added with a playful grin, "I really ought to practice my piano skills. After all, I am now a semi-qualified level 10 pianist. If my lack of proficiency becomes evident one day, I shall be in quite the predicament. Especially considering the character I portray in Love When the Notes Resound plays that very piano piece, the one you performed during your last live stream. I must master it. In fact, I have already begun searching for a piano teacher, but a flurry of recent events has delayed my progress." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Boyu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Would you be willing to be my one-day piano teacher today?" Boyu found it impossible to decline. "Is there a formal initiation rite?" he asked. Jiang Deer paused briefly, then hurried after him, her laughter reminiscent of a cat that has just savored the most delectable morsel of fish. "What kind of initiation would you like?" she inquired, leaning slightly toward him, her head tilted in curiosity. As Boyu gazed at Jiang Deer, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden hue upon her brow, making her radiate with an ethereal glow. This scene inexplicably evoked a sigh within him. He lifted his hand and lightly tapped Jiang Deer's forehead, as if to prompt her to contemplate. Chapter 76. Transformation. However, Jiang Deer found herself unable to think through her own body, for in the next moment, they had exchanged bodies. Both were momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting the peculiarity of their situation. Jiang Deer retrieved Boyu's phone to check the time, 7:30. How early it was. She had already completed breakfast. Yet, indeed, the duration of their body swap had altered once more. It had shifted since yesterday afternoon. The current time for their body exchange was now set at 7:30 to 16:30. This pattern confirmed their earlier speculation. The time was gradually diminishing. From the initial 12 days and 12 hours, to 11 days and 11 hours, and then to 10 days and 10 hours, each interval decreasing sequentially. From 7:30 to 16:30 spanned 9 hours, and from today onward, it would persist for 9 days, culminating on the 9th day at 1600 hours, half an hour earlier than before. Following this trend, it was highly probable that when the daily exchange time dwindled to 0, they would cease to swap bodies altogether. Jiang Dier and Bo Yu locked eyes, each comprehending the other, or rather, recognizing their own thoughts reflected in the other's gaze, at that very moment. Their understanding was profound. However, to Qin Wei, who observed from the side, this exchange appeared rather peculiar. The two stood face to face in silence, communicating solely through their eyes. A sight that felt distinctly odd. Qin Wei had just visited the restroom, which is why she missed the entirety of Bo Yu's instruction to Jiang Dier on playing the piano. At this moment, her gaze flitted between Bo Yu and Jiang Dier, prompting her to inquire, "What are you planning to do?" "We're going to play the piano," came the reply. And the realization of her misstep struck her immediately, for she was currently inhabiting Bo Yu's body. Although she had the desire to learn the piano, the current circumstances rendered such aspirations futile. Was she to expect Bo Yu to teach her using her own body? The notion was utterly bizarre. However, Qin Wei remained oblivious to her own predicament. Seeing her son preparing to play the piano, she smiled tenderly, nostalgia glimmering in her eyes. "It has been ages since I last heard you play." With that, she settled onto a nearby soft couch, adopting a posture that signaled her readiness to listen intently. Jiang Dier, taken aback, responded, "I'm sorry, you are prepared, but I am not ready." No, it wasn't merely a lack of preparation. She was utterly unprepared. With a sigh of frustration, she glanced at Qin Wei and said, "I've changed my mind. I don't think today is suitable for playing the piano." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's expression shifted dramatically, sorrow nearly materializing in the air around her. She lowered her eyelashes, her voice quivering slightly. "Xiaoyu, do you not wish to play for your mother? I know you still harbor resentment." "No," Jiang Dier interjected hastily. "I truly do not wish to play, but my reasons for this reluctance are far from what you might assume. I cannot shoulder the blame for this aversion." Perhaps it was Jiang Dier's reaction that was too swift, causing Qin Wei's sorrow to momentarily falter. "So can you play?" Jiang Dier clenched her teeth and replied, "I can play, but I want to experiment with how to make it sound rather unpleasant. This is to prepare for a role in a script I am fond of, where I am to portray a musical inept." Jiang Dier continued, "I apologize. I am indeed a musical failure. I am merely playing myself." She gazed at Qin Wei and added, "Thus, I feel rather embarrassed to play for you, as I am certain my performance will be quite unmelodious, and I would not wish to offend your ears." Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback, for some reason. She sensed something amiss, yet after pondering for a while, she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. She could only murmur, "Is that so?" Jiang Dier, resigned to her fate, declared, "Of course it is. Xiaoyu, your mother misunderstood you." Bo Yu was taken aback, unable to devise a means to intervene, for he was now residing within Jiang Dier's body, rendered an outsider who could only listen as she spun her tales. Moments later, Qin Wei remained seated on the soft couch, intent on listening to her son play a piece on the piano, curious to discover just how cacophonous it might be. Jiang Dier, summoning her courage, approached the piano, took a deep breath, and began to play. Her unvarnished performance was remarkably effective, producing sounds so discordant that they caused Qin Wei's expressions to shift repeatedly. Qin Wei endured for a moment, but ultimately could not hold back. "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave upstairs. Please continue to play at your own pace, Xiaoyu." Jiang Dier, Bo Yu. As Qin Wei ascended the staircase, she felt a twinge of regret regarding her earlier demeanor, which seemed excessively harsh, as if she were fleeing from an unbearable situation. Logically, her son's struggles with the script, resulting in a less than pleasant performance, should be deemed a commendable effort. How could she be so eager to depart simply because the music was unsatisfactory? Even if she were to leave, she ought to offer some words of praise. Thus, she paused, turned her head, and earnestly stated, "Xiaoyu, you are a talented actor. You embody every role you undertake. I have watched every one of your performances, and they are splendid." Jiang Dier, Bo Yu. Bo Yu pondered. Why does it feel as though I am being unjustly criticized despite receiving compliments? With Qin Wei's departure, the grand hall now contained only Bo Yu and Zhang Dier beside the piano. Zhang Dier felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment and quietly inquired of Bo Yu. Is your hearing all right? Bo Yu stifled a laugh, unable to resist. It's fine. Zhang Dier too succumbed to laughter. Was it truly that unpleasant? I can play a couple of simple piano pieces, yet as soon as I sat down, everything slipped my mind, making it sound even worse than my initial attempts at playing. Bo Yu approached the piano, his expression earnest as he replied, not bad at all. You performed admirably. After all, a musical novice is meant to play poorly. Zhang Dier, do not assume that your serious demeanor deceives me into thinking I am unaware of your subtle mockery. Bai Yu lightly cleared his throat and inquired, do I still need to teach you under the current circumstances? He was referring to their body-swapping situation. Zhang Dier hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately nodded, responding, yes. Missing this opportunity to learn piano from Bai Yu might mean an indefinite wait for another chance. Thus, she decided to proceed with the lesson. Bai Yu was entirely composed. But instead of sitting beside Zhang Dier immediately, he took out her phone, located the electronic script of Love at the Sound of Notes, and retrieved the sheet music, which he then printed using the printer in the storage room. Zhang Dier glanced at Bai Yu with some embarrassment, saying, my talent in the realm of music is likely below zero, so my attempt at playing the piano will be far more clumsy than you might imagine. Bai Yu recalled hearing about Zhang Dier's apathy towards music previously. Do you truly have amnesia? He asked. Zhang Dier was momentarily taken aback. What is amnesia? Bai Yu provided a brief explanation. It is a condition, rather complex. The primary symptoms manifest as a severely diminished perception of music. Zhang Dier was unfamiliar with such a condition and blinked in confusion. I'm not sure, but I do struggle with music perception. Bai Yu chose not to press further and stated, let us focus on learning the piano for now. It is said that some cases of amnesia may be alleviated through instruments like the piano, though this remains unverified and may merely be a hopeful notion. If it is not amnesia, then mastering a piano piece would certainly not be in vain. Bo Yu is indeed an exceptional music teacher. Zhang Dier practiced diligently under his guidance for an entire morning, pausing only when it was nearly time for lunch. Several times, she became frustrated when she struggled to remember the melodies and repeatedly struck the wrong keys. However, Bo Yu remained unfazed, teaching with great seriousness and generously offering encouragement through words and glances. As Zhang Dier immersed herself in the lessons, she discovered an unprecedented and profound interest in music. After Qin Wei went downstairs to have lunch, she returned upstairs for a nap. Zhang Dier settled beside Bo Yu, noticing that the servants had retreated to a distance, and couldn't help but shower him with praise. Oh, Bo Yu, your teaching is simply marvelous. I feel like I've made substantial progress this morning. She continued, of course, it's only in comparison to my previous self. I had worked tirelessly on 2 extremely simple piano pieces for nearly half a year, and my former piano teacher was almost in despair. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dier spoke with a radiant smile, her voice unconsciously lifting at the end of her sentences, making it evident to anyone that she was in an exceptionally good mood. However, she was using his voice, and Bo Yu found it somewhat disconcerting, particularly because he could never utter such a petulant expression as "oh dear" in such a tone. Seated on the sofa, Bo Yu glanced at Zhang Dier upon hearing her words and noticed her rubbing her wrist. He inquired, is your hand hurting? Zhang Dier nodded, a bit sore, but a little massage will do. Initially, Bo Yu had intended to continue teaching her in the afternoon, but seeing her like this made him hesitate. Unaware of Bo Yu's thoughts, Zhang Dier leaned in and asked, can we continue the lessons this afternoon? Fin Yu did not anticipate that she would be so enthusiastic about learning the piano. You still wish to continue? Aren't you weary? Of course, I wish to learn more. Zhang Dier nodded, adding, as for being tired, when is there ever a task that can be accomplished without effort? After a moment of contemplation, Fin Yu decided that Zhang Dier's hands, no, rather, his hands, needed a bit more rest. Thus, he suggested, let us first go to the infirmary for a short nap, and then I shall receive and drip. Afterward, I will teach you further. All right. Following their afternoon slumber and the treatment, they practiced the piano for a while. Before long, the clock approached 4:30 p.m. This time, both were prepared, having steadied the piano in advance. As the dizziness from their body swap subsided, Fin Yu looked at Zhang Dier. Upon returning to her own body, she could still play. Upon finishing, Zhang Dier beamed with a radiant smile. Overwhelmed with joy, She instinctively turned around and enveloped Thin Yu in a hearty embrace. Ah, this is simply wonderful. Thin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Deer's sudden hug. Before he could utter a word, she hastily released him, exclaiming, "I apologize, I am just so thrilled." "It's quite all right," he replied, though he felt a slight warmth creeping to his ears. Jiang Deer, however, did not notice this, nor did he acknowledge it himself. The two continued to practice the piano until it was time for dinner. Jiang Deer dined at a leisurely pace, lost in her thoughts. It seemed as though Bo Yu could sense her inner turmoil. After finishing his meal, he addressed her, stating, "Grandmother wishes for you to stay a few more days and has inquired if you could join her for breakfast tomorrow morning." Naturally, Jiang Deer acquiesced. Qin Wei, who had been listening to Bo Yu's words, couldn't help but cast a glance at Jiang Deer. To her surprise, the usually aloof matriarch appeared to harbor a fondness for Jiang Deer. Earlier that afternoon, she had sought an audience with the old lady but was met with refusal. However, Qin Wei did not perceive the matriarch's distant demeanor as negative. It was simply her nature. Her desire to see the old lady stemmed from her duty as a daughter-in-law. Especially considering the old lady's current ill health, she feared that neglecting her might provoke the old lady's displeasure. Yet the thought of being alone in the same room with her filled her with trepidation and anxiety. Now, witnessing the apparent affection the old lady held for Jiang Deer, her heart swelled with joy. After all, Jiang Deer exhibited a clear fondness for her son, and the old lady's fondness for Jiang Deer could only bode well for Bo Yu. Half an hour later, the three of them sat on the sofa in the main hall, as the hour was still early and none felt inclined to retreat to their rooms. Rarely did Qin Wei find herself in the same space as her son, and even in the absence of conversation, she was reluctant to depart. Jiang Deer also wished for more moments to share with Bo Yu. As for Bo Yu, with both Qin Wei and Jiang Deer present, it was inconceivable for him to simply ascend the stairs to rest, especially since he did not feel tired in the slightest. Three individuals sat upon the sofa, enveloped in an inexplicable awkwardness, primarily due to the silence that hung between them. Jiang Deer glanced at Qin Wei, then at Bo Yu, and resolved to invigorate the atmosphere herself. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "Shall we watch a movie?" Qin Wei inquired, "What movie shall we watch?" Jiang Deer turned her gaze towards Bo Yu, and Qin Wei followed suit, both awaiting Bo Yu's cinematic suggestion. Bo Yu, caught slightly off guard by their dual scrutiny, pondered briefly before asking, "What genre of film do you both prefer, or what genre would you absolutely avoid?" Qin Wei replied, "I am open to anything, but preferably not a horror film." Jiang Deer interjected, but as the word mom slipped from her lips, she quickly corrected herself, "I share my mother's taste in movies." Thus, Bo Yu selected a recent science fiction blockbuster that none of them had yet seen, and the trio entered the private cinema together. It was Jiang Deer's first experience in such an establishment. The equipment was exceptional, and the ambience was both luxurious and comfortable. As she settled into her personal massage chair, a singular thought filled her mind. Is this the indulgence that the affluent enjoy while watching films? How enviable indeed. During the movie, Bo Yu received a phone call and stepped out. As Jiang Deer watched his figure fade from view, she prepared to resume her viewing. However, her gaze inadvertently drifted to Qin Wei, and she was taken aback. Qin Wei's eyes were red, glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Deer gazed at the film, noting that despite its progression, the plot had yet to reveal any moments of heartache. "Are you all right?" she inquired, offering a tissue with genuine concern. Qin Wei accepted the tissue, dabbing at the corner of her eye, and shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. Her voice faltered, and after a brief pause, she continued, "Do you know when was the last time I watched a movie with Bo Yu? It must have been nearly a decade ago." The simplicity of her words was laden with emotion, and she fought back tears. "I once thought we would never share such moments again. I understand that my refusal to divorce has left him profoundly disappointed. Now, I find myself regretting my stubbornness." After the film concluded, Qin Wei expressed her fatigue and ascended the stairs to retire for the night. Bo Yu turned to Jiang Deer and said, "The rain video circulating online was leaked by the production team. They just called to apologize." He paused, his tone cooling slightly. "It's been almost a day, and I expected them to continue their silence." However, Jiang Deer had no desire to discuss this matter with Bo Yu. Her mind was consumed with Qin Wei's earlier words. Unable to contain herself, she relayed them to Bo Yu, only to feel a wave of regret wash over her. This was a matter between Qin Wei and Bo Yu, and she knew it was not her place to interfere. Bo Yu listened without any shift in expression, simply stating, Let us head upstairs and get some rest. You need to rise early tomorrow. Jiang Dier bit her lip, contemplating saying something, but ultimately remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and made her way up the staircase. Bo Yu remained rooted in place, illuminated by the cold white light that accentuated his already frigid demeanor. Jiang Dier let out a soft sigh, turning to continue her ascent up the stairs. As she stepped onto the final step, she suddenly heard Bo Yu's voice. Jiang Dier, would you be interested in hearing me recount a few matters? He inquired, still standing motionless, his figure as elegant as jade. Yet, only he was aware that he had, in fact, taken a step forward. Perhaps, even earlier, when he had mentioned his mother in the hospital. Using "I have a friend" as a pretext, that step had already been taken. It was only now that it truly landed. As long as you are willing, he continued, I am ready to listen to anything you wish to share. 15 minutes later, two individuals graced the central pavilion of the outdoor garden. Lanterns hung from the corners of the pavilion, casting a warm, golden glow. Inside, Jiang Dier and Bo Yu sat facing each other. A stone round table adorned with a lamp of antique design between them, adding an exquisite touch to the setting. This lamp complements the garden beautifully, Jiang Dier mused, her fingers grazing the elongated wooden lamp handle, intricately carved with blooming flowers, elegant and refined. Bo Yu's gaze fell upon her fingertips, now rendered even more delicate by the flickering candlelight, as he spoke in a soothing tone. This is the lamp my grandmother fell in love with at an auction. It cost 2,100,000. He gestured towards the modern lights hanging in the corners, replicas inspired by the antique piece. Jiang Dier responded in disbelief. Wait, are you telling me that an antique lamp worth over 2 million is so casually placed here in this pavilion? Jiang Dier felt her throat slightly parched. She cleared her throat and could not help but inquire, aren't you afraid of theft? This question elicited a chuckle from Bo Yu, who shook his head and replied, who would dare to steal? Jiang Dier recalled the security measures in place and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Bo Yu continued, moreover, this lamp is not expensive. It merely complements this garden beautifully. Jiang Dier retorted, isn't a lamp worth over 2 million considered expensive? I apologize. It seems my perspective is rather limited. Truly, the elite regard money as mere refuse. Jiang Dier remarked with a hint of bitterness, back when I was working, I couldn't even afford to replace a broken lamp in my rented apartment. Bo Yu paused for a moment, lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Dier's. I apologize. Jiang Dier, reflecting on her bitter and challenging past, felt no sorrow. After all, she had moved beyond it. Hearing Bo Yu's apology, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why apologize? You should commend my resilience. When I was in high school, I had no money. But look at me now. I have transformed into a star and a benefactor. Let me share a secret with you. You would never guess that I have sponsored 120 high school students to attend university over the past few years. As she spoke, her pride and joy radiated, her clear and bright eyes outshining even the flickering candlelight. Bo Yu was momentarily captivated. He thought to himself that Jiang Dier was genuinely as warm as a little sun. A hand waved in front of him. Hey, are you entranced by my charm? I hadn't heard about your sponsorship of high school students, so I was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Dier cradled her chin in her hands, leaning closer as she inquired, is that so? Bo Yu instinctively pinched the tips of his fingers, his gaze directed inward, and retorted, otherwise? In truth, my agent had long wished to promote my initiative of funding high school students' college education, even arranging for someone to draft a press release for me. However, I opposed this notion, feeling that if I consented to my agent publicizing it, the purity of my intention to assist them would be compromised. After listening, Bo Yu appeared lost in thought, and after a moment, he remarked, that's quite commendable. Jiang Dier replied, all right, it's your turn to share what you've prepared. I will listen attentively. Thus, Bo Yu began to recount some memories of his past with his mother, Qinwei. The night deepened, and the garden lay in serene stillness. From a distance, the light from the pavilion resembled a solitary star. Chapter 79. Flushed ears. Jiang Dier proved to be an excellent listener. She was earnest and focused, speaking little, yet always providing thoughtful feedback. When he spoke of his mother, Qinwei, feeling inferior due to her humble origins compared to the Bo family, she would furrow her brow and sigh, alas. When he recounted how, as a child, he witnessed his father striking his mother and, in attempting to defend her, was instead reprimanded by her, she would express her indignation, saying, how could she do that? And when he shared the countless times he urged his mother to divorce, only to be met with her vehement refusal and, on one occasion, her accusation that he was deliberately trying to harm her. She would feel a mix of sorrow and anger, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. It infuriates me. You were only trying to help her." Yu has always been reluctant to confide in others, and even when such thoughts occasionally crossed her mind, they would bring her discomfort. Yet at this moment, inexplicably, her heart found tranquility. When she expressed her indignation on his behalf, she resembled a cat with its claws bared. However, as he observed her fury dissipating, it felt as though he too had experienced a cathartic release. The adverse effects of his troubling past seemed to vanish into thin air. I sensed her desire to mend our relationship, yet I found myself at a loss regarding how to interact with her. Upon uttering that last sentence, Yu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Yet, when he glanced at Jiang Dier, he noticed her still puffed up with anger, clearly caught up in the words he had spoken, still upset on his account. Much like a pufferfish, instinctively, Yu reached out and pinched her cheek gently. In the next moment, both were taken aback by the intimacy of the gesture. His fingers were slightly cool, yet Jiang Dier felt as though a flame ignited at his fingertips, warming her face. Not one to let the opportunity slip by, Jiang Dier promptly raised her hand to cover the pinched side of her face, plaintively exclaiming, "It hurts." After her petulant declaration of pain, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, portraying an image of utter vulnerability. Yu had not anticipated this reaction from Jiang Dier, while he suspected she might be feigning it. He worried that he had pinched too hard. With concern, he said, "Let me see," as he leaned closer. Grasping her wrist to pull her hand away and examine her face, he was unexpectedly met with a gentle pinch on his own cheek. As she looked at Jiang Dier, he noticed her smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Indeed, she was feigning innocence. He had discerned this all along, yet concern still lingered. For the first time, Yu felt his heart in disarray. A gentle breeze swept by, unveiling the moon hidden behind the clouds. Unaware of Yu's emotional turmoil, Jiang Dier gazed at him, her eyes curving in delight as she remarked, "Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy." The phrase, uttered by her, took on an unexpectedly charming quality. Yu observed her silence, realizing she was becoming self-conscious, akin to a thief caught in the act of plucking a flower. Entirely oblivious that she was the one who had been plucked first, Jiang Dier feigned seriousness, clearing her throat as her thoughts drifted back to Yu's earlier stories. Igniting her anger once more. "Had I known, I would have struck him harder yesterday." Yu, perplexed, inquired, "Whom did you hit?" Jiang Dier hesitated, her confidence wavering as she whispered, "Your father." Yu was taken aback by such a revelation. His brow twitched involuntarily as he pressed a hand to his forehead, unable to suppress a chuckle. "How did that happen?" Jiang Dier recounted the events of that day in detail, concluding with, "It was a case of standing up for justice. When one must act, one must act. You understand, right? Besides, it was your mother who was wronged. To me, your mother is my mother as well." Of course, this last thought remained unspoken in her heart. Yu was unaware that Jiang Dier harbored an unspoken sentiment within her heart. After listening to her off-key rendition of the line from the hero's song, when encountering injustice, "Let out a roar. When it's time to act, act decisively," he could no longer restrain himself and laughed heartily. "That was quite splendid," he remarked, genuinely impressed. How could there exist such an unrestrained, audacious, and delightful person capable of bringing him joy? Seated at the table, he propped his elbows on its surface, his fingers brushing against his brow. As he tilted his head slightly while laughing, the flickering candlelight enveloped him like a bespoke filter, blending beautifully with the mirth in his eyes, imbuing his originally cool demeanor with an inexplicable allure. Jiang Dier gazed at him, feeling as if she was swept away by the night breeze and clouds, once more entranced by the moon. A flower bloomed in her heart, as fragrant and rich as those in the garden. Yet, only she knew the uniqueness of this blossom. It was rooted in the initial flutter of her heart, nourished by countless nights of secret longing, and brought to bloom by the smile of the person before her. She yearned to present this flower to the moon, but feared it would be regarded as merely another bloom among the garden's myriad flowers. The moon, after all, was never in want of blossoms dedicated to it. It wasn't enough. Thus, it remained insufficient. She resolved to strive to grow her own wings. At that moment, an overwhelming ambition surged within Jiang Dier. Yet, in the very next instant, she heard Yu's blunt reminder, "You're off key." Jiang Dier replied, "It's all right. After all, I'm pursuing a career in acting, not singing and dancing. Bo Yu rose, glanced at the time, and then addressed Jiang Deer. She followed suit as he took the antique lamp from the table to illuminate their path. He stood with a relaxed demeanor, completely oblivious to the preciousness of the lamp he held in his hands, which, to him, was indeed not of great value. However, Jiang Deer, observing him from the side, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that a mere misstep could lead to the ruin of the antique lamp. Noticing her palpable tension, Bo Yu extended the lamp towards her. Instinctively, Jiang Deer accepted it. Suddenly, Bo Yu declared, "This is a gift for you." Jiang Deer, taken aback, looked up at him in surprise. "Huh?" Bo Yu continued, "Since you like it, I thought I would give it to you." As she held the lamp, a thought struck Jiang Deer. "Is it really okay for you to give it to me? Won't you mention it to your grandmother?" She genuinely adored the lamp. But hadn't it been said that Lady Bo had fallen in love with it at the auction? As Bo Yu walked ahead, he explained, after the auction, "My grandmother gifted it to me, likely because she noticed my fondness for it. However, I believed it was more suited for this garden, so I left it behind." So that was the case. Jiang Deer called out to Bo Yu, "To express my gratitude for this lamp, I've decided to share a secret with you." Bo Yu halted, turning to face her. The young girl holding the lamp, illuminated by the night, appeared as enchanting as a painting. "What secret?" she asked. "Just now, in the pavilion, when you saw me lost in thought, your ears turned red." Chapter 80. The goddess. The following day, in order to accompany Lady Bo for breakfast, Jiang Deer rose early once again. After sharing breakfast with her, the time had just passed 7 o'clock. In the Bo household, there was a rule of silence during meals, and once they finished eating, Lady Bo inquired, "How did you find the taste?" Jiang Deer gave a thumbs up and smiled, exclaiming, "It's exceptionally delicious. This is the first time I've had such an exquisite breakfast." She had just counted. Besides a bowl of medicinal porridge, there were 15 small dishes, each containing a different delicacy, pastries, appetizers, and meats. Although each portion was modest, the sheer variety was overwhelming. Madame Bo's gaze lingered on Jiang Deer's thumb. The younger generations she was accustomed to always sought to maintain composure in her presence, and when questioned about the flavors of the meal, they would merely offer a faint smile. Jiang Deer was the first to express such candor. "Did Bo Yu send you that lamp from the garden?" Madame Bo inquired. Jiang Deer was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "Yes." She looked at Madame Bo, anticipating that the elder would elaborate on this sudden topic, but after a pause, no further words followed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Deer asked, "You already knew about what happened last night, Madame Bo?" Madame Bo regarded Jiang Deer, seemingly lost in thought. After a few seconds, she replied with a measured calmness, "As long as I wish to know, nothing that occurs here can remain hidden from me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Deer felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Did this mean that Madame Bo was also aware of her actions involving Bo Jiaowei? After all, he was Madame Bo's only surviving son, and Bo Yu's father. The notion of a son striking his father Jiang Deer felt a wave of anxiety. While she had no regrets about striking Bo Jiaowei, and even found it somewhat satisfying, the fact that she had done so while inhabiting Bo Yu's body made her wonder if this would tarnish Madame Bo's perception of him. Jiang Deer felt somewhat anxious, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. "Are you aware of the incident where Bo Yu struck his father?" The expression of the elderly Madame Bo shifted slightly, not due to Bo Jiaowei being assaulted, but rather because Bo Yu actually divulged this matter to you. In the eyes of Madame Bo Yinghua, Bo Yu possessed a serene demeanor, treating others with courtesy, yet maintaining a certain detachment. He was not someone who would discuss such deeply personal family matters with friends. However, according to her investigations, this young lady, Jiang Deer, indeed did not share a relationship with Bo Yu that extended beyond the bounds of friendship, at least not one that had been clearly defined as something more intimate. Jiang Deer mused to herself. There was no need for Bo Yu to inform her, for it was I who had actually struck him, while I merely utilized Bo Yu's body. Yet, she certainly could not express this aloud at present. She could only vaguely acknowledge with a murmur that it was Bo Yu who had informed her. They had reached a level of mutual understanding. Madame Bo reflected inwardly. Though her exterior remained composed, she suddenly posed a question to Jiang Deer. "Do you believe Bo Yu's action against his father was right or wrong?" For Jiang Deer, there could be no alternative answer, and she fervently nodded, exclaiming, "Of course it was right." "You have no idea how malevolent his father is." Jiang Deer quickly halted her words, gazing at the elderly Madame Bo, suppressing the subsequent thoughts in her mind, and instead said, "Malevolentum is quite inappropriate." The word malevolent transformed into a mere filler, and Zhang Deer silently commended her own cleverness. Madame Beau was amused by this unexpected turn of events, leisurely responding, "Of course, I am well aware of his repulsiveness. After all, he is my son, dependent on me for his livelihood, and his actions cannot escape my notice." Zhang Deer was taken aback by Madame Beau's candidness, momentarily speechless. In the next instant, she heard Madame Beau continue, "I once told Beau Yu's mother that I could make decisions on her behalf, but her timid nature prevented her from agreeing. Instead, she misconstrued my words, and I lost the inclination to intervene. You may find it hard to believe, but I felt quite relieved witnessing that beating Beau Yu received the day before yesterday." Zhang Deer gazed at the formidable matriarch, the epitome of a powerful woman who stands for justice, filled with admiration, even feeling as though Madame Beau radiated an inspiring glow. "I certainly believe you," she exclaimed. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and the butler's voice came through. "Madam, it is almost time for the video conference with Contreras." Zhang Deer then rose, obediently saying, "Then, Grandmother Beau, I shall take my leave." Madame Beau nodded. "Go ahead." After a moment, she added, "If you see anything here that you desire, feel free to let me know. Do not hesitate." This implied that she would gift her any item she fancied, and judging by her tone, there seemed to be no limit on the price. "Ah, is this the grand gesture of a powerful family matriarch?" Zhang Deer smiled sweetly in response. Upon exiting the hospital room, she immediately spotted Beau Yu waiting outside. "Miss Zhang, good morning," the butler greeted her as he stepped closer. "Good morning," she replied. The steward entered the hospital room, and upon hearing the door close, Zhang Deer could not help but glance at Beau Yu. Remembering the words of the old lady Beau earlier, she couldn't suppress a smile. "Grandma Beau, what should I do if I find myself enamored with your grandson?" Beau Yu, noticing Zhang Deer's sudden laughter, inquired, feeling so cheerful. "I was initially worried that you might struggle to adapt, but it seems you are getting along quite well with her." As they walked towards the elevator, Zhang Deer replied, "Your grandmother is exceptionally kind and affable. How could I possibly feel out of place? Moreover, I'm not bragging, but I have always been fond of by the elderly since childhood." It was the first time Beau Yu had heard anyone describe his grandmother using such endearing terms, leaving him momentarily speechless. "You think my grandmother is affable?" As the elevator doors closed, the gleaming stainless steel reflected brightly. Zhang Deer discreetly admired Beau Yu's silhouette, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, speaking somewhat absent-mindedly. "Indeed," she affirmed. Beau Yu, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, continued, "Do you not find her excessively stern and intimidating?" Zhang Deer shook her head. "Not at all. In front of your grandmother, I can't help but feel like a little fan, my eyes sparkling like stars." As she spoke, she playfully gestured at the corners of her eyes, mimicking the twinkling effect. Her words rang with sincerity. In her eyes, Beau Yu's grandmother exuded a powerful presence, commanding respect without uttering a word, a figure she deemed goddess-like. Chapter 81. He was captivated by her years ago in the hospital room. The steward replaced a rather wilted flower on the balcony, then turned to gaze at the elderly Madame Beau. "It seems you have quite an affection for Zhang Deer," he remarked. Madame Beau recalled the sparkling admiration in Zhang Deer's eyes when she looked at her and responded, "She is quite endearing, is she not?" The steward pondered for a moment. Based on his interactions with Zhang Deer over the past few days, he found it hard to dispute her charm. The young woman possessed clear, bright eyes, a cheerful disposition, and displayed both courtesy and grace. She seemed to have an innate ability to endear herself to her elders. After expressing her fondness for Zhang Deer, Madame Beau glanced again at the drooping flower and couldn't help but sigh. "I have put considerable effort into caring for these flowers, yet they seem to thrive poorly." Since turning 70, Madame Beau had developed a newfound interest in gardening. Yet this seemingly simple hobby had proven quite challenging for her. Despite adhering strictly to the care instructions, some flowers still withered. The steward did not find this surprising. After all, the flowers here were rare and delicate species, and it was only natural for them to be somewhat temperamental. Moreover, with so many varieties requiring different care, it was understandable that Madame Beau, busy with her work in the hospital, might occasionally overlook their needs. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to Zhang Deer. Just the day before, when Zhang Deer had visited her, their conversation had soon turned to flowers. It was unexpected for a young woman of her age, especially one navigating the entertainment industry, to possess such a profound passion and knowledge about flowers. She mentioned that it was due to her previous role in a television drama, where her character was quite infatuated. Lady Bo, intrigued by this, turned to the butler before the video conference commenced and instructed, "Please gather all the television dramas and films that Jiang Dyer has starred in over the past few years for me to review." As Jiang Dyer and Bo Yu stepped out of the elevator, the clock struck 7:30. The two had grown accustomed to their body-swapping situation, and having prepared for it, they continued towards the main house without a flicker of expression, even after the familiar wave of dizziness passed. Today was yet another day dedicated to piano practice. Qinwei opted to ascend the stairs to escape the torturous sounds of the piano, leaving the grand hall on the first floor occupied solely by Jiang Dyer and Bo Yu. The servants waited patiently in a long corridor outside, which connected their lounge and kitchen. Jiang Dyer was more fervent in her practice today than she had been the day before. Despite Bo Yu's repeated reminders that she could take a break, she pressed on. "Why are you so diligent today? Aspiring to become a piano-playing Chang'e?" Bo Yu inquired, puzzled. Jiang Dyer almost mentioned Chang'e chasing the moon, but instead replied, "To be a fairy who can play the piano, one must indeed work hard. The more effort one invests, the greater the progress." Although the crew of love when the notes sound is rather troublesome, engaging in petty antics, the contract is signed, and the role remains innocent. During the day, you may assist me with my performance, yet for the evening's act, I must rely on my own abilities. The climactic scene unfolds at dawn. I have calculated that we will not yet be in sync with one another at that hour. I am quite eager to excel in this particular performance. As Bo Yu contemplated the pivotal moment in the script, he remarked to Jiang Dyer, "That scene is quite challenging." Jiang Dyer understood that Bo Yu's reference to difficulty pertained to her, for his innate talent in acting was as pronounced as his culinary skills. She chuckled lightly, displaying indifference, and replied, "Precisely because it is difficult, I am even more determined to perform well. I relish a challenge." Upon hearing the phrase, "I relish a challenge," Bo Yu felt a sense of familiarity. However, this statement had previously led to considerable ridicule. It had even sparked a widespread online backlash. After all, such words seemed to ring hollow and bordered on the absurd. If one truly relished challenges, why was their singing and dancing proficiency so lacking? At that time, several mentors had specifically discussed this matter with him, suggesting that Jiang Dyer garnered significant attention and was naturally suited for the celebrity lifestyle, yet struggled with articulation and often made unrealistic boasts in an attempt to showcase herself. Unfortunately, her abilities did not align with her aspirations, resulting in criticism. Albeit negative attention can still be beneficial, as black notoriety is still notoriety. He recalled his response during that discussion. It seemed he had said nothing at all, as he had just passed by the dance studio where Jiang Dyer was practicing before watching the interview video. The back door stood ajar, and as he turned his head, he observed that everyone else was resting, save for Jiang Dyer, who continued to dance. Although drenched in sweat and somewhat clumsy in her movements, she did not cease her efforts. A girl nearby remarked, "You truly lack any foundational dance skills, don't you?" It seemed her comment caught the girl off guard, and after a moment of contemplation, she retorted, "Ah, your rapport with the audience is simply remarkable. So many have cast their votes for you. Even if your singing and dancing are lacking, you will undoubtedly debut, while we face a grim fate. Our singing and dancing skills surpass yours, yet we fail to endear ourselves to the audience, and it seems we are on the verge of elimination." Upon hearing this, he instinctively awaited her response. He thought that someone capable of drawing a parallel between foundational dance and the fundamentals of combat, thus countering the evident hostility of the girl, would surely offer an unexpected retort. Then he heard her say, "I do not believe someone who has merely rested after a brief practice can possess the audacity to criticize me. Indeed, I lack a dance foundation and have no talent for singing, yet I am striving. Perhaps you regard my efforts as a mere jest, seeing me as a jester doomed to falter, but so what? I have encountered numerous challenges, and I shall endeavor with utmost determination to overcome each one. I do not think I fall short of you in terms of attitude and diligence. Would you like to know why I am more favored by the audience than you? Perhaps it is because if I were in your position and you were in mine, I would admire you, yet I would never resort to sarcasm in this manner." As Bo Yu cast a glance at Jiang Dyer, he finally came to a realization. Perhaps he had been captivated by her charm for several years, albeit unbeknownst to himself. Chapter 82. The third episode of the Celebrity Culinary Competition is aired. 1. Unbeknownst to her, the daylight gradually faded. Jiang Dyer had practiced the piano all day long, feeling physically fatigued, yet psychologically exhilarated. "I feel as if I could continue practicing until dawn," she mused. Bo Yu glanced at her and chuckled. No beauty sleep tonight? Upon hearing the mention of beauty sleep, a conflicted expression crossed Jiang Dier's face. As if she were grappling with the difficult choice between practicing all night and indulging in a restful slumber. Finding her dilemma amusing, Bo Yu couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. His peripheral vision then caught sight of the dining area, where the dishes were nearly all served. He turned to Jiang Dier and said, "Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." With a brief acknowledgement, Jiang Dier washed her hands and took her seat. She surveyed the array of dishes on the table and noted that not a single dish was the same as what she had eaten previously. During her stay here, she had yet to encounter a repetition in cuisine. Is this the understated yet lavish dining custom of the affluent? The evening's fare appeared to be more robust in flavor compared to the lunch, featuring several spicy dishes. Just before the meal commenced, Jiang Dier casually remarked on this observation. Qin Wei, who was approaching, overheard her and smiled. "I noticed you seem to enjoy spicy food, so I had them prepare some extra spicy and numbing dishes." Jiang Dier was taken aback by this revelation. Due to her association with Bo Yu, her feelings towards Qin Wei were always a tad complicated. On one hand, Jiang Dier felt that Qin Wei, as Bo Yu's mother, should adopt a more amiable demeanor, given her gentle and kind nature. On the other hand, she sensed that Qin Wei bore some guilt towards Bo Yu, as he seemed to harbor unresolved feelings. However, upon reflection, she recognized that Qin Wei had also been a victim in her past encounters with Bo Xiaohui, and it was evident that she had come to terms with her previous mistakes. She was earnestly attempting to mend her relationship with Bo Yu. Last night, Bo Yu had even mentioned that he no longer held any resentment towards his mother, yet he was uncertain about how to interact with her. With this thought, Jiang Dier let out a soft sigh, turning to Qin Wei and offering a polite, sweet smile. "Thank you, Auntie. I remember that you used to love white truffles, so I had some specially prepared. I wonder if you still enjoy them?" In contrast to her natural tone when conversing with Jiang Dier, Qin Wei spoke to Bo Yu with a certain caution. Bo Yu seemed taken aback by Qin Wei's unexpected words, pausing momentarily before meeting her gaze. "Thank you. I still like them." His voice, inherently cool and somewhat formal, conveyed a hint of distance. Nevertheless, Qin Wei appeared unperturbed, smiling as she replied, "I'm glad to hear that." After finishing dinner, Jiang Dier stood up, but before she could leave the table, she heard Qin Wei call her name. "Miss Jiang." Jiang Dier quickly interjected, "Please just call me Dier. I am not accustomed to being addressed as Miss Jiang." Qin Wei readily acquiesced, smiling as she said, "Dier, isn't the third episode of that cooking show you recorded airing tonight? Shall we watch it together?" It will be broadcast tonight." Jiang Dier was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Qin Wei was about to discuss this matter with her. As she turned her gaze towards Qin Wei, she noticed that Qin Wei's attention had shifted to Bo Yu. In that instant, Jiang Dier comprehended the underlying intention. It seemed that the focus was not merely on the film. Presumably, after watching a movie with Bo Yu the previous night, Qin Wei found it delightful and wished to enjoy another viewing together today. Hoping to alleviate the mother-son relationship through increased interaction, yet she hesitated to propose it directly, thus using Jiang Dier's recorded variety show as a pretext. Having pieced it together, Jiang Dier then looked towards Bo Yu. Although this matter appeared to be unrelated to him, his attitude was undoubtedly the crux of the situation. Bo Yu had evidently discerned the implication in Qin Wei's words. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us watch together." Upon hearing Bo Yu's response, Jiang Dier observed how Qin Wei's expression instantly transformed from anxiety to delight. Consequently, the three of them proceeded to the private cinema in the main house. It was still before 8 o'clock. Jiang Dier glanced at the time. Celebrity Culinary Showdown was set to air at 8, and it was now 7:30, leaving half an hour to spare. Qin Wei, unfazed by the wait, cheerfully remarked, "It's fine, we can just..." Before she could complete her sentence, the door to the private cinema swung open. Madame Bo Yinghua, entered with the aid of a cane, followed by a multitude of attendants, creating quite a spectacle. Qin Wei, who had always held a certain apprehension towards Madame Bo, promptly rose from the massage chair and took a few steps forward, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Madame Bo replied, "I heard that you were going to watch the variety show featuring little Jiang, so I came to see it as well." Upon the utterance of her words, both Jiang Dier and Qin Wei were left momentarily speechless. Jiang Dier was taken aback by the endearing appellation of little Jiang girl, while Qin Wei was struck by the initial phrase "I have heard." She had always been aware of the old lady's profound knowledge of various matters, particularly since this was the residence of the esteemed matriarch. It was not unusual for her to be promptly informed of happenings. However, this was astonishingly swift. Considering the time it took to traverse from the medical building, it seemed that the old lady had learned of her intention to watch a variety show almost instantaneously. As Qin Wei pondered this, her expression grew somewhat awkward, not from a feeling of being surveilled, but rather from the recollection of the moment when the old lady had once assured her she could take charge of her life, facilitating her divorce from Bo Jiaohui. It was during that time that she had first suffered a blow from Bo Jiaohui. Having indulged in alcohol, he had struck her without restraint, sending her crashing to the ground, racked with pain yet dazed, unable to rise before receiving the old lady's phone call. In that moment, she felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, embarrassed that her mother-in-law was aware of her being struck, and fearful of the prospect of being urged to divorce Bo Jiaohui. The thought of leaving the Bo family loomed large, for although her previous life had been free from want, it had been stifling. Her stepmother had treated her poorly, and her half-siblings, along with their peers, had conspired to ostracize her. After marrying into the Bo family, those around her had altered their demeanor, and she had finally found a sense of dignity. Thus, the prospect of losing it all filled her with dread. It was only recently that she had come to understand that the old lady's promise to take charge of her life was genuine, intended to empower her rather than serve as a pretext for her expulsion from the Bo family. It was too late for understanding. After she had initially rejected the kind intentions of the elderly lady, she immediately sensed a shift in the lady's demeanor towards her. Those who had accompanied the elderly lady gradually withdrew, and the door to the private cinema was once again closed. However, the variety show had yet to commence, leading to an increasingly peculiar atmosphere within the cinema. To be precise, it was Jiang Dier who began to feel the strangeness of the ambience. She glanced at Bo Yu, who remained composed and unperturbed in his seat. Turning her gaze towards the elderly lady, she noted that the lady exhibited a similar calmness. It dawned on Jiang Dier that Bo Yu and the elderly lady bore a resemblance to one another, not only in appearance, but also in temperament. Her attention shifted to Qin Wei, who sat with her head bowed, obscuring her expression and rendering her emotions indiscernible. Yet, it seemed that none of the three were aware of the unnaturally quiet atmosphere in the cinema. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to such silence. However, Jiang Dier found it somewhat uncomfortable. While she could appreciate solitude, being in a shared space with others, without the option of distracting herself with her phone, left her feeling rather uneasy. The elderly lady noticed Jiang Dier's discomfort and turned to her, bringing up the wilted flowers from the balcony earlier that day. Jiang Dier perked up and engaged in a lively exchange with the elderly lady about the art of gardening. Their conversation filled the cinema, alleviating the oppressive silence. Qin Wei lifted her head, attentively listening to their dialogue. Bo Yu, seated beside Jiang Dier, cast his eyes upon her face, seemingly lost in thought before shifting his gaze away. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third episode of the variety show Celebrity Culinary Competition commenced promptly. Jiang Dier and the elderly lady both ceased their conversation, both turning their attention to the large screen. Jiang Dier was eagerly anticipating the content of the third episode, primarily to witness the reactions of Bo Yu, who was utilizing her body while recording the variety show. She had completed watching the first 2 episodes in her residence and found them exceptionally novel and entertaining. The show commenced with an advertisement for a sponsoring brand, followed by perfectly timed music and delectable culinary shots. Then, the camera transitioned, sweeping over the 4 guests. At this moment, Jiang Dier was taken aback, struggling to suppress her laughter. Qin Wei had already composed herself during the exchange between Jiang Dier and Lady Bo. Now, gazing at the large screen, she inquired with curiosity, "Why is one person's face blurred?" Jiang Dier nearly burst into laughter, explaining, "Well, you see." Neither Qin Wei nor Lady Bo were particularly attuned to entertainment news, occasionally glancing at it, but only focusing on segments concerning Bo Yu. Hence, they were unaware of the recent controversy surrounding Tan Sherwin that had erupted online. Bo Yu cast a glance at Jiang Dier and suddenly spoke, succinctly summarizing the lengthy statement Tan Sherwin had previously posted. Lady Bo furrowed her brow, her already formidable aura becoming even more intimidating. How did this Tan Sherwin become an artist? Does she not understand the principle of learning virtue before skill? Jiang Dier sensed the chill in her tone and inexplicably envisioned a dramatic scene of downfall. Even a female tycoon could be a tyrant. The discussion regarding Tan Sherwin did not continue, as Lady Bo's attention was once again captivated by Jiang Dier on the screen. Lady Bo turned to Jiang Deer and abruptly asked, "Were you unhappy while recording this variety show?" Madame Bo cast her gaze once more upon the grand screen displaying the footage, remarking, "They hardly smile. Their expressions are growing increasingly akin to that of Bo Yu, cold and aloof." Jiang Deer paused momentarily, then, with a smile, glanced at Bo Yu. Wasn't that precisely his demeanor? Both Madame Bo and Qin Wei exhibited little interest in the scenes depicting others procuring ingredients. Their attention only peaked when the camera shifted to Jiang Deer, prompting them to observe intently. They then witnessed Jiang Deer acquiring all the essential ingredients through a series of push-ups. The screen was divided into two segments. One showcased the seemingly delicate female artist tirelessly performing push-ups, her expression resolute and movements precise. The other captured the astonished faces of the vendor and staff. The scene was further embellished with exaggerated, comedic music. Madame Bo, Qin Wei, Bo Yu, Jiang Deer watched with great delight, finding the outcome particularly intriguing, unable to suppress her laughter, primarily due to Bo Yu's comically decisive expression when he opted for push-ups. It then dawned on her that, apart from herself, the other three individuals in the private cinema were peculiarly silent, still processing the moment. Jiang Deer instinctively inquired. Madame Bo's silence stemmed from her initial encounter with such a bizarre and chaotic style of editing. After all, prior to this evening, she had not indulged in entertainment variety shows, favoring more serious films, television dramas, and documentaries, which made her somewhat unaccustomed. However, she was generally open to new experiences. And after a brief interval, she remarked, "This editing is rather amusing." Qin Wei's silence stemmed from her astonishment at Jiang Deer's ability to perform such an impressive number of push-ups. Although not completed in one go, it remained an extraordinary feat for a young woman. Qin Wei couldn't help but glance at Jiang Deer, seemingly attempting to uncover the source of her hidden strength. However, as a female artist with stringent standards for her physique, Jiang Deer appeared considerably slimmer in real life than through the lens of the camera. How is it possible for someone with such a willow-like figure to perform so many push-ups? Qin Wei couldn't restrain her curiosity. "Do not be deceived by my slender appearance. My strength is substantial," Jiang Deer replied, speaking a truth that resonated. From a young age, she had exhibited greater strength than most of her peers, even surpassing many boys her age. Her prowess in combat was largely attributed to her remarkable physical strength. Upon receiving this explanation, Qin Wei merely exclaimed, "So that is how it is," before refraining from further inquiries. It was then that Jiang Deer turned her attention to the previously silent Bo Yu, playfully prodding him with her finger. "Why so quiet?" Bo Yu replied, "I am experiencing the awkwardness of public scrutiny for the first time. I require a moment to gather myself." Chapter 84. The preservation of a secret love. Jiang Deer paused briefly, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Had it not been for the presence of Bo Yu's mother and grandmother, she might have laughed heartily, devoid of any ladylike restraint, overwhelmed by pure joy. At that moment, she covered her mouth with the back of her hand, allowing her amusement to shine through her expressive eyes. Laughter may indeed be contagious. As Bo Yu fixed his gaze upon her for a few moments, he too could not help but curve his lips into a smile. Jiang Deer's buoyant mood persisted unabated until the conclusion of the variety show. Upon returning to her room, she received a call from Gu Wubo, who informed her that the latest episode had garnered remarkable viewership, prompting her to post a selfie and engage with her fans on social media. Jiang Deer readily acquiesced. She logged onto Weibo and discovered that she had two trending topics, both positioned prominently. Jiang Deer push UPS. Jiang Deer is a force of nature. Gazing at these trending topics, an inexplicable joy washed over her, and she found herself smiling once more. Once her amusement subsided, she appraised the decor of her room. To capture a selfie, she needed to select a background that would not inadvertently reveal any details about the Bo family. Ultimately, she settled on a plain white wall, leaning against it while bringing her phone close to her face. Initially pondering the best angle, her hand slipped, inadvertently pressing the shutter button. After taking the photo, she reviewed it and was pleasantly surprised by how flattering it appeared, requiring no edits or filters. Without hesitation, Jiang Deer shared the image, accompanying it with a simple caption, "The beautiful girl has arrived. Changchang, when will you reply me?" "Ah, is that a selfie?" Jiang Deer, "Yes, indeed, it is a selfie." Waiting for Jiang Deer to name me. "Good evening, dear." Jiang Deer, "Good evening to you too, my dear." Is Mi Dao changing her name today? Is that a barefaced look? It seems like it. Oh my beautiful girl is simply stunning. Jiang dear, it's my natural look. After interacting with her fans, she set her phone aside and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her return, she discovered that Gu Wubua had attempted to call her, although she had missed it. Just as she was about to call him back to inquire about his needs, a WeChat message from Gu Wubua arrived. Gu Wubua. Screenshot JPG. Gu Wubua. This person is a CP fan. Jiang dear? Question mark. Curious. Jiang dear opened the screenshot and noticed that Gu Wubua had highlighted a rather lengthy username. Is me Dao a name change today? Did she really peel ginger? Jiang dear. I saw her avatar was my picture, and she's a devoted fan, so I didn't bother to check her homepage. Gu Wubua. Is it necessary to check the homepage? She even included the CP name in her ID. Jiang dear, where's the CP name? It can't be peeling ginger, can it? What a peculiar name for a pairing. Gu Wubua. It's you and Boyu. Jiang dear. Jiang dear, where's the CP name? It can't be peeling ginger, can it? Such a delightful name for a pairing. Gu Wubua. Gu Wubua. Gu Wubua. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Gu Wubua. And you still insist you aren't in a relationship with Boyu. Jiang dear, indeed. It sounds rather charming. I just made a typographical error. The CP name peeling ginger is unique and quite special, very grounded. Gu Wubua. Here's a smile for you to ponder. In a casual discourse, Gu Wubua remarked that for any aspiring female artist whose career has yet to stabilize, embarking upon a romantic relationship is rarely a prudent choice. Moreover, considering that her reputation has significantly improved compared to before, and as she finds herself amidst a new phase of ascendance, it is paramount to seize opportunities and accelerate her progress. He added, without further ado, that if he continued, she might internally label him as nagging. Jiang dear interjected with laughter, asking if he was aware of her thoughts about his nagging. Gu Wubua, with a knowing expression, suggested that her disdainful look and her desire to cover her ears were quite telling. Jiang dear playfully responded that his use of the term meeting the parents led her to believe she was already in a relationship with Boyu. Gu Wubua, intrigued, inquired if they were truly not together, to which she affirmed that they were not. He expressed disbelief, citing her long-standing infatuation with Boyu and the evident mutual feelings, as demonstrated by his willingness to carry her away in the rain. Jiang dear was taken aback, questioning how he had come to know of her secret admiration for Boyu. Gu Wubua responded that he had always been aware, as he often paired her name with Boyu in conversation. Jiang dear had assumed he was merely jesting. Gu Wubua countered that it was not solely a jest, as she frequently anticipated that his next comment would involve her riding on Boyu's coattails. She conceded that, indeed, he often did suggest such a notion. With a resigned acceptance, Gu Wubua acknowledged her point, prompting her to inquire about the basis of his knowledge regarding her feelings for Boyu. Several years ago, during the final episode of the group variety show, when you called out Boyu, my husband, in front of a live camera, I realized then. Jiang dear replied. So you knew at that moment? Yet you have continually remarked over the years that I have benefited from Boyu's popularity, suggesting it was effective enough to keep leveraging it? Gu Wubua responded. Even unintentional leveraging of popularity counts, and I did not speak incorrectly. Moreover, you have had no interaction with Boyu for the past 3 years. I assumed you had long since moved on from your infatuation with him. It's surprising to see your lingering affection, given your stunning beauty and wonderful personality, along with your unwavering devotion. It is evident that Boyu is also interested in you now. Why have you not pursued him yet? It makes no sense. Are you perhaps incapable? Jiang dear retorted, what nonsense is this? Taking a deep breath, she typed vigorously, be quiet. I'm blocking you, Gu Wubua. In contrast to the lively exchange on Jiang dear's end, Boyu lay in bed, his eyes closed. Yet, sleep eluded him, prompting him to open his eyes once more. He reached for his phone beside him, opened WeChat, and hovered over Jiang dear's chat window for a moment, but ultimately refrained from sending a message. Upon exiting WeChat, a notification from Weibo popped up. Jiang dear posted a selfie, referring to herself as a beautiful girl. Boyu's actions outpaced his thoughts as he clicked to view it, revealing a recent selfie posted by Jiang dear. He gazed at the image for a while before saving it. Chapter 85. Vows of blooming. During his stay at the Bo residence, Jiang dear felt unusually well-rested. That evening, Xiao Teng arrived to escort Jiang dear away. Moreover, given Jiang dear's inherently amiable disposition, it is nearly inevitable for anyone who interacts with her over a period of time, without prejudice, to develop a fondness for her. Qinwei, unable to contain herself, grasped Jiang Dier's hand and suggested, "Why not stay here a few more days?" Jiang Dier smiled gently and shook her head. Qin Wei inquired further, to which Jiang Dier responded. Qin Wei remarked, "I shall certainly watch it when it airs. I have already seen the first 2 episodes of Celebrity Culinary Showdown recently, and I found it quite entertaining. Initially, I genuinely believed you were incapable of cooking. It turns out you were merely trying to spare that young man, Yu Zijuan, from embarrassment regarding his lackluster culinary skills. You truly have a heart of gold." Jiang Dier merely smiled, suppressing laughter as she turned to glance at Bo Yu. Presently, the entire internet seems to believe that her modesty in Celebrity Culinary Showdown was an act of kindness to shield Yu Zijuan from criticism for his poor cooking. Perceiving her as a good person, Jiang Dier was indeed astonished by the evolution of this public opinion, yet she found herself unable to clarify the situation, resigned to the rampant speculation. Upon catching Jiang Dier's gaze, Bo Yu instantly comprehended the meaning behind her expression and could not help but smile. Before stepping into the vehicle, Jiang Dier turned once more to gaze at the Bo family mansion. In that moment, she spotted someone standing on the balcony of the medical building. The distance was considerable, and she could only vaguely recognize it was the matriarch of the Bo family, but she could not discern her expression or demeanor. Although Jiang Dier had previously bid farewell to the matriarch, she still raised her hand in a wave. Then she turned to Bo Yu and said, "I shall be on my way." Bo Yu nodded and replied, "Safe travels." She turned and entered the car. Just as she was about to close the door, she heard Bo Yu's voice from outside. "Send me a message when you get home." Jiang Dier paused for a moment. "Just to let you know I'm safe?" Bo Yu responded with a soft Jiang Dier smiled. "All right." After her laughter subsided, she continued, "Throughout my life, I have often been away from home, but Bo Yu, you are the first person to request such a reassurance from me." Bo Yu inquired, "What about your parents?" Jiang Dier shook her head, choosing not to divulge the specifics of her family situation to him. Bo Yu did not press further. The car started, and after half a minute, Jiang Dier turned her head to glance out the back. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her heart. She recalled a conversation with Gu Wubua, who had suggested that Bo Yu harbored feelings for her. At that moment, she had assumed Gu Wubua's perception was influenced by the video of the princess Carrie in the rain, but she recognized that it was she who had embraced Bo Yu, not the other way around, so she hadn't pondered it deeply. Cooking chicken porridge, exchanging morning and evening greetings, playfully tapping his forehead, patiently teaching him piano. The flush of her ears. Jiang Dier gradually realized that Bo Yu seemed to, perhaps, undoubtedly have an affection towards her, and it was not a trivial one. Arriving at this conclusion left her momentarily stunned. At that instant, she felt an inexplicable absence of any urge to confess her feelings to Bo Yu. Was she delighted? Yes. Indeed, she was filled with joy, so profound that it was beyond measure, as if her mind were bursting with fireworks, continuously exploding. Yet, accompanying this elation was a strong sense of unreality. Yet, on that fateful day when her fanciful desires seemed to hold a glimmer of possibility, she instinctively hesitated. For the first time, she realized that the trepidation of approaching one's hometown could equally apply to love. Though she yearned for it, the closer she drew, the more apprehensive she became. Jiang Dier even began to instinctively ponder her own merits, striving to identify countless qualities that might endear her to Bo Yu. However, the notion of being perpetually liked felt overwhelmingly distant, so distant that it left her feeling uncertain. Before she could even grasp the moon, she found herself plagued by anxiety over its potential loss. Suddenly, she recalled a poignant phrase by Eileen Chong: "To love someone is to be humbled to the dust, yet to bloom forth." She had previously harbored a disdain for this sentiment, deeming it excessively humble. During her secret admiration for Bo Yu, she had never felt diminished. On the contrary, she had felt justified. "My affection for you is my freedom. My affection for you stems from my discerning taste." Yet in this moment, she recognized that the humility within those words might not signify true subjugation, but rather a form of timidity. Nevertheless, despite her trepidation, she resolved to blossom forth, allowing her beloved to see her feelings. "Let him see," Jiang Dier murmured softly. The driver, Xiao Tang, overheard and could not help but inquire what? The initial trepidation seemed to transform into the very impetus for her seeds to sprout, grow, and flourish. She turned to Xiao Tang and declared, "I will shine brightly. I will win awards. I will become increasingly exceptional, and I will emerge as a formidable artist." She envisioned herself standing confidently beside Bo Yu, ready to confess her affection. In truth, That night in the pavilion, through the lanterns, she had gazed at Bo Yu with such thoughts in her heart. Yet now, she had finally crystallized her specific aspirations. Little Tang was perplexed by the sudden utterances of the artist in her family, yet she responded with a supportive smile. You can do it. I believe in you. Unbeknownst to Tang, the word can conceal the solemn vow from Jiang Deer, a pledge to her future self. She vowed to forge ahead unwaveringly, to conquer all obstacles, and to stand alongside the moon under the brilliant spotlight. With resolute confidence, she sought a lasting commitment. Jiang Deer logged into her art blogger account and posted a new Weibo update titled Vow to Blossom. At first glance, the seemingly nonsensical four characters left many fans puzzled. Yet, Jiang Deer refrained from elucidating their meaning. In that moment, it sufficed for her to understand its significance alone. Chapter 86. The piano teacher upon finishing her shower. She realized that several minutes of her beauty sleep had slipped away. She settled into bed, retrieved her phone, and opened WeChat, navigating to her chat with Bo Yu. She missed him and contemplated sending a message, but was at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, she ultimately resolved to send only a simple goodnight, then closed her eyes, urging herself to fall asleep. However, just as she typed goodnight, Bo Yu's message arrived before she could send hers. Bo Yu, are you asleep? Instantly invigorated, Jiang Deer sat up. Jiang Deer, not yet. Bo Yu's next message came slower than she had hoped. After a 2-minute wait, she received his delayed response. A mere succinct inquiry. Do you still need me as your piano teacher? However, the impact of this statement was profound. Jiang Deer found herself momentarily stunned, repeatedly scrutinizing the words. What could this possibly mean? She typed out the words, "Do you need me?" but quickly deemed it inappropriate, deleting it. Then she attempted, "Do you miss me?" but again felt it was unsuitable, so she erased it once more. Meanwhile, in the old residence of the Bo family, Bo Yu had just finished his morning routine and was sitting at the edge of his bed, gazing intently at his phone, a sense of unease stirring within him. Such emotions were rare for him. After an indeterminate amount of time, his phone finally vibrated. After all, the residences of both parties were significant haunts for media reporters and paparazzi. Despite the robust security measures in place, reporters could only loiter outside the community, unable to maintain constant surveillance. While occasional clandestine meetings might evade detection, the intricacies of piano lessons could not be mastered in just a day or two. Frequent encounters would inevitably draw attention. Jiang Deer hesitated. Yet, before her indecision lingered for too long, Bo Yu's next message arrived. Bo Yu, I have a new villa that I purchased before the new year, which I have yet to inhabit. The media and paparazzi are unaware of it. I can temporarily stay there. Upon reading this, Jiang Deer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bo Yu subsequently provided the specific address of the new villa. Jiang Deer, it's quite close to my place. Bo Yu, indeed, quite coincidental. Jiang Deer, well then, good night, piano teacher. Bo Yu, good night. A night of restful slumber ensued. Perhaps due to his recent adherence to a healthy routine, the next morning, Jiang Deer awoke naturally, glancing at her phone to find that she had only 5 minutes remaining until her originally set alarm time. Before the body swap, she would have likely indulged in an additional 5 minutes of slumber. However, at this moment, Jiang Deer decisively silenced her alarm and rose promptly to freshen up. After completing her morning routine, with time still to spare before the exchange, she dressed and settled in the living room to peruse the script of love when the notes sound. Although she had already memorized her character's scenes with clarity, she could not resist the urge to delve deeper, striving to discover the most exquisite means of performance. As Xiaotang knocked on the door with breakfast in hand, Jiang Deer was poised to rise and greet her. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and when she regained her senses, she found herself within the body of Bo Yu, seated in a car. An hour later, Jiang Deer arrived at Bo Yu's new villa. She instinctively surveyed the interior. The furnishings were complete, and the decor possessed a distinct design aesthetic, yet it was not overly avant-garde. It bore the appearance of a model home, seemingly untouched by the presence of any inhabitants. As she pondered this, the doorbell chimed softly. Jiang Deer approached and opened the door to reveal Cui Ruilu, accompanied by a group of burly men hauling a large box. Cui Ruilu first directed the men to bring the items inside, and once they had departed, he turned his attention to Jiang Deer, asking, "Why on earth are you suddenly purchasing a new piano? Teach Jiang Deer to play." Cui Ruilu's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to stammer, "Are you and Jiang Deer together?" In her daze, Jiang Deer momentarily mistook the questioner for Gu Wubo, recalling that he had posed a similar inquiry the last time they met. Now, within Bo Yu's body, she was to be questioned once more. Jiang Deer gazed at Cui Fulu, shaking her head in negation. Cui Ruelo scrutinized her expression and inquired, "You haven't been rejected by her, have you?" Jiang Deer responded with a puzzled look. Cui Fulu swiftly discerned the fleeting emotional turmoil of his artist and remarked, "It seems that is not the case. So, you have yet to confess your feelings?" Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Deer asked, "How did you discern that I harbor feelings for Jiang Deer?" Without hesitation, Cui Fulu raised 3 fingers, stating, "I have watched the video of the Princess Carrie in the rain 3 times. Jiang Deer replied, "I suspected as much." Observing the hint of exasperation on his artist's face, Cui Fulu instinctively questioned, "What kind of reaction is that? Have I misinterpreted something? When I last inquired, you did not refute it. After all this time, do I not know you well enough? Your silence is tantamount to an admission." Upon hearing this, Jiang Deer felt a sudden stirring within her heart, though she had already surmised that Bo Yu harbored considerable affection for her. The confirmation from Cui Fulu imparted an entirely different sensation. Cui Fulu turned to follow her, seemingly ready to articulate further thoughts, when he abruptly received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID, immediately furrowing his brow, and muttered, "What a ruckus. What is it?" Jiang Deer inquired. Cui Fulu has never concealed anything regarding his artist. Bo Yu, as the latter is also one of the shareholders of his company, he candidly remarked, "One of our agents is currently entangled in a breakup with their artist couple. After publicly announcing their relationship at the beginning of the year and gaining a wave of fans through a couple's variety show, they have been together for less than a year and are now seeking to publicly declare their separation. They are apprehensive of losing fans, having initially garnered attention through their on-screen chemistry. Presently, both sides are digging up each other's scandals in an attempt to siphon off the remaining fanbase, which has left their shared agent exasperated, now seeking my assistance to resolve the matter. As for my opinion, if these two did not genuinely harbor feelings for each other from the outset, they ought to have refrained from entering a relationship. Celebrities should exercise utmost caution in matters of love." These two, driven by a moment of impulse, soon found themselves unable to reconcile their differences, leading to infidelity on both sides, and now they can't even part ways amicably. After subconsciously voicing his complaints, Cui Fulu suddenly realized that discussing negative topics about romance in front of his artist might not be appropriate. He cleared his throat and continued, "Of course, if you were to pursue a romantic relationship, I believe it would be a well-considered decision. Although I have often advised you against dating, it was merely because I knew you had no one you fancied. I hoped you would focus more on your long-term career rather than being perpetually single. As a friend, I genuinely wish for you to achieve success in both your career and love life. However, romantic entanglements among celebrities are far more intricate than those of ordinary individuals. Setting aside the reactions of fans and the entertainment industry's disparate treatment of single and non-single artists, both of which have minimal impact on your current situation, there are numerous other complications to consider. Take, for instance, the common dilemma of whether to make a relationship public or keep it private. If one chooses to go public, what happens in the event of a breakup? Should a statement be issued? How might a public separation affect one's career? Conversely, if the relationship remains private, what if one party wishes to disclose it? That could lead to undesirable complications. And if the couple is caught by the paparazzi, managing the public relations fallout becomes yet another daunting challenge. Cui Fulu, once again disregarding the notifications on her phone, addressed her artist before her. "I digress, my apologies. I tend to ramble. You are quite discerning, having navigated these years without missteps, and I trust you will handle all matters surrounding you with grace. However, should you find yourself in a romance one day, do remember to inform your manager, me. Now, I must return to my duties. I anticipate being unable to visit you frequently over the next few days. You have little work at the moment, but do not hesitate to reach out if needed. On Sunday, you are scheduled to participate in a variety show as a guest performer, an arrangement made last month. It will be a live broadcast, and I sent you the details to your email last night. Be sure to review it, and don't forget. I will carve out some time on Sunday to accompany you for the recording." With that, Cui Fulu turned and departed. She was uncertain of Bo Yu's thoughts, yet she resonated with Cui Fulu's perspective. Hence, she refrained from hastily confessing her feelings to Bo Yu. Patience is a virtue, after all. Insufficient preparation renders one unable to reach their desired destination. The more Jiang Deer contemplated, the calmer her heart became. Although she had made a decision in recent days, a lingering uncertainty resided within her. In matters of affection, she found herself utterly uninformed. Her initial flutter of the heart was ignited by Bo Yu, and her prolonged infatuation was likewise due to him. She felt as though she was traversing a river by feeling for stones. Yet she remained apprehensive about whether the stones she touched were indeed stable and reliable. Naturally, she worried about the possibility that one day, should she find herself capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the moon might no longer hold any affection for her. She hesitated to confess her feelings, fearing she might miss the opportune moment. The anxiety of gain and loss enveloped her. While Jiang Deer was confident in her allure, she refrained from arrogantly assuming that she was the sole captivating woman in the world. She did not take it for granted that Bo Yu's current affection for her would inevitably blossom into profound love. Her confidence stemmed from self-assuredness rather than narcissism. She had intended to find a moment to converse with Yu Yan, yet before she could, she overheard Cui Fu Lu's words. Although Cui Fu Lu had merely spoken in passing, his remarks resonated with her, soothing the deep-seated unease she harbored about potentially missing her chance. Indeed, should she confess to Bo Yu now, he might very well acquiesce. However, what would follow? Without further understanding and adjustment between them, and with her own readiness still in question, contradictions were bound to arise. If she were to grasp the moon only for it to shatter in her hands, she would prefer it to remain eternally suspended in the night sky. With this thought, Jiang Deer felt a refreshing clarity wash over her. Casting aside her final shred of doubt, she took her seat at the piano, beginning to play from memory and sheet music. Grateful for the guidance that Bo Yu had provided over the past few days, as she could now comprehend the score of this piece. However, Bo Yu was currently recording the 5th episode of Celebrity Culinary Showdown within her, and without his synchronized instruction beside her, she made numerous mistakes. Unable to promptly adjust her playing, it felt as if the more she played, the more chaotic it became, and the worse her performance deteriorated. A person of fragile disposition might have succumbed to despair. Yet, Jiang Deer pressed on. If she played incorrectly, she noted it and tried again. If her performance became disordered, she made adjustments and resumed. If it turned out poorly, she simply played once more, again and again, as if she were an indefatigable machine. It was not until the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of the lunch that Cui Fu Lu had arranged, that Jiang Deer ceased her playing. During lunch, she even noticed a slight soreness in her fingers. Rubbing her fingers, she suddenly remembered the gift she owed Bo Yu as a token of apprenticeship. While eating, she pulled out her phone and began to search online for what is a good gift for a teacheress apprenticeship. The responses varied widely, with some suggesting cash, others recommending lucky bamboo, plum blossoms, or peonies, and still others proposing tea leaves and health supplements. Jiang Deer perused each suggestion but found none that resonated with her. After some contemplation, she anonymously posted in a forum, "My piano teacher is my heart's desire. What would be a suitable gift for my apprenticeship? Note, my piano teacher is exceptionally handsome and quite wealthy." With a sigh, Jiang Deer set her phone aside and returned to her relentless practice. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, her phone vibrated. "Thank you for the invitation. What hobbies does a piano teacher possess? Or what skills does the questioner have? It may be beneficial to approach from either of these angles." 3 hours later, her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Yes. After several consecutive nights spent sequestered in her study, Jiang Deer received a call from Gu Wubua. Upon answering, Gu Wubua cut straight to the chase, inquiring, "I heard from Xiao Tang that you've been having only a couple of bites for dinner before retreating to your study. And you've even locked the door. What on earth are you busy with?" Chapter 88. Oil Painting 1. Jiang Deer sat on the floor, paintbrush in hand, diligently working on a canvas made of linen. Without lifting her head, she replied, "I am painting." Gu Wubua, aware of Jiang Deer's passion for painting, still found it peculiar. What could possibly require such an extended effort? Your comic-style illustrations usually take no more than 2 or 3 hours to complete. Jiang Deer gazed at the partially finished artwork before her and said, "This is not one of those comic illustrations. It is a large oil painting." Gu Wubua was taken aback. "You actually know how to paint in oil?" She had watched various instructional videos on oil painting and had previously attempted a few small floral pieces, but this was her first endeavor at a large-scale oil painting. "How large is it?" 1. 8 meters long and 1. 4 meters wide. Gu Wubua. Once again astonished, Gu Wubua asked, "Why the sudden urge to create such a large oil painting? As a gift?" "A gift? Yes, a master apprentice gift. What do you mean by a master apprentice gift? Jiang Dier finally ceased her brushstrokes and turned her gaze towards her phone. Old agent, why are you so inquisitive today? Have you grown weary of the persona of the calm and collected and wish to adopt the guise of the Question King instead? Gu Wubao was momentarily taken aback. I wish to embrace neither the calm persona nor the Question King. Thank you very much. I have no aspirations to debut as an artist. Even if one were to pursue a career in the arts, such absurd personas would be ill-fitting. This was merely a ceremony to pay homage to Boyu. Gu Wubao's tone shifted to one of earnest gravity, as if preparing for an interrogation. Unless you provide me with a clear and unequivocal explanation today, I might just consider momentarily embodying the persona of the Question King. Jiang Dier responded, should I express my trepidation, given that you are indeed the Question King? It is rather terrifying. As she uttered the words terrifying, she accompanied them with a quiver in her voice. I am frightened. I am merely pretending. Gu Wubao replied. Have you perhaps undertaken a course in the art of language and the 36 strategies of retort? How is it that I find myself at a loss for words against you? You're too kind. Jiang Dier chuckled, then shifted her tone to announce. I have taken Boyu as my piano instructor. Upon hearing this, Gu Wubao suddenly recalled a matter he had long intended to inquire about. Speaking of the piano, I have yet to ask you how it was that you so effortlessly played such a complex piece during the live broadcast of Love Resonates with the Notes on the day of my accident. Jiang Dier had been patiently awaiting Gu Wubao's inquiry regarding this matter. She had contemplated several explanations, but ultimately believed that the more detailed the explanation, the greater the likelihood of pitfalls for Gu Wubao. Thus, she decided to be forthright. It's a secret, and I cannot divulge it. Gu Wubao responded. You truly are unafraid of offending me, your agent. Jiang Dier smiled. You are a good person, hence I fear no offense. She continued, I shall return to painting now. Is there anything else? Nothing of importance. Feel free to hang up. Then I shall do so. The ensuing moments passed swiftly. With the timely guidance of Boyu by her side, Jiang Dier found her piano skills advancing even more rapidly than she had anticipated. When she finally succeeded in playing through the exceptionally challenging piano piece from the script, she was left utterly astonished. Although her performance was somewhat halting, with 2 interruptions along the way, she managed to complete it. Outside, the evening glow resembled a fiery blaze, a magnificent expanse of orange and red. In consideration of privacy, Boyu had installed one-way windows in his new residence, allowing visibility from the inside, while rendering the interior obscured from the outside, a splendid arrangement. After listening to the piano's melody, Boyu turned to Jiang Dier and offered her praise. As Jiang Dier gazed at Boyu, a thought struck her regarding the oil painting she had recently completed and allowed to dry. How should she present it? After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, will you be going out this evening? Boyu shook his head. No. Is there something on your mind? Typically, their lessons conclude before dinner, and the time following the meal is reserved for solitary pursuits, free from intrusion. As Jiang Dier rose, she remarked, to which Boyu displayed a rare expression of surprise. Is there truly a ceremony for apprenticeship? Jiang Dier smiled and nodded. Indeed, as I had promised before. Boyu refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the ceremony, and Jiang Dier, understanding the unspoken agreement, did not elaborate. Upon returning to her lodgings, Jiang Dier carefully wrapped the oil painting and ventured out with it. Grateful for her unusual strength, she successfully transported the painting down the elevator without encountering anyone. Initially, she intended to place the painting in her car and drive it over to Boyu's location. However, she soon discovered that the painting was too large to fit within the vehicle. Jiang Dier stood in stunned silence for 3 minutes, quietly removing the painting from the car and shutting the door. She began to reconsider how to transport the artwork. Could such a large painting be taken on public buses or the subway? Would she remain unrecognized if she donned a full disguise while using public transport? Or should she simply call for a freight truck? However, it seemed rather peculiar to hire a delivery truck solely for a single painting. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Dier ultimately resolved to seek a freight vehicle, having discovered that such a large canvas would likely be unsuitable for buses or the subway. She arranged for a freight truck online and carried the oil painting out of the community. Glancing around, she felt reassured that there were no paparazzi lurking nearby. However, she remained uncertain, as it is rare to find anyone as acutely aware of hidden cameras and prying eyes as Boyu. 20 minutes later, the truck she had summoned arrived, and she greeted the driver, placing the oil painting in the back compartment. To ensure the painting's safety, She had meticulously wrapped it using an inner bag, foam, a cardboard box, and a wooden frame, minimizing the risk of damage during the short journey to nearly zero. Little did she know that the error would ultimately arise from an entirely different source. Grateful to Bo Yu, she prepared a gift of appreciation, an oil painting. Chapter 89. The oil painting, too, features the driver. It was a small freight truck, and as Jiang Dieter sat in the passenger seat, she noticed the driver glancing her way several times within just a few minutes. Unable to resist, she turned to scrutinize him. Only then did she realize that the driver appeared quite young. Though he wore a mask and a simple, unassuming hat, both were impeccably clean. His eyes, which were partially visible, were quite handsome. When the driver glanced at Jiang Dieter yet again, she caught his gaze directly. Frowning, she inquired, "Is there something you need?" The driver seemed startled but quickly regained his composure, his grip on the steering wheel steady, and then his voice emerged. "Are you a celebrity?" Jiang Dieter was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" The driver explained, "I see you dressed like this, and your voice sounds quite familiar, reminiscent of a star I admire." It was then that Jiang Dieter realized that her overzealous attempt to conceal herself from the possibly non-existent paparazzi had rendered her appearance rather peculiar. In the late hours of the night, she was adorned with a hat, sunglasses, a mask, and a loose, long coat, all in place. No wonder the driver kept stealing glances at her. Her attire must have seemed rather odd. With this revelation, Jiang Dieter exhaled in relief. "I feel you don't quite resemble a typical driver. Your diction is so articulate, more like that of a broadcaster," she remarked. Unexpectedly, the driver nodded in agreement, saying, "I previously studied broadcasting and hosting." Jiang Dieter chuckled softly. "Well, it appears my guess was rather accurate." The driver reciprocated with a smile. "I believe my guess is also quite astute. You must be a celebrity, right?" He then boldly stated her name, Jiang Dieter. Jiang Dieter nearly acknowledged him, her eyes widening slightly beneath her sunglasses. How could he recognize her despite her disguise? Steadying her thoughts, she neither confirmed nor denied, instead inquiring, "So, you mean the star you admire is indeed Jiang Dieter?" The driver affirmed, adding, "I feel you are Jiang Dieter, though it could just be that your voice is similar." So it was her voice. Jiang Dieter pondered where she may have inadvertently exposed her identity. It dawned on her that when she greeted the driver while placing the oil painting in the vehicle, her voice must have given her away. Jiang Dieter murmured vaguely, "My voice indeed resembles Jiang Dieter's quite a bit." Upon arriving at their destination, Jiang Dieter settled the fare and alighted from the vehicle. The driver, Shi Yunyan, followed suit, entering the rear compartment to assist in retrieving the oil painting and handing it to Jiang Dieter, who received it with a word of thanks before departing. As the oil paintings ascended in the elevator, this journey was equally smooth, devoid of any encounters with others. Standing before the door, Jiang Dieter did not hasten to knock. Instead, she placed the painting against the wall, then took out her phone to tidy her hair, which was not particularly disheveled. When the doorbell rang, Bo Yu was seated on the sofa engrossed in a foreign poetry collection. In truth, he had not absorbed the essence of the poems. His thoughts preoccupied with Jiang Dieter's apprenticeship ceremony. The moment the doorbell chimed, he snapped the book shut and rose, surprised by his own quick response. Approaching the peephole, he peered outside and confirmed it was indeed Jiang Dieter standing there. He promptly opened the door, directing his gaze toward her hands, only to find them empty. Was the gift rather diminutive? Had she stowed it in her pocket? As he pondered this, Jiang Dieter unexpectedly produced a large object from the side, a colossal box, secured with wooden blocks. The oil painting box was so large that it obscured her entire figure. She peeked out from behind it and said to Bo Yu, "Please make way. I will bring it inside." How could Bo Yu possibly allow her to carry it? As he accepted the enormous box, he inquired of Jiang Dieter, "Why did you prepare such a grand gift for your apprenticeship?" Jiang Dieter, with her eyes glimmering with mirth, replied, "I simply wish to present you with such a magnificent token of my devotion." Bo Yu cast a glance at her and remarked, "For something of this size, you ought to have informed me beforehand so I could assist in retrieving it. It must have been quite exhausting for you." Jiang Dieter closed the door behind them and followed Bo Yu into the house. "A gift for you, of course, should be delivered directly, as it reflects my sincerity as your adorable disciple, and besides, I possess considerable strength." Bo Yu gently set down the first apprenticeship gift he had ever received onto the tiled floor, then squatted beside it, examining it while asking Jiang Dieter, "How on earth did you manage to transport such a large item? Did you use a van?" Jiang Dieter smiled sheepishly, refraining from mentioning that she initially intended to use her small sedan. only to realize that the item was far too large to fit. The van is with Xiaotang, and it's a bit far, so I didn't ask her to make the trip. I hired a small truck online instead. Bo Yu paused for a moment in surprise. Jiang Dier gently patted her gift and encouraged Bo Yu, "Go ahead and unwrap it." The process was somewhat cumbersome, as Jiang Dier had used wooden blocks for stabilization, necessitating the removal of screws from the blocks first. She retrieved 2 specialized tools for unscrewing from her pocket and handed one to Bo Yu. From the moment Bo Yu laid eyes on Jiang Dier this evening, he found himself repeatedly entranced by her words and actions. As he accepted the tools from her, a bemused smile crept across his face. "Did you bring these along out of concern that I might not have any?" he inquired, intrigued. Jiang Dier nodded, adding, "It's also a habit of mine. When I was younger, helping out with crafts at home, I would always keep tools in my pockets." She never shied away from discussing her less-than-ideal childhood, unlike some who, having emerged from humble beginnings, might feel self-conscious about their past. She remained unperturbed. Together, they dismantled the wooden blocks, both crouching low, occasionally leaning forward and accidentally bumping their heads. Yet, the pain was negligible. Instinctively, they would glance at one another, and in that shared moment of connection, they would simultaneously apologize. This unspoken understanding cultivated a delightful camaraderie, culminating in shared laughter. Jiang Dier only assisted in removing the wooden pieces. The subsequent gift wrapping was left solely to Bo Yu. Upon unveiling the oil painting, he felt as though his heart had been struck by an unseen force. "Is this me playing the piano?" Chapter 90, The Divine Child. The painting was an exquisite display of rich, dreamlike colors, depicting a remarkably handsome man clad in a white shirt and tailored trousers, seated before a piano, his head bowed in concentration. A shaft of sunlight streamed in, illuminating his long, delicate fingers, while outside the expansive windows bloomed pure, innocent white roses, enhancing the ethereal presence of the man, who appeared almost celestial. Yet, each time he beheld it, he found himself instinctively holding his breath. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until Jiang Dier finally diverted her gaze from the painting. She turned to face Bo Yu, their eyes meeting in perfect alignment. It was unclear how long Bo Yu had been observing her. Just as Jiang Dier was about to speak, she noticed Bo Yu smile and, preempting her, remarked, "How is it that you, the first to behold this painting, appear even more entranced than I? Do you like it?" The sunlight depicted in the oil painting seemed to reflect in Jiang Dier's smiling eyes, momentarily rendering Bo Yu hesitant to meet her excessively bright gaze. "Of course I like it. There is no reason not to," he replied, adding, "The painting is exceptionally well done." Jiang Dier, feeling a touch of pride, playfully blinked, exuding charm and cuteness. Bo Yu picked up the painting from the floor, surveying the interior of the room, contemplating where to hang it. Ultimately, he carried the artwork into the study. Jiang Dier followed a few steps, pausing hesitantly at the door. Aware that some individuals regard their studies as private sanctuaries akin to their bedrooms, not to be entered casually. Noticing her reluctance, Bo Yu pondered briefly before understanding her hesitation and said directly, "You may come in." Only then did Jiang Dier proceed. Observing as Bo Yu leaned the painting against the wall, then retrieved a large toolbox from the bottom shelf of a nearby bookcase. Jiang Dier stood beside, watching Bo Yu as he meticulously retrieved various tools from the large toolbox: hammers, nails, hangers, markers, screwdrivers, and a spirit level. Jiang Dier couldn't help but feel that this toolbox bore a striking resemblance to Doraemon's magical pouch, especially since it even contained specialized nails for hanging paintings. She voiced her thoughts aloud. Upon hearing this, Bo Yu couldn't resist asking, "What is Doraemon?" Jiang Dier explained, "It is a character from an animated series I watched in my childhood, also known as the Robotic Cat, and he is blue." Bo Yu shook his head. "I never watched cartoons as a child." Jiang Dier paused momentarily, surprised. "Really?" Bo Yu, sensing her disbelief, turned to glance at her and affirmed, "Indeed." Jiang Dier, naturally inclined to trust Bo Yu's words, inquired, "Then what did you do for entertainment during your childhood?" Bo Yu pondered earnestly, "Horseback riding, swimming, archery, skiing." Jiang Dier thought to herself, "Is this truly the leisure of a young heir from a wealthy family? I initially felt a tinge of pity for your lack of cartoon experience, yet it seems the one deserving of sympathy is, in fact, me." Jiang Dier had only encountered a real horse for the first time while filming costume dramas in the entertainment industry, and as for swimming, archery, and skiing, she was utterly unacquainted. The word envy was clearly etched across Jiang Dier's expression. As Bo Yu gazed on, he found it somewhat amusing. In truth, this was not merely a form of entertainment. During my childhood, I was enrolled in a multitude of courses covering various disciplines, but I was particularly drawn to horseback riding, swimming, archery, and skiing, which I would indulge in after classes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dier's expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment and admiration, tinged with a hint of sympathy. So many classes, it must be quite exhausting? Bo Yu was taken aback that Jiang Dier would inquire about this. It felt as if something had brushed against his heart, an indescribable emotion spreading within him, akin to a piece of jade cast into water, creating ripple after ripple. His eyelashes fluttered lightly, yet his countenance remained enigmatic, concealing his true thoughts. Indeed, he replied to Jiang Dier, then turned to place the picture-hanging nails against the corresponding wall, hammering them into place. Jiang Dier wished to say more, but her gaze was ensnared by Bo Yu's hands. His hands were exceptionally beautiful, with long, clean fingers resembling works of art. At that moment, imbued with strength, they exuded an elegance and vitality that was captivating. Previously, Jiang Dier had believed herself indifferent to hands, but in that instant, she realized otherwise. She found herself inexplicably enchanted by Bo Yu's hands, her heart racing uncontrollably. Once Bo Yu had hung the oil painting, he noticed Jiang Dier staring intently at his hands. He raised his hand and waved it before her, observing that her eyes followed his movements. She was indeed looking at his hands. Yet, why did she appear to blush? Bo Yu gently brushed his hand against Jiang Dier's face, a fleeting touch that was enough for him to sense the warmth radiating from her. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Are you feeling feverish?" She covered her face with her hands and rubbed it gently, replying, "I'm not feverish, just a bit warm." Noting her overall vitality, Bo Yu still felt a twinge of concern. He turned and walked over to the bookshelf, retrieving the medicine box from the second-to-last shelf and taking out an infrared electronic thermometer. Approaching Jiang Dier, he raised the device and measured her forehead temperature. She leaned in to see the reading, 37.0. "See, you're not feverish," she smiled. However, unable to suppress his worry, Bo Yu remarked, "Your cheeks are quite flushed." Taken aback, Jiang Dier took out her phone and activated the camera to capture her reflection. Upon seeing the image, she exclaimed, "Goodness, I look like a red apple." Bo Yu was amused by her unique description, chuckling softly. His voice, already melodious, became even more enchanting with laughter, causing Jiang Dier to feel her cheeks grow warmer. She quickly put away her phone, covering her face with her hands, and feigned calmness as she inquired, "Do you have any ice in the fridge?" Bo Yu shook his head. "No, but there's chilled mineral water, which should be more suitable for you. Ice would be too cold." He exited the study, heading to the refrigerator to fetch a bottle of mineral water, its coolness palpable in his grasp as he handed it to Jiang Dier, who stood at the doorway, her gaze drifting from the oil painting of Bo Yu on the wall to the real Bo Yu offering her water. "I feel as if every artistic cell within me has been awakened at this very moment. Thank you." That night, the painting blogger Zalalul posted a new Weibo update. "I wish to capture each newfound affection for the moon in my oil paintings." Chapter 91. Trending again when Jiang Dier posted this Weibo update. She had already completed her evening routine and was sitting on the floor of her study, gazing at the easel set up before her. She intended to transform the moment when Bai Yu handed her a bottle of mineral water into an oil painting. Though it was a simple and ordinary scene, for some inexplicable reason, it struck a chord deep within her, evoking an indescribable flutter in her heart. After cooling her face with the refreshing mineral water, she felt too shy to linger by Bai Yu's side any longer and hastily concocted an excuse to leave. Now, seated before the easel and ready to begin, she received a WeChat message from Bai Yu, reminding her that she was to be a guest on a live-streaming slow-life variety show the following day. Jiang Dier nearly forgot about this event until Bai Yu's reminder brought it back to her mind. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was quite late. After some contemplation, she decided to postpone her painting. Creating an oil painting is not a task that can be completed in a single sitting. It requires considerable time and energy. However, since she was to record the variety show for Bai Yu tomorrow, it was more important to ensure she was well rested. She vividly recalled the previous occasion when she mistakenly referred to herself as sister during the live stream, which inadvertently caused Bai Yu to trend on social media. She could not afford any slip-ups this time. As she exited WeChat, her fingers slipped, inadvertently leading her back to the Weibo page she had yet to close. At that moment, she noticed that her recent post had already garnered a considerable number of comments. Jiang Deer instinctively clicked to take a look, and the first trending comment read, "Am I destined to have a connection with oil painting tonight?" I just finished indulging in the gossip about Jiang Deer and her oil painting on the trending list, and to my surprise, my favorite influencer also mentioned oil painting. Jiang Deer. What gossip? Confused, she delved into the trending topics and discovered several entries related to herself. Not just one. What exactly did Jiang Deer bring? An oil painting or an LCD TV? I bet it's an oil painting. Only an oil painting would be packaged like that. Moreover, I believe that, compared to the alternatives, it is far more likely that Jiang Deer would carry an oil painting out at night rather than an LCD TV. An LCD TV could be packaged that way too, right? As long as one is willing, after purchasing it, they can wrap it however they please. Furthermore, I feel that the presence of Jiang Deer and an oil painting is simply incongruous. She clearly lacks an artistic temperament. An LCD TV seems far more plausible, as it is more down-to-earth, especially considering her family's financial constraints. How can the second most liked comment be so absurd? Just because someone comes from a modest background doesn't mean they can't appreciate oil painting or art. Must one always be practical? And who are you to judge whether she has an artistic temperament based on appearances? Is playing the piano not artistic? Enough already. So, is it an oil painting or an LCD TV? I just want to know if there is a definitive answer. Why is everyone guessing between oil painting and LCD TV? Why not consider other possibilities? Because these are the two most probable answers derived from everyone's discussions. I have watched the live broadcast several times and examined the related screenshots even more. After meticulous research, data comparison, and proportional measurement, I have concluded that it is indeed an oil painting, not an LCD television, as there is no LCD television with such proportions. The dimensions of an oil painting are indeterminate, thus it is, without doubt, an oil painting. Jiang Deer remarked that her voice indeed resembles that of Jiang Deer. It is rather amusing to see attempts at ambiguity, yet alas, your disguise has already been unveiled. The moment Jiang Deer spoke, I recognized her as my beloved. Even if she were fully armored, I would not mistake her. An interesting tidbit, a person's voice often bears a resemblance to their own voice. What nonsensical ramblings are being shared above? Let us maintain some rigor. Jiang Deer did indeed say it was quite similar. Goodness, these two seem remarkably well matched on the live broadcast. What a coincidence. What fate is this? I feel compelled to ship them. I knew it. Any handsome, unmarried man who interacts with Jiang Deer inevitably leads to shipping and rumors. Could we refrain from shipping them? Please. Jiang Deer clearly did not recognize Shi Yunyang at all. However, it is truly delightful that Shi Yunyang enjoys Jiang Deer as a star. I find myself conflicted. It is hilarious. Jiang Deer did not even reveal her face, and Shi Yunyang only exposed his eyes. How on earth do these whimsical netizens perceive them as a compatible pair? Is it acceptable as long as there are no rumors about her and Boyu? On a side note, if we are solely considering appearances, I still believe that Jiang Deer and Boyu are a more fitting pair. I don't care. Peeling ginger is indeed true. Jiang Deer was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? The small truck driver she casually arranged to meet online that evening was not a real truck driver, but a male celebrity named Shi Yunyan. He participated in the variety show What Est There to Fear, which focuses on celebrities challenging themselves with various professions. Since it was the last episode, they even arranged for a live broadcast. As fate would have it, she had boarded Shi Yunyan's vehicle while holding an oil painting. Thus, every word exchanged was captured by the attentive audience watching the live stream. Once Jiang Deer pieced it all together, she was once again taken aback by this coincidence. She sat up in bed, alternating between glancing at the comments under the 3 trending topics. Unable to resist, she unblocked Gu Wubua and sent him a message. In such a situation, the best response is to ignore it. Just consider yourself fortunate to have gained some popularity. The benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. As for the negative comments from trolls, I trust you wouldn't take them to heart, which is why I Haventy reached out to you first. However, Jiang Deer felt a twinge of concern, but they guessed it was an oil painting. Jiang Deer, that's true. Gu Wubua, I thought you would clarify or admit it. Jiang Deer, of course not. Gu Wubua, why are you so anxious? Could it be that you painted Boyu's nude figure? In my recollection, it seems that those who paint in oils tend to favor this style. Jiang Deer, abandon your stereotypes. Jiang Deer, blocked. Chapter 92. A peculiar dream. The night was thick and heavy. Zhang Dier found herself ensnared in an unusual dream. Isolated amidst the vastness of the universe, she felt lost and bewildered. Her mind fixated on a singular thought, to move forward to seek him out. But whom was she searching for? She had come to the realization that she was dreaming. However, her body remained unresponsive, her feet carrying her onward in a daze, as if drawn to a fated encounter. She traversed mountains and forded rivers, ultimately arriving at the borderlands. The Yellow River stretched far into the clouds, a solitary fortress nestled among towering peaks. She halted, surveying her surroundings, yet found no trace of humanity, only swirling yellow sands. The sounds of battle echoed in her ears, mingled with the howling northern winds. She remained rooted in place until the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloping the sky, as banners were furled for the night and the bright moon ascended. At that moment, a figure emerged from the mist. Mounted on a magnificent steed, clad in armor, he exuded an icy demeanor, his gaze sharp as a blade, glistening like snow. In just one fleeting glance, he stirred her heart within the dream. Bo Yu. Instinctively, she called out the name of this familiar visage. What are you shouting? The man slowed his horse, leaning down to scrutinize her, displaying no recognition of the name Bo Yu. Zhang Dier found herself at a loss for words. Yet, the stranger unexpectedly removed a water pouch from his waist and offered it to her. Here, take this water. Chong Chong. The following day, after inhabiting Bo Yu's body, Zhang Dier continued to ponder this dream, her mind wandering even as she participated in the live variety show. The dream felt strikingly real, yet it possessed a peculiar logic that belonged solely to the realm of dreams, leaving her both bewildered and oddly convinced that it was as it should be. Upon arrival, she discovered that another guest had already joined the gathering. After a brief exchange with the cameraman, she learned from Cui Fulu only after boarding that this episode of the variety show featured not just Bo Yu as a flying guest, but an additional surprise participant. Zhang Dier took a moment to adjust her mental state, setting aside the dreamlike imagery, and proceeded to wheel her suitcase into the quaint little house. This leisurely lifestyle show was designed to capture the daily lives of celebrities as they distanced themselves from the clamor of the city, engaging in conversation, playful antics, and the simple joys of life, all in a relaxed, vacation-like atmosphere. Upon entering the small abode, Zhang Dier received a warm welcome, with the resident guests greeting her one by one until it was the turn of the flying guest. Hello, I am Bo Kong, introduced the man, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, with an attractive visage and a charming smile, adorned in conspicuous designer attire. Without much thought, Zhang Dier shook his hand. An affable resident guest, oblivious to the subtle tension between the two, cheerfully remarked to Zhang Dier, Bo Yu, we were just discussing your relationship with Bo Kong. You both share the surname Bo and bear a resemblance. One might easily mistake you for brothers. Zhang Dier scrutinized Bo Kang's expression once more, noting that his demeanor darkened further after the resident's comment. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, but alas, I am an only child and have no siblings. Once she finished speaking, she lowered her gaze to the box and politely inquired about her accommodation, indicating her intention to place the box there first. I shall accompany you. Thin Kong suddenly interjected. Zhang Dier expressed her gratitude in a calm tone and followed Thin Kong upstairs. The room was devoid of any live streaming cameras. As soon as Zhang Dier entered, she heard the sound of the door being locked from within. She turned to look at Thin Kong, who had followed her inside. She believed she had discerned his identity. If her assumptions were correct, he was the half-brother of Thin Yu. She had not forgotten Lucy's earlier words at the Thin residence. Why am I not part of the Thin family? I am just like you. We may not share the Thin surname, but our sons are both of Thin lineage, children of Chao Wei. In fact, my little Kong should address Thin Yu as brother. Zhang Dier held a rather mild disdain for Thin Kong, almost non-existent, especially when compared to her aversion toward Lucy and Thin Chao Wei. After all, in her view, a child born out of wedlock does not necessarily aspire to such a status. One cannot choose their origins. However, due to Thin Yu, it was indeed challenging for her to foster any affection for Thin Kong, at least until she could ascertain his character. She preferred to avoid any interaction with him. Yet, at this moment, it was evident that Thin Kong had something to discuss. Zhang Dier awaited his words, remarkably composed, showing no surprise at his sudden act of locking the door. Nevertheless, her calm demeanor did not sit well with Thin Kong. Bo Kong gazed at the half-brother before him, his expression darkening instantaneously. Coldly, he remarked, Bo Yu, you always regard me with such disdain, as if I were naught but a mere insect. What is there for you to be proud of? I shall inform you that father is already preparing to divorce your timid mother. I will usurp your position as the young master of the Bo family, and I shall seize every achievement you have garnered in the entertainment industry. Zhang Deer frowned. You have perfectly inherited the irksome traits of both your mother and father. Furthermore, your threats are remarkably juvenile and foolish. Zhang Deer found herself at a loss for words. Observing Bo Kong and questioning his intellect, could it be that he had aged without gaining wisdom? Bo Kong was incensed by her dismissive words and her gaze, which seemed to regard him as simple-minded. Just as he attempted to retort, Zhang Deer had already maneuvered past him, intent on exiting through the door. As she turned the lock and her hand brushed against the doorknob, Bo Kang's hand suddenly pressed down upon her shoulder. Zhang Deer's countenance darkened as she swiftly pivoted, pushing Bo Kong back a step before deftly subduing his hands and feet, executing a flawless shoulder throw. Bo Kong was momentarily rendered dazed by the impact. The pain was eclipsed by his shock and fury. You dare to throw me? Zhang Deer, uninterested in engaging with this fool, cast him a sidelong glance and stepped over him, exiting the room. Upon reaching the staircase, she encountered other guests. What transpired? I just heard a loud noise. Zhang Deer replied succinctly. Bo Kong fell. This statement was not entirely a falsehood. Bo Kong had indeed fallen, though she conveniently omitted the circumstances surrounding his tumble. Bo Kong, baring his teeth in anger, rose from the ground and pushed open the door, only to overhear Bo Yu, speaking in a calm tone, recounting his fall. Instantly, his gaze turned fierce and menacing. Chapter 93. Bo Kong, Bo Yu. Bo Kong strode towards him, his fury palpable and unabashed. However, he could not complete his next sentence as Zhang Deer turned to him, silently mouthing 3 words, illegitimate child. Bo Kang's bravado immediately deflated. Meanwhile, viewers in the live broadcast room, engrossed in the variety show, fervently debated. Is this Bo Kong in conflict with Bo Yu? I feel like they are about to come to blows. What transpired between them in the room? Weren't they fine before? Did Bo Yu just silently say something? I saw his lips move in profile. Indeed, but he was angled away from the camera, making it impossible to discern what he said. In any case, Bo Kong quickly backed down. The more I think about it, the more curious I become. What does this Bo Kong do? Is he a celebrity? I've never heard of him before. Bo Kong must come from a significant background. His family seems affluent. Just look at the expensive clothing and watch he wears. Moreover, entering the entertainment industry, he has already secured a spot as a flying guest on this variety show, indicating he has someone backing him. That seems a bit far-fetched. Bo Yu has never crafted a wealthy heir persona for himself, but it is true that his family is well off. Not just anyone could cultivate his remarkable demeanor. Is it true that Bo Yu has such exceptional popularity among the public, or is it merely a facade created by hired supporters? It is utterly perplexing. It is evident that Bo Yu is bullying the newcomer Bo Kong in the entertainment industry. Why is this being conveniently overlooked? The earlier critic seems to perceive Bo Yu as a fool, or perhaps believes we are the fools. Does Bo Yu truly need to torment Bo Kong, especially in the midst of a live variety show? Zhang Deer, of course, is oblivious to the ongoing discussions among viewers. However, she anticipates that her recent interaction with Bo Kong will attract considerable attention. Yet, she remains unfazed. When she mentioned the term illegitimate child, she deliberately turned slightly aside. As long as Bo Kong is not hopelessly dim-witted and refrains from causing further disturbances or revealing his identity before her, it is certain that the netizens will be unable to uncover any such details. Bo Yu's background has remained undisclosed for many years, which attests to the Bo family's prowess in this regard. Zhang Deer is not particularly concerned about any negative repercussions that might arise from the revelations regarding Bo Zhaohui and Lu Siyi's troublesome affairs affecting Bo Yu's career. She simply wishes to avoid causing Bo Yu any trouble, even if it is easily resolvable. Nonetheless, it remains a nuisance that could potentially distress him, especially since it involves his father, Bo Zhaohui, and his half-brother, Bo Kong. The subsequent recording of the live broadcast proceeded relatively smoothly. Bo Kong was not foolish enough to approach Zhang Deer again. At 16:30, Zhang Deer returned to her own consciousness. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the night deepened. The variety show concluded at 2200 hours. Among the permanent guests, a star named In Jiu had previously fallen asleep before the live camera, but at this moment, she has risen once more, accompanied by a group of staff members, ready to depart. With her innocent visage and petite figure, She has always embodied the persona of the girl next door. However, her true character starkly contrasts with this public image. She harbors a dislike for cohabitation, perceiving her fellow guests as outdated and over the hill, and she finds the accommodations here to be too cramped and rudimentary to consider sleeping in. She prefers to retreat to a nearby 5-star hotel that she has already booked. Ning Yowu, on the other hand, is genuinely a scion of a wealthy family. The primary sponsor of this variety show is a food company under the Ning Group. Yet, taking into account the presence of Bo Yu, Ingio hesitated briefly before approaching Bo Yu's door, gently rapping on it. Bo Yu, still awake and standing by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, turned upon hearing the sound, but did not immediately open the door. Having spent considerable time in the entertainment industry, he has encountered numerous attempts at manipulation during late hours, both as the target and the one sought after, hence his wariness. Upon discerning through the peephole that it was Ingio outside, he showed no intention of opening the door, instead inquiring through it. Is there something you need? Ingio softened her tone and smiled, saying, of course. I did not hear this from a friend, but rather learned it from Ning Yowu. The only concern that has been troubling me these past few months is that Ning Yowu's interest in me has been waning, as he seems increasingly intent on pursuing Jiang Deer, even though Ning Yowu is still willing to provide her with resources and financial support. She is acutely aware that once he becomes enamored with Jiang Deer, those resources and funds will undoubtedly be prioritized for her. Consequently, she must contemplate alternative paths, such as aligning herself with the esteemed Bo Yu. Upon hearing Ingio's familiar remarks, Bo Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. He and Ingio were not acquainted in the least. Today marked their inaugural meeting, and prior to this, he had not even recognized her as an artist. The entertainment industry is replete with numerous artists, most of whom he does not know and does not actively follow. As Bo Yu remained silent and did not open the door, Ingio's expression gradually darkened. Bo Gu, are you listening? Would you mind opening the door? It's a bit chilly in the corridor. Just as Ingio was about to continue, her phone in her bag began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying Ning Yowu's name, her expression shifted slightly. She was not ready to sever ties with him. Bo Gu, am I disturbing your rest? Please, carry on. I shall take my leave. Chapter 94. Ingio reaching the end of the corridor, she lowered her voice before answering the call. Yowu. The way she uttered his name was soft and melodious, imbued with charm and deep affection. However, a woman's voice resonated from the other end of the line, causing Ingio's countenance to change immediately. Ligue Club? I understand. I will be there shortly. At the Ligue Club, Ning Ai was seated in the most luxurious VIP room, occupying the central sofa with the poise of a princess, while everyone else in the establishment served as her subordinates. At this moment, she was gazing at Ning Yowu, who lay on the ground, utterly inebriated, incessantly calling out the name Jiang Deer. With each utterance, Ning Ai found the sound increasingly grating. She hung up the phone and lifted her gaze to the woman beside her. The woman stepped forward, delivering a kick to Ning Yowu. This brought some relief to Ning Ai. She held Ning Yowu in contempt and took pleasure in the idea of him toying with Jiang Deer. However, she felt discontented by the fact that Ning Yowu was not only incapable of harming Jiang Deer, but was also pursuing her like a lovesick fool. The Bo family. Bo Yu. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression grew colder still, but soon after, she broke into a smile, murmuring to herself, Bo Kong. Do not be too ineffectual. Keep Bo Yu occupied so that he diverts less of his attention towards Jiang Deer. When Ingio arrived, she was greeted by the sight of the thoroughly intoxicated Ning Yowu. Before she could inquire, the imperious heiress of the Ning Corporation spoke up. Do you wish to wield influence in the entertainment industry? Do you aspire to marry into the Ning family as a lady of high society? Then do my bidding. Ingio. Many days later, at 5 in the morning, Jiang Deer sat in a single makeup room provided by the crew of Love when the notes play. Just as she stifled a yawn, she caught sight of her assistant, Xiao Tang, jogging towards her, his expression exceedingly grim. Upon meeting her gaze, he seemed eager to convey something, yet he fell silent. What is the matter? The makeup artist was still applying her makeup, and Jiang Deer could not turn around, so she inquired softly. Xiao Tang shook his head, his eyes discreetly scanning the makeup artist before he remained mute. It seems to be a matter of great significance that necessitates a private conversation with her. Jiang Deer comprehended this and refrained from further inquiries. Half an hour later, the makeup artist departed from the dressing room. Xiao Tang hastened to lock the door before turning to speak urgently. Sister Deer, The director has informed us that you will not be filming the pivotal scene today. The weariness from Jiang Deer's early rise dissipated instantly, and she inquired in astonishment, why? Xiao Teng spoke rapidly, yet articulated his thoughts with clarity. The investors have pushed someone into the project, a recently popular star, Jiao, who has risen to fame through her latest drama. They want her to portray a Ling. I mentioned that the original contract did not stipulate this, and that a Ling scenes were nearly completed. After today's crucial scene, we would be filming the concluding scenes. However, the director stated that he has already negotiated with our company, expressing a willingness to pay the breach of contract fees and to delay the production schedule, all to allow Jiao to reshoot every scene involving a Ling. As Jiang Deer listened, her frown deepened. Once the assistant finished speaking, she promptly stood and headed towards the exit. I will speak with the director. 5 minutes later, Jiang Deer intercepted director Zhou Tianfu in the corridor leading to the restroom. While she had always been polite and gentle with the director during filming, she could not help but adopt a more assertive stance at this moment. She articulated all her concerns clearly, concluding with, "Director, I believe I require both an explanation and an apology." Zhou Tianfu was acutely aware of his shortcomings, yet he found himself at a loss, grimacing as he remarked, "I simply cannot push back against the demands from the investors, and your company is unwilling to support you. In fact, they are backing her inclusion. Even if you and I disagree, what can we do? Their influence is considerable. I advise you to endure this situation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dyer was about to respond when a melodious voice interrupted her from behind. "Jiang Dyer, you needn't pressure the director any further." Without turning around, Jiang Dyer recognized the speaker as Jiao, the very individual she had just discussed with the director. Jiang Dyer was familiar with Jiao. After several entanglements with Ning Youwu, this woman had somehow obtained her phone number and had reached out to her, brusquely advising her to steer clear of Ning Youwu and not to keep him hanging. To her astonishment, even after a month of Ning Youwu's absence from her life, Jiao had reappeared. Jiang Dyer was utterly speechless. Jiao approached her with a beaming smile, exuding an air of triumph. "Jiang Dyer, do you know why the investors are reluctant to keep you? It is because you are fit only to be a decorative vase, unworthy of acting. Beyond your appearance, you possess no other merit. Your dramas have never gained popularity, whereas I have just completed a successful series. If I were in your position, I would cover my face and leave this place to avoid further embarrassment." Jiang Dyer chuckled softly, raising her hand to lightly applaud. "Speaking of faces, this is the first time I have encountered someone so utterly shameless. It is truly eye-opening. As for my acting skills, I cannot claim to be particularly exceptional. However, compared to you, Jiao, I believe I shall not be outdone. Shall we engage in a contest? A provocation, perhaps?" Jiang Deer smiled as she gazed steadily at Jiao, nodding leisurely. "Indeed, do you dare?" Unable to withstand the challenge, Jiao was about to acquiesce. But upon seeing the smile on Jiang Deer's face, she recalled Ning Youwu and the previous incident when she had called Jiang Deer, urging her to keep her distance from him, only to be met with a dismissive retort before the call was abruptly terminated. She momentarily suppressed her impulse to accept Jiang Deer's challenge and retorted coldly, "Jiang Deer, why would I engage in such a futile endeavor with you? Do you think I am of unsound mind?" Jiang Deer feigned surprise. "So, it turns out you are not mentally unwell?" Jiao found herself at a loss for words against Jiang Deer, infuriated and on the verge of uttering an expletive. However, before she could formulate her response, Jiang Deer continued, "If I lose, I shall naturally depart in disgrace. If I win, the investors will not allow me to remain. Either way, you stand to lose nothing. Or is it that you fear you cannot surpass me?" Jiao, unable to tolerate the provocation, especially when it was relentless, retorted with a cold laugh. "Let us compete then, Jiang Deer. You truly are overly self-assured. Do you genuinely believe you can outshine me in acting? Oh, pardon me. I nearly forgot that you only possess a middle school education, having dropped out before high school. You probably do not even comprehend the meaning of overweening arrogance, do you?" Without a change in her expression, Jiang Deer replied, "I regret to disappoint you. Not only do I understand the meaning of overweening arrogance, but I am also familiar with the concept of the small-minded prospering." Chapter 95, A Comparison to Acting. 1. The sarcasm in her words was evident to all, causing Jiao's face to flush crimson. However, Jiang Deer could hardly be bothered to glance at her, instead raising her gaze towards the director. "Director, please select a scene." Zhou Tianyao pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let us choose the crying scene." the one where the character discovers she has a terminal illness and can no longer pursue her musical dreams. In Zhou Tianmiao's view, since the outcome was inevitable and Jiang Dier would be departing from the production, any scene would suffice. The priority was to expedite the process, as he had a busy day ahead. As soon as Zhou Tianmiao finished his sentence, Yinjiu immediately voiced her dissent. "Director, you are being rather lenient towards Jiang Dier, who does not know that she excels at crying. Moreover, she has already performed this scene, so she is undoubtedly well-versed in it." Zhou Tianmiao frowned. "Then which scene do you believe is better?" Yinjiu smirked, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Dier. "If we are to compare, let us pit her against the pivotal scene scheduled for today. The venue is readily available, and I have checked the call sheet. Filming begins at 6:30, leaving ample time, almost an hour, for me to prepare and apply makeup." Zhou Tianmiao appeared taken aback, his expression revealing hesitation. "I believe this scene may not be suitable." However, to Yinjiu, the director's hesitation signified his concern that Jiang Dier might falter in comparison, which only strengthened Yinjiu's resolve in her suggestion. Meanwhile, Jiang Dier wore an odd expression. "Are you certain you wish to compare against this pivotal scene? Compared to others?" Jiang Dier might feel a bit more anxious for a few seconds, yet among all of Ah Ling's performances, today's pivotal scene is the one she has invested the most effort into. Her recent intensive piano practice is all for this moment. She believes that even if a future film diva were to compete with her, she would not falter. Of course, Yinjiu, thinking Jiang Dier was intimidated, arrogantly declared of course, casting a sidelong glance at her before turning away with her 3 assistants towards the makeup room. Zhou Tianmiao had previously shown hesitation upon hearing Yinjiu's request to compare today's pivotal scene, as this scene is of utmost significance. It is not merely an ordinary focal point. It is crucial for solidifying Ah Ling's character and elevating the overarching themes of the entire drama. In the storyline, after discovering her illness and shedding tears, Ah Ling resolves to hold a final, intimate concert. She invites numerous friends, scheduling the concert at an absurdly early hour before dawn. Her intention is to perform, to sing, and to dispel the darkness in anticipation of the dawn's light. It is precisely for the sake of achieving optimal lighting effects for this scene that so many crew members have risen early to prepare. However, at 6:45, Zhou Tianmiao stood before the monitor, observing the already prepared staff from various departments, his expression as cold as ice. He took a deep breath and beckoned someone over. "Why hasn't Yinjiu arrived yet? Go find out." "Sister Yin, she fell asleep." Zhou Tianmiao was momentarily taken aback, then found himself amused by the absurdity of it all. He looked at Jiang Dier beside him and said directly, "Let us not bother with her. We'll proceed with the shoot." As soon as he finished speaking, the messenger quietly added, "Sister Yin's assistant mentioned that Sister Yin insisted on waiting until she awakens before filming." Zhou Tianmiao scoffed. Being a director truly felt exasperating. Must they wait for her? By the time they did, dawn would break, as if she believed such a pivotal scene could be executed flawlessly in one take. Zhou Tianmiao abruptly turned and strode towards Yinjiu's dressing room. The surrounding staff exchanged glances. The assistant whispered, "Sister D, shall we not go and take a look?" "Not going." Jiang Di shook her head, disinterested in the commotion surrounding Yinjiu. For her, immersing herself in the character of Ah Ling was far more paramount. "Xiao Tang, prepare a can of beer for me." Zhou Tianmiao approached Jiang Di directly and stated, "You will perform later." Jiang Di glanced at Yinjiu and nodded. With her chin held high, Yinjiu sneered, "You're quite adept at seducing men and spreading rumors with various male stars, but acting? How laughable." Director Zhou Tianmiao settled into his designated chair before the camera monitor. Jiang Di stood beside him, and together they observed Yinjiu's performance. In the open courtyard, Yinjiu approached the piano and slowly sat down. She took a deep breath, then lowered her gaze, seemingly attempting to portray a melancholic expression, which she indeed achieved. The script offered no specific requirements for this scene. Although it provided the sheet music, there were no stipulations on how much to play. As she played the piano, Yinjiu began to sing, her voice resonating beautifully, and the melody flowed effortlessly. The atmosphere of the scene was momentarily enhanced, causing Zhou Tianmiao's expression to soften slightly. Eventually, Yinjiu ceased her playing and weeping, collapsing over the piano in a fit of sobs. Observing this, Zhou Tianmiao called for a pause and turned to Jiang Dier, inquiring, "What do you think?" Jiang Dier remained focused on the monitor, only responding after she noticed tears glistening in the corners of Yinjiu's eyes. "It's not utterly disastrous. After all, She managed to cry without any eye drops in the end. Zhou Tianmiao couldn't help but cast a glance at Jiang Deer, remarking, "While Ingio's performance may not be stellar, it is at least passably adequate. Your critique seems rather harsh. Director, are your expectations for this pivotal scene truly so low?" Jiang Deer regarded Zhou Tianmiao with a serious and stern demeanor. He felt an inexplicable pressure, as though he were merely an ordinary crew member. While Jiang Deer embodied the true director, for this scene, there was little distinction between being adequate and utterly subpar. If this was acceptable, then the character of a Ling would be rendered obsolete. Without waiting for Zhou Tianmiao to respond, Jiang Deer took the beer handed to her by an assistant and tilted her head back, consuming half the can in one swift motion. This action startled Zhou Tianmiao. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "I won," she replied nonchalantly. "What?" Zhou Tianmiao, momentarily taken aback, only grasped the implication when Jiang Deer had already taken a few steps away. "Are you that confident? And you haven't even performed yet?" Zhou did not clearly hear Jiang Deer's voice, but she observed the changes in Jiang Deer's lip movements, which abruptly tarnished her previously satisfied mood regarding her own performance in the scene. What had Jiang Deer just said? Was it the meaning she had articulated? Had she triumphed? Chapter 96. Beyond Acting. 2. With a cold smirk, Zhou signaled her assistant to move a chair in front of the monitor. She was eager to uncover the source of Jiang Deer's overflowing confidence. Shortly after Zhou settled into her seat, Jiang Deer assumed the position that had been predetermined. Once the clapperboard was struck, Jiang Deer's performance commenced. She approached the piano with a hint of urgency, but just half a meter away, she abruptly halted. After 2 breaths, she made her next move. She extended her hand, gently caressing the piano with a tender expression. As she seated herself, her eyes, captured by the camera, glistened with unshed tears. All her reluctance, sorrow, and restraint were concealed within those eyes, and then she began to play. At that moment, Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, quickly followed by Zhou Tianmiao, though their emotions were starkly contrasting. How could it be? She played it correctly, Zhou murmured softly, then suddenly straightened her posture, focusing intently on the monitor. Zhou Tianmiao, hearing Zhou's words, looked at her in surprise. Isn't it quite normal for Jiang Deer to play it correctly? Zhou was perplexed. Zhou Tianmiao recounted the incident from the previous time when Jiang Deer had played exceptionally well during the opening scene, concluding with, "You weren't aware of this?" Indeed, Zhou was unaware. She occasionally pays attention to the movements of other stars within the industry, and her staff sometimes engage in discussions about celebrity gossip. However, this is merely an infrequent occurrence and not a constant one, which naturally results in her lacking comprehensive knowledge of all matters. Zhou furrowed her brow, remarking, "But Jiang Deer has always pretended to play the piano at gala events. Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "I heard it from others. I have heard similar things, yet sometimes what we hear can be misleading. It is not necessarily the truth. Even if it is true, there may be other explanations, given that she evidently possesses remarkable piano skills." As Zhou Tianmiao was speaking, the piano melody abruptly transformed, shifting from a gentle, lyrical tune to a tempestuous and fervent outburst. Zhou's expression darkened. Such rapid fingerwork was beyond her capabilities. How could Jiang Deer? Zhou Tianmiao observed Jiang Deer's performance through the camera, and as he listened to the piano notes, admiration graced his features. Turning to see Zhou's grim countenance, he scoffed inwardly. He had no desire for Zhou to replace Jiang Deer in the role of a Ling. However, despite being the director, his status was limited, and his influence within the production was minimal. When the investors made demands, he found himself unable to firmly refuse. The fact that Zhou had fallen asleep before filming only added to Zhou Tianmiao's displeasure, prompting him to deliberately praise Jiang Deer in her presence. Zhou, overhearing this praise, found it exceedingly grating. She retorted coldly, "She hasn't even sung yet. With her lack of pitch, I doubt she dares to open her mouth." Zhou Tianmiao felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He forced himself to maintain his composure. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Tianmiao, fully aware that he harbored no affection for her at present, yet she, too, held no fondness for him. After all, he was a director who had spent years in the industry without ever helming a successful drama, let alone a blockbuster, rendering any pretense of camaraderie unnecessary. Were it not for the request of the young lady from the Ning family, she would never have joined this production. Recently, she had starred in a hit drama, and she was no longer the lukewarm star she once was. Even playing a supporting role with substantial screen time would have sufficed to please her. Now, at the peak of her popularity, even the role of a soul-stirring supporting character paled in comparison to that of the leading lady. Frustration brewed within her, and her outward demeanor grew increasingly impatient. With a disdainful huff, she retorted bluntly, "The script does not dictate it this way. Ling is gravely ill." Bidding farewell to the music she loves, her passions extend beyond the piano. She also cherishes singing. You, as a director, seem woefully inadequate, neglecting to even read the script. How can you direct a play under such circumstances? No wonder the dramas you've previously produced have been lackluster. Zhou Tianmiao found himself incensed by Yin Jiu's biting sarcasm. Although he was not a particularly prominent figure in the industry, he was nonetheless a director, and enduring the displeasure of investors and platforms was one thing. What was Yin Jiu? A mere actress, a top-tier celebrity, or a prominent figure? Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of insults, Jiang Deer began to sing. Her voice was intermittent and somewhat off-key. Yet the poignant tremor in her tone rendered any critique of her vocal prowess irrelevant, as the emotions were effectively woven into the fabric of the scene. Zhou Tianmiao was momentarily taken aback, all his fury dissipating as he gazed at Jiang Deer in the lens, yet she appeared not as herself, but as Aling. Aling should have been just like this. Her singing was enchanting, but as life neared its end, how could she entirely rein in her emotions and still deliver a beautiful melody? She ought to strive to sing beautifully, yet faltered. Much like her desire to pursue a musical career remained unfulfilled. Yin Jiu was also momentarily stunned. The depth of Jiang Deer's acting was astonishing. The sobbing timbre escaping her lips instinctively elicited sympathy and sorrow. Yin Jiu shook her head forcefully, reminding herself that this was not the time to appreciate acting. Yet her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. She had entered this profession initially driven by a passion for performance, having once poured her heart and soul into her love, just like Aling had. Yin Jiu turned her gaze sharply towards her assistant, her eyes fierce. "Whoever cries, get out." However, her small spectacle had no effect on Jiang Deer, who was already lost in her own world of performance. Her fingers danced increasingly rapidly over the piano keys, leaving a trail of blurred motion. In that moment, she nearly transformed into Jiro, fervently expressing anguish while desperately grappling for survival. As the final note reverberated, all sound faded into silence, the entire filming set so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a few seconds, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. At that moment, the main camera captured Jiang Deer, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Tianmiao was about to shout "cut," but suddenly hesitated, gesturing instead for the filming to continue. He then picked up the intercom and quietly instructed the photography team, "Zoom in, shift a bit to the left, capture her face," and the gentle ray of sunlight brushing against her ear. After speaking, Zhou Tianmiao turned his gaze back to the monitor, his entire being instinctively holding its breath from excessive tension. On the screen, Jiang Deer slightly tilted her head, the first faint light of dawn illuminating her eyes. Then, she slowly smiled as dawn broke. The dark night had vanished, and hope had arrived. Chapter 97. Termination. 1 click. After Zhou Tianmiao called out, he could not help but rise and take a few steps toward Jiang Deer. Yin Jiu followed closely behind him. Jiang Deer cast a glance at the two, but had no intention of engaging in conversation, making her way toward her assistant, Xiao Tang. Zhou Tianmiao initially wished to commend Jiang Deer, but upon noticing her indifferent demeanor and recalling that she could no longer play the role of Ling, he deemed further praise unnecessary. It might even lead her to misconstrue his words as sarcasm. After all, he had not objected when the investors decided to change the cast. However, as Zhou Tianmiao halted, Yin Jiu did not pause, directly stepping in front of Jiang Deer to block her path. "No matter how well you perform, the role of Ling will never belong to you." Jiang Deer furrowed her brow and looked at Yin Jiu, only to find that her expression seemed different from when she had threatened her prior to the performance. Although her tone was harsh, it lacked any vulgarity. "I believe I performed quite well," Jiang Deer replied coolly, attempting to walk away, but Yin Jiu intercepted her once more. "Shall we have a little chat? I don't think we have anything to discuss." "No, there are matters you might wish to understand, such as my motives for vying for your role." Moments later, in the lounge, Jiang Deer and Yin Jiu sat face to face, with no one else around. "It is time to speak." Jiang Deer gazed at Yin Jiu and prompted her. Yin Jiu replied. Jiang Deer furrowed her brow. "It bears no significance. If your intention is merely to discuss Ning Youwu with me, I fear I have nothing of interest to hear." Your infatuation with Ning Yowu is quite misplaced. To me, he embodies nothing but repulsion. With that, Jiang Deer rose to leave. However, as she approached the door, Injio hurriedly intercepted her. Injio regarded Jiang Deer, noticing that any trace of a Ling had vanished from her demeanor. Yet, this only underscored the brilliance of Jiang Deer's recent performance. You have offended someone. Though I cannot disclose who, I urge you to be cautious. Injio's sudden statement took Jiang Deer aback, as she had not anticipated such a warning. Jiang Deer inquired, "Why do you feel compelled to inform me of this?" Injio replied, "Occasionally, I reveal a flicker of the scant kindness that remains within me for those whose performances move me." With that, Injio opened the door and stepped out first. Once outside the filming location, Jiang Deer entered the RV and turned to her assistant, Xiao Tang. "How well did you manage to capture the footage from the monitoring screen?" Xiao Tang nodded, handing his phone to Jiang Deer, and replied, "Everything has been recorded without any omissions." Jiang Deer opened the recorded video, which captured the entire process of her recent filming. This footage served as undeniable evidence of her progress in acting. She even felt that after performing this particular scene, she had truly awakened to the art of performance. Her criteria for this awakening differed from those of the average person. She believed that only by reaching the level of performance showcased in the award-winning television series featuring Bo, could she genuinely consider herself enlightened. Noticing Jiang Deer's serene demeanor, Xiao Tang couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Deer, what do you intend to do with this recording?" Jiang Deer turned to her with a smile. "I cannot simply be dismissed from the production without consequence." However, recalling Injio's words in the lounge, she had already deduced the identity of the person Injio referred to. The adversary lurking behind this situation was indeed relentless. As Jiang Deer pondered this, her phone rang, displaying Bo Yu's name. Upon answering, she heard Bo Yu ask, "How did the shoot go?" Although Jiang Deer had been replaced in her role, she felt no sense of grievance. After all, such occurrences had become commonplace since she had offended General Xiao. Yet, upon hearing Bo Yu's inquiry, her eyes inexplicably welled with emotion. Perhaps some individuals possess an uncanny ability to remain calm and rational in the face of adversity, yet find themselves unsettled by the concern of those close to them. The situation was somewhat intricate. Jiang Deer took a deep breath and recounted the events of the day to Bo Yu. As she spoke, Bo Yu's expression grew increasingly somber. He had just finished his breakfast and was standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, initially intending to call Jiang Deer, believing she might need someone to share in her joy. Indeed, Bo Yu was confident that Jiang Deer could perform exceptionally well in this pivotal role. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Deer had been compelled to leave the production. "Regarding the person whom Injio mentioned that had been offended, do you have a specific suspicion?" "Yes, it is likely the individual who has been covertly targeting me. Today's incident has surprisingly yielded a new lead about this person." "What is it?" Jiang Deer asserted. "This individual must be connected to Ning Yowu." After conversing with Bo Yu, Jiang Deer turned to Xiao Tang. "Is there breakfast in the car?" "I'm hungry." "Yes." Xiao Tang promptly retrieved the breakfast and handed it to Jiang Deer while starting the vehicle. After finishing her meal, they arrived at the residential complex where Jiang Deer lived. Once out of the car, she looked at Xiao Tang. "This afternoon, Gu Gu is being discharged. Please remember to pick me up so we can go together." Xiao Tang agreed. "Certainly." At 16:40 that afternoon, Jiang Deer received a message from Gu Wubua and also spotted his ex-girlfriend sitting in the car. She couldn't resist messaging Gu Wubua. "Are you two about to reconcile? Let's head directly to the company afterward to expedite the contract termination. This company is truly dreadful." "Jiang Deer, did Xiao Tang inform you about this morning's events?" Just as she sent this message, she casually glanced out the car window and caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Yu Yan. Yu Yan sat in a wheelchair, clutching a large bag in her hands. Jiang Deer furrowed her brow, wondering why Yu Yan was in the hospital parking lot. Had she fallen ill? Just as Jiang Deer was about to exit the vehicle, she noticed a man in a suit approaching Yu Yan, who then proceeded to push her wheelchair towards a luxury car. The rear door swung open, revealing a man inside wearing a mask. He stepped out, leaned down, and planted a kiss on Yu Yan's face before lifting her from the wheelchair and placing her inside the car, after which he returned to his seat. Jiang Deer, witnessing this scene, hesitated to alight from the car. Chapter 98. Termination of Contract. 2. The man who embraced Yu Yan seemed familiar. There was something recognizable about his brow and eyes, yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. "What are you looking at?" Gu Wubwa noticed Jiang Dier's unease and inquired, turning to gaze out the window, just in time to catch sight of Yu Yin being carried into the vehicle. Is that Yu Yin? He asked, somewhat astonished. What happened to her legs? Jiang Dier responded, and Gu Wubwa, upon hearing her words, appeared even more surprised. Ultimately sighing, she once aided you significantly in the industry. When she withdrew from the scene and went abroad, I felt a sense of regret. For she had the potential to achieve great fame, if only luck had favored her. Who could have anticipated this? Jiang Dier, reflecting on the reasons behind Yu Yan's departure from the industry, fell silent for a moment before deciding to shift the conversation. Gu Wubwa observed Jiang Dier's eager demeanor and chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, but we still require a formal opportunity for reconciliation. Jiang Dier was taken aback by Gu Wubwa's laughter. You actually smiled? It seems you have completely abandoned the persona of calm and composed. Gu Wubwa has realized that he is increasingly unable to outmaneuver Jiang Dier. I never established that persona. You know, Jiang Dier took a sip of the sugar-free beverage from the car, smiled, and, letting go of the persona joke, inquired, is there any opportunity you need? Do you want me to assist you? Gu Wubwa pondered for a moment before responding. Actually, I plan to propose to her directly on the day we reconcile. Jiang Dier asked, you intend to propose right after reuniting? Are you feeling anxious? Is your hesitation rooted in fear of rejection? Gu Wubwa shook his head and elaborated. The reason for our previous separation was my reluctance to marry. However, after spending so many days in the hospital, I have come to a profound realization. Life is fragile and fleeting. Some individuals, once missed, may never return, and I do not wish to experience that. I previously viewed marriage as an unnecessary constraint, and thus resisted it. Now, I perceive it as a source of security. Neither the aversion to marriage nor the desire to marry is erroneous. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dier couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Wubwa several times. Have you truly attained enlightenment in the hospital? Assistant Xiao Tang chuckled nearby, feeling that. As someone without a romantic interest in the car, her own fascination lay in observing others falling in love and developing connections. Gu Wubwa cast a glance at Xiao Tang before turning to Jiang Dier, earnestly seeking advice. Regarding how to propose, I would appreciate your and Xiao Tang's suggestions. As the vehicle entered the company parking lot, Gu Wubwa, having contemplated numerous pieces of advice, was nearing a decision on his proposal. Both Jiang Dier and Xiao Tang insisted. You must inform us on the day of the proposal. Gu Wubwa nodded in agreement, of course. Just as Jiang Dier stepped out of the car, she unexpectedly encountered a group of 18 or 19-year-old boys and girls. The moment they laid eyes on Jiang Dier, their expressions shifted from surprise to delight as they approached her with cheerful greetings. Sister Dier, you look even more stunning in person than on the variety show. Sister Dier, I'm your fan. Could I get your autograph? Sister Dier, I would love to take a photo with you. Before Jiang Dier could respond, Gu Wubwa discreetly signaled to Xiao Tang. Understanding the cue instantly, Xiao Tang stepped forward with a friendly smile, intervening. In that case, Sister Dier, you should get back to your work. I hope we can dine together next time. The group of young admirers dispersed, quickly vanishing from Jiang Dier's view. It was only then that she had the opportunity to inquire of Gu Wubwa. Who were they? Are they new artists signed by the company? Gu Wubwa pondered for a moment before replying. They are not yet considered artists. They are merely individuals interested in signing with the company, aspiring to enter the entertainment industry. Do you not like them? Jiang Dier questioned. Some of them have rather dubious gazes. Is it that obvious? Gu Wubwa replied. These individuals possess shallow minds, untouched by the harsh realities of society, and their thoughts are laid bare for all to see. If I fail to perceive this, then my years spent within this circle would be in vain. Meanwhile, a group of boys and girls engages in a discussion about Jiang Dier, Gu Wubwa, and Xiao Tang. Jiang Dier is indeed captivating. One could hardly believe she is even more stunning in person than on screen. But what is beauty worth? Does it not merely lead to arrogance? Where is the arrogance, one might ask? She refuses to indulge in autographs and photographs. Is that not the very definition of pretentiousness? At best, she barely qualifies as a second-tier actress, yet she carries herself as if she were an A-list star. I do not perceive her demeanor as haughty. We are merely requesting her signature and a photo. She inherently possesses the right to refuse, and I see no issue in that. It seems you have lowered your own worth while elevating hers far too high. Observe the reactions of her entourage. They appear as though we are desperately eager to ingratiate ourselves with her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Dier and her companions, They have already entered the elevator, making their way to CEO Zhao's office. The mere thought of meeting him darkens Jiang Dier's expression. However, discussing the termination of their contract is an unavoidable necessity. Jiang Dier casts her gaze downward, rubbing her wrist. Gu Wubua, catching sight of this, senses something amiss and promptly cautions, no matter how heated the argument becomes. There must be no more violence. More? Xiao Tang, unfamiliar with the previous conflict between Jiang Dier and CEO Xiao, looks on in confusion. Gu Wubua elucidated, last time. President Xiao attempted to take advantage of your sister Dier. She promptly retaliated, delivering a sound thrashing to him. And it was only with the assistance of President Zhao's wife that she escaped being blacklisted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang was taken aback and cast a glance at Jiang Dier, yet she felt it was unwarranted, considering that today in the crew, even when Dier was suddenly replaced, she did not truly suffer any loss, indicating she was not a pushover. After explaining to Xiao Tang, Gu Wubua turned his attention back to Jiang Dier. While I have always believed your handling of President Xiao last time was commendable, today you must exercise restraint. Remember, a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. Jiang Dier replied with a hum, I shall do my best. Gu Wubua felt a twinge of frustration. Do your best? Jiang Dier languidly adjusted her hair, her voice melodious as ever, yet her words were anything but gentle. After all, the power to decide does not rest with me. You know, President Xiao is quite deserving of a beating. Sometimes I simply cannot restrain myself. It depends on his own fate. Gu Wubua could only respond with a silent pause. Meanwhile, Xiao Tang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dier, usually so sweet and reminiscent of a little son, could also be so fierce. She adored this unyielding spirit. Gu Wubua noticed Xiao Tang's expression and fell silent again. Chapter 99. Turmoil. 1. The elevator doors opened just as President Zhao's secretary, laden with documents, approached. Gu Wubua inquired, Is President Xiao in the office? The secretary hesitated momentarily before replying. President Xiao has just stepped out, but President Zhao's wife is in the office. Gu Wubua let out a sigh of relief. In his perspective, while Mr. Xiao appeared to be the principal owner of the company, his wife wielded considerable power herself, nearly governing half of the company's domain. When it came to discussing the termination of the contract, it would be far more advantageous to engage directly with Mrs. Xiao, bypassing Mr. Xiao altogether. Mrs. Xiao possessed above-average features, her skin slightly sallow and somewhat coarse, with pronounced wrinkles adorning her face, yet her aura was exceptionally distinguished. At that moment, she was seated at the main desk in her office, engrossed in documents. Only upon hearing a knock did she lift her gaze. Outside, the secretary announced, Miss Jiang Dier has arrived with her manager and assistant, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Mrs. Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the purpose of Jiang Dier's visit. After a few seconds, she instructed, Let her in. The office door swung open and then closed again. The secretary lingered outside for a moment before making a phone call. Mr. Xiao. After finishing her call, the secretary strained to catch any sounds from within the office, but the soundproofing was too effective. She heard nothing and thus proceeded to the elevator. Returning to her unfinished tasks, Mrs. Xiao listened intently to Gu Wubua's explanation, her expression remaining relatively unchanged. After about a minute, her gaze fell upon Jiang Dier. Recalling the scene from years past when Jiang Dier had made her mark, she had witnessed it firsthand and felt a certain satisfaction within, as no one could maintain affection for a husband who had strayed. Madame Xiao let out a gentle sigh. Then let us terminate the contract. I can be somewhat lenient regarding the contractual issues. You shall only need to pay half of the breach penalty. Before she could finish her sentence, the office door was thrust open with force. In walked Mr. Xiao, reeking of alcohol, with a delicate woman clinging to him. Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Zhao's brow furrowed deeply, and the expressions of Gu Wubua and Xiao Tang darkened, their instincts urging them to retaliate. However, in his inebriated state, Mr. Xiao remained oblivious to Jiang Dier's emotions. He pushed the woman aside, and, belching from the effects of the drink, staggered towards Jiang Dier, his gaze lecherous as he inquired. Jiang Dier, recalling Gu Wubua's words, suppressed the urge to slap the man before her and took a deep breath, stating, I believe there is no need for me to discuss this with you. With that, she turned to Madame Xiao, since we have nearly reached an agreement. May I take my leave now? Madame Xiao nodded in affirmation. Jiang Dier took a couple of steps towards the door, only to catch a glimpse of the drunken Mr. Xiao barreling towards her. As she sidestepped to avoid him, Her expression turned icy. The force of Mr. Xiao's collision, exacerbated by his intoxication, caused him to half kneel and tumble to the ground, his knee striking the floor with a resounding thud. Fortunately, had it not been for the swift intervention of the woman he had brought, he might have ended up sprawled on the floor entirely. This fall jolted Mr. Xiao somewhat sober. He leaned on the nearby woman for support as he gradually rose, then directed his gaze towards his seated wife. "What have you two been discussing?" Madame Xiao remained silent. With a pronounced limp, Mr. Xiao approached the table and swept everything off its surface to the floor in a fit of rage. "I am inquiring of you," he exclaimed. Mrs. Xiao gazed at her husband, her eyes dark and inscrutable, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. "I wish to terminate the contract," she finally declared. Mr. Zhao's demeanor shifted as he received the answer, abruptly bursting into laughter before turning sharply to Jiang Deer, his tone icy and his gaze lecherous. "You dare to seek termination? There are still many years until your contract expires. Do you think you can simply walk away?" Jiang Deer, unfazed by Mr. Zhao's erratic behavior, replied coldly, "I wish to leave. Can you prevent me?" Mr. Xiao responded ominously, "I can ensure that you find it impossible to remain in the entertainment industry. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Gu Wubo furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, but Jiang Deer gestured for him to refrain. Just as Gu Wubo expected Jiang Deer to retaliate, he was taken aback by her calm voice. "I do not believe you." Jiang Deer fixed her gaze on Mr. Xiao and continued, "Do you think I am still the novice I once was? I am no longer that person. If you wish to blacklist me, you lack the capability." Mr. Xiao scoffed, about to retort, when Jiang Deer interjected, "I know what you are about to say. You cannot do it, but those behind you can, correct?" Mr. Zhao's expression shifted abruptly. "What do you know?" Jiang Deer met his gaze steadily, her voice steady, as if she were privy to all secrets. "I know much. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you might want to remind those behind you to exercise caution in their endeavors. I am someone who harbors grudges and will retaliate." She spoke slowly, and as Mr. Xiao listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Yet, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Jiang Deer, you will never be able to retaliate against her. She is truly a daughter of a top-tier aristocratic family. Even I must concede in her presence. What are you in comparison?" Upon hearing this, Gu Wubo's expression immediately shifted, and he turned to look at Jiang Deer. However, Jiang Deer remained composed, betraying no hint of surprise, as if she were fully aware of everything. She approached Mr. Xiao and, without warning, slapped him across the face. Caught off guard, Mr. Xiao stood frozen for several seconds before comprehending what had just occurred. Jiang Deer gazed at him, enunciating each word. "Have you ever considered why, despite her immense prowess, she only dares to engage in covert maneuvers? Fool." Having said this, Jiang Deer turned and exited the office. As she stepped out, she encountered a visibly unsettled secretary, who had been anxiously awaiting her, along with a group of young men and women who had recently crossed paths with her in the parking lot. Jiang Deer's gaze swept over them, exuding an indescribable sense of pressure before she entered the elevator. Gu Wubo and Xiao Tang followed her inside, and as the elevator doors closed, both turned to Jiang Deer. Xiao Tang gave her an admiring thumbs up, exclaiming, "So impressive, sister." Gu Wubo, unable to contain his curiosity, earnestly inquired, "When did you discover the identity of that person behind the scenes? Why did you not inform me?" Jiang Deer no longer attempted to emulate the imposing demeanor of the old matriarch. Instead, she laughed, her eyes sparkling with vitality. "I had no idea. I was merely deceiving him." Chapter 100. The Turmoil. 2. Gu Wubo was taken aback. He had not realized that Jiang Deer was feigning against President Xiao, drawing him out. "You appeared so composed and self-assured earlier. I thought you were truly in the know." Jiang Deer raised her eyebrows playfully, a hint of pride in her expression. "I shall take that as your commendation of my acting skills." Gu Wubo nodded. "Indeed, it is a compliment. Your performance has genuinely improved." Young Tang, standing nearby, added, "Sister Deer, your confrontation with President Xiao is truly formidable, radiating authority without anger. I was utterly mesmerized." Jiang Deer replied, "I learned it from someone. I didn't expect it to be so effective." Gu Wubo inquired, "From whom did you learn?" Jiang Deer responded, "From Boyu's grandmother." As she spoke, her demeanor shifted, exuding an air of solemnity and formidable presence, a gravitas cultivated through years of experience and high status. Young Tang gasped in astonishment. Gu Wubo gazed at Jiang Deer and sighed. "In these past few months, you have truly blossomed." Jiang Deer was momentarily taken aback by Gu Wubua's words. Recalling the myriad experiences she had encountered over the past months, a profound sense of transformation washed over her. It was only upon Gu Wubua's revelation that she recognized the extent of her growth. At present, she is enhancing her acting skills, acquiring new abilities, and her demeanor in handling interpersonal affairs has become increasingly composed and resolute. The path beneath her feet and the distant scenery ahead have never been clearer. Jiang Deer smiled and glanced at Gu Wubua, saying, "I think so too." A few minutes later, the secretary heard commotion coming from the office, as if someone were smashing something. Out of curiosity, she peered inside and was met with the sight of Jiang Deer, expressionless, striking President Xiao. The shock left her heart racing and uneasy. Goodness, how audacious of Jiang Deer. She hoped that President Xiao had not noticed her brief intrusion, for the embarrassment of being seen in such a compromising moment filled her with dread about potential repercussions in her future work. As the secretary's thoughts swirled in complexity, she heard footsteps approaching and instinctively straightened her posture, adopting an attentive demeanor. Mrs. Xiao emerged from the office, glancing at the group of youthful men and women standing behind the secretary. She inquired, "Has anyone witnessed the situation in the office? It seems Jiang Deer and President Xiao might have had a confrontation. I distinctly heard the sound of slaps. I believe I heard slapping as well." But Jiang Deer was the first to exit, her face unblemished. "I thought perhaps I had misheard. The sound of slapping does not necessarily indicate that Jiang Deer was the one being struck. Perhaps it was the other way around. Jiang Deer is truly fierce. I surmise that it must be her manager who took action. Jiang Deer was merely embroiled in a quarrel with President Xiao." What were they disputing? They were arguing about the termination of her contract, were they not? The door was ajar, and the voices were unmistakably audible. They were even discussing the penalty for breach of contract. Did you not catch that? Jiang Deer wishes to sever ties with the company? Why, one might ask. I possess a bit of insider information. I have heard that President Xiao has long harbored a dislike for Jiang Deer, only providing her with subpar resources over the years, and nearly pushing her to the brink of being blacklisted. After enduring for so long, it is only natural for her to seek to dissolve the contract now. I believe her desire to leave stems from her current upward trajectory. She feels on the verge of a resurgence and has perhaps aligned herself with more advantageous prospects. Thus, she is disinclined to remain with the company, a quintessential example of a thankless ingrate devoid of any sense of contractual loyalty. At that moment, a youthful male voice unexpectedly interjected, his words laced with aggression and malice. Another female voice could no longer contain herself. "Xiao Shitsai, didn't you claim to be a fan of Jiang Deer? You even sought her autograph and a photo with her. How can you speak of her in such a manner now?" Xiao Shitsai rolled his eyes at her and retorted curtly, "What are you arguing about? Have you never heard of a fan turning into a critic?" The girl was momentarily silenced. She had never held a fondness for Xiao Shitsai, finding him pretentious and venomous. Unable to counter him, she stormed off in frustration. Others followed suit, for while they might not particularly care for Jiang Deer, they also held no affection for Xiao Shitsai. After all, no one wishes to associate with someone who, in one breath, praises you and, in the next, vilifies and slanders you. Where can one find such a rapid transformation from admiration to disdain? It is evident that he never truly held an affection for Jiang Deer. He merely sought her autograph and a photograph with her. I suspect his motives extend beyond that. He likely anticipated future opportunities from her. On what grounds? Who is Jiang Deer to him? Just because she did not fulfill his wishes, he is now resorting to petulance, shifting from a fan to a detractor. I doubt he was ever a true fan, but his animosity is undeniable. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiao Shitsai was incensed, raising his voice to declare, "I know your jealousy is palpable. Indeed, I surpass you in every conceivable aspect. You pathetic, unambitious souls. Do you truly believe you can enter the entertainment industry?" As the vehicle traversed the road, the greenery beside it seemed to recede. The sight of the lush plants reminded Xiao Shitsai of Jiang Deer's attire today, a green woolen short coat and fitted jeans that accentuated her figure, both vibrant and appealing. Alas, her character leaves much to be desired, he scoffed quietly. In the next moment, an idea struck him. He retrieved his phone and logged into his newly created Weibo account, established after his decision to pursue a career in the entertainment sphere. He posted a selfie weekly yet. Why did he only have a mere 2,000 followers? It appears that today's netizens have lost their discernment. as they fawn over mediocre talents with average looks and subpar acting skills, while overlooking someone as striking as himself. If he successfully debuts, Xiao Shizai, envisioning her future brilliance, typed and posted. Today, I encountered Jiang Deer, but unfortunately, she was unwilling to provide an autograph or take a picture. The staff around her were rather fierce. However, I can understand. They mentioned being in a rush to handle some important matters, seemingly regarding a contract termination. She attached two images, one, an unfiltered candid shot of Jiang Deer, and the other, a high-definition retouched selfie of Xiao Shizai. She fears I might ride her coattails. Yet isn't she always seeking attention herself? It's quite hypocritical. If she doesn't want me to capitalize on her fame, I shall defiantly do so. Chapter 101. The Birthday Banquet. 1. After posting on Weibo, Xiao Shizai let out a casual whistle. She then made a phone call. Sister, could you transfer some money to me? I'm running low. The response from the other end caused her expression to sour. You're out of money? Don't deceive me. Hurry and send the funds. If you're short, borrow some. Is that beyond your capabilities? Hanging up, Xiao Shizai felt a wave of refreshment wash over her. However, upon glancing up, she noticed the driver observing her through the rearview mirror, his expression laden with disapproval. Annoyed, she retorted, What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome person before? You've terminated your contract with Baby Company? Having just emerged from a shower, Jiang Deer received a call from her friend Yu Yan. Jiang Deer paused, taken aback. How did you know? Noticing Jiang Deer's tone, Yu Yan realized she hadn't checked the trending topics and succinctly replied, It's trending on Weibo. Jiang Deer logged into Weibo and noticed the trending topic Jiang Deer and Baby Company terminate contract. The preceding posts were predominantly from marketing accounts sharing a screenshot of a netizen's revelation, with captions that were strikingly similar. Is Jiang Deer really terminating her contract with Baby Company? Jiang Deer momentarily found herself pondering. The homogeneity among these marketing accounts is quite severe. Their captions are nearly indistinguishable, demonstrating a complete lack of professional ambition. Yu Yan was amused by Jiang Deer's sudden outburst. Isn't your focus misplaced? Why are you concerned about the ambition of marketing accounts? After all, these marketing accounts seem to care about me as well. It's only fair to reciprocate. This trending topic is misleading. I have not yet terminated my contract with Baby Company, though it is likely to happen soon. Yu Yan, somewhat astonished, inquired. I initially thought it was an utterly fabricated rumor. That lecherous man would actually let you go? The lecherous man referred to by Yu Yan was, of course, President Xiao of Baby. During her time in the entertainment industry, Yu Yan had encountered President Xiao at private parties on 2 occasions. The first time, she was handed a room key, and the second time, despite her precautions, she inadvertently consumed drug-laced water. Had she not encountered, she could only imagine how dire the situation might have been. Yu Yan was painfully aware of President Zhao's lewd and despicable nature, which had long since disgusted her. Years prior, she had considered advising Jiang Deer to terminate her contract with the company, but after reviewing Jiang Deer's contract, she realized how difficult it would be for her to extricate herself, and thus, she swallowed the words of advice she had nearly uttered. Jiang Deer stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the night scenery outside. The process is underway, yet the outcome remains contingent on various factors. Naturally, I hope for a swift resolution, but it is possible that he may create further complications. Jiang Deer does not naively believe that her words today will completely intimidate Mr. Xiao into successfully terminating the contract. Perhaps tomorrow, or even sooner, Mr. Xiao will come to his senses and, together with that wealthy young lady scheming against her, conjure up more troubles. As this thought crosses her mind, Jiang Deer furrows her brow slightly, only to quickly relax again. Regarding the contract termination, she has already contemplated the worst possible outcomes, such as being subject to widespread defamation and protracted legal battles. She is confident in her ability to handle these scenarios. So although she feels a bit troubled at this moment, she does not succumb to fear, fully aware of her fighting spirit. Upon hearing Jiang Deer's words, Yu Yan feels a mix of joy and concern for her. I hope you can successfully terminate the contract. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Jiang Deer smiles in response. All right. A warm sensation envelopes her heart. Yet she has no intention of seeking help from Yu Yan in times of difficulty. Primarily because she perceives Yu Yan as someone in greater need of care, having injured her leg and caring for such a small child. It is a daunting task. Jiang Deer is aware that Yu Yan's family is not exceptionally wealthy, merely comfortable, and due to Yu Yin's time abroad and her unwed motherhood. She has had a falling out with her family, resulting in an ongoing Cold War. Yu Yin seems to sense Jiang Dai's thoughts and adds, "I am serious. Currently, due to certain circumstances, I have a bit of financial surplus and some connections that may be of assistance to you." As Jiang Dier listened to Yu Yan's words, she immediately recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier that day in the hospital parking lot. She felt a desire to inquire further, yet hesitated, sensing that Yu Yin might not wish to divulge more. Just as she lingered in her indecision, a call from Gu Wubua interrupted her thoughts. Reluctantly, Jiang Dier addressed Yu Yin, who responded with a smile. "All right, that will surely make the baby very happy." After concluding her call with Yu Yin, she turned her attention to Gu Wubua. Gu Wubua's call pertained to the trending topics surrounding the cancellation of their online contract. "All right, I understand." Jiang Dier reclined on her bed, suddenly feeling a sense of aimlessness. She retrieved her phone and revisited the trending topic on Weibo, Jiang Dier and baby company termination. The post that had once dominated the trending list had shifted from a marketing account to the official account of baby company. "Today, our company has discovered that certain media outlets and marketing accounts have released press statements regarding Jiang Dier's contract termination, leading to considerable misunderstanding among internet users. We hereby clarify, Jiang Dier's contract with baby company has not yet expired, nor has any termination occurred. She is to continue fulfilling her contract. Baby company solemnly reaffirms to all television stations, video platforms, media outlets, business partners, and film collaboration partners. 1. Baby company remains Jiang Dier's sole exclusive agency. Without written authorization from baby company, no individual or organization may represent this artist's performance activities. 2. Prior to obtaining written authorization from baby company, any content pertaining to Jiang Dier is prohibited from being broadcast, disseminated, or utilized. For any related matters, please communicate with us promptly. Regarding the infringement and unfair competition associated with Jiang Dier, baby company reserves the right to take further legal measures to protect its legitimate interests. This statement appears to have no adverse effect on Jiang Dier. It is merely a standard template statement that has become tiresome for netizens. However, after issuing the statement, the official account left a rather sarcastic comment in the section below. Baby company has not engaged in any breach of contract. We also urge Ms. Jiang Dier to exercise restraint and adhere to the spirit of the contract. This remark has undoubtedly stirred up a considerable uproar. Chapter 102. The Banquet 2. What does this mean? Is it insinuating something about Jiang Dier? This is not merely an insinuation. It clearly suggests that Jiang Dier is secretly engaging in underhanded actions and failing to uphold the principles of the contract. Is this the personal opinion of the account holder? Or does it reflect the views of baby company's management? It is evidently the sentiment of baby company's management. Otherwise, the account holder would not dare to post such remarks for fear of termination. If I were the owner of the company, I would also be incensed. After all, Jiang Dier leveraged the company's resources to debut, and now, with the contract still in effect, she seeks to terminate it. How ungrateful. Is it truly impossible to terminate the contract while it is still in effect? Perhaps the company has committed some misdeeds that prompted Jiang Dier's desire to leave. How amusing. During the past few years, Jiang Dier has had no noteworthy dramas or regular variety show appearances, and her reputation has been in shambles. Why didn't she seek to terminate the contract then? Now that her reputation is improving, seemingly on the verge of a resurgence, she wishes to break free? It is evident that she looks down upon baby company and is seeking a more advantageous opportunity. Jiang Dier's initial debut in the girl group was met with great enthusiasm. Yet her subsequent years have been marked by disarray, a situation that even the most discerning observers can attribute to the company's negligence or even oppression. The fact that Jiang Dier has only now decided to terminate her contract speaks volumes of her patience and endurance. Fans, please refrain from playing the role of bystanders and hastily declaring that Jiang Dier is being mistreated by the company. Such assertions are absurd. Why would a company forego potential profit to mistreat her? It is evident that she has not reached her full potential, which has led to her unfortunate trajectory. To those who wish to understand the treatment Jiang Dier has received from baby company over the years, I direct you to Huchang Squad. The pinned posts on their profile contain ample evidence of the company's oppression of Jiang Dier, clearly illustrating the meager resources allocated to her. In fact, the few low-budget dramas she has starred in over the past few years were projects she accepted before the disbandment of her girl group. As Jiang Deer absorbed this information, her phone vibrated, signaling a message from Bo Yu. Are you planning to terminate your contract? Did you see the trending topic? She had logged in using her secondary account, which was particularly attuned to Bo Yu's Weibo with real-time notifications enabled. If Bo Yu had just come online, she would have received an alert. However, none had come through. Her first thought was that perhaps Bo Yu had recently created a secondary account, but she dismissed the idea, considering it unlikely. After all, Bo Yu rarely logged into his primary account, which boasted tens of millions of followers, and there seemed to be no need for him to create another. Chui Fulla mentioned it to me. He saw the trending topic. Jiang Deer realized the situation and smiled as she typed. I hadn't seen your Weibo account online. I thought you might have created a secondary account. Jiang Deer continued. I am considering terminating my contract. Bo Yu inquired, have you encountered some troubles? Jiang Deer replied, indeed, there are some issues, but I can manage them for now. Bo Yu offered, if there is anything unmanageable, do feel free to share with me. Jiang Deer responded affirmatively, sure. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Deer sent a playful sticker, a panda nodding, signifying that this national treasure would not hold back. Upon seeing her delightful and whimsical sticker, Bo Yu discerned that her spirits were quite high, and he couldn't help but smile. Yet, in the next instant, he recalled the information Jiang Deer had shared over the phone earlier that morning regarding a lurking adversary, and his expression gradually turned serious. Since the recording of the 4th episode of Celebrity Culinary Showdown, he had been diligently investigating this hidden antagonist troubling Jiang Deer. Unfortunately, due to a severe lack of pertinent information, much time had elapsed without substantial progress, leaving him only with a vague scope of potential suspects. However, Jiang Deer's mention of Ning Youwu today significantly narrowed down the possibilities, indicating that the culprit was someone acquainted with Ning Youwu, capable of directing him. By examining Ning Youwu's recent activities, Bo Yu had currently identified about 10 individuals. Yet, he had not been able to find any connections between these individuals and Jiang Deer, meaning he could not uncover any motives for targeting her. Just as he was about to relay the details of these 11 individuals, he received another message from Jiang Deer, which coincidentally addressed the very matter he was contemplating, demonstrating a remarkable synchronicity between them. Jiang Deer, today, I managed to extract some recent intelligence regarding our hidden adversary from General Xiao of Baby Entertainment. Bo Yu, what did he say? Jiang Deer recalled every word verbatim, unaffected by the condescending tone of his remarks. She felt no trepidation towards the formidable presence she might have to confront, especially since this mysterious figure had compelled even the unscrupulous General Xiao to yield. He mentioned that the one targeting me is a genuine heiress of a top-tier aristocratic family. With a composed demeanor, he mentally reviewed the faces of a dozen individuals. A minute later, he pinpointed the ultimate target. Yet he remained perplexed as to why this person would set their sights on Jiang Deer. Bo Yu, I believe I know who it is. Jiang Dier's eyes sparkled with hope, as if the heavy burden she had been carrying could finally be set down. She eagerly inquired, who is it? Ning Yao. Chapter 103, The Birthday Banquet. 3. Jiang Deer felt a flicker of familiarity with the name Ning Yao. After a moment of deep contemplation, she recalled that during a previous magazine shoot for Bo Yu, she had encountered a girl named Ning Yao, who had been closely attended by Ning Youwu, displaying utmost respect. However, she was uncertain if they were indeed the same individual. Indeed, it is the same person. What Jiang Deer could ascertain was that aside from that one magazine encounter, she had had no further interactions with Ning Yao. To be precise, that magazine shoot couldn't truly be considered an intersection between her and Ning Ai, as she was inhabiting Bo Yu's body at the time. Therefore, why was Ning Ai so antagonistic towards her, to the point of wanting her demise? Jiang Deer was utterly perplexed. Equally baffled was Bo Yu. A few minutes later, he picked up his phone and placed a call to his mother, Qin Wei. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Deer was having breakfast in her own body. Having learned the piano from Bo Yu for nearly half a month, the time interval for their body swaps had gradually reduced to between 8:30 and 15:30. Consequently, she could leisurely sit at the table, enjoying her breakfast while perusing the latest online discussions about herself. Just an hour prior, Gu Wubua had issued a statement through her studio's account, primarily acknowledging that she was currently undergoing the contract termination process, and also accusing North Wall Entertainment of malicious practices, inciting a frenzy among netizens. Another reversal? I knew this company was problematic, maliciously oppressing artists. Are artists not allowed to terminate contracts? And they collaborated with trolls to imply that our Chong Chong, is ungrateful. Then what kind of malevolent entities are North Wall Company? Both sides have conflicting accounts. North Wall claims Jiang Deer lacks contractual integrity, while Jiang Deer's side asserts that she has legitimately requested termination and alleges that North Wall has engaged in malicious oppression. TSK. Intriguing. In this situation, with differing accounts from both sides, what does it signify? It is time to continue the release, commented the baby entertainment company Jiang Deer Studio. Who would believe that the fervent flames ignited by my curiosity could withstand the impending chill of winter? Upon reading this, Jiang Deer couldn't help but chuckle. Although the gossip pertained to her own affairs, she found it quite entertaining. Now, in December, rain fell outside, and the temperature continued to drop, however. The warmth of the indoor heating rendered her oblivious to the cold. Love When the Notes Resound can no longer be performed. And only 2 episodes of Celebrity Culinary Showdown remain to be recorded, scheduled for next week. Aside from that, she had no other engagements, which meant she was rather free at the moment. Typically, by this time, she would be at Bo Yu's place, awaiting her piano lessons. Jiang Deer stifled a yawn. She had not slept well the previous night, preoccupied with thoughts of Ning Ai. As Gu Wubua and Xiao Tang entered, they found her seated at the dining table, yawning. Appearing drowsy, Gu Wubua presumed her sleeplessness stemmed from the statement released by Baby Company the night before, and he couldn't help but remark, "Didn't we agree that I would handle this? Why does it seem as though you've been participating in an all-night public relations effort?" Jiang Deer glanced at Gu Wubua, keenly observing his good spirits. "What good news do you have?" she inquired. However, Gu Wubua refrained from responding immediately, instead asking, "Did you see the statement I posted today?" Jiang Deer nodded. "I did. It seems somewhat unlike your usual style, too ostentatious." The undertones convey a sense of assurance, as if to say, "If Baby Company continues to pester us, I shall present the evidence to decisively counter you." Xiao Tang was amused by Jiang Deer's words. Letting out a soft chuckle, "Sister Deer, although your description is somewhat fierce, it is undeniably accurate." Gu Wubua also felt a hint of amusement, but his countenance rarely conveyed such emotions. Thus, he merely managed a stiff grin before reverting to his usual demeanor. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Deer and shook the document bag in his hand. "Mrs. Xiao reached out to me last night, stating that she would provide some materials. I received them this morning, and they contain various pieces of evidence regarding Mr. Xiao." Jiang Deer accepted the document bag and skimmed through its contents, discovering a series of illicit activities committed by Mr. Xiao over the years. Jiang Deer exclaimed in astonishment. These pieces of evidence could very well land Mr. Xiao in prison. Gu Wubua concurred, feeling a sense of relief as he remarked, "I initially thought that this contract termination would be quite cumbersome, but with this information, the process will be remarkably smooth." Mr. Xiao has already backed down, indicating that as long as we refrain from making this information public for the time being, we can complete all the termination procedures today. Jiang Deer frowned and insisted, "These pieces of evidence must be made public." Gu Wubua replied, "Of course, they will be publicized." His request for a temporary hold is vague. The specific duration is certainly for us to determine. The moment we finalize the termination, we shall release the information. He added, "We should also choose an opportune moment to invite Mrs. Xiao out for a meal." Jiang Deer nodded and inquired, "What is Mrs. Xiao's name?" She felt that referring to her merely as Mrs. Xiao is rather inappropriate. This question stumped Gu Wubua, who pondered for quite some time without arriving at an answer. "I will inquire with others at Baby Company shortly. However, regarding the dinner invitation, Mrs. Xiao mentioned that she is rather occupied this week and will only be available next week." Jiang Deer pondered for a moment and shook her head, stating that next week would not be feasible. Gu Wubua, not giving it much thought, assumed Jiang Deer was referring to her recording the final 2 episodes of Celebrity Culinary Competition, hence her unavailability. He expressed his confusion, asking, "Isn't Celebrity Culinary Competition recorded in just 2 days?" Jiang Deer clarified, "Next week, I will be attending a birthday celebration for an elderly individual." Gu Wubua fixed his gaze upon her, inquiring, "Which elderly person? Please tell me it isn't Bo Yu's grandmother." Jiang Deer responded, "You guessed correctly." As night fell, coinciding with a new wave of temperature drop, the evening was even colder than the day. Qin Wei stepped out of the car, her breath visible in the chilly air. She adjusted her coat and looked towards Bo Yu, who was just exiting the vehicle, and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Xiao Yu, what prompted you to attend the gala organized by the Ning Group? You usually show little interest in such events." In Chapter 104, the birthday banquet unfolds. Bo Yu was dressed in a long woolen overcoat, complemented by a matching scarf, enhancing his refined appearance and tall stature, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon his arrival, he attracted frequent glances from the staff at the entrance. He had naturally come as a representative of the Ning group. But the reasons behind his attendance were not something he could easily share with his mother, Qin Wei, so he casually offered a vague explanation. Beneath Qin Wei's eyes lay a hint of fatigue. She had not been resting well lately due to her discussions regarding divorce with Qin Zhaowei. Though she has begun to come to terms with her situation and no longer attempts to salvage her shattered marriage. Navigating the intricacies of divorce within the upper echelons of society is far from straightforward. It intertwines the interests of many parties, making resolution rather complex. Particularly with the upcoming birthday banquet for the esteemed matriarch, there is much to attend to. Qin Wei linked her arm with Bo Yu's as they entered the inner hall of the auction house, where staff members respectfully guided them to seats in the front row. The temperature inside was rather warm, prompting Bo Yu to remove his scarf and hand it to an attendant waiting nearby. Qin Wei followed suit, shedding her plush coat and similarly passing it along. The staff exhibited impeccable etiquette, first bowing slightly before departing with the scarf and coat. Only then did Qin Wei turn to Bo Yu to address the reason for her presence at the auction. This evening, a jade carving of 5 colored peonies will be auctioned. I wonder if the actual piece is as exquisite as it appears in the photographs. Qin Wei had already procured several rare flowers intended as a birthday gift for the matriarch, yet felt they lacked sufficient grandeur, which led her to fixate on the jade carving to be auctioned that night. We shall see shortly, Bo Yu remarked, surveying the surroundings, but noting the absence of the Ning family. What gift have you prepared for your grandmother's birthday? He inquired. Bo Yu replied succinctly. I handwrote 100 variations of the character for longevity, a suggestion from Jiang Deer, which I find quite delightful. Qin Wei smiled. Having developed a favorable impression of Jiang Deer after spending a few days at the Bo family estate, that child always has a plethora of ideas. By the way, will she be attending the banquet in a few days? Biao Yu nodded and said, Come, grandmother has invited her. This came as no surprise to Qin Wei. She was well aware of the old lady Bo's fondness for Jiang Deer, so the invitation was hardly astonishing, given Jiang Deer's undeniable charm. Qin Wei could not help but reminisce about Jiang Deer, who had a knack for rekindling conversation whenever Qin Wei found herself at a loss for words with Bo Yu, thus preventing any awkward silences from enveloping the atmosphere. As Qin Wei racked her brain for topics to discuss with Bo Yu, he finally spotted the individual he had been eager to see. Ning He, the father of Ning AI, the president of Ning Group, the head of the Ning family, both past and present, was Ning He's father, Ning Hemming. As the sole heir, Ning He was destined to inherit all the family assets upon Ning Hemming's passing. Tall and imposing, Ning He possessed a scholarly demeanor that suggested he might be a university professor rather than a corporate executive, despite being surrounded by admirers at that moment. Bo Yu turned to Qin Wei and said, I will go over for a moment. Could it be related to a potential union? Qin Wei pondered, hesitating over whether she should follow him. However, just as she rose, she was called to halt. It was a member of the Qin family. Qin Wei's expression immediately dulled. Her relationship with her family was strained, and given their approach, it was likely they hoped she would take them along to the old lady Bo's upcoming birthday banquet. Unaware of the commotion on Qin Wei's end, Bo Yu had already approached Ning He and, without preamble, stated, Uncle Ning, greetings. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Ning He looked at Bo Yu with a hint of surprise, aware that he was the grandson of Bo Yinghua. Although he was a junior, he should not be treated lightly, and he waved his hand to signal the group surrounding them to step back. Let's discuss matters while seated. Ning He took his place, gesturing for Bo Yu to sit beside him. As the representative of the auction house, Ning He occupied a seat in the center of the front row, flanked by 2 empty chairs, which bore the names Tang Yao and Ning Cheng. Prior to his arrival, Bo Yu had taken the time to familiarize himself with the Ning family's composition. A quick glance revealed to him the names of Ning, his wife, and son. Notably absent was the seat for Ning Lai. Bo Yu immediately recognized this omission, sensing he had stumbled upon a significant detail. His purpose for coming was indeed to discuss Ning Lai with Ning He, so he inquired, Is your daughter Ning Lai not attending tonight? Upon hearing Ning Lai's name, Ning He's expression shifted subtly, though the change was slight. It did not escape Bo Yu's notice. Bo Yu pondered this reaction thoughtfully. Ning He's demeanor grew noticeably frosty. Moments ago, when he had invited Bo Yu to sit, a smile had graced his face, but now that smile had vanished without a trace. Ning He fixed his gaze on Bo Yu, who was of a similar age to Ning Chaohui, yet their characters and capabilities were worlds apart. Ning He had been groomed as the heir by Ning He and Ming, and although he was not yet the head of the Ning family, his sternness commanded considerable authority. You sought me out to inquire about Ning Lai. You have a close relationship with her? Not particularly, Boyu replied. Ning He appeared to have taken a keen interest, revealing a smile imbued with a touch of elegance. Yet his gaze remained sharp as he earnestly inquired, "What, then, is the purpose of your visit in bringing up Ning AI? Recently, Ning AI had been targeting one of my friends." Boyu recounted Ning AI's actions over the past 6 months. He had contemplated directly approaching Ning AI for a conversation. However, he was not well acquainted with her and lacked any means of contact. Furthermore, Boyu believed it prudent to consult someone who could exert influence over Ning AI to resolve the matter swiftly, as one must strike at the heart of the serpent. Coincidentally, Qin Wei was to attend the auction that evening, prompting him to seek out Ning He for a discussion. He had not anticipated discovering Ning He's peculiar attitude towards Ning AI, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of a father's regard for his daughter. When Ning He mentioned Ning AI, there was an unmistakable air of wariness, devoid of affection. After listening intently to Boyu's coherent narration of events, Ning He's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing increasingly somber, as if a tempest were brewing. After a brief pause, he spoke, his tone somewhat strained. "What is your friend's name?" Jiang Dyer. Chapter 105. The Birthday Banquet. 5. Ning He had never heard that name before, but Boyu's previous remarks compelled him to ponder further. Someone who could provoke such inexplicable animosity from Ning AI. Ning He then asked Boyu, "Do you have a photograph of her?" Boyu regarded Ning He, taken aback by his unexpected reaction, which conveyed a certain indescribable urgency. As Boyu pondered internally, he retrieved his phone and opened the album where he had previously saved a selfie of Jiang Dyer. He extended the device towards Ning He. Upon seeing it, Ning He's expression froze. Unable to contain his curiosity, Boyu inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. My son bears quite a resemblance to her." Ning He replied, "What a peculiar description." Boyu furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Ning He anew. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to discover the notable similarities between Ning He's features and those of Jiang Dyer. Before Boyu could dwell on this revelation, Ning He suddenly spoke. "Is Jiang Dyer merely your friend? Or perhaps, is she actually your girlfriend?" His tone resembled that of a close elder, intrigued by the romantic affairs of a younger counterpart. Boyu felt a bit taken aback. After all, he and Ning He had had little interaction, only encountering one another at significant social events on a few occasions. Ning He's demeanor was overly familiar, especially since it had not been so before he mentioned Jiang Dyer. What were they discussing? Suddenly, a woman's voice chimed in. Ning He turned to see his wife, Tang Yao, approaching with their son, Ning Cheng. Boyu rose to greet her. "Hello, Aunt Tang." Tang Yao's gaze settled on Boyu. After a moment of thought, she recognized him and smiled. "Ah, it's Boyu." The previous topic could no longer be pursued, and both Ning He and Boyu tacitly refrained from mentioning Jiang Dyer again. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Boyu took his leave. Once Boyu had departed, Tang Yao, not even having had the chance to sit down, immediately turned to Ning He and asked, "How did you end up conversing with Boyu?" Ning He cast a glance at Tang Yao, but before he could utter a word, Ning Cheng, yawning beside him, interjected. Surely this visit pertains to the marriage alliance between the Ning and Bo families. In stark contrast to their father's elegance and their mother's gentleness, Ning Cheng exuded an air of rebellion. Adorned in punk attire, with 4 piercings gracing his left eyebrow, he appeared somewhat appealing, yet entirely at odds with Ning He's aesthetic sensibilities. The mere sight of him stirred annoyance within Ning He, causing a throbbing sensation between his brows. "Did I not instruct you to remove those eyebrow piercings?" Ning Cheng, unfazed, replied, "You mentioned that I shouldn't wear them during class. But we are hardly in a classroom now." Ning He's expression hardened as he prepared to chastise him, but his gaze was drawn to the small cuts adorning Ning Cheng's face. Ning Cheng touched his own visage and, realizing, dismissed it with a wave. "It's nothing. Just a little scuffle." "A scuffle resulted in such minor injuries? Your prowess must be exceptional if you seldom sustain harm. Speak the truth." "That is the truth. I still find it hard to believe that apart from your strength, you possess any other skills." "Fighting? You merely project the image of a fighter. Do you truly have the capability? Martial arts, combat techniques, taekwondo, judo, do you excel in any of these?" Ning Cheng rolled his eyes discreetly and muttered, One need not learn those to engage in a fight. Ning He fixed his gaze upon him, his tone growing grave. Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng bit his lip, finally confessing, I was merely observing a fight and accidentally got hit by some debris when they fell. Ning He let out a scoff. Was Bo Yu seeking you out for our little AI? Upon hearing this, Ning He instantly lost interest in confronting Ning Cheng. He was reluctant to disclose Ning AI's identity to his wife, Tang Yao, as she cherished Ning AI like a precious gem, until they had located their biological daughter. It was evident that revealing this information to Tang Yao would be exceedingly difficult for her to accept. Ning He gazed at Tang Yao, the woman he had admired since his youth. Years had flown by, yet his affection for her remained unwavering, making it impossible for him to accept anyone usurping the identity of his biological daughter. This was especially true since he had already uncovered that the troublesome situation stemmed from human interference. Why the silence? He mused. The alliance between the Ning and Bo families was merely a casual remark made by his father and the elderly Mrs. Bo. How could Bo Yu possibly seek me out over such a matter? It must pertain to something else. Nonetheless, Ning He couldn't help but inquire. Has Ning AI recently been targeting a young actress of similar age? Tang Yao immediately recalled Ning AI mentioning a certain Jiang Dier, and she furrowed her brow. Ning AI did mention an actress she dislikes, named Jiang Dier. Are you aware of her? Bo Yu had spoken precisely of this Jiang Dier, and Ning AI had been causing her undue trouble for the past 6 months without reason. The matter at hand was precisely what Bo was referring to, ostensibly inquiring about my situation, yet in truth, he hoped I would discipline Ning AI. Tang Yao shook her head. Though Xiao AI's temperament leaves much to be desired, she would not unjustly target anyone. Beside them, Ning Cheng scoffed. That is not necessarily the case. Ning AI once inexplicably pushed me into the swimming pool. Tang Yao's tone turned grave. Xiao Cheng. Ning Cheng, though somewhat intimidated by Ning He, felt no fear towards Tang Yao and retorted, What have I said that is incorrect? Your sister was ill at that time, not acting with malice. What illness? Depression, perhaps, stemming from the belief that my existence usurped our father's affection, wishing for my demise. She was merely pretending, and mother, you believe her? As the tension between mother and son escalated, it was Ning He who intervened this time. He gently patted Tang Yao's hand. The host is about to deliver the welcome speech. Turning around, he noticed Qin Wei's grim expression. What troubles you? Qin Wei rubbed her temples, unwilling to divulge the troubling matters concerning the Qin family to Bo. However, Bo seemed to have already deduced the situation. Did the Qin family come to see you? Qin Wei could only nod. Yes, regarding your grandmother's birthday celebration. Bo frowned. You ought not to concern yourself with those people. Qin Wei sighed. After all, they are relatives. Bo's voice grew icy, as though it had been submerged in frigid waters. Those very relatives who abandoned you to an orphanage? Memories flooded Qin Wei's mind. Her fingers clenched tightly, rendering her speechless. The auction concluded, and Qin Wei successfully acquired the exquisite jade carving of the 5-colored peony, which surpassed its depiction in photographs. However, due to the turmoil surrounding the Qin family, she found it impossible to revel in her triumph. Meanwhile, on Ning He's side, the atmosphere remained somber, largely influenced by Ning AI. Ning He deliberately chose to be the last to board the vehicle. Before doing so, he lowered his head and sent a text message to an account. Help me investigate Jiang Dier. Chapter 106. The Birthday Banquet. 6. The birthday celebration for the elderly matriarch was conducted with great pomp. From the afternoon onwards, guests arrived in a steady stream to extend their well wishes. Although the temperature remained low, the day was indeed a rare instance of pleasant weather. Just a few days prior, strong winds had swept through, obscuring the sun and bringing frequent rain, yet, on the matriarch's birthday, even the heavens conspired to bless the occasion. Guests mingled and exchanged pleasantries, discussing even the weather, yet they never failed to mention the honoree of the banquet, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. The celebrated matriarch, Bo Yinghua, spent the afternoon in the glass conservatory of the backyard, admiring the flowers, and did not make an appearance. The banquet was scheduled to commence in the evenings, at which point she would descend the grand spiral staircase in front of a captivated audience. This was the grandeur befitting the elderly matriarch, Bo Yinghua, and no one dared to contest it. I merely wished to greet the matriarch in advance this afternoon. Qin Wei, is it truly beyond your capability to arrange such a simple matter after all these years in the Bo family? Have you gained not an ounce of respect? Remarked a portly man in his 60s, casting a disapproving gaze upon Qin Wei. Qin Wei pressed her lips together, feeling a familiar discomfort in the presence of her cousin. Orphaned in her childhood, she had been fostered by him, and perhaps due to the prolonged sense of being an outsider, coupled with her intrinsic nature. Even after more than 20 years away from her cousin's household, she still instinctively felt ill at ease among his family. The chubby man's wife, observing Qin Wei's demeanor, expressed her disdain. It's no wonder Chao Hui dislikes you and insists on seeking a mistress. Just then, a voice unexpectedly broke the tension. Aunt Qin, this is a delivery from Grandma Bo. Although the weather is pleasant today, it remains somewhat chilly. Everyone present turned towards the source of the voice, and they beheld a young girl approaching along the path, adorned in a voluminous, elegant dress layered with a plush shawl. The girl's beauty was striking. Her opulent attire cascaded gracefully to the ground, and her proportions were nothing short of exquisite. Her voluminous, raven-black curls flowed down to her slender waist, swaying gently as she walked, accentuating her fair and delicate skin. Bathed in the soft winter sunlight, she resembled a porcelain goddess come to life. Even Qin Wei found herself momentarily entranced. She reached for her coat and lifted her gaze to the shawl worn by Jiang Dier, recognizing it as being of the same hue and fabric. Did Grandma Bo give that to you? Noticing Qin Wei's attention, Jiang Dier smiled sweetly and replied, in truth, I owe it to you. Grandma Bo was concerned you might be cold and noticed me while sending the coat. Qin Wei chuckled softly, shaking her head as she grasped Jiang Dier's hand, her tone neither too high nor too low, yet resonating clearly for all around to hear. You may as well use those words to placate me. If we are to speak of benefaction, it is I who benefits from your presence, dear girl. Your esteemed grandmother's fondness for you far surpasses any regard she holds for me. Even the likes of Bo Yu and Bo Jin pale in comparison to you. Do not jest with me. What logic exists in a junior basking in the glow of a senior? The two of them exchanged words with perfect harmony, supporting one another, she bolstering my reputation while I elevated hers, with an intimacy that astonished onlookers as they departed together. Who is that young lady? She resembles a movie star. Though her name eludes me. Does the matriarch of the Bo family truly hold such affection for her? I had heard that the old matriarch was known for her stern demeanor and lack of warmth towards her juniors, maintaining a distance from her family. I had been informed that Qin Wei was not particularly favored within the Bo household, yet this scene seems to suggest otherwise. Ah, Qin, I just observed your demeanor, and I genuinely believed your sister, Qin Wei, had no standing in front of the matriarch. It appears she does possess some standing, though she may be reluctant to allow you to take advantage of it. The rotund man, upon hearing this, instantly wore a displeased expression. Such a man would never consider himself at fault. He only perceives that his wife often speaks ill of her cousin Qin Wei, which has led to their estrangement. He cast a glare at his wife. A middle-aged woman in a suit, witnessing this scene from a distance, could not help but remark to her companion, were I in Qin Wei's position, subjected to such ill treatment from these two, I would have no desire to facilitate any connections. Her friend, Su Yume, the president of a company, had just turned 30 and was regarded by many as a successful woman in her career. However, she recently encountered a significant issue with a major project and was eager to establish a connection with the Bo family. Unfortunately, the esteemed matriarch of the Bo family was not easily accessible. Despite numerous attempts to leverage her connections, she only managed to secure an invitation to the birthday banquet today. The prospect of gaining further access seemed nearly impossible, prompting a resigned sigh. Reflecting on this, she found some solace in the thought that even those with familial ties struggled to reach the Bo matriarch, let alone herself. Suddenly, she recalled the identity of the girl she had seen earlier. Who? Jiang Dier. Wasn't her background rather humble when she first debuted? How could she attend today's banquet and maintain such a close association with the Bo matriarch? It must be due to Bo Yu. Have you heard about the rumors surrounding Jiang Dier and Bo Yu? I once dismissed them as fabrications, but now it appears they may hold some truth. Jiang Dier is not only strikingly beautiful but also eloquent, and now she has garnered the favor of the Bo matriarch. Before she could finish her thought, Su Yume was suddenly jostled violently, stumbling forward and nearly losing her balance. Regaining her composure, she turned to see the individual who had collided with her, a delicate young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, exuding an air of quiet pride. Clad in an exquisite, bespoke gown from a luxury brand, her attire unmistakably spoke of considerable expense. Su Yume recognized her immediately. At such a young age, the only one who could accompany Ning He, the president of the Ning Group, and Tang Yao, the chairman of the Elegant Blossom Company, was the frail heiress, Ning Ai. Furrowing her brow, Su Yume acknowledged that managing a company required a certain temperament. Yet in this moment, she could only endure. Ning He, walking ahead, had already sensed the movements behind him, even clearly hearing Su Yume's mention of Jiang Deer. He turned to glance back, his gaze settling on Ning Ai, his expression coldening further. Chapter 107. The Birthday Banquet, 7. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the sky. All the guests who had come to celebrate the birthday were gathered, ushered into the opulent banquet hall. The vast hall was aglow with brilliant lights, adorned with luxurious decor that exuded sophistication. Waitstaff gracefully navigated through the crowd, bearing trays of drinks and pastries. The women were elegantly dressed, their hair styled exquisitely, while the men donned tailored suits. Even in the absence of the guest of honor, the atmosphere was already vibrant. Jiang Deer was seated upstairs, across from the elderly Lady Bo, with Bo Yu beside them, as the three enjoyed tea together. Accustomed to tea drinking, Jiang Deer was not versed in the complexities of tea ceremonies and had never learned those skills. Her usual method of preparing tea involved simply placing the leaves in a cup and pouring hot water over them. However, Lady Bo, of her age and stature, did not need to personally follow the intricate procedures of tea preparation. The butler typically handled such tasks. Yet, on this occasion of the birthday banquet, with numerous responsibilities to attend to, Lady Bo chose not to have the butler at her side, thus entrusting the tea-making to Bo Yu. Jiang Deer observed as Bo Yu meticulously washed his hands, warmed the cups, and prepared the tea, performing each step with grace as he rinsed the leaves, removed the foam, and sealed the teapot. His deliberate and refined movements exuded an elegance that captivated Jiang Deer, leaving her momentarily spellbound. Noticing her reaction, Lady Bo couldn't help but chuckle. If your gaze were a blade, dear, Bo Yu's hands would certainly be laid bare. His hands are remarkably beautiful. Merely gazing at them is a delight. As Bo Yu extends a cup of tea towards Jiang Deer, he momentarily pauses, a subtle blush creeping to his ears. Bo Old Madam observes their interaction keenly, yet chooses to remain silent, elegantly sipping her tea. Jiang Deer mimics Bo Old Madam's actions and takes a sip of her own tea. Whether it is due to the tea's exquisite brewing or the fact that it was personally prepared by Bo Yu, she finds it to be the finest tea she has ever tasted. The three of them quietly savor their tea until Bo Old Madam turns to Bo Yu and suddenly inquires, "Has your father brought that illegitimate son here?" Bo Yu is taken aback for a moment, but nods in affirmation. Bo Old Madam then asks, "What is your opinion on your half-brother, Bo Kong?" Bo Yu's tone remains as unruffled as ever as he replies, "I have no particular opinion." Bo Old Madam scrutinizes him for a while, her gaze lacking sharpness yet exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. "Your mother, with her gentle disposition, has consistently refused to allow him onto the Bo family tree, unwilling for him to receive any of my fortune in the future. Yet you seem indifferent to it." Bo Yu, unhurried, fills Bo Old Madam's small, empty teacup with tea from the pot before finally meeting her gaze. Whether or not Bo Kong is included in the family tree, or whether he receives any inheritance, is entirely your prerogative. It is solely dependent on your decision. I genuinely hold no opinion on these matters. Madam Bo chuckled. "Do you not harbor any resentment towards Bo Kong?" Bo Yu shook his head. "I am no saint. Naturally, I harbor disdain, but in comparison, I loathe Bo Zhao Hui and Lu Si far more." Madam Bo blinked. At her age, her eyes appeared somewhat clouded, a result of bodily decline. Yet in the next moment, her expression suddenly turned icy, the chill emanating from her murky gaze strikingly clear. "Bo Zhao Hui is your father. He is my son. After all these years of nurturing you, is it simply to have you address him by his given name?" Without any forewarning, Madam Bo erupted in anger, causing Jiang Deer's heart to leap in alarm. She had always found Madam Bo to be amiable, never once witnessing her wrath. The ferocity of one who typically exudes grace and tranquility is indeed formidable. However, perhaps due to the prolonged exchange of bodies with Bo Yu, despite the terror coursing through her, Jiang Dia managed to maintain her composure, save for a slight tremor of her eyelid, her hands remaining steady. Bo Yu's reaction was even more composed. Not a flicker of his eyelids betrayed his thoughts, as if he had anticipated Madame Bo's response all along. "Though I feel remorse for the teachings of the Bo family, I cannot, in good conscience, refer to him as father. Compared to other, more egregious titles, I believe you would find my direct address of his name more palatable." Madame Bo's countenance remained grim, her voice aged yet powerful. "You speak so formally. But it seems you regard neither Bo Zhao Hui as your father nor me as your grandmother." In that moment, Bo Yu's expression finally exhibited some change. He harbored a strong aversion towards Bo Xiaohui and had complex feelings for Qin Wei. However, he had always respected and admired the matriarch of the Bo family, who skillfully managed the conglomerate and led the family to prosperity. Bo Yu was aware that Jiang Di'er regarded the matriarch as a role model. In truth, he felt similarly, yet his temperament prevented him from being as close to her as Jiang Di'er was. Moreover, he believed that you did not wish for me to regard you as a grandmother. Bo Yu articulated the conclusion he had reached over the years. Jiang Di'er blinked and glanced at the matriarch, who remained silent. Bo Yu continued, stating that, to be precise, it was her disdain for Bo Xiaohui, her late elder brother, Bo Zhen, and even for him. The matriarch looked at Bo Yu and suddenly smiled, her voice softer than ever before. She remarked, "You have keen insight. Was it because of grandfather?" The matriarch nodded but seemed reluctant to discuss her late husband further. She rose from her seat, saying, "It's nearly time. I must take my leave." After finishing her statement, she reached out to Jiang Di'er, signaling her to assist her in exiting. Jiang Di'er paused for 2 seconds, then immediately stepped forward to support the matriarch. The matriarch patted her hand and inquired with a smile, "Did I frighten you just now?" Jiang Di'er, who was always forthright with the matriarch, nodded in response. "I was indeed a bit startled. It is the first time I have seen you angry, Bo Grandma." As she spoke, Jiang Di'er glanced at Bo Yu once more, and then lowered her voice to ask the matriarch, "Bo Grandma, do you truly dislike Bo Yu? Others are particularly kind and deserving of affection." Though her voice was soft, it was not distant. Moreover, Bo Yu had always possessed excellent hearing. Thus she heard every word distinctly and couldn't help but touch her nose. The old lady Bo chuckled softly and remarked, "Now you like her." Jiang Di'er was momentarily taken aback. She could indeed sense that the old lady Bo held a fondness for her. Yet she pondered why her words had such an impact. Was there something in the previous conversation between the old lady Bo and Bo Yu that she had failed to grasp? Observing Jiang Di'er's reaction, the old lady Bo couldn't suppress her laughter. She was indeed a delightful spirit, her personality aligning perfectly with her preferences. How wonderful it would be if she were her own granddaughter. Chapter 108, Birthday Banquet 8. As the guest of honor on this day, the old lady Bo could not have Jiang Di'er and Bo Yu accompany her up the spiral staircase. They took the elevator instead. The elevator descended swiftly, reaching the hall directly. Upon exiting, Bo Yu and Jiang Di'er turned to glance back at the spiral staircase, yet the old lady Bo had not yet appeared. "I distinctly understood every word you exchanged with grandmother Bo, yet it feels as though I grasped nothing at all." Jiang Di'er, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired of Bo Yu, "Did grandmother Bo truly not like you before? It seems her attitude towards you was never poor. So why did she suddenly say she likes you?" Her voice, tinged with genuine perplexity, elongated at the end, while her large, spirited eyes appeared veiled in a delicate mist. As Bo Yu gazed at Jiang Di'er in that moment, he found himself inexplicably stirred within. He felt a fleeting desire to reach out and caress her soft hair. However, considering the meticulous effort she had put into her hairstyle today, he refrained, knowing that even the slightest disarray would be undesirable. At this moment, Bo Yu remained unaware that when one begins to genuinely develop feelings for another, they are met with countless small moments of affection that arrive unexpectedly, often eluding the grasp of even the most aware individuals. If the calm surface of a heart's lake is disturbed by a significant ripple, the subsequent slightest breeze or gentle rain will effortlessly stir it anew. Simply because of affection, everything appears delightful. The waiter noticed Bo Yu and Jiang Di'er and approached with drinks in hand. Bo Yu took 2 glasses of red wine, offering one to Jiang Di'er, then explained, "Though my grandmother was never particularly fond of me or the other members of the Bo family, it cannot be said that she harbored any animosity. She merely lacked the typical affection one might expect towards their descendants. However, I believe she has developed a genuine dislike for Bo Xiaohui. She just expressed her anger at you because of him. It was merely a test." "A test?" Jiang Di'er inquired. "A test of my current tolerance for Bo Xiaohui. If my grandmother were truly angered by someone, she would not react with immediate fury. Instead, Bo Yu paused momentarily before continuing. She would first reduce that person to a state of near nothingness, then gently lean down to inquire about their feelings, ultimately waiting with a smile for them to meet their inevitable demise." Jiang Di'er envisioned the scene, feeling both a chill run down her spine and an inexplicable thrill. She sensed that the old lady Bo was indeed the kind of person who would act in such a manner. "But how do you know this so clearly?" Because I have witnessed it, Bo Yu replied, softening his tone as he leaned closer to Jiang Deer, his breath brushing against her ear like a dandelion taking flight. My grandfather was just like that. Jiang Deer widened her eyes, as if she had stumbled upon a staggering secret. Is this the turbulent undercurrent of the wealthy elite? Can such matters be disclosed to her? Bo Yu stepped back, straightening his posture. Observing her reaction, he found it utterly endearing and instinctively smiled, laughter escaping his lips. He lowered his gaze and took a sip of red wine before continuing. I do not wish to refer to him as grandfather, for I do not even know his name. He was an outsider, yet before marrying into the family, he had a woman and a son outside, harboring the intent to inherit a vast fortune upon my great-grandfather's demise. In those days, he believed that as a man, he was the sole pillar sustaining the Bo family. Despite being an outsider, he thought all the assets rightfully belonged to him, and even if my grandmother were to learn of his indiscretions, she would swallow her pride. He regarded his masculinity with undue reverence while simultaneously looking down upon women. Ultimately, he faced the retribution he so rightly deserved. Upon hearing this, Jiang Deer recalled the earlier conversation between Bo Yu and the old lady Bo, and now it all made sense. Due to your grandfather's influence, Grandma Bo has been rather aloof towards all her younger relatives. However, after a candid conversation with her, you expressed your own stance, which led Grandma Bo to decide to take a liking to you. Bo Yu complimented, clever. Jiang Deer recognized that this praise was somewhat exaggerated, yet being acknowledged by someone she admired filled her with joy, causing her to smile involuntarily. As she lowered her head to sip her red wine, she found herself wondering why the elderly matriarch had yet to appear on the spiral staircase when she heard a voice behind her. It was Bo Yu. A refined man in his 40s approached, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Bo Yu turned to face him, displaying no surprise, and politely nodded. Uncle Ning. He smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to Jiang Deer, feigning ignorance as he inquired, and who might this be? Jiang Deer, my friend, Bo Yu replied. Then turned to Jiang Deer to introduce. This is the president of Ning Corporation. You may address him as Uncle Ning, just as I do. Jiang Deer assumed Bo Yu was merely helping her expand her network. After all, introductions among acquaintances are a customary practice at various entertainment gatherings, and she figured it would be the same at this banquet. With poise, she smiled and called out, Uncle Ning. However, she noted that the middle-aged man before her seemed to freeze for a moment, his gaze towards her becoming exceedingly complex, laden with meanings she could not decipher. Feeling a bit perplexed, Jiang Deer couldn't help but glance at Bo Yu. He was also aware of his own lapse in composure. He adjusted his emotions and took the initiative to address Bo Yu. I have something important to discuss with you privately. After watching Jiang Deer walk away with her glass of red wine, he turned to Bo Yu. Is there a suitable place for our conversation? Bo Yu surmised that he was about to broach the subject concerning Ning AI's malicious targeting of Jiang Deer, and he was indeed eager to uncover the specifics. He set his wine glass aside and stepped forward. Follow me. Bo Yu led He to the elevator, which required a card for access, ensuring a high level of privacy. However, the short duration of the elevator ride rendered it an unsuitable venue for discussion. Bo Yu guided He to a small meeting room on the second floor. Most guests attending the birthday banquet were discerning enough not to ascend to the second floor without an invitation from the host family. Thus, in stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere on the first floor, the second floor offered a much quieter ambience. Seated across from each other, Bo Yu turned his gaze towards He. You may now reveal what is of such importance. Despite nearing 50 years of age, He remained graceful and exuded an air of authority cultivated over many years. His composed manner of speaking naturally compelled one to listen intently. However, Bo Yu was not particularly interested in pleasantries. He sought to uncover the deeper motivations behind the matter. His ingrained politeness compelled him to wait until he finished speaking before he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, why did Ning AI choose to act in this manner? As Bo Yu gazed at he recognized that as an exceptional actor, He possessed not only the ability to manipulate his facial muscles, subtly altering his expressions to embody a character, but also the skill to discern the psychological states of others through their own facial cues. This was especially evident after he had portrayed a master of micro-expression psychology. Upon observing He's reaction, Bo Yu understood that he was already aware of the reasons behind Ning AI's actions, yet chose not to articulate them. Perhaps he hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the truth. What could be causing such indecision? Either he had resolved to protect Ning AI and was deliberating on how to articulate that defense, or the situation was of considerable gravity, one that might entangle Jiang Deer in unforeseen significant matters without her knowledge. Bo Yu's gaze narrowed, devoid of any trace of amusement. It seems I must consult my grandmother and fully leverage the influence of the Bo family to investigate this matter. Given her fondness for Jiang Deer, she is unlikely to refuse my request. Yet, I fear that uncovering certain truths may lead to complications that I might not know how to handle, potentially causing trouble for you, Uncle Ning. Ning He's expression became resolute, and after a few moments, he suddenly burst into laughter. With a sigh, he remarked, "The youth of today are truly remarkable." Bo Yu refrained from responding. However, Ning He's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze on Bo Yu, his previously refined and gentle expression replaced by a sternness. "You actually worry that I might harm Jiang Deer?" In the face of Ning He's penetrating stare, Bo Yu met it head-on, speaking slowly and deliberately. "My concerns are my own, Uncle Ning. Your reaction is excessive." After finishing his words, Bo Yu lightly tapped the table with his fingers, drawing a conclusion. "However, it seems that Uncle Ning, your hesitation is not to protect Ning AI, but rather stems from other concerns, which puts my mind at ease." Ning He relaxed his expression. Bo Yu noticed that Ning He, much like his grandmother, had a penchant for abruptly changing his demeanor to exert psychological pressure on those around him. Yet unfortunately, this tactic proved ineffective against him. Glancing at the time, Bo Yu addressed Ning He. "The birthday banquet is still in progress. It would be inappropriate for us to linger here. Therefore, let us dispense with the probing and circumlocution, and speak plainly. My stance is straightforward. I stand with Jiang Deer regardless of Ning AI's motivations. However, Jiang Deer deserves to be informed of the circumstances. So I require you to elucidate the reasons, and I shall relay them to her." Ning He listened attentively, and then broke into a smile. "Then I shall speak candidly." Bo Yu felt somewhat exasperated, having had limited interactions with Ning He previously. He only now realized that although Ning He appeared to be a refined gentleman as the president of the Ning Corporation, he was, in fact, cunning and adept at manipulation, relishing the art of suspense. After a brief pause, during which he toyed with Bo Yu's anticipation, Ning He finally spoke. "Dropping a bombshell, Ning AI believes that Jiang Deer is my biological daughter, and after your reminder a few days ago, I have come to share that belief. This revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves through anyone present at the birthday banquet." Bo Yu was equally taken aback, yet managed to maintain his composure. "So, Ning AI is not your biological daughter?" Ning He shook his head and said, "It was only more than half a year ago that I discovered I had not taken the wrong child." More than half a year ago? Bo Yu keenly seized upon this crucial temporal juncture. It was also at that time that Jiang Deer began to be targeted by Ning AI. Bo Yu had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding Ning AI's motives, yet he had never considered this particular aspect. In families of their stature, the notion of having mistakenly taken another's child is utterly preposterous. It sounds like a mere fabrication. However, Ning He's words confirmed its authenticity. Bo Yu refrained from inquiring about the significant oversight that had occurred at the outset, and instead turned his gaze toward Ning He, asking, "What is your current stance on Jiang Deer?" Although he surmised that since Ning AI was so intent on targeting Jiang Deer, she must have already established the latter's identity. He believed the child, despite her naivete, was not foolish enough to act without clarity. Yet, Ning He shifted his tone, lifting his gaze to Bo Yu and earnestly stated, "For the sake of prudence, I must conduct a paternity test with Jiang Deer. However, I am uncertain how to broach this subject with her. I cannot simply approach her and say, 'I believe I am your biological father. Let us take a paternity test.' That would undoubtedly ruin my initial impression before her. Therefore, I require your assistance in obtaining a strand of her hair." Ning He had indeed contemplated arranging for someone to accidentally bump into Jiang Deer during today's birthday banquet, seizing the opportunity to pluck a hair from her. However, upon reflection, he deemed this course of action inappropriate. What if Jiang Deer were to spill her drink upon being jostled? What if the person who collided with her was not nimble enough and failed to accurately pluck a single hair, instead pulling out several? How painful would that be? As Ning He pondered these possibilities, he realized there were indeed numerous what-if swirling in his mind. After all, it was highly likely that she was his biological daughter, who had endured hardship away from the comforts of home. How could he possibly bear that? Upon hearing this, Bo Yu turned his gaze to Ning He and, after a moment's contemplation, readily agreed. All right. Ning He then smiled graciously, remarking, your agreement came even more swiftly than I had anticipated. As Bo Yu stood up, he retorted, what other way should I have responded? Ning He paused for a moment, then chuckled. However, Bo Yu suddenly turned to him and asked, if, after the paternity test, Jiang Deer is confirmed as your biological daughter, what will you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Ning He replied, but Bo Yu shook his head, saying, incorrect. Ning He, rarely puzzled, asked him. Bo Yu continued, you should first seek her opinion. Following Bo Yu's lead as they both stood, Ning He suddenly inquired, do you have feelings for Jiang Deer? Bo Yu met Ning He's gaze, confessing yes. Ning He's smile remained, and as they exited the small meeting room, he remarked, since you are fond of Jiang Deer, shouldn't you treat me with a bit more kindness? Mere politeness will not suffice. After all, I could very well be your future father-in-law. Bo Yu chuckled, affirming, I believed you were quite satisfied with my response and demeanor. Chapter 110. A universe full of stars. Ning He smiled as he gently patted Bo Yu's shoulder. Though no words were exchanged, the unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Ning He was genuinely pleased with Bo Yu's response and demeanor. Anyone in his position would feel the same. If Jiang Deer were indeed his biological daughter, having Bo Yu around would undoubtedly facilitate her integration into the social circle. Ning He had always harbored a disdain for the frivolous, empty-headed scions who relied solely on their family lineage, viewing them as potential wastrels. Even though Ning Youwu shared his surname and held a semblance of familial connection, Ning He held him in low regard, perceiving him as a likely prodigal. In stark contrast, Bo Yu was a paragon of virtue, ambitious, intelligent, and rational. He navigated social interactions with grace and confidence. If Jiang Deer could forge a bond with such an individual, Ning He could harbor no discontent. Upon exiting the reception room and stepping into the elevator, Ning He turned to Bo Yu, adopting a tone befitting a father. The elevator ascended swiftly, and as soon as Ning He finished speaking, they reached the first floor. The doors opened, and he stepped out first. Bo Yu scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Jiang Deer. She stood before a long table laden with an array of desserts, gazing intently at the colorful confections. A slight frown creasing her brow, suggesting her inner turmoil. Bo Yu approached her, standing by her side, and following her gaze. He discerned nothing amiss with the sweets and could not help but inquire, are they tormenting you? After the establishment of the Republic, spirits are forbidden. So how could they possibly torment me? Bo Yu had initially intended to tease her, but upon seeing her no longer frowning, he felt a sense of comfort within himself, his eyes shimmering with an unrecognized mirth. Then why did you wear such a look of deep sorrow just now? Did I? Yes, your brows were furrowed like little mountains. Bo Yu raised his hand and gently tapped her between the eyebrows. Jiang Deer let out a small sound of surprise, raising her head to touch her forehead. Feeling no creases, only a warmth and slight itch where his fingers had brushed, akin to a feather's caress. One could imagine that Cupid, in the act of drawing his bow, must possess a similar gentleness. Bo Yu, oblivious to her subtle gesture, inquired, what were you contemplating while staring at these delightful pastries? Jiang Deer puffed her cheeks and replied earnestly, I was thinking about eating. Bo Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that her earlier furrowed brow stemmed solely from hunger. He found her adorably charming, and, despite his effort to restrain himself, a smile escaped his lips. If you wish to eat, then indulge, it's complimentary. Jiang Deer sighed, exasperated. If I dared to eat, Gu Wubo would surely throw the self-cultivation of a female star at my face tomorrow. If only she were in Bo Yu's body at this moment. She could feast without concern. Is that book even available? Even if it isn't, Gu Wubo would conjure it up. Indeed. Bo Yu nodded, recalling Gu Wubo's character. Then turned his gaze back to Jiang Deer, but he wouldn't know. Therefore, you may eat. Jiang Deer understood the implication in Bo Yu's words, yet she remained somewhat hesitant. As Bo Yu beheld Jiang Deer in such a state, he remarked, moreover, you have not been occupied with work lately. If the caloric content is too high, you could sample just a small half-piece. Jiang Deer's gaze flitted across the exquisite pastries, increasingly persuaded and yearning to indulge. However, she pondered, if she were to consume merely half, the remainder would be wasted. Before she could utter the words never mind, Bo Yu interjected, the leftover will be for me. Jiang Deer gasped, her large, bright eyes widening in astonishment, shimmering with curiosity. Bo Yu, feeling no sense of gravity in his words, directed his gaze toward the confections and said to Jiang Deer, choose a piece, and we shall share it. The inclusion of the word "we" in Bo Yu's statement stirred something within Jiang Dier. Coupled with the alluring aroma of the pastries, she instinctively inquired, "Really?" Bo Yu intended to assure her of his sincerity, yet upon witnessing her reaction, the words transformed in his mouth to, "If you wish it to be true, then it is indeed true." Jiang Dier's heart raced like a drum, scolding herself for her lack of composure. It was merely sharing a slice of cake, yet it felt akin to winning a multi-million lottery. However, upon reflection, the prospect of sharing a piece of cake with her beloved idol felt as improbable as winning the lottery itself. Taking a light breath, Jiang Dier began to thoughtfully select her dessert, ultimately choosing a triangular cake whose name eluded her. Its aesthetic was striking, featuring a gradient of powdery blue on the side, topped with a creamy substance that depicted a starry sky in an oil painting style. Jiang Dier hesitated to slice the cake, feeling a pang of reluctance. This, she mused, must be the epitome of beauty within the realm of petite pastries. After admiring it for several seconds, she reluctantly brought the knife down. As she did so, Bo Yu watched her, bemused by her belief that if she cut quickly enough, the cake would not suffer. Jiang Dier divided the small cake into 2 pieces, and just as she was about to hand the larger piece to Bo Yu, she unexpectedly turned and collided with his mirthful gaze. She had never encountered a pair of eyes more exquisite than his. The fragmented, dazzling lights danced in his irises, resembling a galaxy in motion, beneath which lay the vastness of the universe, tantalizingly inviting. In that moment, Jiang Dier recalled the lyrics of a song. "I always long to peer through your eyes to seek the reflection of a daffodil, only to witness the entirety of a starry cosmos." Unconsciously, she held her breath, feeling her heart skip a beat, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Just then, the figure of the matriarch of the Bo family appeared at the top of the spiral staircase. The moment she entered, the once lively hall fell into a sudden hush, with nearly everyone turning their attention towards her. The jubilant music for the birthday celebration replaced the earlier cacophony of voices. Following this, the matriarch's steady and authoritative voice resonated. "I thank you all for attending the birthday banquet of this old lady." Clearly, Jiang Dier was not the only one lost in the cosmos. Note, "I have always yearned to peer through your eyes, seeking the reflection of the daffodil, only to find myself witnessing the entire cosmos adorned with a symphony of stars." The author, in the piece titled Return, expresses that it is a tribute to Earth. However, as I pen these words while listening to this melody, the superficial meaning of the lyrics resonates profoundly with Jiang Dier's current sentiments, which I shall borrow here. Chapter 111. Ning Cheng in a corner outside the hall. The night melded seamlessly with the glow of lights. Ning Ai gazed at the figure of Bo Kong standing before her, her agitation palpable as she remarked, "On this December night, the biting wind howls, further dampening my spirits." She stamped her feet in frustration, continuing her tirade. "You cannot even manage this trivial matter. Such worry, such incompetence. No wonder old Madame Bo forbids Bo Zhao Hui from bringing you into the Bo family." Bo Kong furrowed his brow. Ning Ai had promised to assist him in entering the Bo family, a condition under which he was willing to perform tasks for her. However, that did not imply he would tolerate her scornful jabs. Though currently in a position inferior to Ning Ai's, he was not one to be trifled with. Raised by Bo Zhao Hui and Lu Ce, Bo Kong had inherited not only their lineage but also their fiery spirit. He was not one to possess a meek temperament. He retorted sharply, "Ning Ai, cease your show of authority before me. I agreed to assist you. Mind you, assist, not to play the role of your servant, subject to your whims without protest." Ning Ai held Bo Kong in utter disdain, regarding him merely as an illegitimate child, insignificant in her eyes. With a cold tone, she replied, "Bo Kong, who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do you fancy yourself as Bo Yu or Bo Zhen? Do you believe me?" Before she could finish her words, she was suddenly shoved by Bo Kong. Had it not been for the nearby tree that she grabbed onto, she would have surely fallen to the ground. Ning Ai looked at Bo Kong in astonishment, her anger fully ignited. "How dare you push me?" She raised her hand, intending to slap Bo Kong, but her delicate frame was no match for him, and he swiftly seized her wrist. At that moment, a figure emerged from the hall, seemingly noticing the commotion. Ning Cheng was clad in a sleek black suit, his eyebrow piercing removed, his hair styled in a rather obedient manner, resembling a prince. However, the air of defiance surrounding him and the expression on his face, as if he were amused by a dogfight, rendered him entirely unprincely. Ning Chung strolled leisurely to a halt 2 meters away from Ning Ai and Bo Kong. Lowered his gaze to produce a lighter and a cigarette, igniting it before taking a puff and scoffing. Please, do continue. It would be delightful to witness a brawl. Bo Kong, taken aback by Ning Cheng's sudden appearance, noted that although he had previously been sheltered by Bo Zhao Hui's affection due to his status as an illegitimate child, he had only attended small gatherings and had never encountered a grand occasion like the one celebrating the old lady Bo's birthday. Thus, he had never laid eyes on Ning Chung before. Hearing Ning Cheng's words, Bo Kong couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing the youthful countenance belied an aura that was not to be trifled with, prompting his caution. Who are you? Ning Ai's wrist was firmly gripped by Bo Kong, and despite her vigorous attempts to break free, she found herself ensnared. Observing Ning Chung standing idly by, seemingly enjoying the spectacle without any intent to assist her, she cried out in exasperation, Ning Chung, aren't you coming to help me? I am your sister. Ning Chung responded with a prolonged, teasing "oh," his tone rising as if laced with sarcasm, embodying a distinctly cheeky demeanor. Ignoring Ning Ai completely, he continued to lower his head and smoke. It was then that Bo Kong realized who this young man was. He was Ning Ai's brother, Ning Qing, notorious within their circle for his volatile temper. Ning Ai was nearly driven to madness. If asked who she despised most in the world, the answer would be the future rival, Jiang Deer, who threatened to take everything from her. Following closely would be Ning Chong, who perpetually wore a disdainful expression towards her. Only after them would come those who had wronged her. Her chest heaved with indignation as she admonished, Ning Chong, do you dare to believe I won't tell mother that you are bullying me? Furthermore, father despises your smoking. I shall inform him as well. At this, Ning Chung lifted his gaze to Ning Ai, smirking coldly. Go ahead and report me. Do you think I fear you? With that, he turned and walked away. Stunned, Ning Ai stared at his retreating figure, ready to unleash a tirade when another figure emerged from the hall. Before she could discern the person's features, the grip on her wrist suddenly loosened. Bo Kong, without casting a glance at Ning Ai, hurried forward, exclaiming with a smile, Father, what brings you out here? Found great satisfaction in his demeanor, which he deemed far more agreeable than the perpetually frigid attitude of. He smiled at, saying, Your grandmother has descended. Come with me to greet her. It is time you present your birthday gift. Hesitated, feeling a trepidation shared by most of the younger members of the vast family. His fear of the matriarch was far greater than any sense of closeness. Will my visit to grandmother? I mean, she does not particularly like me. 2. Harbored a fear of his mother. In the past, he had refrained from introducing to the old lady, concerned about the tarnished reputation of his illegitimate son. However, with the old lady celebrating her birthday today and appearing in good spirits, her typically stern visage softened by smiles, he felt it might be an opportune moment to bring forth. Just as was about to speak, approached, impeccably groomed, and directly remarked, Uncle has quite the temper. Bringing him before the old lady may not yield favorable results. After casting a sidelong glance at, she strode purposefully into the main hall, clearly irked by the earlier incident where had pushed her and restrained her wrist. Was incensed by his words and demeanor. His temperament demanded that the younger generation indulge and appease him. Otherwise, he would harbor dissatisfaction. Yet, with now in the hall, he could not pursue her in anger and merely coldly remarked, Indeed, it takes a revolting creature like to raise such a daughter. Bo Jiahui and Ningyi have always been at odds with each other. They are of similar age and status, and for over a decade, they have been subjected to comparisons. Unfortunately, Bo Jiahui falls short in every aspect when juxtaposed with Ning He, which inevitably dampens his spirits whenever Ning He's name arises. Both the Bo and Ning families wield considerable influence. A decade ago, the Bo family held a slight edge over the Ning family. However, as their strength relied heavily on the support of the elderly matriarch, the lack of a promising heir has led to concerns about their future viability. In contrast, the Ning family boasts not only the venerable patriarch but also Ning He, who is firmly established as the next head of the family. Consequently, other prominent families in their circle now perceive the two families as nearly equal in stature. Nevertheless, both remain formidable entities that are not to be trifled with. Did I not instruct you to call for your sister? Ning Cheng's temperament tends to soften in his mother's presence, yet thoughts of Ning Ai provoke his irritation. With a huff, he remarked, I wonder what schemes Ning He and Bo Kong are concocting outside. Ning Cheng, reveling in the misfortune, shrugged lazily and added, It seems their plans have capsized. Chapter 112. The birthday gifts. Upon finishing his statement, Ning Chung turned to glance toward the entrance of the hall, just in time to see Ning Ai entering, which immediately soured his expression. Tang Yao, unable to tolerate Ning Cheng's words, raised her hand to pat his head, her typically gentle tone growing serious. That is your sister. You ought to speak to her with more respect. Had it been anyone else who dared to pat Ning Cheng's head, his reckless nature would have prompted an immediate outburst. Yet, faced with the gentle reprimand from his tender-hearted mother, he could only endure in silence. Moreover, Father Ning he was nearby. He had always harbored a deep-seated fear of his father and dared not provoke him further. Hastily, he stepped aside to evade his mother's clutches. Tang Yao glanced at Ning He, suddenly recalling the moment she saw him and Bo Yu emerge from the elevator together. She inquired, "What did you discuss with Bo Yu while ascending?" Ning He turned his gaze toward Tang Yao. He had always held his wife in high regard, responding to her inquiries with sincerity. However, when it came to matters concerning Jiang Deer, he found himself at a loss for words. Although he knew he must eventually speak, he thought it prudent to wait until the paternity test results were revealed. Ning He gently tucked a strand of hair behind Tang Yao's ear and earnestly replied. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yao ceased her questioning. Once Ning Ai arrived, she intended to take her along to visit the old matriarch of the Bo family. The entire family had come to partake in the matriarch's birthday celebration, and they had, of course, prepared gifts for the occasion. At that moment, the elderly matriarch was no longer in the grand hall, but had retreated to the study adjacent to it. Most of the guests who had been in the hall had followed her inside. The study, while spacious, could not compare to the grandeur of the hall. Thus the guests found themselves standing in closer proximity to one another. Yet, no one seemed to mind, for they were all captivated by the evident care and thoughtfulness that had gone into the room's arrangement. It was clear that the study had been originally designed to reflect the old matriarch's refined tastes, exuding an antiquated charm. Now, with the bookshelves and volumes removed, it had been transformed into a birthday hall, rich with historical ambience. A small shadow play stage had even been set up, featuring the performance titled 8 Immortals Blessing Longevity. Typically, birthday banquets are hosted by the younger generation in honor of their elders. Although the circumstances surrounding Madame Bo may differ, it is likely that she herself would not wish to exert undue concern, as other elderly figures in the circle do not usually arrange a lavish banquet in the hall while simultaneously preparing a dedicated birthday space. The celebrant, Madame Bo, perched upon the principal chair with her cane in hand, listened to the delightful birthday wishes offered by those around her. When Ning He and Tang Yao entered, they overheard an elderly gentleman, who appeared to be the oldest among the attendees, exclaiming with a chuckle, "I wonder who has arranged this birthday space. The meticulousness is truly astonishing." This eloquent elder, in his 70s, was the matriarch of the Wang family and had shared a modicum of acquaintance with Madame Bo in their youth. Moreover, in her current jovial mood, Madame Bo affectionately called out, "Dear, come let old Mrs. Wang take a look at you," her tone imbued with warmth. At that moment, a singular question rose in the hearts of nearly all present. Who is Dear? Jiang Deer and Bo Yu stood together, neither of them making a deliberate effort to push forward through the crowd. However, the surrounding guests, aware of Bo Yu's identity, kindly cleared a space for him, allowing Jiang Deer to benefit from their courtesy. Upon hearing Madame Bo summon her, Jiang Deer momentarily paused, taken aback, and instinctively glanced towards Bo Yu. "Go on," he encouraged. Biao Yu's tone remained as serene and composed as ever, effectively soothing Jiang Deer's inner tension. Jiang Deer had assumed that after so many years of stardom, she would have long since acclimatized to the gaze of the multitude. Yet the thought of walking past the affluent individuals surrounding her made her anxious once more. She took a step forward, and those ahead, sensing her movement, graciously parted to grant her passage. Ning Lai's gaze fell upon Jiang Deer, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. Prior to attending the banquet, she had been restless, haunted by her latest dream where Jiang Deer was publicly acknowledged by Ning He as his daughter at a grand gathering. Although she knew that such an event was unlikely to be the birthday celebration of old Madame Bo, since even if Ning He were aware of Jiang Deer's true identity, he would not be foolish enough to overshadow old Madame Bo's festivities. She could not shake her fear. Should that scenario prove true tonight, her identity as the eldest daughter of the Ning family would be instantly forfeited. Fortunately, upon her arrival at the banquet, she surveyed the surroundings and noted the differences from her dream, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as she observed the decorations within the hall, which indeed diverged from those in her dream, Her earlier sense of ease was once again overshadowed by unease. Old Madame Beau was well known in their circle for her aloof demeanor and her disinterest in the younger generation, yet her current attitude towards Jiang Deer was perplexing. Ning Lai couldn't help but glance at Ning He, only to find him gazing at Jiang Deer with a warmth in his expression that starkly contrasted with how he regarded her, leaving her feeling increasingly unsettled. She glanced at Tang Yao again, only to find Tang Yao also gazing at Jiang Deer, a smile adorning her face, seemingly quite fond of Jiang Deer. This revelation not only filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of discomfort, but nearly suffocated her with its intensity. Jiang Deer approached the elderly Lady Beau, who seized her hand and introduced her to the matriarch of the Wang family. This is the young lady responsible for the arrangements. Upon hearing this, the Wang matriarch chuckled and remarked to Lady Beau, "This child is truly both modest and well-behaved." Having grown up in an environment vastly different from the lavish lifestyle of aristocratic families, Jiang Deer was unaware that for these privileged elders, there was no need for their juniors to be hands-on in every matter. The younger generation, also accustomed to a life of ease, only needed to show a modicum of concern to be deemed sufficiently considerate within this circle. Lady Beau cast a glance at Jiang Deer, her tone imbued with a hint of mirth as she said to the Wang matriarch, "This girl is simply honest and sincere." As Bo Jiahui arrived with Bo Kong, he noticed a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, standing beside Lady Beau, who affectionately held the girl's hand. He couldn't help but frown. Knowing his mother's disposition all too well, he understood that even if she were elated due to her recent birthday celebrations, such familiarity with a junior was unusual, indicating a long-standing fondness. Arriving a bit late, he had not heard Lady Beau call out for Deer. But after a moment of contemplation, a name flickered through his mind, Jiang Deer. He glanced at Bo Yu, a cold smile creeping into his heart. I never anticipated that my less than appealing son possessed such profound cunning, cleverly seeking an alternative path by presenting Jiang Deer to win the affection of the old matriarch.